Awakening a stand in Naruto world. Chapter 1-Substitute. Dip. Congratulations to the master's successful awakening. The substitute is called the King of Speed. In the dead of night, in a house in the civilian area of Konoha, Kankayuma smiled. It has been 12 years since he traveled to the Naruto world. Everything passed by so fast. On a rainy day, trying to save an elementary school student was hit and killed by a car. Thinking of his old-fashioned way of crossing, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Like the vast majority of traversers, he also has a system, but his system is different. He is a stand-in with a system. The substitute here refers to a superpower from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is the embodiment of a spiritual power. Each avatar has its own ability. Those who have a surrogate are called avatars. Only the avatars can see the avatars. People without a surrogate cannot see the avatars, but there are some physical avatars that can be used by normal people seen. And because the avatar is the incarnation of everyone's spirit, when the avatar is attacked, the main body will also be injured, and if there are a large number of substitutes, if only a few are injured, it will not cause much damage to the main body. When the avatar dies, the main body will also die, and when the main body dies, the avatar will also disappear, except for the avatars that can only be activated by death. Each avatar has a panel that represents the 6 dimensions of the avatar, namely destructive power, speed, range, persistence, precision, and growth. The grades are A, B, C, D, E. No, A is better than ordinary people, B is better than ordinary people, C is the same as ordinary people, D is worse than normal people, E is worse than normal people. Nothing means nothing. And this avatar of myself is an avatar with a system. It can awaken more avatars by completing tasks, but it is a pity that this avatar is a materialized avatar, and the panels are all blank. Although more avatars can be awakened, only one can be summoned at a time. Well, one is fine. In the past 12 years, he has also awakened 10 avatars through large and small tasks, but these 10 avatars are really indescribable. Sexy Gun 6 tiny humanoids can change the direction of bullet shooting to achieve the purpose of assassination. Sniper. Hell Highway can be possessed by a person. When the body hurts itself, the possessed person will also suffer the same damage. Dragon's Life the main body can know the feng shui position of oneself through the compass on it. Having self-consciousness and standing in a standing state will not only help the body but also help the enemy, and inform the enemy of the location of the enemy's feng shui. If you are in the good position, you won't take any damage. Purple Hermit can be used for recitation through photos, TVs, and other items, which can be detected from a long distance, and the second function can be stretched like a vine. Green Emperor can spray emerald water, can use rope to weave enchantment, attach to the human body to control its will, can also use long lines for detection and tracking. Goddess of Busty create a socket out of thin air. Once touched, the body will generate a strong magnetic force. Bombing Space can eliminate space and objects in space. Adult and child double partner you can win the opponent's avatar ability by guessing the boxing, and each time you win, you can take 1/2 of the opponent's avatar ability. Heart of Walking, the heels of the feet will harden and elongate, becoming very hard and sharp, and can easily penetrate glass and walls. If wearing shoes, it can be extended together with the heel. As for how long it can stretch, it's about 4 meters. Heat of the object touched by the finger. The range distance is about 10 centimeters, but the heat can be stored inside the item. Once the target touches the item with stored heat, it can release heat to attack the target, so as to achieve the effect of long-distance attack. Sexy guns need revolvers, but where does Naruto world get revolvers? The Hell Road can be changed one by one, but what is fatal to me is not necessarily fatal to others. It is too easy to roll over. Dragon's Life will also help the enemy. The reading and writing of the Purple Hermit needs pictures, but how can I have so much money to buy pictures? Goddess Busty has to be touched by the enemy first, but how many can touch it? Adult and child double partners can win other people's avatars through guessing, but now in Naruto world, who has an avatar other than himself? The heart of walking can lengthen the heel, but it is not very practical. It is also the Green Emperor, bombing space, and the King of Speed is the best. Kankayumu sighed. Looking at the alarm clock, at 12 o'clock in the evening, it's time to go to bed. And then fell asleep. The next morning, Kankayumu came to a training ground in Konoha early and played with stones alone. Snapped. One suddenly slapped Kankayumu on the back of the head. I said to you, why do you come so early every time? Kankaizuki took a closer look and saw that it was a little girl with jet black hair, a handsome face, dressed in the costumes of the Uchiha clan, and he looked like a little girl of the same age as him sitting beside him. Kinsha. It's nothing, why don't you come early? But why are you so early? Oh, my mother didn't know what was wrong in the morning, she woke me up early, really. Uchiha Chisa said with a sigh. Kankayumu didn't say anything else. Yo. Ichiki, Kinsha, the young couple is so early. A young Shangnan wearing Konoha Shangnan costumes, with a white-eyed, wearing the casual clothes of the Hinata clan, looked the same as Kankayu. A boy about the same age as Ki and Uchiha Chisa came over. Music sensei. I won't be polite if you talk nonsense again. Uchiha Chisa said angrily. Kankayumu looked at the two people who came, Yongchuan Mistagi, Konoha Junin, a name that had never been heard before. It is estimated that he was a dragon in the original work, but now he is his guide Junin. Look at the other person, Yasuke Hyuga, a member of the Hyuga family branch, 1 year older than him and Chisa, and a student in the same class as Kakashi and others. Just kidding, alright, I'll invite you to eat ramen after the training. Yongchuan Atsuji said softly. After finding a good position in the training ground, Nagagawa Katsuki led the people to start the battle practice. Because Uchiha Chisa's result in the Ninja Academy was the first, so Nagakawa Katsuki arranged for Yasuke Hyuga and Kazuki Sukiyu to practice against each other first. The player fights Uchiha Chisa. It's a boring battle again, you can just admit defeat. Kankayumu thought to himself. Master, a new task is generated. Win this actual combat exercise. At this moment, the avatar released a new task. This Kankayumu was helpless, he wanted to complain about the system now, but to no avail. Helpless, had to play seriously. Are you all ready? Yongchuan Mustachi opened the mouth and said, after seeing the two nod, the other two formed a seal of opposition, and then waved, start. Yasuke Hyuga instantly opened his eyes and put on a soft fist posture. Then attacked Kankayumu. Kankayumu calmly, stabilized his posture, and constantly avoided Yasuke's attack. Who do you think has a better chance of winning? Yongchuan Mistagi, who was watching the battle, asked Kinsa. Seeing that this was a back-and-forth battle, Chisa said, Yasuke Hyuga. Why do you think? Yongchuan Atsuji looked at Uchiha Chisa. Ichiki is not very good in other aspects except for dodging attacks. In general, Yasuke Hyuga is average in all aspects, so I think he has a good chance of winning. Kinsa deserves to be your number one this year. The analysis is in place, but I think Ichiki will win. Yongchuan Mistagi said to Kinsa with a smile. Teacher, how much did Ichiki pay for you? Uchiha Chisa asked suspiciously. No, it's mainly because I can see that Ichiki didn't do his best, he seems to be waiting for something. Yongchuan Mistagi said firmly. Also, this guy usually has to rely on me to support it. After speaking, Qiansha folded her chest and raised her head proudly. Ahaha, the more I hear it, the more it's wrong, Yongchuan Mustardy said. Looking at the two of them, they were constantly attacking and dodging. It was not Yasuke Hayaga who was tired first, but Kazuki Sukiyu. At this moment, he was a little out of breath and dodging was not so flexible. It seems that I should eat a few more buns in the morning before coming over. Kankayuma complained. Looking at Yasuke Hayaga's unstoppable attack, Kazuki couldn't help but wonder if he was on drugs. If I drag it on, I'll lose. No, I have to show my skills. Ichiki made a decision. Then, the king of speed appeared behind him. Huh. Yasuke Hayaga, who opened his eyes, felt something was wrong. He had a strange feeling, as if something clearly appeared in his eyes, but he didn't see it, but he didn't think too much about it, and then stepped up his attack. Speed. Fire escape? The art of fireball. Kankayuma quickly formed the seal, and activated the technique of the fireball that he learned from Kinsa. Exactly, try to use that trick. Hayaga Yasuke thought to himself. Immediately, he quickly rotated his body to form a chakra hemisphere. Bagwazang. Go back to heaven. The incoming Hao fireball hit Huishin. Obviously Huishin had resisted the Hao fireball, but suddenly, Huishin has gradually dissipated there, and the momentum of the fireball has not diminished. Actually broke Huishin's defense. Seeing this, Ichiki stopped to attack, leaving Yasuke Hayaga, who was scalded, in a daze. He looked at his scalded pair, and said to himself, why, it's so hot. This Uchiha clan's signature endure. The technique can be so powerful. Kazuki Kankai looked at Yasuke Hayaga who was in a daze, and thought to himself, idiot, that's why I used the king of speed to keep heating up the fireballs, otherwise the attack would have been blocked by you. However, he also looked at his burns, it's not too obvious, they shouldn't be able to see it. It seems that the outcome has already been decided. The winner of this match is Kankayuma. Alright, the two of you can make a seal of reconciliation. Yongchuan Mistagi said. Looking at Kazuki who was forming the seal of reconciliation, Chisa Uchiha was a little stunned. It seems that he is not lazy in normal times, and he doesn't call me for secret training, but I also teach you ninjutsu. Kazuki Souchi glanced at Chisa Uchiha, and couldn't help thinking of his last mission, which was to master the 5 types of chakra-type ninjutsu. He remembered that he was stalking this girl day and night in exchange for her teaching. Oh ninjutsu! Hey, I hope I won't start another quest to ask for help, Yumu thought to himself. Then, in the next match, Ichiki vs Kinsha. Yongchuan Mistagi said, clearing his throat. Yeah. Looking at the girl with a bright front, Kankayuma, he was a little panicked. Chapter 2_polynomial tasks. Idiot, what are you still doing? Uchiha Chisa took out Kunao, looked at Kankayuki who was stunned, and called to him. Kinsha is a girl after all, she can't put down that heavy load, and she can't expose her stand-in too much. How should I complete the task? Kankayuma thought. Are you all ready? Let's get started. Yongchuan Katsuki shouted. Swish. In an instant, scarlet eyes appeared in Kankayuma's field of vision. Huh? Shaking round eyes. Kankayuma said in shock. Ding. The sound of Kunao's collision came, and Kankayuma barely blocked Kinsa's attack. Humph. Don't let me just because I'm a girl, I'm much better than you think. Kinsha said arrogantly. Looking at the girl's watery double-hooked jade riding wheel eyes, the young man's heart is helpless again. Hey, Jing, give me all these troublesome tasks, Kinsha, I may be a little sorry for you. Kankayumu xi and thinking of this, another stand-in appeared, bombing space. Ding. The collision of Kunao came again, the two fought again, and separated a distance. Fire escape? Fengxian fire technique. Uchiha Chisa began to use ninjutsu, and Kazuki Sara hurriedly launched ninjutsu to deal with it. Water escape? Water shield. The fire and the water collided, and a large swathe of steam appeared in an instant. Huh. The steam blocked his vision, but to Uchiha Chisa, who has a writing will eye, it was nothing at all. Looking at the empty Hilyuki, huh. I regret not having a writing will eye. Let's go. Kincha said in her heart. Call out. The simple attack was easily dodged by Uchiha Chisa. Hey, I won. Uchiha Chisa cried out in victory. Just at the next moment, Kazuki, who should have been separated by a certain distance, suddenly appeared in front of Chisa Uchiha. It was Kazuki who used the bombing space to cut off the air between the two. Let it form pressure and push Kankyu Kazuki in front of Uchiha Chisa. The distance between the two is very close, and it is about to be a negative distance. Looking at Kankyu Yumu's face, Kincha's cheeks began to turn red, and hurriedly staggered the eyes. Hey! What a coincidence! Uchiha Chisa suddenly did not stand still, and hurriedly grabbed the clothes of Kankyu Yumu, trying to stand firm as a support, but I didn't expect Kankyu Yumu to suddenly jump to the position just now, and he was killed by Kincha if he didn't stand still. Yupu, huh? Kankyu Yuki was shocked by this sudden pull. Without any preparation, he fell down and the steam dispersed. Yongchuan Mistake and Hyaga Yasuke hurriedly observed the situation, because there was no release for this battle. In his heart, Yasuke Hyaga didn't open his eyes to watch the battle. This Yongchuan mustard was at a loss for words. Looking at Kazuki and Chisa Uchiha at the end of the battle, looking at their strange postures at this moment, Kazuki is supporting one, and the other's Konao is touching the neck of Kazuki. The whole person pressed Uchiha Chisa to the ground. At first glance, she looked like a newcomer who was preparing for that. When she looked at Chisa again, the girl's cheeks were already flushed with shame. She hurriedly closed her eyes, pushed Kankyu Yuki away, and then got up. He ran to Yongchuan Mistake and began to cry. Teacher, Kankyu Yumu bullies me. He is a hooligan. The aggrieved little girl shouted loudly. Army Kankyu Yumu hesitated. All right, the competition is over, this time Ichiki wins, how about it? Kincha. Yongchuan Mustachi was a peacemaker. Humph. After hearing this, Uchiha Chisa turned her back to Nagakawa Mistake, hugged her chest, and sullen. Okay, let's go eat ramen. Hey, we just have time today, shall we go shopping later? Yongchuan Atsuji said. Huh. Kincha looked back at Yongchuan Mustachi, obviously a little compromised. Hey, Kincha Kankyu Yumu swayed wildly and apologized. It seemed like she was telling her what to do with you later. Let's go. Uchiha Chisa said, looking like she was relieved, but she stared at Kankyu Yumu abruptly, and when Kankyu Yumu met that look, she was sweating again and again. That look was even more terrifying than when she had just opened her eyes. Kankyu Yumu knew that he might suffer in the future. After eating the ramen, he went to visit the market in Konoha, and then Yongchuan Mistake received the task, and then disbanded the squad. Back at his home in the Konoha civilian area, Kankyu Yumu hurriedly closed the doors and windows. After making sure that no one saw it, he called out his stand-in. Dip. Congratulations to Master for completing the task and getting a lottery. Would you like to use it? Sure. Kankyu Yumu said with his mind. The avatar's chest glowed, and after a while, a disc appeared on the avatar. Congratulations to the Master for successfully awakening the avatar. The avatar is called California King Bed. California Big Bed. Kankyu Yumu silently recited, this is the stand-in for Dongfangda me in the Gospel of Jojo, and the ability is to steal the guilt of causing me to appear in the target's heart. Part of memory. The memory can be stored in the shape of chess. The way to release it is to let I step on the shadow of the person whose memory has been taken away. On the person? Well, the ability is not too bad, but the activation conditions are a little troublesome. Kankai-Yumu thought to himself. Hey, let's rest first. Seeing that it was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Kankai-Yumu had nothing to do, so he lay on the quilt and rested. It seems that whether you can awaken a powerful substitute depends on the difficulty of the task. Think about the tasks of awakening the substitute. The king of awakening speed is to learn the 5 types of chakra attribute ninjutsu, and all of them have to be integrated. Alas, I was exhausted at the time. The task of awakening the bombing space was an event that attracted the attention of at least 10,000 people. Fortunately, it was at that time. I already have a Green Emperor, and I barely completed the task after a lot of trouble in the civilian area. As for the Green Emperor, the task at that time was to walk around Konoha upside down 500 times, kick 1,000 times, and do 1,000 push UPS. And I have to complete it all in one day. I feel annoyed when I think of this mission, but I was training every day for the mission, and I didn't know how long I practiced, but I got to know Kai because of that mission. Isn't it good? Thinking back to the various tasks of awakening his stand-in, Kankai-Yumu unknowingly fell into a sleepless state. After an unknown amount of time, Kankai-Yumu slept until he woke up naturally, looked at the time, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, goo came from his stomach. Cooing, Ichiki said embarrassedly. He got up and searched for food, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and apples that I didn't know how long to put away. Well, it's nothing to eat, sigh. Ichiki looked at his wallet again. Although it's small, it's enough to go out to eat something. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Kankai-Yumu went out. In Konoha in the middle of the night, there was no one on the road, and in the middle of the night, there were very few shops open. After walking for a while, Kankai-Yumu found a barbecue restaurant that was still open there. It is reasonable to say that the Stian should have been closed. When I walked into the store, I found that there were 1 or 2 tables of customers who had been drinking all night before leaving. The owner of the store seemed to know these 2 tables of customers, so he continued to open the store. Can I still order? I found an empty table and shouted to the boss. No problem, but there are not many ingredients. The store owner responded mildly. Is there any barbecue for 2? Yes. What else do you need for a barbecue for 2? Any juice? Yes. Do you need any more juice? No, thank you. Okay. Come now. After ordering, Kankai-Yumu began to be in a daze. Jingle as the curtain of the store door was pulled open, a young ninja came over. Sorry, I'm late. Yongchuan Mustachi said apologetically, The next moment, he noticed Ichiki who was in a daze. Yo, Ichiki, are you still eating here so late? Are you ready for tomorrow's mission? Yongchuan Katsuki and Ichiki chatted up. Mr. Mustang, because I went to bed early today, I'm not sleepy now. Let's have something to eat. But you said the task? What task? Yuma was a little confused. Didn't I ask Kinsa to tell you that tomorrow our team is going to the battlefield? Let you get ready. Yongchuan Mustachi was a little puzzled. Kankai-Yumu was a little surprised, mainly because this task came too suddenly. As for why Uchiha Chisa didn't come to tell himself, it was estimated that people were still angry with him, and Yumu didn't think about it any further. Knowing Mustachi-sensei, I will be ready. Ichiki responded to Yongchuan Mustachi. That's fine. Jiamua, is that your student? Said the table sitting next to Yumu. Yes, let me introduce, my student, Ichiki Kankaiu. Come here, Ichiki, say hello. Yongchuan Mustachi touched Iki's head. Hello, Kankaiu greeted awkwardly. The people at the table also responded. Yongchuan Mustaji let Ichiki go home early after eating well, so he and his table began to eat barbecue. After that, after Ichiki finished eating, he said hello to Nagagawa Katsuki and went back. On the way, Yimushuan held the back of his head, thinking about the upcoming mission. According to the current time, the Battle of Konobe Bridge should be coming soon, so this time I will go to the battlefield. It was not that Izuki Kankaiu had never been on the battlefield before, so he was still a stubborn man, because Konoha was in urgent need of combat power at that time. In addition, many children who have just become shimonin were also sent to the battlefield. His former teacher was called Yamashita Jozi, and his former teammates were not Uchiha Chisa and Hyaga Yasuke, but a ninja of the oily girl family and a civilian ninja. But they were all ambushed during a reconnaissance mission, and only Kankaiu Yumu survived. Of course, he was able to survive because of the help of the stand-in. I have to say that Dragon's life was quite effective at that time. It was precisely because Ichiki survived that time and brought back important information, allowing Konoha's unit to achieve a great victory. Because he was injured and sent back, Konoha also learned that he had made great contributions, so he made an exception to promote him to endure. Dip. Master, the new mission has been released successfully, making Chisa Uchiha shy. The release of the new mission interrupted Ichiki's memories. This task is too easy. Kankaiu Yuma was a little suspicious. What a simple task, will the awakened stand-in be easy too? Kazuki can't help but start thinking about the weak stand-ins in JoJo. Master, please listen, this time is a polynomial task, just now is the first task. The second task. Let Yasuke Hyaga laugh once. This is too difficult. Kankaiu Yuma was speechless, making that face laugh. I would rather Renkinsha be shy 10 times. Mission No, rescue Kakashi at the Battle of Konobe Bridge. The voice of the avatar came again. Rescue Kakashi at the Battle of Konobe Bridge. Tomorrow's mission. Kazuki Tsukio seemed to think of something. It's finally here. The Battle of Konobe Bridge, a battle that changed the fate of countless people. Without this battle, Uchiha Obito would not have awakened Sharingan, nor would he have been rescued by Madara, and then fell into darkness under Madara's plan, thus launching the fourth ninja world after more than 10 years. Great War. Naruto's story will be drastically rewritten. However, system, can you give up this mission? Kankaiu Yuma chose to give up, not because of fear, but because the second mission was too difficult. If you want to compare, this mission may be out of Kakashi. It's even more troublesome to wait. Master, don't worry. Do you remember the last polynomial task? Last time? Don't tell me. Recalling the task of awakening the Green Emperor last time, it was a polynomial task. And what the polynomial task represents is the avatar designated by awakening. Then what kind of stand-in will be awakened when this mission is completed? Kankaiu Yuma asked. The Crimson King, said the stand-in. This. Kankaiu Yuma was shocked, the King of Crimson. A stand-in for the final SS Diablo of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Wind of Gold, a stand-in powerful enough to dominate the world. The ability is to eliminate the time of the world, and act within the time of elimination. After the elimination of time, no one except the main body will have the experience and memory of this period of disappearance, and it is also possible to foresee the future tens of seconds later. And the destructive power and speed are both it is a powerful substitute. It can be said that as long as you have the King of Crimson. In the Naruto world where the strong are everywhere, you can also have a place for yourself. Kankaiu Yuma looked serious. After thinking for a while, he said, I accept this task. Author's digression, newcomers write books, please mention the shortcomings. Chapter 3_ Early in the morning the next day I saw the Watergate class. Kankaiu Yuma arrived at the meeting point, and was playing with stones in a boring manner again. Kyukyo Izuki heard someone call him, Tsukio Izuki turned around and found out that it was Yasuke Hayaga. It's rare that you can call me by my name. Since it's a teammate, I should call you, but I have something to ask you. Yasuke Hayaga said slowly. Ah? What's the matter? Kankayuma was a little puzzled. Call out. Yasuke Hayaga walked over to Ichiki in a flash, slapped Ichiki with a palm, and Izuki Kongoka frowned, raised his frame to block Yasuke Hayaga's attack, and Yasuke Hayaga also expressed his doubts. How much are you hiding? Yasuke Hayaga asked with a serious expression. Huh? Could it be that he discovered something yesterday? Did he notice the ability that I used when practicing against me? Kankayuma said suspiciously, and at the same time thought of his own mission. What are you talking about? Kankayuki squinted and smiled, then shook off Yasuke's arm. You don't need to perform like this, I just want to know why you don't show your strength, and would rather do nothing than go further. Hayaga asked. I really don't know what you said. Kankayuma said innocently. Yesterday's Huo fireball, after I took it, I found out that it was wrong. Afterwards, I played against Uchiha Chisa in private. She ranked first in Ninja Academy, and you have been in the downstream. Her Huo fireball, you can even take it unscathed. And yours, let me feel the danger. There is only one possibility, you are hiding your strength. I am curious, why is it? What nonsense are you talking about? If I'm hiding my strength as you said, why should I show it when I fight you? Are you right? Ichiki said, sweating coldly. In previous battles, you always looked for reasons not to fight, instead of choosing to fight and then losing, which shows that you like to be lazy, but this time, you fought twice in a row and won both times, which excludes you the possibility that you want to show me your power and show your prestige in front of Uchiha Chisa shows that you have your own purpose. Seeing this, Kankayuma's face became a little gloomy, but he was still squinting and smiling. He looked at Yasuke Hayaga and said, I won't be mediocre, and you don't need to ask too much. When I arrive, I will naturally show my truth. And curiosity will kill the cat. After saying this, he opened his eyes and grabbed Yasuke's shoulder, staring gloomily at Uchiha Chisa. Yeah. Hayaga Yasuke then realized that the new team member he didn't care about at the time turned out to be such a terrifying guy. What's the situation with the two of you? Yes. Qiansha, who came over, said ashamed, he had already thought of a wonderful match. Ah, it's nothing. Kankayuki returned to his calm appearance and let go of Yasuke and said to Kinsa. Yasuke Hayaga also looked at Chisa Uchiha. This guy, Yasuke, his brain is really useful, what he said just now is really sloppy. This time Yasuke Hayaga will definitely be more vigilant towards me. How can I make him laugh? Regretfully thought. He couldn't help but smile. Wow, really? Qiansha said suspiciously. What can I do to Yasuke? I was just talking about the topic between men. Kankayuki moved the topic to the other side, so that he could dispel Chisa's doubts and complete his task on the way. What's the man's topic? Kinsa asked with some doubts. Ichiki walked to Kinsha's side and put his face close to Kinsha's ear. Yasuke told me just now that he was yesterday, and he passed on some knowledge in her ear. That's it? After the lecture, Kazuki Saraki watched Chisa Uchiha's reaction. Uchiha Chisa hesitated for a few seconds, then stunned for a while, and then suddenly realized, her face turned red, grabbed Ichiki's arm and threw it vigorously over the shoulder. She cursed loudly, what are you talking about, you idiot? You idiot, bastard, bastard. After scolding, Kinsha hurriedly covered her face. Master. Mission number 1 is completed. Please continue to work hard. The voice of the substitute sounded in his mind, which made Kankayumu, who fell to the ground, feel much better. At least, the meal he suffered was worth it. Hey. I said you guys, what show are you performing here? At this time, Yongchuan Itsuji came, and when he saw this scene, he realized something again, covering his mouth and whispering to Uchiha Chisa, "Ichiki bullied you again." "No." Uchiha Chisa said proudly. "Ahaha, okay okay." Yongchuan Mustachi said embarrassedly. "Mr. Yongchuan, we have already arrived, are we going to start the task immediately?" Yasuke Hayaga asked. "No, we need to wait a while." Yongchuan Mustachi said. Kankai stood up and rubbed his swollen back. "Are you waiting for someone?" "Yeah." Yongchuan Mustashiki replied. After waiting for a while, another team arrived. The leader had a yellow thorn, bangs slightly covered his forehead, and a touch of hair stood up on each side of his cheeks. With a gentle smile on his face, he waved at Yongchuan Mustardy. "Sorry, mistakey, I'm late." "It's alright, Minato, we just arrived." Yongchuan Katsuki replied. "Yeah." Kankai Izuki, who was rubbing his swollen bag next to him, turned his head in shock when he heard the name Yongchuan Mistaki said. It was discovered that it was the golden flash of Konoha, the future fourth-generation Hokage. Wave Watergate. The one who came is the Praetonam class. Looking at the familiar characters that can only be seen in the anime in the previous life, Kankai couldn't help but sigh, "Minato is really handsome." Kankai thought to himself. Huh. At this moment, Uchiha Chisa suddenly hid behind Ichiki. "What are you doing?" Ichiki asked. "Don't move. I'll adjust it." Chisa whispered. "Good morning, everyone." A girl with short brown hair and a purple pattern on both sides of her cheeks greeted Ichiki and the others. "Morning." Kankai just wanted to reply. Uchiha Chisa has already taken the lead. "Good morning. Are you Nohara-rin-senpai? It's been a long time since I heard you. Nice to meet you." Uchiha Chisa smiled and chatted enthusiastically with Nohara-rin. "Humph, you are Junior Ichiki, how are you?" At this time, a man with a short black thorn head, a pair of orange goggles, and the costumes of the Uchiha clan greeted Kankai with a smile. Ichiki said hello. "Ah, Obito-senpai, hello." Kankai knew it was Uchiha Obito without even thinking about it. Future Big SS. Looking at the six people who were chatting enthusiastically, Kakashi Hatake and Yasuke Hayaga, two relatively aloof people, seemed a little out of tune. "Everyone, come here, I'll tell Minato and the details of this mission." At this time, Yongchuan Mistaki called the others. The crowd gathered around, and the water gate opened a map and began to tell the details of the mission. This time, there are not only our two teams, but also people from other teams. My team is the main attack, while the other teams are feints. As for the task of my team, due to confidentiality reasons, it cannot be disclosed to the public for the time being. The other team members, Mustagi, your team is going to this area on the map to harass the enemy's support line. With that, Minato pointed to an area on the map. This area is located in the forest area of the country of grass. There are many hills, many caves, and dense forests. It is very narrow and difficult to fight, but it is very suitable for ambush. Mustard wood, your feints are mainly obstruct the enemy's support, but please be careful. After all, Minato looked at Mustagi and the others with some worry. Don't worry, Minato, since the village has entrusted us with this task, we will do our best to complete it. Yongchuan Mistaki said to Minato. Well, we still need to meet other teams, you need to go to that area first, please be careful, Minato said. Yeah, too. Yongchuan Mustashiki replied. After that, the Watergate class left, and the Mustardwood class also set foot on the road. Teacher Mustard, this mission is a life and death experience. Kankai walked to Yongchuan Mustard. Well, to be honest, I'm already prepared for not going back. Yongchuan Mustachi said sadly. I hope I can go back and eat delicious barbecue. Konkayumu also said sadly. Ichiki, determination will give us courage, and courage will give us strength, so that we can overcome our fate, and everything will be happy. Yongchuan Mistake said to Konkayuki with a smile. Courage will give us strength and allow us to overcome fate. Isn't this Father Puchi's line? Konkayumu said in his heart. Idiot Ichiki, what are you whispering again? At this moment, Uchiha Chisa came over. Kinsha, you should have noticed the essence of this mission, Konkayumu said. I want to treat us as cannon fodder. Although it is said that no matter whether we succeed or fail, we will be given the title of heroes and let us go with honor. In fact, this is not very good, Kinsha said optimistically. It sounds more like comforting himself. She is still a little girl, Sukio thought to himself, and at this moment, he noticed Yasuke Hyuga, who was silent. In comparison, Yasuke, who is a branch of Hyuga, may be better than Yasuke. We already have that awareness, the fate of being a separated family. At this time, Yasuke Hyuga also looked at Kazuki Sukio, who closed his eyes and smiled at him to hide his embarrassment. Seeing Yasuke Hyuga and Kazuki Sukio winking, Chisa Uchiha couldn't help but wonder, there must be something wrong with these two. This guy Kazuki is actually a... Everyone take a rest, let's eat something first. At this time, Yongchuan Mustashi's voice interrupted people's thoughts. The four of them ate under a big tree. Everyone, listen to Minato Jornan, the location of this mission is an area suitable for lurking, which is a good thing for us, but it is also a bad thing. The enemy is also likely to make ambush traps there. So, I have a technique to give to you first. What technique? Uchiha Chisa asked. Secret technique. The technique of measuring and sealing. What kind of technique is that? Kazuki asked. This technique can seal the chakra, similar to the acupuncture point of the Hinata family. It seals the flow of the chakra. It can prevent the chakra from being detected, and can greatly prevent us from being discovered by the perceptive ninjas. After this technique was activated, the chakra was blocked, which means that the ninjutsu cannot be activated. Hyuga Yasuke added. Yes, after this technique is used, it basically relies on physical techniques and ninja tools. Yongchuan Mustaji said. It feels like the harm outweighs the benefit. Uchiha Chisa said. Well, but in this case it is also very necessary. Yongchuan Mustaji said solemnly. What is the order of the seals? Konkayumu asked curiously. The order of the seals is Zi, Wu, Yin, Hai, Wu, Shen, Zi. After that, Yongchuan Mustaji demonstrated it again. After the technique was activated, Chisa Uchiha sensed it, but he really couldn't sense the chakra of Yongchuan Mustang. Under the seal is Chen, Shen, Yu, Yongchuan Mistake said and demonstrated. After that, after a while of study, Konkayumu successfully mastered this technique. This technique is over, maybe it will help me in the future. Konkayumu frowned slightly, thinking to himself. Author's digression, a lot of support, a lot of suggestions. Chapter 4 Battle of the Grassland, 1. Border of Grass. Everyone, it's time to enter the country of grass now, and every step after that is accompanied by danger. Everyone must be full of energy and must not relax. Yongchuan Mustardy said with a serious face. Understood, they said in unison. The Watergate class is estimated to be here, and we must find a company to determine their location and the time when Kakashi and others were killed, Konkayumu thought to himself. After entering the country of grass, everyone used the technique of sealing and quickly went to the designated location. Kinsa, how did you turn on your riding wheel? Kazuki asked Uchiha Chisa when he was on his way. Have you forgotten? Didn't I tell you about my grandparents' death last year? Uchiha Chisa replied. At that time. Konkyuma was a little surprised. Erguyu is an eye-opener, maybe this girl is really a genius, Konkyuma thought to himself. Yasuke Hayaga kept staring at Kazuki Sara. What purpose does this guy have? He couldn't help thinking. Entering the wooded area, Yongchuan Mistagi motioned for everyone to stop. Kinsa, Yasuke, you have unlocked the technique of measuring and sealing. Next, you need your perception and wide-eyed investigation. Ichiki, you and I are responsible for eliminating the traces of our arrival. Yongchuan Mustardwood ordered. Yes, replied the man. The art of quantity sealing? Solution. Yasuke Hayaga and Chisa Uchiha unraveled the technique, opening the eyes and perception ninjutsu respectively. There is no enemy's chakra reaction in the surrounding 100 meters. Uchiha Chisa replied. There seems to be a fierce battle a kilometer away. Yasuke Hayaga's answer made everyone more vigilant. Yongchuan Mistaki winked at Yumu. Yumu understood. He and Yongchuan Mistaki ran 400 or 500 meters in two directions respectively, placed detonating charm traps respectively, and then returned to the original place, followed by detonation the trap. Suddenly, two explosions came from two directions. Yongchuan Mistagi waved again, and the four scattered and hid. After waiting for a while, Yasuke Hayaga motioned to the ninja of Iwakage village, who was found where Kazuki had placed the trap. The four of them used the technique of volume and sealing again, and quietly moved in that direction, and they were still 100 meters away. In a bush on the left and right, they saw a four-person rock shadow team. It doesn't look like a ninja who just entered the battlefield. Kinsa had already pulled out her kunao, ready to attack, and Yumu held Kinsa down, motioning her to wait. Did you find anything unusual? A ninja from Iwakage village asked his companion. No other chakra reactions were found. The two explosions seemed to be trying to distract us. The battle on the demolition team should be over soon. Be vigilant. The perception ninja took the one on the ground away. Come. Well, let's go. Before he finished speaking, a kunao attacked. The ninja blocked it, but the next moment, the sound of the detonating talisman came, and it exploded instantly. That Iwanin hurriedly dodged, but his arm was still blown to pieces. Shankei! Another Iwanin shouted, but just thinking about it, Yasuke Hayaga had already killed him, and soft fists attacked, and the other Iwanin hurriedly adjusted his state to deal with the attack. Ah! The wounded Yanin clutched his arms and yelled. Suddenly, he found someone standing behind him, and he didn't have time to turn around. Kunao was already on his neck. If you move around, you may die miserably. Konkyuma's icy voice came, and at this moment he was staring at him with a grim expression. Be careful. There's someone over there. At this moment, another ninja noticed Chisa Uchiha on a tree. The line of sight hadn't left, but he found that he could anti-move. After Ming Yanran squeezed out these words with difficulty, he stood to the side with a dull expression. Kincha rushed down and kicked the ninja to the ground of a big tree, and the Yanran also passed out. At this time, Yongchuan Katsuki also dealt with the last Iwanin. Iwa Shinobu, who was dealing with Yasuke Hayaga, suddenly felt danger behind him, and when he dodged, he found out that it was Chisa Uchiha, and found Chisa's riding wheel. Pear blossoms attack like a torrential rain. Iwa Shinobu, who was fighting against Yongchuan Mistagi, found that his companions were in a very bad situation, and wanted to escape, but because of this distraction, he was scratched by Yongchuan Mistagi with kunao. Damn it, said the rock ninja hideously. Let's take care of your own situation first. Yongchuan Katsuki was not soft and did not give that Iwanin the slightest chance to escape. Suddenly, he found that Yongchuan Mustard showed a flaw. He saw hope of victory. He attacked the opening, and saw that Yongchuan Mistagi didn't seem to have time to guard against it, and he could succeed immediately, and he laughed savagely. But the next moment, the knuckle of his right leg was hit by a flying kiwi thorn. What? He looked back in pain. Kankai-Yuma ran towards him, and then looked at the rock ninja that Kankai-Yuma was dealing with. At this moment, there was blood on the joints of his legs. And he was lying on the ground in pain and wailing. His legs had already been destroyed by Kankai-Yuma. Yongchuan Mustaji punched the Iwajin he was dealing with, and the stomach juice of that Yanin was spit out, and the next second he was subdued by Yongchuan Mustaji. Bagwa Palm. 12 palms. On Yasuke Hayaga's side, the battle was finally over with Yasuke Hayaga's Bagwazang, and the name Iwanin fainted. The battle is over. When the battle was over, Yongchuan Mustaji tied up the subdued people and tied them to a tree separately. How many troops are there in the vicinity of Iwa Shinobi? Yongchuan Katsuki asked one of them. Humph. The Iwa Shinobi, who was subdued by Chisa's illusion, stubbornly turned his head away. Teacher Mustard Wood, it doesn't seem to be too soft. Kankai-Yuma said. Oh, there's no other way, Kinsa. Yongchuan Katsuki called out to Kinsa. Kinsa understood and performed an illusion on the other seriously injured Yanin. After a while, Kinsa closed the writing wheel. Right, the author said, Iwa Shinobu has a blasting team near here, which is the place Yasuke just observed. Demolition team. Everyone was surprised at the same time. The demolition squad is the elite unit of Yanying village. Good at blasting ninjutsu, there are other ninjas who have the limit of blasting blood. Someone. Yasuke Hayaga suddenly reminded everyone. Everyone raised their vigilance. In the next second, a ninja wearing a Konoha ninja costume jumped down from the tree, and Yongchuan Katsuki said vigilantly, Who are you? Konoha Joinin, and Industry. Ninja Konoha, West in the Sun. Konoha Shinobi, Changguang is not a king. After some confirmation, Yongchuan Mustaji and others put down their vigilance, handed over the 4 captured people to them, and then continued on their way. Everyone performed very well in the battle just now, but you can't get carried away. The ninjas we just met just weren't very good in overall strength, and our surprise subdued them, but the ones we encountered later were probably better than the ones just now. The 4 of Iwa Shinobi are even stronger. You must give your all 12 points. Got it, replied the man. In the afternoon, the 4 finally arrived at the designated location, and after observing the surrounding terrain and setting up some traps, they rested in a cave. After that, we need to keep causing trouble for Iwa Shinobi, but it is very likely that they will be counter-reconnaissance. Kazuki, this is your home court. Yongchuan Mustaji said to Kankai Kazuki with a smile. What kind of home is that? It's just that there are things that each is good at. Kankai Yuki replied modestly, but he also understood that Yongchuan Mustaji did not entrust him with important tasks for no reason, because he is better at the art of blinking. As well as the trick of setting traps, it can be said that among the 4, even the guidance of Kamijin Nagagawa Katsuki would not be able to set traps. However, since the teacher trusts me so much, I will try my best. Kankai Yuma looked at everyone with a smile. This guy, will he show his real strength? Hayaga Yasuke frowned a little and couldn't help thinking. Dip. Master, a branch task has been detected, do you accept it? The voice of the substitute came to mind, and Kankai Yuma hesitated. A branch task is a small task designated by the system according to the situation of the main task when the main task is not completed. This kind of task cannot be rejected. Once accepted, it must be completed. If the task fails, the system will have it with itself. Delete one of the avatars, but sometimes the benefit of the branch task is greater than the main task, and the benefit of the branch task can be said to be a real follow-up. And the substitute will not tell you the content of the task first, and will tell you after you accept it. It can be said to be a very pitiful place, which is why Kankyumu hesitated. After thinking for a while, Kankyumu still accepted the branch task, and then, the voice of the substitute came again. The branch mission this time is to kill any member of the Rock Shadow Village blasting team, and the reward will follow the master's efforts. Oh. Sure enough, you have to be cautious. Kankyumu thought with a somewhat embarrassed expression. This task is still too difficult for Kankyumu now, but there is no way to do it. On a big tree in the distance, a transparent figure quietly left, leaving a footprint. At the assembly point of the Rock Shadow blasting team, a transparent figure came to the ninja in the costume of the Rock Shadow Village. In a cave a few kilometers away, there is a Konoha team. It depends on the situation to interfere with our support. The transparent figure gradually became clearly visible, and it was also a rock ninja. Didn't get caught, a member of the demolition team asked. Hey, are you not confident about our camouflage invisibility? Another member of the demolition team said strangely. Okay, since they want to hinder our support line, then we just use this to surround them all, just to try my new burst ninjutsu, One has this light brown hair and a face. The thin Iwanin said. Okay, Hunter, I haven't seen your new ninjutsu for a long time. The yin and yang strange Yanin responded. Don't talk so much, it will be more than worth the loss when they run away. Yes. The rest replied. Mustard Band's meeting point. Huh. Kankyumu's left and right eyelid suddenly jumped at the same time, the left eye jumps for money, the right eye jumps for disaster, then why are my eyes jumping? He was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Uchiha Chisa asked with concern. Kankyumu shook his head, it's nothing, it just feels like something is going to happen. Don't talk nonsense, we will be fine, definitely. Kinsha looked at Kankyumu with firm eyes. Looking at the girl's determined eyes, the corner of Kankyumu's mouth rose slightly. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Kinsha turned her head to the side and said contemptuously. Kankyumu shook his head and returned to his alert state, but at this moment, Dragon's Life suddenly appeared, and said to Kankyumu, Mr. Yumu, please bring other people with you. Go out of the cave about 100 meters to the west, that place is the G position, you will not suffer any harm. Ah! Kankyumu was startled, the appearance of Dragon's Life meant that he was about to be hurt? An enemy is attacking due east. It's coming towards us? Yasuke Hyuga shouted loudly. Everyone immediately prepared for battle, and Kankyumu shouted to the others, we can't stay in the cave. Otherwise, we'll become a turtle. Retreat to the west. Ichiki is right, retreat quickly. Since they have discovered our location, they must be fully prepared. Staying in the cave is waiting for death. Now we must retreat. We must preserve our combat power. Shout out to others. The four began to flee towards the west, but this time, Hunter fell from the sky. Do NT even think about running away? Explosive escape? Sky exploding mines. In an instant, explosives popped out of the sky. It explodes as soon as it touches the ground. Countless explosions came, the rumbling sound ended, the smoke filled the air, and the four members of the Yanying blasting team gathered together, staring at the direction in which the four of them escaped from Kankyumu. When the smoke dissipated, what caught my eye was not the tragic death of the four members of the Mustard Muban. Looking at the four intact, Hunt felt insulted. This newly invented ninjutsu is actually useless. The four members of the Mustaji class put on a fighting stance, and Yongchuan Mustaji said to Ichiki, it's going to be a tough fight, get ready. And you must be conscious. Awareness in the face of death. Chapter 5 _ Battle of the Grassland, 2. The smoke completely dissipated, Yongchuan Katsuki took the lead in attacking, and the seal split into two shadow clones. The main body and the clone performed ninjutsu at the same time. Fire escape? Jonyanryu. At the same time, Nagagawa Katsuki spit out a long stream of fire and attacked in one direction. The yin and yang strange Iwanan made a seal before walking away. Earth escape? Big rock wall. Immediately, a huge earth wall stood on the ground, resisting Yongchuan Mustardwood's fire escape. It's still a long way to fight with us. Tuhi. Behind him. Hunter suddenly called out to the rock ninja. The Yenran named Tuhi turned his head sharply, only to see Yongchuan Mustaji coming behind him at some point. Kyu is thrown out, the earth river is blocked, nourishing. In an instant, the blood flowed on the Tuhi, and Yongchuan Mustaji didn't give Tuhi a breather, and kicked him onto the dirt wall, and a hole was smashed into the dirt wall. Explosive escape? Mind fist. Xiao rushed up immediately and punched. Then there is an explosion. And what sounded was more than just an explosion. Yongchuan Mustardwood turned into smoke, shadow clone. Not good. Hunter's charge didn't have time to stop, and he was about to attack Tuhi, who was hit on the wall. Hunter was helpless, staggered his arms with all his strength, boom. The mine punched the earth wall, and the explosion sounded again, directly smashing the earth wall made by Tuhi. At the same time as the earth wall shattered, a figure rushed in front of the hunter, and the person who came was Kankayumu. Lei Dun? Thunderblade. Kankayumu used ninjutsu to give Lei Dun chakra to Kyu, who was wrapped by Lei Dun chakra and made a loud noise, and waved it at Xiao's neck. Out of suffering. Explosion. Mind fist. Xiao calmly responded with mind fist, bang. A huge explosion sounded, and even a strong wind and waves were provoked. Kankayumu was blasted out, and he slowly propped up his body with scars all over his body. He wanted to stand up, but instantly collapsed to the ground. Damn. How can it be so painful? No way. Hurry up. Run, you must run. Kankayumu said nervously. Too done? Rock fist. Another rock ninja named Kexi used his rock fist to hit a tree with all his strength. The tree was blasted away and flew towards the empty hill. Fire escape? The art of fireball. Uchiha Chisa used the fire to spray at the tree, knocking the tree's track off track, but the branch cut a hole in Yumu's leg, and blood flowed. As long as I can get to that place. As long as I can get to that place. Kankayumu howled in pain. He really wanted to run on his legs, like Joseph Joestar, but the injury on his body only allow him to crawl slowly on the ground. Don't let that kid run away. Hunt shouted to his teammates, holding the injured one. The rock shadow blasting squad of 4 strikes. Run in the direction of Kankayumu. Go and save Ichiki. Yongchuan Mustaji also shouted at the same time, and the rest of the Mustardwood class also attacked at the same time. Wind escape? Big breakthrough. Fire escape? Dragon fire technique. Yongchuan Mustaki and Uchiha Chisa cooperate to attack and use joint ninjutsu. Wind helps fire. The powerful fire escape attacked the 4 members of the demolition team. Earth escape? Oversized rock wall. Boom. The fire was blocked by the earth wall and gradually dissipated. The earth was also smashed by the fire, and once the sky was full of smoke. Go and kill that kid. Hunt suddenly shouted. Hey, that kid is gone. He was rescued by that Hinata. Kexi said. You and Tuhi go after them. Don't let them find Konoha's people. My monk will deal with these 2. Hunt commanded. Yes. Kexi and Tuhi replied, then chased in the direction of Kankayumu's escape. Thank you, Yasuke. Kazuki Sukiya could barely stand up now, and said gratefully to Yasuke Hayaga. Now is not the time to be grateful to me, there are 2 people chasing after me, think about how to deal with it. Yasuke Hyuga said. If you use the Green Emperor, you should be able to do it by surprise, but Kazuki Suki looked at Yasuke Hyuga worriedly, it's hard to get off if he's here. Do you have the strength to run? Yasuke Hyuga asked. Well, it's much better after bandaging, but it shouldn't be far away. Call out. Call out. 2 figures came to them, you will never run away again. 2, he said arrogantly. The 2 slowly walked forward, Kazuki Kyukyo and Yasuke Hyuga faced them, their legs kept moving backwards, and when the time was right, they would flee. Call out. Tokugawa threw 4 kunao, which was easily dodged by Ichiki and Yasuke, and the kunao nailed it to the surrounding grass and trees. Kexi, come on. 2, he shouted. The 2 of them flew towards the 2 of them at the same time, and upon seeing this, Kankayumu hurriedly formed a seal. Water escape? Water shield. The injury has not fully recovered, and Chakra is also overusing it. Damn, after releasing the ninjutsu, Kankayuki collapsed to the ground again. Humph. Pediatrics. 2 done? Rock Fist. Seeing this, Kexi used Rock Fist, and Shui Dun was directly scattered by Kexi. Bagua Palm. 1 palm. Hyuga Yasuke attacked in an instant, but as soon as he hit a palm, Kexi's thick palm grabbed his wrist and threw it out. Yasuke Hyuga was smashed into a tree, and in the blink of an eye, the tree was crushed into a piece. His consciousness began to faint. Ding, a handful of kunao that had been nailed to the tree also fell down. Die. Kexi ignored Yasuke Hyuga, and Iwaki rushed directly to Kazuki, who was collapsed to the ground. What you're waiting for is when you get close to me. Kankayumu's dusty face showed a smile. The one who really died is you. You said, The West voice did not fall, he could start bleeding, screaming, blood emitted a boiling voice, but the West face pained in the ground. He stopped struggling, his twitching appearance was very disgusting, and finally rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Kexi. You bastard. What have you done? 2, he angrily yelled at Kankayumu. Since he wants to kill me, then I'll let him taste the taste of being killed first. Kankayumu said sternly. Just now he touched the rock ninja named Kexi with the King of Speed, directly heating the blood in his whole body, causing his blood vessels to burst and die. Damn it, you forced me. I saw too, he made a seal, and in an instant, Kankayumu felt the danger coming. At this time, he noticed the kunao on the ground, and he heard it. Exactly heard. The kunao was wrapped in a layer of orange chakra, and it made a sizzling sound like when a detonating talisman was ignited. It's not good. Ichiki hurriedly fled, when the kunao bomb exploded. Kankayuki, who was fleeing, suddenly thought of something and shouted Yasuke, in one direction. After the smoke cleared, Suki Kazuki shouted again, Hyuga Yasuke. Hurry up and talk. Are you still alive? It's useless. At this time, the kunao bomb made by Hunter is wrapped with explosive chakra. Just touch it with some chakra and you can ignite it? Your companion Most of them are dead. The river slowly walked towards the empty hill and a tree. Cut. Kazuki Sara ran to Yasuke Hyuga regardless of his injuries, and found that Yasuke Hyuga had been injured on half of his body. Luckily, most of the injuries were on the right shoulder and back, but at the moment they were also bloodied and their clothes had been bombed. Fried to pieces. Suki Kazuki didn't think too much about it, he carried Yasuke Hyuga on his back and ran. Don't even think about running away. He also chased after him. Kankayuizuki ran with all his strength against the injury, and at the same time kept letting bombing space cut off the air in front of him and pushed himself forward. Yuumu, put me down, you can't run away with me on your back. At this time, Yasuke Hyuga, who was injured by the blast, regained some consciousness and said to Kankayuki. What nonsense! Your existence is very important to me. Kazuki Tsukio said to Yasuke Hyuga, looking ahead. As a separated family, I have long been prepared to die. Now put me down and you may still be alive. I am only alive as a caged bird. It is meaningless at all. Hinata Yasuke said these dejected words feebly. Idiot! Don't hand over your life and death to others. You should control your own destiny. Who says you are a caged bird all your life? You can definitely break your own destiny. Yasuke. You're really a big idiot, Yasuke Hyuga said slowly, and his consciousness fainted again. Have you fainted again? Kazuki Kankyu also noticed that Yasuke Hyuga had fainted again, and then looked at Tuhi, who was chasing after him. Humph, then it will be more convenient for me now, it's still the same, this is the case. It won't let anyone notice. I don't know how long I ran, but Tuhi noticed that he caught up with Kankyu. Seeing that there was only one person, Tuhi said sarcastically, why is he alone? Where's your companion? Shouldn't you throw him away? Is it out in the wild? Ahaha. He's not dead, bastard, he's ambushing you with me now. Kankyu replied coldly. Well? Hey ha 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 ha. It is really a small ghost. Lie will not say. I will see how he ambushes me. Said that the river farewell forward step forward, But at this time, as if he had touched something, a scar appeared on Tuhi's left shoulder, and the clothes on the left shoulder had been smashed. At this moment, Tuhi was full of shock. This. When? Don't tell me. Tuhi stopped and kept looking around, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find anyone or a trap. Tuhi moved again suspiciously, but suddenly, his right leg slammed into the air. The thigh was attacked again, and the trousers were smashed. What the hell is going on here? Could it be? Tuhi looked at the expressionless Kankyu and kept looking around. What the hell did you move? Didn't I tell you? He's ambushing you in the dark. Hey, kid. Come on, tell me where he is, and I'll spare you. This Kankyu expressed some hesitation. Tell me, just tell me his location, and I will spare your life, time waits for no one. As long as I tell you where he is, will you really spare me? Kankyu was very nervous. Yes. That's right, tell me. Tell me. However, I refuse. Kankyu changed his words and said this classic famous sentence very tactfully. What? One of my favorite things to do is to say no to people who think they are powerful. You bastard. Tuhi was completely annoyed by Kankyu, and rushed towards Yumu regardless. The real performance has only started now. The Green Emperor enchantment that will be activated as soon as you touch it has already spread around you within a radius of 20 meters. I can feel your attack. Kankyu, the joy of victory in the heart. Stinky brat. Tuhi charged in angrily. Take it. The emerald splash with a radius of 20 meters. Kankyu shouted loudly. Emerald water splashes in all directions are sprayed towards the two river. Side with the morning of the earth, the battle is over. Tuhi's mutilated body was left at the scene. He took Yasuke Hyuga, who was in a coma, to a cave to rest. He briefly dealt with the injuries of himself and Yasuke. After taking a ration pill, he was repaired in the cave. But just after resting for about an hour or two, Kankyu heard another movement from outside the cave. Chapter 6 Battle in the Country of Grass, End. Hidden Yasuke Hyuga, Kazuki looked for the source of the sound and ran over without showing any signs of it. Hide it behind a bush, and take a closer look at the empty hill, which is incredible. In front of it was a collapsed cave. A Yanin was standing in front of the cave with a sneering smile, but Kankai-Yumu ignored the Yanin. He kept confirming his memory, and in the end he could be sure that it was the cave where Kakashi and others were killed. Obviously, the cave had just collapsed. At this moment, it should be the time when the soil was pressed under the stone and said his last words to Kakashi. The mission is to rescue Kakashi. Then Uchiha Obito Kankayuki was a little hesitant in his heart. If he rescued Obito by the way, will everything in the Hokage plot change? Uchiha Obito has been targeted by Madara for a long time. Everything seems to be purely accidental, but it is actually Madara's foresight and everything is fate. It doesn't matter, Kakashi will be rescued by Minato Namikaze if he drags it any further, so he must hurry up. Kazuki Kakashi walked out of the bushes, and the Iwakashi also noticed Kakashi Kazuki's arrival. "Are you a Konoha ninja?" The rock ninja was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Konoha's reinforcements to come at this time. "Call out." Kankayumu didn't say much, and through a handle of Kiwu, the Yan ninja easily dodged, and then took out Kiwu and assumed a fighting stance. Kankayumu used the Shunshu technique to come to the rock ninja, and used the physical technique to deal with the rock ninja, but the rock ninja also dealt with it easily. "Damn, it's so difficult to deal with even though it's so weak." That Yanren shouted angrily. Kankayumu's movements did not stop in the slightest. He punched his fists to the point of flesh. He did not give the ninjutsu session to the Yanin, and he was also looking for a meeting for himself. Boom! Suddenly, the top of the collapsed cave collapsed into a big hole. A man with silver white hair, wearing a black battle suit and a mask stood on the roof of the cave. It was Hatake Kakashi. At this moment, there were tears in his eyes, and there was a blood-colored eye on the right eye with the knife wound. "Jade writing will I?" "What?" The Yan ninja was shocked by this sudden shock, and it was this distraction that Kankayumu Yuji slashed his chest with a knife. This knife of Kankayumu cut a big hole directly in the chest of that famous Yan ninja. Blood spurted out in an instant. Impossible. With the last wailing of the rock ninja, he slowly fell down, and Kankayumu, who was staring at the death of the enemy with a gloomy expression, he withdrew the bombing space, looking at Hatake Kakashi, who was dazed on the top of the cave. "You still have an impression of me, I saw it this morning." Kankayumu didn't say much, just let Kakashi confirm his identity. "My companion was trapped in the cave. Please rescue him with me." Kakashi confirmed the identity of Kankayumu, and then shouted to Kankayumu. "Ah, good." Kankayumu was about to save people together with Kakashi, but suddenly, several figures appeared behind them. Kankayumu looked back, and there were several Yan ninjas again. It seems that fate is like this, Obito still can't save it. Kankayumu felt helpless. Kakashi is taking Lin, and the enemy's reinforcements are coming. Obito, who was half-pressed in the ruins cave, said weakly. "Don't let these little devils run away," shouted the leader, Iwanin. The Donglong cave began to shatter and collapse again, apparently caused by the enemy's ninjutsu. "Kakashi, take people away. Now is the time when you can't hesitate, listen to Obito. I'll drag them." Kankayuki also echoed. "Wind escape? Big breakthrough." Kakashi also took Lin out of the collapsed cave. When Kakashi also took Lin out of the collapsed cave. "Kakashi, you must protect Lin." Obito of the ruins said the sentence in his heart, very helpless and very sad, and then the rocks buried him. "Obito, this is the ninjutsu you helped me to complete," Kakashi said in a nod. Suddenly, the bird's chirping was accompanied by thunder and lightning, and arcs appeared on Kakashi's body. "Lin, I'll drag these guys. You follow Ichiki and I'll let him take you away." But Lin clearly had something to say. "This is from Obito, so I will protect you even if I die." "Damn, why is this kid so difficult to deal with? Kankayuma was full of firepower, constantly wandering and attacking the group of rock ninjas. One of the rocks he was clinging to couldn't help yelling. Lin, Obito likes you very much, and attaches great importance to you, so I will protect you even if you die. Kakashi I. Rin, I'm just a scum who once wanted to abandon you. Kakashi interrupted Rin. Kakashi. Take your companions and go. I can deal with them. At this moment, Ichiki Kankyo shouted to Kakashi. But you, Kakashi said. Kankyo shouted again, since you have made a promise to protect others, if you are not there, how can you fulfill the promise? Kankyo said righteously. Don't worry, I won't die. No. I'm with you. Rin, take this kunao, just now. Run. Kakashi said to Rin, and after that, he rushed up with Chidori. Yeah. Suddenly, Kakashi suddenly showed pain. The Chidori also dissipated. Have you run out of chakra? Damn it. Kankyo snorted. There's something wrong with that kid. Hurry up and attack him. And Iwanin shouted, and after that, he rushed forward. Don't even think about it. Seeing that Iwakashi was about to attack Kakashi, Kakashi Kankyo suddenly moved behind him, attached the arm of bombing space, and punched the Iwakashi's chest from the back. Although it is more to use the ability to cut off the space in his chest. Congratulations, Master, for completing the mission. Please continue to work hard. The voice of the substitute also came to mind at the same time, but Kankyo had no time to pay attention to it. Do bitterness. What should I do? Kankyo panicked in his heart suddenly. A yellow figure appeared from behind Ichiki. A wood shocked. Turning his head to attack, he saw that the person who came was Namikaze Minato. You did a good job, Ichiki-kun, leave the rest to me. Minato Namikaze said softly. Then I saw Namikaze Minato rushing to think about the group of rock ninjas, and he killed the group of rock ninjas in the next 5 divisions. This Kankyo's jaw dropped in shock, and he couldn't help thinking, how on earth did the future Obito dare to fight him? After cleaning up the enemy, Minato went back to Ichiki. Ichiki-kun, why are you here? Kankyo told Minato about the future. Of course, he didn't mention anything about the substitute. That's right, Yasuke-kun. Go and find him. Yeah. Kankyo agreed. Later, Kazuki brought Yasuke Hyuga here, and Rin healed Kakashi, Yasuke, and Kazuki. Yeah. After an unknown amount of time, Yasuke Hyuga's face changed first. He woke up, slowly propped up his body, and looked at Kankyo. Where's the enemy? The previous enemy has been solved by me, and then I met Minato Joinin, and now we are all right, Yasuke. Kazuki Souchi smiled at Yasuke Hyuga. Why did you choose to save me? Didn't you say it all? You are my teammate. For me, it is very important to exist. Also, living is a very beautiful thing. This is a gift from God. Humph, stupid. Hyuga Yasuke heard this, slowly closed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Iosuke, are you laughing? Is it strange? No, I feel good and even think you're kind of handsome. Congratulations to the master for completing the second task. Congratulations to the master. This polynomial task and branch tasks have been completed. Do you want to get the reward now? Kankyo suppressed the joy in his heart and chose to wait for the reward later. Well, am I dead? At this time, Kakashi also woke up. You're awake. Kakashi. Minato said. Minato-sensei. Where's the enemy? It's all taken care of by me, said Watergate. What about Lin? Kakashi asked in a panic. Minato pointed to the front, and Kakashi also looked over. At this time, Lin was standing there alone, and her back looked very lonely. "I'm sorry I didn't catch up, I already learned everything from Rin," Minato said apologetically to Kakashi. "Mr. Minato, what exactly is your mission this time?" Kankayumu asked knowingly. "Well, there's no need to hide it from you now. This time our team's mission is to blow up the enemy's supply line, Kanabi Bridge. It turns out that, in this way, Iwanin's troops in the country of grass are directly isolated. It is a good strategy, but it is also a high-risk strategy. Yeah, this time, we sacrificed a companion." After that, Minato took Kakashi, Ichiki, and Yasuke together to blow up the Kamubi Bridge. Sarahil Kazuki and Hyaga Yasuke were also sent back to Konoha's camp in the country of grass. Idiot Ichiki. Not long after arriving at the camp, he found out that Uchiha Chisa was also here. Chisa looked at Ichiki and rushed over angrily, but what greeted Ichiki was not a beating, but a beating. In the girl's warm embrace, Kincha's eyes were stained with tears, and Yakukai cried, "Where have you been? Do you know that every minute I wait for you to come back is like sitting on pins and needles? I'm really, really afraid of you." Humming. Ichiki didn't respond to Kinsa's embrace, just touched her head. "Sorry for worrying you." On the side, Yasuke Hyaga looked at the two who were getting close, and didn't say much, just walked away silently. "Aren't you in danger?" At this time, Yongchuan Mustashiki also came. "Well, it's okay, we met Minato Joinin and cooperated with him to blow up the Kamubi Bridge." Ichiki pushed the girl's arms away and said to Yongchuan Mustachi. Kincha was suddenly a little puffed up at this time, and she didn't know why. After explaining the ins and outs to Yongchuan Mustaji, Kazuki went to the tent to rest, citing exhaustion. Going to the tent, Kankayumu removed his forehead guard, and after confirming that no one was there, he called out his stand-in. "Master, do you want to get the reward now?" "Yes." Kankayumu communicated with consciousness. The avatar's chest glowed, and after a while, 2 discs appeared in the avatar, and the one printed on it was the King of Crimson. On the other hand, a pair of black, white, and gray is a stand-in, and the name of the stand-in shocked Kankayumu. Substitute name White Snake. White Snake is the first stand-in for SS Pucci in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Sea of Stones. The ability is to melt the opposite heart by beating and make it into a disc to take out. The person whose heart is taken out will lose mental power and will be in a state of suspended animation. If the disc is put back into the body, it can be used. He was resurrected. It is also possible to create only a disc with spiritual instructions and put it into the brains of animals and people for manipulation, or to create illusions. The disc is divided into 2 types, memory disc and substitute disc. You can watch the related memory by watching the surface of the disc. The memory disc is related to the person's memory, the substitute disc is related to the memory of the substitute, and the substitute disc, if you put it into someone else's body, you can let him use the substitute stored in the disc, but because of the forced transplant, if the person's mental strength is not enough to control, the substitute disc will bounce people, or it was counterattacked by a similar arrow. Virus. Ha ha ha, it seems that my luck is really good. Although it is said that in the Naruto world no one has a substitute other than himself, as long as there is White Snake, he can insert the disc of his substitute into someone else's in his body. He also has the ability to input commands comparable to Heaven's Gate. I looked at the disc of King of Crimson again, and immediately used it, calling out King of Crimson. Dulu. King of Crimson ability activated. Kankayumu deleted a second of time. At this time the world seemed to have entered chaos. Kankayumu clearly felt that this was the time that only he could move. Dulu, the time deletion is over. Kankayumu is refreshed now. Now he really wants to go back and kill a few more rock ninjas. But I just think about it, if I really let him go, he will still run away. Try the epitaph again. Chapter 7_Leaf Camp, 1. King Crimson. Epitaph. On Kankai-Yumu's forehead, a small pink face resembling the King of Crimson appeared. Immediately, a scene appeared in front of Kankai-Izuki. He predicted the future 10 seconds later, and 10 seconds later, Yasuke Hayaga and Mustaji Nagagawa would open the tent. This is the future 10 seconds later that Epitaph told me. After taking back the stand-in, Tsukio Izuki adjusted his state, and 10 seconds later, as predicted by the Epitaph, Hayaga Yasuke and Nagagawa Mustoki opened the tent. Why are you here? Ichiki was a little puzzled. This tent is not for you, Kazuki. Before we go back to Konoha, we all have to squeeze here. Yongchuan Mustaji teased. What about Kinsha? You want her to be in the same room with you, you can wait until the evening and run to her by yourself. Yasuke Hayaga replied. Oh yes. Ichiki patted his head and said embarrassedly, forgot she was a girl. It was late at night, and the man was obviously a little resigned to being squeezed into the small tent. Hu Yongchuan mustard wood bubbling snot on his nose, and the snoring is earth-shattering. This guy. I can't take it anymore. I don't know how long after listening to Yongchuan Mustaji's snoring, Kankai-Yumu finally couldn't bear it anymore and got up and left the tent. Alas, I may have discovered the reason why my teacher is alone so far. Standing at the door of the tent, Kankai-Yumu complained. He lifted up the tent and looked at Yasuke Hayaga. How did he sleep so deadly? Tsukio Kazuki looked at him suspiciously. At this time, Yasuke Hayaga, who was being watched by Ichiki, also opened his eyes. Eh? You're awake. Kazuki Tsukio said to Yasuke Hayaga. I haven't slept the whole time, Mustaji-sensei's movements are too loud, Yasuke Hayaga also reluctantly complained. That's the case. Hurry up and apply for a new tent tomorrow, Sai. Yumu let go of the tent's curtain and stood alone in front of the tent, looking at the starry sky at night. The night was very beautiful. One star is brighter than the others. Yo, Kaz. Kankai-Yumu said the sentence unconsciously. Kaz. At this time, Yasuke Hayaga, who didn't know when he came out, looked at Ichiki suspiciously. Why don't you say hello first when you come out? Kaz is just a little story my parents and I told me in the past. Tsukio Kazuki scratched his cheek with his right index finger, and did not look directly at Yasuke Hayaga. In order to dispel his doubts, you can only make up a lie. Oh? The story, it just so happens that neither of us can sleep, let's talk about it. Hayaga Yasuke was not polite. Didn't I tell you not to be so eager for knowledge? Tsukio Kazuki was a little unhappy, and his golden pupils stared at Hayaga Yasuke's white eyes. It's just a little story, don't you want to tell it? I'd like to know more about your past. Don't expect me to tell you so much, everyone needs to have secrets, I will only tell secrets to the people I trust the most. Teacher Mustang, Chisa, me. As your teammates, are we still not at the level you trust the most? You are my companions. I can choose to trust you and have a heart-to-heart with you, but I will not tell you my secrets. I hope you know in advance. I understand. Yasuke Hayaga smiled faintly. Why didn't you find out before that? You laughed too. You should know my identity. Saying that, Yasuke Hayaga raised his bangs, revealing the caged bird curse of the Hayaga branch. Just because of this? Kazuki asked. When I was very young, I hadn't been engraved with the cage bird spell. At that time, my life would be happy tomorrow, but when I was 4 or 5 years old, I ushered in the fate that should come. I was engraved after I got on this thing that will accompany me all my life, everything changed. The attitude of my father and mother changed drastically. As long as my grades dropped a little, they would scold me. There were also the children of the clan, who were missed. They came to bully me for no reason. When they were a little unhappy at the ninja school, they would take anger at me and put the blame on me for doing bad things. I went to cry with my parents, but my parents didn't help me to be reasonable, they let me know. I endured and said it was irresistible. Since then, the world in front of me has changed, everything has changed. Those people in the family, their eyes are like looking at their lackeys. I grew up. The humiliation I suffered in the process can be written on all the walls of my house. I began to hate the world. Why? Why? I didn't do it. Why was I carved with a caged bird? Why was I born in Hinata? With disgust, there is also hatred. I started to hate everyone I met. Why do they laugh without worry every day? Why do they have so many friends? Why can they communicate with other people normally? Why? At this point, Yasuke started to choke a little. Since then, I began to close myself, whether it was my parents, teachers, I never showed my true face again, and even I began to doubt myself. Am I still me? I hate myself for not having power. Why am I so? I am weak, no matter how hard I try, but the bondage of this caged bird is always with me, so I hate people who are powerful but unwilling to act. Kazuki Saro looked at Yasuke Hyuga with an expressionless face, and stared at his tearful eyes. Then he sighed, "Oh, I feel very sympathetic to your experience, but I have a question. Why did you tell me this? The way you are now should be your true face." Yasuke Hyuga wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Looking at Ichiki with white eyes, he laughed again and said slowly, "Because I trust you." Akankayuma widened his eyes, his pupils shrank slightly, and responded at a loss, "I am you. I know you want to say that you don't deserve my trust, but it doesn't matter. No one I've met so far has thanked me, comforted me, encouraged me, and treated me as a companion, equal to me. Even if you are injured, you still choose to save me. You deserve my trust. Even if the world rejects you, I don't care, as long as I'm sure it's enough. You, whether it's your real face or your disguise, you're a stubborn temper, what do you think?" Kankayumu said helplessly. "Hey, what are you two doing without sleeping in the middle of the night?" Suddenly, a Konoha patrolling ninja interrupted the communication between the two. Kazuki looked at Yasuke Hyuga, and he was a little unhappy. "It's okay, we couldn't sleep because of the noise of the man inside, so we went outside the tent to get some air." The patrolling ninja also heard the snoring sound of Yongchuan Mustang that can pass through the tent, and helplessly expressed his understanding, and told the two not to run around and left. "Aren't you happy to be interrupted to chat?" Kankayumu teased. "No, I don't." Hyuga Yasuke returned to his usual lonely look. "It's right and wrong, you." Kankayumu continued to tease. "I went back to sleep." "Are you sure you can sleep?" Yasuke Hyuga ignored Ichiki. Seeing that he didn't talk to him anymore, Ichiki simply gave up talking and continued to stand alone outside the tent. After about half an hour, Ichiki felt sleepy. I should be able to fall asleep now. After that, he was about to go back. Call out. Suddenly, at the moment when Kankayuma was passed over, a black shadow suddenly flashed by. Who? Kankayuma turned back suddenly, and found that there was no one else. Someone must have passed by just now. Ichiki hurriedly glanced around. At this time, Konoha's victory is imminent, and Konoha's people have other things besides. There is no need to hide and walk around, so there is a high probability of being an enemy. Kankayuma thought to himself. He was about to go after him, but Ichiki stopped and thought for a moment. Actually, whether it's the enemy or Konoha's people, they have nothing to do with me. I don't have to worry about it. Forget it, just sleep. Let's go, but I may have sleepless nights tonight. Startled by the shadow just now, Kankayuma had just come to the sleepiness but vanished. I will definitely teach you a good lesson if I catch you. Ichiki didn't care anymore and went back to the tent to sleep. The next morning, Yongchuan Mustaji walked out of the tent, yawned, stretched again, and then smiled. I was really full last night. After the battle, I really need a good night's sleep. At this time, another person walked out of the tent. It was Yasuke Hayaga. Ah, Yasuke, it looks like you slept well last night, Yongchuan Mistagi said. Teacher, go look at your eyes when you go back, I don't look like I've slept well. Hayaga Yasuke was already unable to complain about his teacher. Ah yes, sorry, then why didn't you sleep well yesterday? Teacher, Yasuke sighed helplessly and didn't answer. Why isn't Izuki awake yet? It's all about breakfast, I'll go call him. Said Yongchuan Mistagi. Teacher, let him sleep. Yasuke didn't want to speak anymore. Good morning, both of you. Just as Yongchuan Mistagi was about to call Ichiki came out with a pair of panda eyes. Ichiki, what kind of dress are you wearing? Is it very popular among children now? Yasuke also has some dresses like this. Yongchuan Mistagi was a little stunned. Yuma with panda eyes said weakly, Teacher, let's go back today, otherwise, I'd better apply to go to another tent. Why, is it the teacher that I don't sleep well? You slept well and soundly, but it was you who slept too soundly, said Konkai Yuma. A Yongchuan Mistagi felt very strange. What happened to his students last night? The two of you, go back to sleep for a while. I'll go get you breakfast. Yongchuan Mistagi seemed to realize that he had caused the two of them not to rest well, and said apologetically to the two of them. Is that so good? I love you, Mustagi teacher. Konkai Yuma seemed to have separated from human and God, and he couldn't speak clearly. Hearing Yongchuan Mistagi's words, he went back to the tent to sleep without looking back. Yasuke, you should go back too, Yongchuan Mistagi said. Yeah. Hayaga Yasuke's answer was very simple, and he went back to sleep after saying that. Nagagawa Katsuki, who went to pick up breakfast, saw Chisa who also came to pick up breakfast. Master Mistagi. Uchiha Chisa greeted Yongchuan Mistagi. Yo, good morning, Chisa. Yongchuan Mistagi also responded. Huh. Kinsa suddenly looked left and right at the back of Yongchuan Katsuki, and then said, where are the two of them? It seems that it was because of me that they didn't sleep well, so I came to get them breakfast and I told them to go back to sleep for a while. Kincha showed a puzzled look. Ah! Suddenly, the ninjas who were taking breakfast were attracted by a scream. Looking for the source of the sound, I found that a medical female ninja was paralyzed in front of a tent. The tent's curtain was pulled open, but what attracted everyone's attention was a terrifying scene. It was a private tent, and inside was the tent of a Konoha commander, but at this moment, he was tied by a rope and hung upside down at the top of the tent. His mouth, nose, eyes, and other facial features were all stained with blood that overflowed. Famous. One of his arms was cut off, and the severed arm was being thrown on the ground at will, and the state of death was very terrifying. What's the situation? Author's digression, please give more opinions. Chapter 8_Leaf Camp, 2. He Shangnan. This Yongchuan Mistagi was very shocked. Why did he meet Hai only yesterday, why today? Aha! On the club head, Konkai Yuma walked out of the tent. After sleeping for so long, he was satisfied, yawned, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. However, Konkai Yuma found that a large number of ninjas were rushing in one direction at this time. What's going on? Yuma became suspicious and followed them to the scene. Going to a crowded tent, the scene was blocked, and many Konoha commanders surrounded a stretcher that had been covered with white cloth, while others who wanted to come and watch were stopped. Not far away. Is this a murder case? Ichiki frowned, thinking. At this time, one was placed on Ichiki's shoulder, and when he turned his head, it was Yasuke Hayaga. Yasuke, you seem to get up earlier than me, do you know what's going on here? Kazuki asked. It seems that a commander was killed. I heard from Mustagi-sensei that he was killed at midnight last night. Yasuke replied. Did you say it at midnight last night? Kankayuma pondered. At this time, a pair was placed on the shoulders of Ichiki and Yasuke respectively, and the two turned around to see a strong man wearing a hood and several scars on his face looking at them with a gloomy expression. Sina Ibuzai. Kankayuma had a suspicious look on his face. Looking at the still very young Ibuzai, Kankayuma couldn't help but wonder what he was doing. You two come with me. Iba said solemnly. Kazuki and Yokai looked at each other, then followed Ibuzai away from the crime scene. Kankayuma felt wrong, and then called out Whitesnake. In Kanaha's temporary intelligence office, Ibushi took the two into the tent. There were many people in the tent. They were all sitting on chairs placed by the intelligence officers, being watched over and not allowed to leave. When Kazuki discovered that there were two more places, he knew that it was reserved for him and Yasuke. Sit down there, said Ibis, pointing to the two empty seats. Why? Yasuke Hyuga wanted to ask, but Kazuki stopped him and motioned him to obey first. Then Kazuki sat down first, and said to Yasuke Hyuga, Yasuke, sit down. Yasuke was helpless and had to sit down. It's not without reason that you came here. According to my understanding, you were all witnessed activities outside the tent at midnight last night. You should also understand that our karma was slaughtered last night, so we need to use detection. Let's use the technique to detect your memories. Please cooperate. Ibiza Mori said to the people sitting in the chairs. This, everyone said in unison, looking at each other in dismay. Sure enough. I must not let them detect my memory. Otherwise, everything will be over. Kankayuma was a little nervous. Ibuzai led the other four ninjas to face the 20 or so people who were sitting. Please don't resist. Please cooperate. Ibuzai said to the first person to check. Yeah, the ninja responded. People kept going through inspections, people kept being told to leave without incident, and the rest began to get nervous. Although they knew they were innocent, if those intelligence ninjas said they were murderous, wouldn't it be utterly indefensible? Damn. Why so slow, fast? Must be fast. Kankayumu Xian kept repeating. While Kazuki was still worried, the intelligence ninja had already come to Yasuke Hyuga, and the next one was Kazuki. Not good. Kankayumu Xian secretly said that it was not good. Okay, it's alright, you can leave, next. The intelligence ninja quickly finished checking and said to Yasuke. Why so fast? Damn it! Is it too late? Kankayumu began to sweat a little, panicking. It's your turn next, please cooperate obediently. Ah! A ruthless iron slowly stretched out to Izuki's forehead, and seeing that one kept approaching, Izuki's breathing began to be a little short. No matter how much Yimu Xian prayed, the speed of that one still did not slow down. Is it too late? Kankayumu's eyes started to panic. The one was about to be placed on Yumu's forehead. Kankayumu's eyes were flustered, his breathing was rapid, and the beating of his heart seemed to jump out of his throat. No. No. Ichiki shouted in his heart. Clatter. That one was still placed on Ichiki's forehead, and then the detection technique was activated. Tick-tick, time seems to stand still. Well. You're fine, you can leave now. Yeah. Good. Following the ninja's final answer, Ichiki didn't stay after he answered and left. After walking out of the tent, Kankayuma could no longer restrain his nervousness, and he was sweating instantly. Ha! 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 Kankayuma slightly bent his body, propped up his knees, and stood in place constantly dressed in rough clothes. Ichiki? What's wrong with you? At this moment, a pleasant voice came. Ichiki forcibly adjusted his state, tried his best to pretend that nothing happened, and looked at Uchiha Chisa who was coming. Ah. It's okay, it seems that I didn't rest well, and I didn't eat, which caused abdominal pain. It's okay, just eat something. Kankayumu said with a strong smile. Really? You have to take care of yourself no matter what. Let's take you to eat. Kinsa said with concern as she supported Ichiki. Ichiki. What's the matter with you? Yasuke Hayaga also came over at this time. I'm just uncomfortable without eating, I'm going to eat now. Kazuki replied perfunctorily. Oh, isn't it, I just didn't eat, let's go together. Hayaga Yasuke said bluntly, It's just that he noticed that Kincha's face was a little wrong. At this moment, Kincha's cheeks twitched, and she felt ashamed. Why is this guy so blind? Isn't it normal that he has to be with us? Afterwards, it's time for a personal happy meal. Fortunately, just at the last moment before being detected, I successfully used Whitesnake to make an instruction disk, and then I immediately used Crimson King to delete 05 seconds of time, and put the instruction disk just before the time is about to flow. It was successfully inserted into the intelligence ninja's head. The order is not to detect any secrets of me. Kankayumu, who was eating, was thankful. Fortunately, everything was just right. Ichiki. Your mushrooms look delicious, can you eat one for me? Kinsa said as she moved slightly closer to Ichiki. Hey. Kankayumu didn't care so much, he just took a mushroom and put it in Kincha's bowl. Kincha was very embarrassed, and then she didn't want to pay attention to Yuki and started to eat her own meal. Ichiki, I don't like eating mushrooms, I'll give you my share. At this time, Yasuke Hayaga also came to talk to Ichiki. Why are you joining in the fun? Kankayumu twitched, thinking secretly. This. Chisa, who was eating her own meal, couldn't help but look towards Ichiki and Yasuke. Seeing this too wonderful scene, she was shocked. It turns out that Yasuke Hayaga has that kind of idea. No. No way. I can't let Kazuki go that far. I'll be rescued. Chisa's face was a little red for some reason. She turned and hurriedly patted her face, adjusting state, and then the body approached Izuki again, and his chest could not help but touch Izuki's arm. Yumu. Can you share some of this meat with me? I'm not full. Kankayumu looked at the situation and scorned, please, if you want to play this game, you have to know your own weapons. You're still a long way off. Just as he was thinking, Yumu seemed to remember something. Okay. Here. By the way, Kinsa, do you know where there is a photo? Kazuki expressed curiosity. Siang? What do you want that? Kincha asked suspiciously. I thought, it was the first time for us to go to the battlefield together, and all of us came back safely, which I think is a memorable event. So I wanted to take a photo with Mr. Mustang in this barracks as a souvenir. Kankayumu made up a lie casually. Ah, yes. I didn't even realize it if you didn't tell me. Well, I'll go ask you quickly. Qiansha suddenly realized, so she took the first step. After Ichiki finishes taking the photo, can you lend me a look? Yasuke Hayaga asked. Ah. Why should I borrow you? Yeah, okay. Aren't these things all for one person? Ichiki frowned, it seems that you rarely take photos with others. Ah. Really? That's really good. Hayaga Yasuke seemed a little happy. Eyebrows raised a little. Afterwards, Ichiki devoured the meal for a while, and after talking to Yasuke, he went back to the tent first. In the tent, purple vines shone with purple light and wrapped around the wooden arm. As long as I get the picture, I can directly know who killed Hai by reading and writing. Kankayumu said in his heart, Of course. He didn't want to avenge the name and Shangnan, but because the murderer caused a false alarm, he had to teach him a lesson. Thank you, Sister Fuya. I'll give it back to you when I run out. Kinsha held the photo and waved her thanks to a female ninja. This is her sister who shared a tent with her, and I don't know where she got it. I bought a photo, so I lent it to Kinsha. Teacher, hurry up. We're all set up. Kinsa shouted to Yongchuan Mustaji who was debugging. Immediately. Yongchuan Mustachi said with debugging. Kinsa, where did you get it? Kazuki asked Kinsa curiously. I got it from my sister who slept in a tent, but be careful, it's worth 50,000 yuan. 50,000? Isn't this just right? Konkayuma was overjoyed. When old Joseph used the Purple Hermit's reading and writing ability, the image he used was just worth 50,000 yuan. I just have to say goodbye to you, Xiang, and 50,000 yuan. It's alright, everyone is ready to come. Yongchuan Mistaki said to the person at this time. As Yongchuan Mistaki pressed the shutter, he also hurriedly ran behind the person. 5 seconds later, the image began to flash, flashing 4 times in total. After the end, everyone gathered around and looked at the photo. In the photo, Yongchuan Mistaki posed putting a pair of scissors on his cheek, Konkai Izuki looked arrogant, Uchiha Chisa with a pair of pestles on his chest, closed his eyes and smiled. Yasuke Hayaga was still his usual appearance, but he tried his best to smile so that his expression was not so embarrassing. Ha 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 ha, Yasuke, you seem to take too few pictures, you are not very photogenic. Yongchuan Mistaki looked at the photo and said to Yasuke Hayaga. Look at this idiot, Ichiki. He's acting like that. It's like he doesn't care about us. Kinsa also laughed along with her. I've worked hard, Yasuke Hayaga said. Damn. What's this? I'm going to make a joke of you next time I take a photo. Konkayumu said. After everyone's laughter was over, Chisa and Ichiki went to return the image together. I really hope we will have more photos together in the future. Chisa said with a smile. There will be, Konkayumu replied. At this time, Kinsha was suddenly bumped by someone who didn't look at the road, and when she got the image, she also fell to the ground. Seeing this, Konkayumu used the purple hermit to entangle the image, then he wrapped Kinsha's waist to stabilize her. Hey! How can you walk without looking at the road? Konkayumu was a little annoyed. Sorry, I'm in a hurry too. The man didn't plan to say anything more. Stop for me. Our phase was damaged by your collision. You have to explain this. At this time, Konkayumu pointed to the damaged phase on the ground. Che, it's really troublesome. Hey. Tell me your name. I'll make it up to you when I go back to the village. The man said. Empty hills and trees. Okay. My name is Lichego. After that, he ignored Yumu and ran away. Kinsa, are you alright? At this time, Kongochu asked to Uchiha Chisa, who had been silent for a while, huh? He found that Chisa's face was flushed red at the moment, and she was actually starting to get angry. Isn't it too offensive? Konkayumu said helplessly. However, he suddenly looked coldly at the man named Lichego who had left, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, while the other one of his free time was stuffing a photo into his clothes. And on that photo, it was the ninja named Rikigo. I found you. Konkayumu Xin secretly said. Chapter 9_Konoha Camp, End. I'm so sorry Sister Fuya. I will compensate you when I return to the village. Uchiha Chisa bowed to Fuya with apology. It's alright Kinsha. It's just a picture, you can invite me to dinner after returning to the village. Fuya said to Kinsha with a smile. Konkayumu stood aside and looked at the two of them. Huh. At this moment, Fuya noticed Kankai-yumu, who was in a daze. Are you the one, Ichi-kun? I heard you have been a long time. I don't think I'm that famous. Kankai-yumu touched the back of his head, confused. No way, you are the hero who blew up Kanabi Bridge. All of us girls are talking about you here. Fuya winked at Ichiki. I don't care about a fool like me. Kankai-yumu said. Well, Ichiki-kun is really humble. Fuya said to Ichiki with a smile. Kankai-yumu ignored her, just turned to leave, and left a sentence, this is the truth. Looking at Kankai-yumu, who was leaving, Fuya turned to Kincha and said, remember to bring Yumu-kun out to play when you return to the village. I will take my friends with me. Is this idiot so popular? Chisa whispered. We have to be more serious next time. On the way to a certain place, Kankai-yumu's face was cold and his heart was secretly sad. At this time, Kankai-yumu noticed someone, and then stood in the distance and started watching. At this moment in the distance, it is the murderer who killed Hojo ninja, Richigo. He was chatting with a young ninja. Kankai-yumu stared at the two chatting with a smile. I have an idea. At night, Ichiki Sukiya was lying in the tent. At this time, Yoshikawa Katsuki and Yasuke Hayaga were fast asleep. Izuku Sukiya hugged the back of his head and opened his eyes. Start the action. Ha ha ha. In Lee Chaeg's tent, he slowly opened his eyes, his expression a little dull. Suddenly, his eyes widened suddenly. He found that his feet were tied. What's going on? Richigo shouted lowly. You're awake. At this moment, with a hoarse voice, a ninja walked into his tent. Shua shua hua. What are you doing? Lee Chaeg said in disbelief. What are you doing? He, of course I want you to confess your guilt. Shueiju said to Lee Chaeg with a hoarse expression, with a grim expression. What are you confessing to? What are you doing, crazy? Quickly untie it for me. Lee Chaeg roared at Shueiju. It was you who killed He Shangin. Shueiju shouted angrily. You. Don't talk nonsense. You shouldn't have killed him in a normal way. Shueiju said fiercely. You. Jijiji. It seems that you need to give you some luck before you can plead guilty. After that, Shueiju took out Kiwu and walked towards Lee Chaeg. Hey. Shueiju. What are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Hey. Shueiju didn't respond to him, but Kiwu had already touched his neck. You. Are you really going to kill me? Lee Chaeg no longer resisted, but said with a gloomy expression. What did you say? Kui gradually cut his neck, and a little blood began to come out. You forced me. Suddenly, behind Lee Chaeg, a strange figure appeared. The figure was dark green as a hole, with no legs and no palms. Instead of the palms, there were needles like the tail of a bee. And Shueiju, as if he didn't find the figure, continued to use Kiwu to open Lee Chaeg's neck. Call out. The figure rises and falls. The acupuncture used in an instant slashed Shueiju's neck. And it's not over. Ming Ming just scratched Shueiju's neck lightly, obviously leaving a small hole on his neck. But that hole keeps expanding. At this moment, Shueiju is experiencing the severe pain of separation of human heads. Ah! Shueiju roared in pain. He wanted to roar loudly, but he couldn't make any sound at all. He hurriedly covered his neck, and his mouth was so open that he could stuff an iron ball. Shueiju knelt on the ground in pain and asked Lee Chaeg for help, but he couldn't say anything at the moment. Call out. The dark green figure cut away the rope that bound Likago, and Likago touched the small wound on his neck and cut it. Shueiju. You forced me. Otherwise, I wouldn't treat you like that. Lee Chaeg looked gloomy. It's my life. Shueiju struggled to squeeze these words out of his throat that was about to break, and accompanied by these words, there was a disc that popped out of Shueiju's face. This is it? Li Chake was wondering, but suddenly, a sound like a weapon came to his ear. So it is, everything can be explained. Who? Richigo shouted. Suddenly, a knife slashed open the tent, and slashed heavily on Li Chake's shoulder, and blood spurted out. Ali Chake at this moment, like the water-dwelling whose heads have been separated, can't make a sound, and two discs pop up on his face. The eyes no longer shine. Disc recycling successfully. With this cold weapon-like voice, Whitesnake slowly walked into the tent. Everything is going according to my imagination, but it's a little surprising. I didn't expect this guy to have a double. But in this world, there are people other than myself who have a double, which is a bit unbelievable. Said, Whitesnake extracted Richigo's stand-in disc, and by watching the CD, we learned that his stand-in is called Queen Bee, and its ability is to expand the target's wound. Very good ability. Unfortunately, the ability range is only 2 meters. Whitesnake regretted. Next, let's see how he awakened as a stand-in. Whitesnake was about to watch the memory disk when something strange happened. Li Chake's right palm suddenly cracked a big hole, and something fell out of it like a cocoon. It's a dry palm. Is that so? Whitesnake shocked. He hurriedly picked up the dry palm on the ground and looked at it. Congratulations to the master for unlocking the hidden quest. Find the saint's body. The current progress, 1/10, every time you find a part of the saint's remains, you can get a lottery. You have a lottery now, would you like to use it? Chiyumu's mind sounded. Sure enough. The reason for this guy's awakening of the substitute. It's the body of the saint. Konkayumu Xin secretly said, and then chose to use the lottery. The sage's body is a special prop from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Wild Horse. It is the remains of an ancient saint 2,000 years ago. From the clues of the plot, we can know that it is the remains of Jesus. The remains have the ability to awaken you as a substitute. The body of the saint is divided into 10 parts. When all the inconceivable things about the body are collected, the mysterious saint will occasionally appear beside the owner of the body and give him advice. His gaze returned to the Whitesnake side. Whitesnake, after watching Lycago's memory CD, I learned that he accidentally obtained the sage palm during a mission. I'll accept the body and the substitute, and I won't bother you to compensate, but your imprisonment is inevitable. Whitesnake said softly to Li Chake, who was in suspended animation. He looked at Shuahua, whose heads had already been separated. Let's add another charge. The next morning, Akankayumu stretched out of the tent, rubbed his eyes, and stood in front of the tent. Hey! Did you hear that? The killer of Kazunin has been found. He's being held in custody now. Ah yes. Who is it? Richigo. I heard that he and Junin executed his relatives indiscriminately before, so he hated him. Hey, there is something wrong with both sides, let's say a few words less. Listening to the Konoha ninja who were chatting, Kazuki smiled. It seems that the plan was successful. It didn't go to waste for the instruction discs I made for Rishi and Izuki-sene last night. Kazuoka heart secretly. Yumua. At this moment, someone called out to Yumua, and Yumua turned around. It was Yongchu on Mustard Wood. What's wrong, teacher? Konkayumu looked puzzled. Go and call Chisa, we're going back to Konoha today. Yongchu on Mustage, I said. It was unexpected but a little sudden. Of course it's not that simple. Not only our team will go back, but also others. We have to escort the wounded back to the village, and some detained prisoners have to be sent back to Konoha. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Well, I'm going to call Kinsha. Well, remember to hurry up. Hey, I thought I could go back easily, but I still have to watch the prisoners. What if they riot? Kinsa, who followed Ichiki to the gate of the camp, couldn't help but complain. If they riot, we will suppress them by force. What if they hold the wounded and sick? If there are so many, you have to think clearly. We are detaining ordinary criminals, not death row prisoners. If they still want to live, they probably won't do such stupid things. As they were talking, the two had already arrived at the gate of the camp. At this time, both Yongchuan Katsuki and Hyaga Yasuke were already present. After the Katsuki team assembled, they waited for the others for a while, and after confirming that the wounded and sick had already been detained by these prisoners. After the identification information, 5 teams began to return to Konoha with 10 wounded and 5 prisoners. On the way back to Konoha, the idle and bored Kankai-Yumu asked his stand-in, according to the plot, once a part of the saint's body is found, it will give the location of the next body. Why didn't I find it? What? Master, roll up your sleeves and take a look. Ah. With doubts, Kankai-Yumu rolled up his sleeves. Sure enough, there was a pattern on his arm that seemed to be squeezed out. The pattern on it was the logo of Konoha. It is conceivable that the next corpse will be in Konoha village. So, the next body will be in Konoha. Yes. So that's the case. I still have a question. Now the saint's body is already in my body, since the Naruto world I live in has special props in JoJo, does it mean that such as arrows, stone ghost face, Aijihong are there special items such as stones and Rokakaka fruits in this Naruto world? The secret asks the master to discover by himself. Okay, then it is estimated that there is. Because of the fact that the wounded and sick were already prisoners, the time to return to Konoha became longer, and it was not until the next day that everyone rushed back to Konoha. It's safe to arrive. Looking at the gate of Konoha village in front, Kinsa said with a sigh. Looking up at the sky above Konoha village, Kankai-Yumu revealed an evil smile, and thought to himself, there's something new to do. At this time, Yasuke Hyaga noticed Kankai Kazuki, who was thinking about something. His expression was a little solemn. Forget it, let's talk about it after returning to Konoha, Yasuke thought. Author's digression, a lot of support, the author will try to keep one update every 2 days. Chapter 10 _ What is a hero? Konoha civilian area. It's better to stay at home. Kankai-Yumu was wearing casual clothes lying on the bedding at home, holding the back of his head towards the ceiling. Kankai-Yumu suddenly thought about it, and a yellow avatar appeared, which was the avatar that Kankai-Yumu had just drawn. I didn't expect Giorno's double to be drawn by me. It's really good. That's right, this yellow double is exactly that of Giorno Giovanna, the protagonist in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the Golden Wind Substitute, Gold Experience. The ability is to give life to objects by beating or touching them with fists. It can also create body parts to fill the wounds to achieve the effect of healing, and it can also endow the living body with excess vitality, making it run away. With the Golden Experience, many accidents can be avoided after that. Even if you break your foot, you won't be crippled. But now the most important thing is to find the remains of the saint hidden in Konoha. Kazuki thought. Boom. Boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Ichiki opened the door and saw that it was Yongchuan Mustachi. Teacher Mustard Wood. What's wrong? Kazuki looked puzzled. I saw Yongchuan Mustachi wearing black mourning clothes, and handing out a black mourning clothes to Ichiki. Change your clothes, and then go to the memorial service in the village. Oh, okay. Ichiki took the mourning clothes, invited Yongchuan Mustachi into the house, let Yongchuan Mustachi wait for a while, and then went to change his clothes. While waiting for Kazuki to change clothes, Nagagawa Katsuki looked at Kazuki's room boredly. Ichiki's life is really simple. Yongchuan Mustachi murmured to himself. What kind of simplicity is it, Mustachi-sensei? At this time, Kankai-Yumu just finished changing his clothes, and he took over the topic awkwardly when he heard Yongchuan Mustachi's words. I am poor, teacher. Ah, haha. I'm sorry, sorry. Yongchuan Mistake responded awkwardly, and then they went to Konoha Cemetery together. On the way, Yongchuan Mistake asked Konkai Yumua, did you know, in fact, teacher, I'm also from other villages. Ah, I didn't understand that. What was the name of the village where the teacher used to be? Asked Kazuki. Kian village, maybe you haven't heard of it. In fact, it's not a ninja village at all, just a person with ninja talent, and later he was appointed as the village head, so he changed the village name to that. Oh yes, the technique of measuring and sealing came from him. Yongchuan Mistake said with a smile. Why not spread this technique widely? Ichiki started the topic. Because he promised that he can only hand it over to his companions when his life is in danger. Yongchuan Mistake seemed to remember something from the past, and his face was a little melancholy. Looking at the appearance of Yongchuan Mustachi, Konkai Yumu hugged his head and said, I can't even remember my old village. I was sent to Konoha as a war orphan when I was a 2-year-old child. I've always been alone. Walking and walking, they have arrived at Konoha Cemetery, and the already gloomy sky has now started to rain lightly. The light rain was pouring down, and Konoha Cemetery was already crowded with people at the moment. Yongchuan Mistake and Konkai Izuki stood together. Chisa and Yasuke were in the team of the Uchiha clan and the Hinata clan, so I didn't talk to them. Together. Along with the light rain, Konkai Yuma was bowing his head in silence. Here, please bow to the heroes who died in the war. The eulogy ended. At the end of the memorial service, everyone left the venue one after another. Konkai Yuma was about to leave, but he saw Yongchuan Jimu still standing in the cemetery. Driven by curiosity, he stepped forward and asked, Teacher Jimu, why are you still here? Standing. Yongchuan Mistake was silent at first, then adjusted his state and turned his head to say to Ichiki, it's okay, just stay and meet an old friend. Huh. Konkai Yuma was stunned for a moment, then understood, okay, then I'll go first. Wait a minute, Ichiki, you come too. Yongchuan Mustachi said. Well. The people in the cemetery gradually left, and soon only the two of Nagagawa Katsuki were left. Taking Konkai Yuma to a remote tombstone, Yongchuan Mistake knelt down on one knee, then touched the tombstone and said, I haven't seen you for a long time, how are you? The world over there should be a different place. In a peaceful world, there will be no war, no hatred, and no grudges. Nagagawa Katsuki seemed to remember the past, and then sighed. Looking at Yongchuan Mistake in front of him, who is touching the scene and expressing affection, Konkai Yumu's face is expressionless. He has a somewhat easygoing personality, and few things can drive his emotions. Ichiki, let me ask you, what do you think the word hero means? Hero. Konkai Yumu thought for a while, and then gave his answer. The word hero is accompanied by guarding the country, guarding others, guarding the family, guarding the responsibility, etc., not the person buried under the tombstone. Can be a hero, and if so, the word hero may need to be redefined. Well, that's a good point, but I'll also add something. In fact, everyone has the chance to become a hero, and many people also fantasize that they can become a big hero, but fate will not always follow your wishes. Humans understand guardianship and know how to protect it, but fate is nothing. They failed to complete the guardianship, and they missed the title of hero. Ichiki, really? The teacher wants to tell you that if one day, you have something you want to protect, you must do your best to protect it. Once you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. I see, teacher. You go back first. The teacher still has some things to talk to old friends alone for a while. Konkai Yuma nodded, then turned, and left. Walking out of the cemetery, at a corner on the way back to his home, a figure accidentally bumped into the empty hill. Konkai Yuma stood firm and looked at the guy who bumped into him. The man seemed to be a year or two younger than Yumu, with short natural curly hair and a Konoha forehead guard, but Kankai Yumu looked at him. Very familiar. Ah, I'm so sorry, I was thinking about things just now and didn't pay attention to the road, I'm really sorry. The man hurriedly apologized. Uchiha Shisui. Kankai Yuki's tone went from low to high, his eyes slightly widened, and he asked the man curiously. You know my name? Uchiha Shisui frowned slightly and replied curiously, touching his chin. Ah, the genius of the Uchiha clan, I've already heard of it. Kankai Yumu pretended to be enthusiastic and chatted with Zishui. Really? Zishui rubbed the back of his head, I'm a little ashamed, but it's not as good as they say. Hey, it looks like you should be older than me, right? What's your name, senior? Izuki Sara, my teammate is Chisa Uchiha. Ah. Chisa's sister's friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ichiki-senpai. Uchiha Shisui responded enthusiastically. Shisui. And Ichiki. At this time, Uchiha Chisa happened to bump into them, and she was carrying a 4-year-old girl on her back. Kinsha, sister. Kankai Yumu and Zishui said in unison. You two know each other? Kinsha asked curiously. I just met, Is this your sister? I've heard of you all the time but I've never seen her before. I haven't asked her what her name is. Kazuki asked Chisa. Kinsa looked a little happy when she heard the words. She hugged her younger sister to her chest and said, Introduce me, my younger sister Izumi. Come here, Koizumi. Say hello to this idiot. Idiot Izumi waved at Ichiki, chanting the word in a similar manner. Why are you teaching bad children? Kankai Yumu said helplessly to Kinsha, the corners of his mouth twitched. Haha, Kinsha pursed her lips and smiled, and then said, I'm telling her to tell the truth. No, I want to go and have something else to do. Sister Kinsa, Ichiki-senpai, I'll take my leave first. Zishui didn't intend to interrupt the two of them, but just remembered that he still had things to do, so he bowed to the two of them. After a bow, he left. Slow down on the road. Kinsha also waved at him. Walk slowly. Stop the water. Kankai Yumu was thinking about something and responded briefly. According to the current time, Itaka should also be 4 years old, that little girl named Kwan. He turned to look at Kinsha's face, he seemed to have found something. Could it be that this little girl is the little girl named Izumi who fell in love with Uchiha Itaki in the future? No wonder I have known Chisa for so long, she always feels familiar. At this time, Kinsa also noticed that Ichiki was staring at her, and was startled, and her cheeks suddenly flushed slightly. Why are you looking at me like this? I'll be shy. Kinsha hugged Kwan and covered her face. It's okay, just found a little detail. Your sister also has a tear mole, but yours is on the left and hers is on the right. I don't know if it's genetic or not. My tear mole is on the left like my father, and my sister is on the right like my mother. At this moment, Kankai Yumu noticed a person passing by beside him. He didn't care about it at first, but he saw it, behind that person's head. At the back of the man's head, there was something like a tortoise shell attached to it, and the tortoise shell had 4 touches, which were also attached to the back of the man's head. Kinsa, do you see why there is a turtle shell behind that person? Kazuki pointed at the person a little and asked Kinsha. Turtle shell? Where is it? Kinsha frowned slightly and asked back. You really didn't see it? Obviously. Kazuki tried again. Kinsha touched Ichiki's forehead with her palm, then touched her own forehead with her back, and then asked inexplicably, I really didn't see it? What's wrong with you? I see, that's right. Yumu Xin secretly said, and then said to Kinsa, I'm sorry, Kinsa. I remembered that I had to go home and change my clothes. Say goodbye. After saying that, he waved away. Really? Sometimes I really don't understand him. Then he looked at Izumi and patted her head. Kyo Izumi, you have to find a gentle and considerate person in the future. Kwan looked at her sister curiously, obviously she couldn't understand this now. If I guessed correctly, it must be a substitute. Maybe the next saint's body is related to him. Ichiki looked at the man with a turtle shell on the back of his head not far away, and thought with a grim expression. The man in front stopped, then turned around. Seeing this, Yumul hurriedly hid behind the wall, waited for a while, and stuck his head out, only to find that the man had disappeared. Shocked. He hurriedly looked for the trace of that person, but at this time he felt the world was spinning, and his consciousness was gradually blurred. What's going on? Kazuki lost consciousness. Chapter 11 _ The last meal of the Hinata family. Hyaga Yasuke. You rebelled against the orders of the clan staff. What's your sin? An elder of the Hyaga clan stood up and shouted at Hyaga Yasuke, who was kneeling on the ground covered in scars. The same-aged Zone family youth, at this moment his face is also blue and purple. I didn't do anything wrong. Yasuke Hyaga, who had been beaten and bruised, said angrily. Call out. In an instant, a thick arm grabbed Yasuke Hyaga by the neck the next moment and lifted him up. You disobeyed the orders of the sect staff and her people. You are still stubborn. It seems that I have to teach you some lessons. A young man from the sect roared. Yasuke. Stop making trouble. Hurry up and admit your mistake. Yasuke's father, who was also kneeling on the ground, shouted to Yasuke. Yasuke Hyaga had a dark face at the moment. After pondering for a long time, he gritted his teeth unwillingly and squeezed out a few words, I'm sorry. Humph. After hearing that Yasuke Hyaga was subdued, the man from the clan threw Yasuke to a wall. Although Yasuke Hyaga was in terrible pain, he still stubbornly didn't make a sound. At this time, the young man who had been standing behind the old man of the sect walked to Yasuke Hyaga who was slumped on the ground, showed a sarcastic smile, stepped on Yasuke Hyaga, and said softly to Yasuke Hyaga, it wasn't very powerful just now. Is that right? Come on. I'm right in front of you. Stand up. Ah. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he smashed Yasuke Hyaga with his feet. Yasuke Hyaga didn't speak, just clenched his fists. Cut. Seeing that Yasuke Hyaga didn't speak, the sect boy kicked Yasuke hard. Then he walked back behind the old man of the sect family with a smile, Grandpa. Okay. Since he also admitted his mistake, forget it. I still want to have a big meal. The old man smiled and touched his head, ha 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 ha, good. Good. Let's go. Then he motioned the others to leave. After everyone left, Yasuke's father, who was kneeling beside him, got up to help his son. Yasuke. It's okay. Come on, I'll carry you home. Yasuke's father asked worriedly, and then reached out to help Hito Yasuke. Snapped. Yasuke Hyaga shook off what his father had stretched out, enough. After saying that, he stood up and left slowly. Where are you going? Yasuke's father asked. Yasuke Hyaga didn't answer. In a meatball shop in Konoha. Koizumi, you're still young. Don't eat so many greasy things. Uchiha Chisa said to her sister angrily, grabbing the color balls in the spring. Yahaha. Kwan, who didn't know how to speak, looked at the color ball in her sister, and tried to grab it back, but she couldn't reach it, so she couldn't help but scream. All right. Big sister will bring you back in a few days. Kincha ate the color balls she brought from her little sister. Right? I don't know if Ichiki likes eating meatballs. Bring some back to him. Kinsa thought to herself. Jingle. At this time, a figure lifted the curtain of the meatball shop, walked straight to the front desk, and said to the young female clerk, "Come and have a plate of sesame meatballs." "Good." "Eh? Sister Hong." At this moment, Chisa noticed the person who was ordering at the front desk. "Ah, Chisa. It's been a long time." Hong Yui walked to Chisa's table enthusiastically. "Sister Hong, why do you come here to eat meatballs when you have time? Hey, didn't this just come back from a mission? Let's eat something to fill my stomach." "Yo. Is this your sister?" "Yeah. Come on. Koizumi, my name is Sister Hong." Kinsha hugged Izumi and said. "Auntie." Izumi said with a smile, pointing at Kurane Yui. "Auntie." Yui Hong said with a dark face. "Oops. Koizumi. What are you talking about? Apologize." "MMMM." Quan looked at his sister with a dull expression. "I'm so sorry. Sister Hong. Forget it. It's a child." "Oh yes. When I came here just now, I saw the empty hill of your team." Yui Hong said. "Oh? Where did you see him?" "At the entrance of an alley, he was standing still, and his expression was a little strange." Kinsha's pupils shrank, and then she said, "Sorry, Sister Hong. I left beforehand. Next time, let's come out and eat balls together." "Okay, okay." Yuhika said regretfully. "Yuyuma-kun, did I hear it right? Are you inviting me?" In a street in Konoha, Fuya was forced to the corner by Kankai Yumua, looking at everything that happened in front of him with a look of astonishment. "Of course, I think Fuya, you are so cute." Kankai Yumua showed a wicked smile, his dark brown pupils flashing light. "It's incredible. 2 days ago, Iki-kun told me not to care about you." Fuya's face turned slightly red. Kankai Yumua lifted Fuya's chin, smelled the fragrance of the girl's hair, and said with a smirk, "Are you rejecting me? How can it be? I can't ask for it." Fuya said with a sway. "Let's go then." Yasuke Hayaga sat alone by a small river in Konoha, the breeze blew his long hair, and the scars on his face appeared, looking a little desolate. Da-da-da. There was a sound of footsteps, and Yasuke Hayaga turned back slightly. It was a young Konoha ninja he didn't know. At this moment, he covered his head, his eyes were blurred, and he staggered to the river. Although Yasuke Hayaga had never met him, the feeling conveyed between his eyebrows made him very familiar. Drop. A leaf fell on the river surface, ripples appeared, the man patted his face with the river surface, and then his eyes suddenly widened. He stroked his face with a look of disbelief. The golden eyes were full of doubts. Yasuke Hayaga looked at the person beside him, unmoved, but the man's next sentence made him pale in shock. "Yasuke," the man shouted at Yasuke Hayaga. "Huh?" Yu Hayaga Yangja frowned slightly with doubts on his face. The man ran to Yasuke Hayaga, put his hands on his shoulders and said, "It's me." Looking at the man's golden pupils and the look between his eyebrows, Yasuke Hayaga showed an unbelievable look, but he still said the name in doubt, "Kankai Yumua." "Yeah. It's me," said Kankai Yumua. "How? How did you become like this? I am also very confused, but I can clearly feel that it is not my appearance that has changed, but that this body does not belong to me at all. It is my soul. My soul has been exchanged with the owner of this body." "What?" Yasuke Hayaga was a little shocked, but immediately calmed down. "I'll ask you a question." "What's the problem?" Kankai Yumua said. "When I was injured in the country of grass, what did you say to me who gave up the survival meeting?" Hayaga said with a solemn expression. "Hey, don't ask such a question if you want to test me. If I'm not the real me, I'll be glad you asked. Listen. The answer is don't hand over your life and death to others. It looks right? I'm not testing the answer to the question, but the way you look when you answer it, but it's okay. It seems that you have really been changed by someone else in some way, or as you say, souls have been swapped. Yasuke Hyuga breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I underestimated you too, but the most important thing now is to find where the current me is. Let's find Chisa, she might have a solution. Yasuke Hyuga said after thinking for a while. Yeah. But Yasuke, please don't find out what will happen next. Are you trying to kill the person who pretended to be you? I don't know, but if he uses my identity to do something dirty, then I will never forgive him lightly. Konkayumu said with a gloomy expression. Uahh, sometimes it would be nice if I were as ruthless as you. Saying that, Hyuga Yasuke touched the forehead guard on his head, but he didn't seem to be touching the forehead guard. I'm not a good character. Konkayumu laughed at himself. However, there should be no need to go to Kinsha, and we don't need to take action. You just need to go back now, and you don't have to do anything, then I have a way to deal with it. What way? Yasuke Hyuga frowned. Don't ask, you just know you can't say a word about it later. You have to know that if you kill the villagers in Konoha, your life will be over. Hyuga Yokai looked solemn. Konkayumu showed a gentle smile and put one on Yasuke's shoulder. Don't worry, Yasuke. I will live well, no one will know what I do. As a friend, please keep it a secret. You should now go back and don't let anyone else find out that the two of us were alone. Kazuki's smile is very cold in Yasuke's eyes. Humph, you only talk to me as a friend at this time, Yasuke Hyuga said helplessly. If there is a secret between two people, they are friends. I hope I can get along with you safely in the future, instead of being suspicious. I see, but I don't want to go back to Hinata Station for the time being. Then you go to your ramen restaurant first, and I will find you soon, just as I am. After all, the two left. Konkayumu came to a remote hotel, opened a room, and knelt down at the table with several dishes on it. Get ready for your last meal, Konkayumu said with a gloomy expression, and then, the king of speed appeared. A remote hotel. Gyumu-jun, is it appropriate for us to come here? Fuya asked shyly. What's wrong? I think it's very suitable, said fake Kong Chiu-yumu. All right. After opening a room, fake Kong Chiu-yumu came in with Fuya. What would you like to eat? Fake Kong Chiu-yumu said. It's all right, Fuya said in disbelief. Okay, then fake Konkayumu was about to order, but in the next moment, fake Konkayumu found himself standing in front of Fuya, who had passed out on the ground. Hit the wall. What's going on? Fake Konkayumu was shocked. In the next instant, a red figure grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Explain it. Everything you did. King Crimson said with a grim expression. You. Who are you? Fake Kong Chiu-yumu said. I didn't ask you to answer questions with questions. The Crimson King scolded. At this moment, something fell out of fake Kong Chiu-yumu's pocket. What is this? A drug. It's Menghan medicine. You want to give her? I just can't control it. I have liked her for a long time. But she has never paid attention to me. I think she has a good impression of the owner of this body. Just pretending to be me. Is that right? You are you. Fake Konkayumu was terrified. You have to know, this woman is only 15 years old, you do this. I'm too impulsive. I'm sorry. Tell me everything. Tell you, you can let me go. Before he finished speaking, the King of Crimson couldn't help but increase his strength. I don't want to repeat it a second time. I'll let you answer me. Good. I said it all. Author's digression, I feel that the character design has collapsed, please make suggestions. Chapter 12_Illusion Disc. I had this ability a few days ago. At that time, I was suddenly stabbed by something while patrolling in the middle of the night, and then I lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took me to get used to it. The one who woke me up was with me. The patrolman, I touched him unconsciously, and the next moment I opened my eyes, I saw my body lying on the ground. I activated my ability, and then changed back to my body. Later, I gradually realized that I have something that others can't see. And I also have special abilities. So after this, his words came to an abrupt end. What did you do after that? King Crimson asked. Can I save my life by speaking out? Speak. Good. I used this ability to steal a lot of things. Of course, in the end, no one found me, and they used this ability to go. His tone was a little uneasy. After Wang showed an angry expression, he continued, I still use this ability to be with other people's girlfriends. Come on. It makes me sick. Can you spare my life? Next, you give me the ability to release you. I will spare your life. The Crimson King said. Ha! Good. After that, the tortoise-like avatar appeared on fake Kong Chiu Yumu's forehead. After 1 second, 2 seconds, and 2 seconds, fake Kong Chiu Yumu's eyes closed, and King Crimson was also called back. Kong Chiu Yumu slowly opened his eyes, the golden pupils gradually brightened, he patted his head to wake himself up. It seems to have been successfully exchanged, but thank you this time, Kong Chiu Yumu said to himself. The next moment, a voice came from out of nowhere, haha, no thanks, who made us a grasshopper on a rope? He. Kong Chiu Yumu smiled slowly, looked at Fui who fell to the ground again, and said angrily, it's too much. How should I explain it to me later? Dip. Congratulations, Master, for completing the mission. Kill the person who took your body. Reward a lottery. At this time, the voice of the substitute came to his mind. Kong Chiu Yumu understood, but he was also a little worried. If it weren't for the sudden announcement, I might just put him in a state of suspended animation. Who would expect things to be impermanent? Go quickly. Afterwards, Ichiki picked up Fui and walked out. After walking out of the store, Kong Chiu Yumu looked at the sky, thinking about something, then sighed, and was about to continue walking when a voice made his face turn pale. Yuki-kun, what are you doing? This voice was all too familiar to Kong Chiu Yuki. He looked at the source of the sound awkwardly, and as expected, it was Chisa Uchiha. I saw that the girl's face was gloomy and cold at the moment, and her eyes were dim. The writing wheel opened unconsciously. Slowly walked towards Ichiki. When this wood falls into Yumu's eyes, it's almost like a ghost from hell came to ask for his own life. Scared him back. That I can explain, Kong Chiu Yumu said weakly, cold sweat running down his face. Explanation? What? Ichiki-kun. Uchiha Chisa exuded a terrifying aura at the moment, like Shura. Someone pretended to be me. Really? If you don't believe me, I'll take you to Yasuke. He can testify. Kong Chiu Yuki took a few steps back. Yeah, someone pretending to be Ichiki-kun is deceiving girls. Could it be that what I see now is also someone else's Ichiki-kun? Ha, there is a way. Just tear off your face and you'll know. Uchiha Chisha showed a gentle smile, but this smile fell in Yumu's eyes like the terrifying smile on the face of the soul chaser when he was killed. I can only be sorry for Yukinsha for now. Kong Chiu Yumu made a certain determination in his heart. Ichiro Kazuki walked into the tube and found Yasuke Hyaga, who was eating ramen. He felt that he patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Let's go." Hyaga Yasuke understood, and after paying the bill, followed Ichiki back to his home. Opening the door, the scene that came into view made Yasuke Hyaga speechless. "Yoki, the way you entertain guests is really unique. I saw 2 fainted girls, Chisa Uchiha and Floating Buds. The situation is urgent, there is no way to do that, Kankayumu said helplessly. Where's the guy who's impersonating you? Not anymore. Kankayumu said calmly, as if he didn't take it to heart at all. Then what happened to these 2? I've solved some misunderstandings. When they wake up, you can cooperate with me and say it's a dinner party at my house. Yeah. Saying that, Yasuke Hayaga started watching Kazuki's house, and then found a place to sit down. Simple yet beautiful, very good. Hayaga Yasuke praised. Hey, since when has poverty been described so nicely? Oh, by the way, Yasuke, did you fall? Your body is dirty. Looking at the dirty clothes he was wearing, Hayaga said calmly, it's because of a guy who bullied me before, and he came to play tricks on me again at the memorial service this morning, and he insulted me. I can't bear it anymore. Beat him, and later he told the people of the Zone family, I was repaired by them together, and it was ridiculous to say it, if I was not impulsive at that time, that's why I don't want to go home for the time being. Looking at Yasuke Hayaga, who was laughing at himself, Kazuki Kankai was silent for a while, and then said with some shame, if you don't dislike it, just stay with me today. Yasuke Hayaga was also silent for a while, then replied, I won't disturb you at night. Don't talk too much, it's like I'm very romantic. Besides, we are friends, so what's the point of worrying about such trivial matters? Well. At this time, Fuya, who had been in a coma for a long time, finally woke up, and Qian next to her also woke up. Eh? Where is this place? Fuya and Qian were a little confused. Hey. Don't you remember? You agreed to come to my house for dinner. Seeing the second daughter wake up, Kankayumu started his performance. Oh yes. Sister Fuya, you have a really bad memory. Also. Idiot Izuki. I agreed to go shopping, but it took so long. I fell asleep. Yeah, Yuki-kun. You've been gone for a long time. Fuya also echoed. Sorry. Isn't this still waiting for Yasuke? Forgive me. Kankayumu apologized, thinking secretly. Fortunately, before they woke up, I made the illusion disc with White Snake in advance. Let Fuya's memory become that I invited her to pay for Xiang and invited her to dinner, and let Kincha's memory become that she happened to bump into me and Fuya who were going to find her, so I let them both wait at my house, then they waited so long that they fell asleep. And the small hotel where the fake me took Fuya was very remote, and there was no need to register the identity of the tenant. After placing the instruction disc for the owner of the store, there is basically no risk of exposure. If you are really asked why there is any sign of going to that inn, you just need to say that Chisa has been there from Yasuke's mouth. Anyway, as long as I cooperate well with Yasuke, everything that happened today can be done like this. As for the most dangerous thing, is there anyone who noticed that the real me when I was swapped body was not noticed when I met Yasuke with a fake body? Because that person is already dead. I use Speed King to store calories on food. Quickly put your face on the food just before the soul is about to return to its place. The inevitable result is that he died of a burst blood vessel. And because I opened a room for a day. So if you want to find him, at least at night or the next day. If you die in Konoha village, there will definitely be more investigators. Although I deliberately staggered the hotel. And before going to the hotel deliberately, keep impressing others. In this case, it will be extremely troublesome for them to investigate. The most important thing now is the timeline. All the above explanations need a perfect timeline as support. This is what I absolutely cannot grasp. I can only pray that Goddess of Luck is on my side. If anyone ever found out that Yasuke used to stay with that person, then Yasuke is likely to face the risk of torture. Then I'll be exposed. So just in case, Yasuke has to prepare an illusion disk to disturb his memory. Sorry, Yasuke. After that, Izuki Kankyo cooked a few dishes, and Yasuke Hayaga changed into Izuki's clothes and appeared in front of the two girls. The two girls looked at the brand new Yasuke and felt their eyes brighten. The four of them ate and chatted. Afterwards, Uchiha Chisa and Fuya went home. It's only around 6 p.m. now? The things you did were not discovered by others, right? Yasuke Hayaga leaned against the wall, hugged his chest, and said to Ichiki. According to my calculations, no one will find my head. It's just that it's hard to be sure if anyone saw you this afternoon when I was still using a fake body to meet you. Kankyo said, his eyes kept on staring at Yasuke. Then do you have any insurance? Yes. Even if I don't tell you about this method, you will ask. Kankyo smiled. Sure enough, I said Waikinsa and Fuya were in that state when they first woke up. What did you do? I'm one of my secrets, I have the ability to disrupt other people's memories, but it takes some time to prepare. Is it illusion? It's not an illusion, it just created an illusion in their brains, allowing this illusion to interfere with the original memory and achieve a chaotic effect. So that's the case, are you also going to use it on me? Hayaga's face was a little dignified. Tsukio Kazuki looked at Yasuke Hayaga, didn't speak, just called out White Snake slowly, but Yasuke Hayaga's next sentence made Kazuki stunned. Ichiki, what is behind you? What? Chapter 13 _ Do you believe in gravity? What did you see? Kankyo asked gloomily with his eyes widened and his pupils shrunk. A strange human figure is standing behind you. Yasuke Hayaga said in astonishment. Kankyo Izuki looked back and saw that there was no one other than White Snake. He looked back at Yasuke Hayaga, with murderous intent in his eyes. You can see it? Kankyo asked again. Yes. Yasuke Hayaga also replied. Tsukio Kazuki didn't speak anymore, just slowly walked towards Hayaga Yasuke, and the White Snake didn't take it back, and followed Kazuki gradually approaching Hayaga Yasuke. Yasuke Hayaga felt a little surprised when he saw Ichiki who had changed in front of him. Don't move around, Yasuke. Just let me confirm one thing. It's a very simple thing. Kankyo said coldly. Yasuke Hayaga remained silent, but cold sweat kept running down his face. Looking at the approaching Kazuki, he finally couldn't bear it any longer. Izuki, who are you, who are you? Boom. Ichiki slapped Yasuke Hayaga with one palm, Yasuke hurriedly dodged, and Ichiki slapped against the wall. At this moment, the posture of the two of them was as if Yasuke was hitting Yasuke on the wall. A sad expression appeared on Kankyo's gloomy face. Yasuke, I really hope we can be friends. Really? Don't worry, I won't hurt you, I just need to confirm one thing. Said with that, Ichiki stretched out the other to Yasuke. Hayaga Yasuke was overwhelmed by this momentum, and his pupils were trembling. He wanted to speak, but couldn't make a sound. Finally, after two discs popped up on Yasuke's face, he entered a state of suspended animation. A substitute disc. Really? When was he? Looking at the two discs in front of him, Kankyo's face was no longer the gloomy look. His stand-in doesn't have a name yet. Or maybe he hasn't found his stand-in yet, the ability is, this. Kazuki Kankyo began to watch the content on the stand-in disc. The appearance of the substitute is a human shape like a scale. It is bronze, and the ability is, to make a wish, and when the bad luck accumulates to a certain level, the luck that symbolizes that wish will come. Kankyo pondered this. The ability to substitute. Actually, it can be said to be a kind of equivalent exchange ability. For example, if you lose $1 a day, you will pick up $100 after 100 days. Ichiki thought so. Oh. It's actually a stand-in who was awakened by an arrow in the Konoha camp. Kazuki Tsukiya discovered the secret when he checked Yasuke Hayaga's memory disk. It's a pity that Yasuke's memory does not correspond to the memory of the owner of the arrow. After confirming that Yasuke was not his enemy, Ichiki put the memory disk and the stand-in disk back into Yasuke's body. At this time, a voice came from somewhere. "Are you going to kill him?" "No, he is a good person. I have always been wary of him before, or in other words, wary of people in this world. I have never tried to trust them. If I don't spy on him memory, knowing him as a person, then I may keep blaming him wrong." Tears appeared in the corners of Kazuki's eyes. Just now, he did something wrong and wanted to spy on other people's memories. Kazuki felt very regretful, but he didn't regret it. After reading Yasuke Hayaga's memories of a year before this young man, Sarachu Yuma really understood what Yasuke explained to himself when he was at Konoha camp, his past. Konkai Yuma watching this boy's innocence as a child gradually transform due to the caged bird, the bullying he suffered, even made Yuma excited and stunned. He felt that Yasuke's words that his misfortune could be written all over the walls of his house were not accurate at all. It should be full of Hokage rock. Konkai Yuma watching this young man put on a disguised mask. Seeing him put away his original smile. I don't know how long the corners of his mouth have been raised. Konkai Yuma watching everything he wanted to say to himself in his heart. When I saw you for the first time, it was the same as treating the people around me. As long as I ignored it, nothing would happen. After becoming teammates with you, I don't know how I should feel, but I should be calm. Yes, or greet you with a smile. I don't know any of this. Later, I found out that you are hiding yourself, and I began to wonder why a powerful person should hide himself, which is unreasonable in my cognition, so I wanted to get to know you, but your attitude at the time was obviously that you didn't want to be spied on. I understood what you were thinking, so I temporarily gave up asking. After that, with all kinds of questions about you, we went to the country of grass. When I saw you were injured, I rushed over for some reason. At that time, I remembered what the teacher said to me at the ninja school. In a word, Yasuke, human life is short, birth, old age, sickness and death are human nature. But at the same time, life can also be immortal. No matter how dark your life is, as long as there is light in your heart, dazzling flowers will bloom. At that time, I seemed to understand. Fate gave me a dark life, I was a loser, but if I use the life of a loser like me to save a powerful person and give him the chance to continue living, let him have a chance to walk out of the road of glory, so will I who helped this person not fail so much. After that, I lost to Iwa Shinobu and was injured by an explosion. My heart was full of ashes. I thought, how about it end? What are you living for? Something that will keep me alive with faith, is there? Anyway, I'm just a victim of the Hayaga clan, just a hapless ghost who lives to protect the clan. Maybe death is also a relief for me? Right? So I made this application to you. I didn't expect that even if I chose to die, it would be rejected. He, you idiot, you are talking nonsense to try to persuade me, and, you also talk about my heart everywhere, really. It's really. I'm so happy. I didn't expect that the first person who can communicate with me like this is actually a person I am wary of. It's like saying sorry to you, I shouldn't be so suspicious of you, I'm sorry. That was the first time I showed my true self in front of outsiders, I didn't know why I laughed. I remembered what the school teacher once said: everyone needs a bond. When you meet someone who can make you fully, when you trust someone, that's where your bond lies. So I started to want to build a bond that belongs to me. I wanted to talk to you, but you didn't want to tell me your story. I was thinking about how to do it well. I remembered reading it in a book, my friend. I should talk about my past, so I started to tell you my own story, and then I found that the effect was good, sure enough. Books don't lie to me. I really don't know why, but in front of you, I can show my true colors without any worries. Maybe, this is the bond relationship I'm looking forward to. So far. Thinking back to Yasuke Hayaga's inner words to him, the corners of Kankai's mouth rose, revealing a sinister smile. I really don't know what to say about a person like you. So, what should you do next? At this time, the voice from nowhere said again. Huh? What can I do? I should eat and drink. Since he wants to be friends with me, let's be friends with me. Took a shower. Yasuke Hayaga slowly opened his eyes and looked at the environment he was in. It was Kazuki's home. Looking at the sky again, it is estimated that it has already been ordered. He slowly got up and started walking around. Yo, are you awake? Kazuki, who was in the living room, saw Yasuke Hayaga. What have you done to me? Hayaga Yasuke rubbed his head weakly. Confirm a few things. I got a good answer. You are a friend I can trust. Kankayumu drank water blandly. Yasuke Hayaga didn't say anything, just looked at Kazuki Sukiu, and after a while he said slowly, really, I'm very honored. Yasuke, I'd like to ask you a question. Kazuki Sukiu approached Yasuke Hayaga a little and said a classic saying, do you believe in gravity? Hayaga Yasuke was a little wrong, and after a while he asked back, gravity? That's... Kazuki Suki stretched out one towards Yasuke Hayaga. Gravity will guide you to the right path, and it is the key to changing your destiny. Gravity pulls you and me together. It proves that I am a turning point that changes your destiny. Then it's up to you to choose. Looking at Kazuki, Yasuke Hayaga didn't move, just stared at Kazuki. After a long time, Yasuke Hayaga also stretched out and held Kazuki. I said, I believe in you, friend. Okay. Kankayumu smiled. A remote house in Konoha. What? That idiot on the road is actually dead? A black figure shouted to another black figure sitting at the table drinking tea. What are you panicking about? It's impossible to find us anyway. The black shadow drinking tea said indifferently. But after all, he has met with me. What if Konoha finds out the secret between me and him when he finds out his memory? Okay. You don't need to panic. As long as my ability is there, no one can find you. Cooperate with your ability. Whoever killed that idiot will soon be investigated. Ha ha ha, I'm relieved with your words. All you need to do is to keep me. Next, look at my leader. Chapter 14 The next morning after the new battle, the birds were chirping on the eaves, and there was a knock on the door of a wooden house. Who is it? The sleepy-eyed Kankayumu slowly opened the door. Master Mustaji? What are you doing here so early? Seeing that it was Yongchuan Mustaji who was knocking on the door, Kazuki adjusted his temper a little, but he was still a little absent-minded. Ah, I came to ask you about Yasuke's whereabouts. This morning, Yasuke's father came to me and asked where Yasuke was. I went to Chisa first. She told me that you had dinner together yesterday, so I came to find out. You asked about Yasuke's whereabouts. Sorry for disturbing your rest. Yongchuan Mustaji apologized. Yasuke is at my house now, and he seems to have a conflict with the family, so I let him live in my house first. Well, since he's at your house, I'm relieved. By the way, I'll give you this box of cherries as compensation. With that, Yongchuan Mustaji took out a box of cherries and handed it over to Yumu, then left. Walking on, he didn't forget to look back and add, when Yasuke adjusts his mood, remember to let him go home early, his father is also very worried about him. I see. After saying that, Ichiki closed the door. Cherry. Kankayumu forgot to glance at the bedroom, and seeing that Yasuke hadn't gotten up yet, he quickly took out a cherry and put it in his mouth. "I've always wanted to try but haven't been able to, try it now." Saying that, Ichiki began to wriggle his tongue, and the crystal clear cherry was constantly teased by Ichiki's tongue, and he swayed left on Ichiki's mouth like he was riding a boat in a storm. Right swing. Rirarararararari. Kankayuma became more and more free of himself, gradually becoming fascinated, and it seemed that the bangs also swayed. Dropped. Finally, due to Ichiki's poor ventriloquism, the cherry fell to the ground. Ichiki was about to pick it up, but he followed the discovery of the cherry falling, and saw more than just the falling cherry. And Yasuke Hayaga, who is standing in front of him. Kazuki and Yasuke looked at each other, they both remained silent. "Tell me you didn't see anything, did you?" Kazuki pressed Yasuke to the ground, with a ferocious and terrifying face, his voice was a little hoarse. "You are more terrifying than you were yesterday." Hayaga Yasuke was very helpless. It's worse than death." Kankayuma buried his whole face in the quilt. He was in a very uncomfortable mood now. It's okay to fail his oral skills. The most important thing is to be seen by others. This. It felt like I stumbled into a women's restroom where someone was there. "Ichiki, I didn't see anything, okay, get up." Yasuke Hayaga squatted aside. "I'm not going anywhere today." Kankayuma roared. "Oh, well, I'll go buy something to eat." Hayaga Yasuke sighed. After seeing Yasuke Hayaga leaving, Kazuki Tsukio sneered, then called out his own stand-in and chose to extract the stand-in. Light emitted from the avatar's chest, and a few seconds later, a new disc appeared on the avatar. "This is Stalker," Kankayuma said suspiciously. Stalker is a stand-in for Anasui from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Sea of Stones. The ability is to sneak into any object, destroy the internal structure, reorganize it, and sneak into the body of others to share the damage. It shouldn't be used for me, but the ability is very good, and the speed is AA. It's just that the range is a bit short. Kankayuki commented. "Forget it, since it's awakened, it must have its uses. Market in Konoha village. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome next time." When he walked out of the store, Yasuke Hayaga checked the time, it was almost 8 o'clock, and he was about to go back when a group of Konoha's guards suddenly advanced in front of him. "Why did the guards pass by early in the morning?" passers-by chatted. "I heard that a body was found in a remote hotel in the south of Konoha this morning. The boss there said that he came yesterday afternoon. Later, he wanted to deliver some tea, but he didn't respond. He opened the door in doubt. As a result, the body of the guest was found. So I hurriedly reported it to the security department, and now people from the security department and the intelligence department are investigating." The passerby's friend explained. "It seems that the person Ichiki killed yesterday was discovered." Yasuke Hayaga thought. After officially forming an alliance with Ichiki yesterday, Ichiki told him that there is a spiritual incarnation in this world called an avatar, and told him that only the person who has the avatar can see the avatar, and only the avatar can defeat the avatar. But looking at Ichiki's appearance, he should have been fully prepared. "Forget it, let's go back and tell him." Yasuke thought, and then left. But just after walking for a while, Yasuke Hayaga suddenly found a black figure with a bull's head sitting there motionless in the direction where the guards were on their way, while the guards passing by seemed to pass by it as if they didn't see it. Is it the stand-in that Ichiki said? No, I have to go back and tell him. But just as he was about to leave, he found that the people around him fainted for no apparent reason. And he himself was a little awake, and his consciousness gradually fell. Not good, it's a stand-in ability. Hayaga Yasuke thought of this, and finally fell down unbearably. Successful launch. Everyone within a radius of 500 meters will follow my orders. This is the ability of my leader. At the side of the alley, a man in black civilian clothes stood up, and he come out together. There are two other people. Oh, let's show your power first, Ishikawa. I can't fall behind, said the man wearing gray short sleeves. Humph, Uehara Yuzuki, don't get too carried away, you have to remember the purpose of our group. Ishikawa said. Understood, isn't it just to use our ability to launch a rebellion? Uehara Yuzuki said. What rebellion? That's the word for losers. We launched a revolution. Ishikawa gave Uehara Yuzuki a glance, then he glanced at the remaining woman in brown plain clothes and said, Sia, also get started. Well, understand. The woman responded. People act separately. A wood home. Dip. Master, discover a new mission to stop the rebellion in Konoha village. What? But in the current timeline, shouldn't the coup d'état of the Uchiha clan be reached? Yuma was puzzled. Dip. Because of the arrival of the master, the world has also ushered in changes. What you will face next is a team of avatars. What? How many people are there? Ichiki was startled at first, then quickly calmed down. Man, they are trying to use the power of a stand-in to start a rebellion, and because the person you killed yesterday is also related to them, they are also tracking you down. I didn't expect this incident to happen because of my arrival. Moreover, if I don't deal with them, if the other party finds me, they will definitely kill me first. Kankayumu's face gradually turned gloomy, and then he changed into black casual clothes and set off to go out. Yasuke hasn't come back yet, maybe something has happened. Trouble, dealing with a one-person stand-in team? I feel like facing an assassination team. Oh, I'm still playing tricks now. I should find a mask first, don't wait for others to find out what I look like. Kankayumu thought to himself. But after leaving the area of his home and coming to the Konoha Heart area, he was stunned to find that the people walking here were very strange. He wanted to be well-trained soldiers, and all of them looked solemn. In this, he found Hyaga. Yasuke is also there. The way they move around is very strange, like soldiers patrolling. It's not good. Yumu Xin secretly said. Kankayumu hurriedly hid behind the corner, and asked Whitesnake to take a white sneering mask from the shop where he bought masks and put it on his face. Hey! Who are you? A ninja came over. Kankayumu just gave him a cold look, and then the King of Crimson appeared. Dulu. The next moment, the ninja found himself standing where Kankayumu had just stood, and when he looked at Kankayumu again, he had disappeared. What's going on here? In the Hokage building, the top executives of Konoha were all shocked by the scene in front of them, but they saw that everyone who was originally meeting here was gathered at the moment, and they followed their line of sight. The person standing across from them was someone who was exactly the same as them in terms of height, appearance, dress, and smell. It's just that the same group of people have darker clothes and skin tones. Call out. The next moment, the group of high-level officers who suddenly appeared launched an attack. Beside the Hokage building, an Umbu suddenly knocked out a colleague next to him, then took off his mask, revealing a fairly handsome face, and said contemptuously, "High-speed horror. Activate. Uchiha family residence. What kind of monster is this?" Uchiha Chisa looked in horror at the liquid human figure more than 5 meters high, like a swamp. Fire escape? The art of fireball. A Uchiha ninja rushed forward and attacked. But I saw the swamp man unhurriedly throw out a pool of liquid like a swamp, the liquid collided with it, and then an explosion sounded. Boom. The Uchiha ninja was bombed back with multiple wounds. Death to me. Several Uchiha ninjas saw that their companions' use of fire escapes was useless, so they gathered and rushed over to use physical techniques to deal with them, but the swamp man opened his arms as if he had seen a child returning home. Several Uchiha ninjas just came into contact with the swamp man's body, and were swallowed into it as if they were deep in a swamp. And the swamp man got bigger after eating some food. Hey hey hey, I'm so tall. Ha ha ha, this is the ability of my middle scorpion. In the swamp man's chest, a short and fat man wrapped in a sneer looked at everything in front of him. Konoha Security Department. I didn't say there would be heavy fog today, what's going on? Looking at the foggy security department, a member of the security department complained to the companion beside him. Yeah, this fog doesn't feel right, do you want to report to the minister? Then, let's go, it's been a long time since the fog has spread. The two just wanted to report, but the next moment, they found that their bodies were a little stiff. No. It's not stiff, it's not moving. Their bodies are gradually freezing. After a while, the two were frozen into ice sculptures. And it's not just these two people who are frozen. The entire security department was frozen into ice sculptures. The thick fog slowly walked out of a slender figure, muttering words, "Snow Girl." Everyone will become ice cubes in the thick fog. Standing on the eaves, a masked Yumu suddenly stood up. Next, it's time to start my action. Author's digression, next is the 1v Battle of Ichiki, you have to think about how to write it, it will be slower. Chapter 15 Konoha's Rebellion, 1. In Konoha village, the uncontrolled Konoha ninjas fought against the soldiers controlled by leader. Because the controlled Konoha ninjas were all Konoha ninjas, the ninjas in Konoha village could not be ruthless. Gradually, they unable to resist the attack of the soldier, they could not help but retreat. From the current observation, the enemy's stand-in ability should be to control the consciousness of others. Konkyumu Xin secretly said in the dark place. Ichiki jumped up and hid on the eaves, and after observing for a while, he was puzzled again, is it a remote controlling double? But if it is a remote controlling, then I haven't seen a double. Could it be his ability? Can it continue even if it leaves the range? Boom! A big explosion came from the direction of the Uchiha clan station in the distance. The sound of the explosion caught Uchiha's attention, is that, the residence of the Uchiha clan? Then let's cut from there first. Save Kincha by the way, it's hunting time. Uchiha family residence. Shisui. Uchiha Chisa looked at Uchiha Shisui who had collapsed on the ground in front of her, and couldn't help shouting, and then hurriedly dragged him to a safe area. Ha 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 ha. The arrogant Uchiha clan, why are they so poor in front of me? What's the use of your shackles? Ha ha ha. The swamp man let out a hoarse smile. Damn. This monster is really aimed at Uchiha. Huodun will hurt the enemy 80 and lose 1000. And the shaker is useless to it. Uchiha ninja next to Kinsa couldn't help crying. Now is not the time to fight, let's go. Uchiha Chisa shouted to the people beside her. Okay, the others said in unison. At this time, a woman who was holding a 1-year-old girl suddenly fell down, and a damaged building was pressed on them in an instant. The woman used her body to protect the little girl, and the chubby man paid attention arrived, rushed straight past. Mom! Koizumi! Uchiha Chisa turned around suddenly and found that her mother and Koizumi were being held down by the collapsed building, which made her anxious. 2 more servings of food. Ha ha ha. The chunky man controlled the swamp man to stretch out, and was about to swallow the mother and daughter. Fire escape? Fengxian fire technique. A series of flames attacked the swamp man, bang. The swamp man failed to dodge, the flames slammed into the back of the swamp man, the flames came into contact with the methane gas, and a violent explosion sounded. Bastard! The swamp man roared, the swamp on his body gathered on his back, covering the wound caused by the flame, and the swamp man's body also shrunk a little, and he looked at Uchihachi angrily. Yarn. I'll never let you hurt my family. Uchiha Chisa's eyes had turned into shackles, and she took a fighting stance with Kunao. Then I'll cut you first. The swamp man roared viciously, and after that he threw out a pool of liquid. Call out. Uchiha Chisa dodged sideways, and then threw a few Kunao with a detonating talisman. Humph. Pediatrics. The swamp man threw out another swamp, and the swamp collided with it, but this time there was no sound of an explosion, but tightly wrapped the detonating symbol Kunao, and flew towards Chisa Uchiha. Oops. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chisa hurriedly avoided, but the next moment, a sticky iron fist was on Uchiha Chisa's back. Hit her hard against the wall, and a hole was punched in the wall. Kincha also had countless wounds on her body. You're still too young, sneered the swamp man. Shit, die. Uchiha Chisa wanted to cry in pain, but she couldn't make such a cowardly reaction at this moment. Humph. Now I'm going to devour your family in front of you. The swamp man said disdainfully. No, no. Uchiha Chisa shouted weakly. Ha 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 ha. The swamp man stretched out his demons towards Kincha's mother and sister. I want to protect my family. I absolutely cannot fall. Uchiha Chisa was confused and could only mutter in her heart. Hum hum. The swamp man's giant kept pressing. Uchiha Chisa is watching everything in front of her, she must move. She kept urging her body to move, but no matter how she urged her body was paralyzed and unable to move. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes, she was regretting her incompetence, regretting her vulnerability. Why did she keep trying? But at this time, she couldn't play any role. I can only watch helplessly as my family is in danger. I want to protect my family. I want to protect everyone I cherish. Why am I a waste? Uchiha Chisa cried inwardly, her tightly biting lips were bitten bleeding. I absolutely can't fall. Uchiha Chisa gritted her teeth and said this, and the two Guyu in her eyes gradually began to rotate. Call out. Several Uchiha Ninja Alliance attacked the swamp man again. They were touched by the spirit of Chisa, so they gave up the idea of escaping, and the alliance launched an attack on him. The man's arm is a car. The swamp man swung it violently, and the famous Uchiha ninja was knocked away by him, and one person was swallowed alive by him. It's really troublesome. It took me so much effort. He looked at the mother and daughter buried in the ruins again, and showed his disgusting smile. As for you, you still have to die? After speaking, he waved his iron fist. But the next moment, Iron Fist suddenly stopped in front of the collapsed building, and the reason why he stopped was his back. At this moment, several potholes were blown out by the detonating talisman on his back. Damn, who is it? The swamp man yelled. Deng. 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 The sound of footsteps came. At this moment, a girl came from the sunken wall. The girl was Chisa Uchiha. The girl's eyes shone with blood-colored light, and when she looked at the blood-red pupils, it was now surrounded by a Guyu. It is the Guyu writing, will I? Bastard! The swamp man savagely threw out his iron fist and rushed towards the crumbling Uchiha Chisa. Uchiha Chisa was at the end of her power at this moment. Although she had opened the Guyu shaker, her body was exhausted and she could no longer move. Looking at the iron fist swung by the swamp man, she smiled slightly and said with relief. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Koizumi. Goodbye, Yasuke and Mustaji-sensei. Goodbye. Ichiki. Dolo. Boom. The iron fist smashed a big hole on the ground, and the smoke dissipated. The swamp man slowly lifted his fist and was about to admire the death of Uchiha Chisa, but there was nothing under the big hole. What's the matter? The swamp man looked puzzled. Chisa, you've worked really hard, then rest in peace, the battle will be over soon. In a house where Uchiha was stationed, Kazuki gently stroked Chisa's head, knocking the fainted girl out. After the placement, Kankayumu's expression has once again returned to his stern look. Dragon's life, is this confirmed to be the G position? Ichiki asked. Yes, Mr. Ichiki, this is the place of great auspiciousness and will not receive any harm. Okay. Ichiki looked solemn, put on the sneering mask again, and the next moment, the Green Emperor appeared. What's going on? Did someone rescue her? The swamp man looked solemn. Hey, bastard! What are you looking at? Kankayumu, standing on the eaves, roared at the swamp man. Who are you? The one who took your life. Ha 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 ha. What an arrogant character. Poor scum. The swamp man laughed. Ichiki stopped talking, just called out Green Emperor and launched a wave of emerald splash. This is... How could he have it? The swamp man was a little shocked, and took a step back unconsciously to dodge. Boom. But he didn't know when, the pharaoh's enchantment had already covered his whole body, and countless emerald sprays were sprayed out, and the swamp man couldn't dodge, so he had to eat all the emerald spray, and the emerald spray kept rushing towards the swamp man. Body wrapped in swamp. Ah, 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 ah. The swamp sent a roar like the wild beast. 10 seconds later, the swamp man's body was beaten to pieces. After rewrapping his body with the swamp, his stature had been reduced from the original 6 meters to more than 2 meters. Also liberated. A guy who is inferior to even the cockroaches by the urinal, actually put me in such a shame. The face of the short and fat man emerged from the swamp man's face, and his eyes were bloodshot. As I said, your ending is death. Your abilities are very strong, but your flaws and weaknesses are quite obvious. Kankayuma called out King of Crimson, standing on the eaves, he pointed at the short said the fat man. That's, how is it possible? The boss said that this kind of spiritual incarnation can only be owned by a normal person. After seeing the King of Crimson, the short and fat man was extremely shocked, and he never thought of this. The guy with the white mask actually has 2 spiritual incarnations. Dulu. The next moment, the ability of King Crimson was activated, and time seemed to have escaped into chaos, and all actions were useless in this chaos. Kankayuma walked towards the squat man wrapped in the swamp expressionlessly, his eyes as if he was looking at a dead corpse. Originally, your ending should have been better, but unfortunately you hurt Kinsha, which makes me very angry. Kankayuma slowly circled behind him, and King Crimson also appeared in Yumu's body. Beside. Time. Turn around again. Then, at the moment when time turned around again, he punched the chunky man's chest wrapped in the swamp. At the end of the time period, the chunky man spit out a mouthful of blood because his chest was punched through. Then he collapsed to the ground, and the swamp on his body completely dissipated, revealing his original short and ugly appearance. No, don't, spare me, let us. The chubby man was unable to speak, so he could only squeeze out these words in pain. Kankayuma calmed down, then said, you hurt someone who shouldn't be hurt. If you plant this cause, there will be other fruits. Your ending can't be changed, and... Saying that, Kankaiu Ichiki squatted beside the chubby man and continued, I'm going to tear up your damn face. Ah! The short fat man was now surrounded by fear, his pupils were shaking, and he said convulsively, don't come near me. Don't worry, before you die, you have one last use. Saying that, Kankayuma called out White Snake. Eh? The chubby man's expression became more shocked. Tell you, I still have 12 of things like this. And there will be more in the future. Then let Whitesnake activate his ability, and 2 discs appeared on the face of the chubby man, and the chubby man also into a state of suspended animation. After taking away his memory CD, Konkayumu did not recycle his stand-in CD. He felt that the stand-in was of little use. Looking at the memory CD inside, and then looking at the chubby man who was in a state of suspended animation, Konkayumu stopped talking, just got up and left silently, but Whitesnake didn't follow. In an instant, blood splattered, leaving only a few Uchiha clansmen who could not afford to fall to the ground, and a corpse with a pierced chest and a torn face. In the ruins, Kazuki Tsukio asked the Crimson King to remove a collapsed wall. Under the wall were Kinsa's mother and Uchiha Izumi, who was crying in her mother's arms. The miserable mother Kinsa still stood up with all her strength, holding the crying Uchiha Izumi in her arms. "Thank you for saving our mother and daughter, please leave a name for the hero, I will definitely thank you seriously." Seeing that Kinsa's mother was still able to act, Konkayumu didn't pay any attention to them, turned around and left, but said a few words slowly. "My name is Whiteface." Chapter 16 Konoha's Rebellion, 2. In Konoha Street, 2 figures were running fast on the eaves. Ordinary people couldn't even see their appearance, but only knew that they were 2 yellow figures. What is the origin of this person? Not only does he look exactly like me, but his strength, thinking, and fighting style are just like me. Is it the enemy's jutsu? What kind of weird ninjutsu is this? Can you create a harmony target? It's like my shadow. Namikaze Minato looked at the person who looked exactly like him, and sighed at the horror of the enemy's ninjutsu. Looking at the Minato made by the enemy, his face was expressionless, and he only knew how to attack. Because of the exact same battle mentality as Minato, the 2 had not yet decided the winner from the Hokage building to the Konoha Street. There wasn't even a single wound on his body. Konkayumu hid in an uninhabited house, watching the battle between the 2, he couldn't help sighing, what a powerful substitute to be able to create such a dangerous self. Konkayumu was here when I noticed Minato's feet, there was no shadow under his feet. Looking at the water gate that was made, there was no shadow under his feet, and his hair color was slightly duller than the golden yellow of the water gate. Could it be that, this made Minato, is, in essence, the shadow of Minato? While Kazuki Saro was amazed by the enemy's ability, the shadow under his feet began to wriggle. There's actually a ghostly guy. The comber is not good, let's solve it first. Umbu looked at the house where Konkayuki was and said, behind him, stood a crow-like figure with only the upper body. His head, the overall color is also a black figure, it is his stand-in, high-speed horror. Then the Umbu jumped on the beam and waited for the ability to activate successfully. Because the battle between the 2 water gates was too exciting, Konkayumu couldn't help but be fascinated, and the shadow at his feet slowly stood up, gradually becoming the current appearance of Yumu, and then the shadow man stretched out his iron fist. Behind. Suddenly, a voice came from Kazuki's mind, he turned around suddenly, and only then did he realize that there was a person just like him. Dulu. The King of Crimson was activated in an instant, and Kazuki Konkyu hurriedly avoided this attack. This. Konkayumu's eyes widened, because at this moment, behind him, there was also a Crimson King. Konkayumu suddenly looked at his feet, shadow. Shadow is gone. Look at the shadow Yumu over there, it has long disappeared. Ichiki hurriedly used the epitaph to tell his future on the epitaph, and after the second, the shadow would attack. You will get punched in the chest. When the time came to the 6th second, Ichiki used his abilities. The Crimson King. Dulu. The world suddenly fell into chaos. In this chaotic time and space, Ichiki saw the shadow that suddenly appeared and the movement that was going to penetrate his chest. Master, I sense a side mission. Do you accept it? At this time, the voice of the substitute appeared suddenly. It's not bad anyway. Yumu thought to himself, so he said, I accept it. Okay. As the saying goes, the biggest enemy is yourself. When you defeat yourself, you will get extraordinary growth. So, the task is to defeat the self in front of you. The stand-in said the details of the task. Looks like you're lucky, you just have to defeat the shadow first. Yumu Xin exclaimed. Time. Turn around again. Time deletion is over. Ichiki's Crimson King slashed at the shadow with a knife, but he didn't expect the shadow to dodge away as if he had been prepared, and Crimson King just cut the shadow's arm. Immediately blood splattered. Available in the next moment. Strange things have happened. The same wound appeared on Ichiki. Immediately blood splattered. What's the matter? If you attack this shadow, you will be injured too. Yuma was shocked, but before she could finish her doubts, the shadow controlled his King of Crimson and rushed over. Yuma hurriedly rushed over. Dodge, only to find that there is no place to dodge behind. As a last resort, Yuma jumped out of the window, and the shadow followed. When you attack your own shadow, you will also suffer corresponding damage. The person transformed by the ability of the enemy's stand-in is actually yourself. It is your own shadow, and that shadow symbolizes yourself. So attacking him is equal to attacking yourself. Ichiki dodged slowly, and Xin already had a little understanding of the enemy's abilities. Dulu. The time was deleted, and it was the shadow Yuma who did it. During the deleted time, the distance with Yuma was shortened, and then he threw a punch. Seeing this, Ichiki also ordered the Crimson King to turn around and attack. Boom. Boom. Two pairs of iron fists start to fight. It's hard to tell the winner. Even the strength, speed, and ability effects are the same as mine. It might be very difficult to defeat him. Huh. Wait, if it is a shadow change, it seems that this type of attack has a most critical point. Weakness. Kazuki seemed to have thought of a way to deal with the enemy, and stopped fighting against Shadow. The Crimson King. Delete all the time of everyone except me. After the King of Crimson ability was over, Shadow Ichiki found that Shiny Chiki had already run away, so he hurriedly chased after him. Let's catch up, I'll take you to a fun place. Looking back at the gradually closing shadow, Konkai Yuma smiled confidently. This person is really unusual. He actually has a spiritual incarnation, and he must notify others immediately. Umbu said with a solemn expression as he watched what was happening in front of him. Oh, Mr. Camellia, why are you here? A man wearing a grey short-sleeve came to the Umbu named Camellia. It's so annoying, Uehara Yuzuki. Can you stop talking to me in your so-called elegant state? Shansha said impatiently. Ha ha ha, the person who wants me to put away my gorgeous posture has only been done by the boss. Do you want to try it too? Against my Mr. Good? Out of a pair of invincible look. Enough. You go to inform the boss that there is an unknown spiritual incarnation ability. It is likely to hinder our plan. Shansha said coldly. I'm in charge of investigating Lu Li's death, but now it seems that it must be the newly emerged capable person. Uehara Yuzuki analyzed. It's possible, but not necessarily. I've made his shadow, and now the shadow is chasing it. The two of us will go together. If it is a new capable person, your shadow may not be enough to deal with. Are you underestimating my ability? Shansha asked. I feel that we have to go together. If it's just one of us, it won't work. Uehara Uzuki looked a little dignified, but still maintained that elegant look. Why? You know, I just seem to have discovered the mystery of that person's abilities. What? When I came here just now, I had a thought of wanting to comb my hair, but I was about to get a comb, but the next moment I found that I was already leaning towards my hair with the comb. I am a very careful man, and it is impossible to comb my hair. It's a sacred moment to doze off, so, after hearing you say that you found a new ability, I seem to have some ideas about that person's ability. You think? I think his ability seems to be related to time, or to make it invisible to others. Uehara, I really found that you are a little different from others. You can come up with any crooked ways. I don't think it's possible for someone to awaken such a terrifying ability. Time. You know, you can control it. The man of time is like controlling the world. If there are such people, even the two of us are not enough. It's just a guess, but I still want to go there. Since he doesn't help us, let's kill it first. Uehara said. Aren't you going to tell the boss? No hurry, let's see if we can beat it first. Uehara chuckled. Humph-Shansha looked at Uehara displeased, and then pointed in their direction, so the two rushed over. A deserted old house. Someone committed suicide here before, but no one dared to come here to play, and no one bought it, so it became a dilapidated house. Kankayumu jumped to the top of the house with the help of the stand-in, and the shadow followed, and just before landing, he summoned his King of Crimson and kicked it with a whip. It's like this. Kankayumu and shouted, yes. Then let Crimson King punch a hole in the roof, then jumped, and then called out Green Emperor to bind the shadow and drag him down together. This house has been left uncleaned all the year round, no one has patronized it, and it has already become dull all day long. Even in the daytime, the sun can't shine in this room, and this is Yumu's defense against the enemy. It's finally here. Ichiki fell heavily to the ground, raising a thick layer of dust, and at the same time, the shadow was dragged by the French emperor and fell here. But instead of raising dust like a piece of wood, he was constantly engulfed by the shadow of the house like a deep swamp. In a dark place, you won't see shadows, that's my strategy. Go away slowly. Kazuki showed a triumphant smile. The shadow is gradually engulfed until it disappears. By the way, Camellia, I have always had a question, if your abilities are useless at night. Uehara asked curiously. Het. Camellia smiled disdainfully, and then said, if it is in the dark when the ability is activated, it is really useless. Because there is no way to observe the shadow of others, the ability is useless, but if it is a shadow man who has already created, that is, after the ability is activated, then if others are in the dark, it will be a thing. Oh. Kankayumu is here. Ichiki, who had just finished fighting, patted the dust on his body and was about to leave, but the next moment, his legs were slashed by arms that suddenly came out of the floor. Ah! Ichiki instantly collapsed to the ground. Looking at it again, the shadow man is now showing half of his body from the floor, like swimming on the floor. The shadow man looked at Kankayumu, and then cautiously walked towards Yumu. Could it be? Could it be that, this shadow man can walk freely in the dark? That is to say, what I did just now was not only useless, but also contributed to his power. Just now, I was just making myself smart. Ichiki gritted his teeth forcibly, and began to analyze the shadow man in his heart. Damn, what should I do? Ichiki, who was lying on the ground, was extremely anxious at the moment. It seems to be over there. Shansha said. Okay. Let's speed up. Chapter 17_Konoha's Rebellion, 3. In the end, what should I do? Due to the injury to his legs, he was unable to move, and now Kankayumu was very anxious. He kept deducing the battle plan in his mind, but he gave up all of them, because he didn't like this shadow man at all. No, even with the ability to delete time, Kankayumu didn't dare to attack him, because it was his own shadow, and if he attacked him, he would be injured. Could it be? Is it really desperate? Yumu Xian secretly asked. Sure enough, No matter how strong you give me, I'm still a piece of shit, hee. Thinking of this, Ichiki smiled slightly. Don't give up your life because of these little things, respect. That voice appeared in Kazuki's mind. I really don't know any way to beat him without me dying, but I haven't heard the name for a long time. Ichiki muttered to himself. Don't worry, there will still be a meeting, that is, you are injured, but you still have the ability to eliminate time. Now when the Shadow Man is dormant in the dark waiting to kill you, this is the best meeting for you to fight back. Think again. Let's do it. I was thinking of a way just now, but it's useless in this situation. Is this Shadow Man really invincible? The Shadow Man, the Shadow, deal with the Shadow in a dull way, light. Light source. At this moment, Ichiki's eyes widened in an instant. He thought of it. Think of the last solution. A method that he has known for a long time but has not used here. Then the King of Crimson appeared beside him. This is my last resort. This is the Shadow Man created by the enemy's ability, and it belongs to the shadow in the depths of my heart. Therefore, attacking it is equivalent to attacking myself. In the fifth part, there is a way to destroy the shadow of one's own heart. There is a light source behind everyone's spirit. This is the key to forming one's own shadow. So, this is my last resort. Kankayuki shouted. Then the light source behind Himu's head appeared. King of Crimson threw a heavy punch, and the light source was instantly destroyed. Boom. In an instant, the shadow people who had just identified that would emerge from the darkness scattered like bombs. Uehara Yuzuki and Shancha were still heading towards the dilapidated house, but at this moment, Shancha stopped in shock. Impossible, what's going on? He muttered in disbelief. What's wrong? Uehara Yu wondered. I can't feel the location of the shadow of the white-faced man. There is only one explanation. He has cracked my ability. This is the last thing I can believe. The ability of high-speed cry is obviously invincible. How can? It seems that the person is really not simple. Dolo. The next moment, Uehara Yu noticed something. What happened just now? I feel like I haven't finished speaking yet. Uehara Yu was suspicious. Now is not the time to hesitate, and we can't go any further. Hurry back and tell the boss. It is estimated that only the boss can deal with the masked man. Shancha said. Yeah. Uehara Yu's expression was also a little solemn in the face of the unpredictable power to deal with ghosts. Kankayumu hid in the dark, looked at the two leaving, thinking, it has been confirmed that one of the two has the ability to create shadow people, as for the other, until there is no clear information, or just hold on. After defeating the Shadow Man, the light source that was destroyed has been restored, which is unexpected to me. Fortunately, the side mission has been completed, so let's extract it first. Then Ichiki's stand-in appeared, and then light radiated from his chest. A few seconds later, a new avatar disc appeared in the avatar. God Numua. God Nuum is the stand-in for Oingo, brother of Oingo and Boingo's brother in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders. The ability is to arbitrarily change the person you see, body odor, height, appearance, etc., and they are similar very high degree, can be used to deceive the other party. It is difficult to identify the true and false. Perhaps, it can be used for a surprise. In a remote house in the civilian area of Konoha, because many strange things suddenly happened in the village, most of the people in Konoha went to deal with those things, so there were no people in the civilian area, and no one noticed two fast figures. After a while, two figures stopped in a clearing somewhere. It was Uehara Yu and Camellia. Boss. Shancha called out. I've been here all the time. A voice came, and the two of them took a closer look, only to find that a young man suddenly sat on the empty space that was empty. Boss, so things are going well, but there is also bad news. Now there is a mysterious person in the village, and he also has a spiritual incarnation. And according to my observation, this person is not good. And the strength is strong, my ability it was actually cracked by him. Shan Cha said everything he knew. Sure, there's only one bad news, said the man of the year. Brother, what do you mean? Uehara Yu asked suspiciously. The news from Xia, Ian died, in the Uchiha station he was in charge of. Now the Uchiha family has slowed down and freed up their fighting power to deal with us. What? Uehara Yuzuki and Camellia said in unison. The death was miserable, the chest was pierced, and the whole face was torn off alive. The young man added. His ability is disgusting. Who is the other party? He has such a powerful ability? Shan Cha asked. A guy with a white mask, about 160 feet tall, said the older man. Is there any other information? Uehara Yuzuki said. When Xia's bamboo dragonfly came, she only saw the mysterious man tearing open Ian's face, and then the mysterious man left after saving a mother and daughter, so she only knew about this. Boss, the mysterious man I met has the same characteristics as you said, but it's not ruled out that there are other people. Shan Cha's face was solemn. Brother, I also discovered that the ability of that mysterious man seems to be related to time. Uehara Yuzuki expressed his opinion. Uehara Yu. How many times do you have to say this? If he really can control the time, how could we still be alive? Shan Cha said angrily. Maybe he can only control for a short time. Uehara Yuzuki looked at the sun. You. Come on, Camellia. Since there are already arrows in this world that can obtain spiritual incarnations, it is possible that someone can awaken the ability to relate to time. Alas, why would there be such a headache at this time? That's enough. Now. Said, the young man lowered his head and rubbed his eyebrows. Big brother, let me find that guy, you follow me, and when I test out his abilities, you can kill him while you are. Uehara Yu said to the young man. What if you die? The young man stared at him. Ahahaha. Even if I die, I will die gracefully, big brother, don't worry. Uehara Yu smiled evilly. Really, well. I'll be keeping you in the dark. Brother, if you start to act, then Ishikawa line. Camellia said worriedly. My ability can act on two people, you don't have to worry. The young man said. Okay. At this point, Shan Cha didn't say anything anymore. The young man looked at the two of them, and then disappeared in the next moment. The two of them didn't seem surprised, and they separated after nodding to each other. Konoha Intelligence Department. Looking at the Intelligence Department ninjas who were frozen into ice sculptures, a coquettish woman smiled charmingly, and then attached the arm of a substitute to smash the ice sculpture with a punch. The woman named Xia who followed her was looking at all this coldly, unmoved. They found a body that had just been delivered this morning, the body of the man named Lolai. Xia, can you use the probing technique to see the memory of the period of his death? The bewitching woman asked. Xia placed it on the corpse's head, and then tried to use ninjutsu. After a while, Xia sighed, let go, and said regretfully, it's been too long since I've been dead, and I can't find out. Oh, there's no other way, burn it. The coquettish woman spread out and said indifferently. Yeah. Xia replied simply. What are you doing? At this moment, a voice interrupted Xia, who was about to release Huodun, and the two girls instantly became vigilant, but after seeing the visitor's face clearly, the two girls breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing that the visitor was Uehara Yu, he looked at the two daughters with a puzzled expression. I told you, don't investigate the cause of this guy's death, what are you doing here? The coquettish woman pointed to the corpse in the road and asked. Uehara Yu looked solemn and said, there is no result in other investigations, so I came here to try my luck. Then slowly walked towards the second daughter. Really, I've been bragging all day and night, and I can't even handle this little thing. Uehara Uzumaki. Ahaha, when I'm out of luck. Uehara Yuzuki rubbed the back of his head. Wait a minute. Uehara Yuzuki? Stop. At this moment, Sia suddenly shouted. Uehara Yu was stunned by this sudden sound. He stopped and asked, "What's wrong? Just stand there and don't move. Summon your spiritual incarnation." Sia shouted, and the distance between Uehara Yuzuki and the others was about 8 meters. "What are you doing?" Uehara Yu asked inexplicably, and then began to move her feet again. "I told you to stand still. Summon your spiritual avatar." "Sia, what are you doing?" the coquettish woman frowned. "Menzi, he is not Uehara Yu." "Huh?" the bewitching woman named Menzi asked inexplicably. "Although I don't like to talk, I have a good understanding of other people's characters. His demeanor and reaction just now are not what that arrogant Uehara Yuzuki would do." Sia explained. "What are you talking about?" "Sia, of course I'm Uehara Yu." After speaking, he took another step forward. The distance at the moment was meters. "Hey! Did you hear what Sia said? Stand there. If you want us to believe in you, call out your own spiritual incarnation. Otherwise, if you take a step forward, I'll be rude." Yumko shouted to the Uehara Uzuki. Hearing these words, Uehara Yu's face sank. He did not speak, and the two women were silent together. After about a second, Uehara Yu suddenly took a big step. "Run towards the two girls. You bastard!" Menzi immediately called out "Snow Girl," but the next moment, she saw an incredible scene. "Now it can be confirmed that you are in the same party. I will never let you go." Then Uehara Yuzuki's appearance began to change. The Crimson King. Dulu. 1 second before time is about to flow again, King of Crimson swung a knife, and the time deletion ended. The knife slashed firmly on a person's neck, and blood immediately flowed. "Sia!" Menzi shouted out loud. Sia's eyes widened, looking at the man wearing the white mask in disbelief. She vomited blood, and gritted her teeth and said a few words, "Yes, you, how, will," and then fell to the ground and died. Seeing this, Menzi hurried back and pulled the distance from Kankayumu to about 15 meters. At this moment, her pupils were constricted, bloodshot eyes were already covered with bloodshot eyes, and she shouted angrily, "Actually, killed Sia. Absolutely unforgivable." Then Snow Girl appeared. The two stood opposite each other, and the atmosphere was anxious. Chapter 18_Kanaha's Rebellion, 4. The two stood opposite each other, the atmosphere dignified. "This bastard must have used some method that I can't observe, and he just launched the attack when he walked into us, which means that he can only fight in close quarters." Although Sia's death once made Menzi angry, but she still tried her best to calm down and began to analyze Ichiki's ability. Looking at Ichiki, he is much more relaxed. He is very clear that the other party is analyzing his ability, but he is not flustered at all. This is the rogue of King of Crimson, that is, you have analyzed its ability. But you still can't help it? While thinking about it, Kazuki was also slowly moving his footsteps, looking for the best way to kill her. "He's starting to approach me. Although it's dangerous, it's also a good time for me to launch an attack. I must do something." Menzi clicked her tongue, and then she actually took the initiative to approach Ichiki. "Who? Don't you run away? Did you approach me instead of running away? The actions of your companions finally gave you a chance to escape, and you look like you're still answering the exam paper after the exam is over. It's ridiculous. How can I beat you down if you don't get close?" Menzi said harshly. "Then you can try." At this time, a large amount of thick fog suddenly appeared in the air, and the thick fog blocked Ichiki's sight. He looked left and right, observing the strange thick fog. Is this her ability? Kazuki felt the thick fog, and suddenly, Kazuki's body began to feel uncomfortable. This thick fog feels like a normal temperature, but why do I feel so cold? Kazuki wondered. Call out. At this time, an iron fist came, and Yuma calmly called out King of Crimson to take the blow. The power is actually stronger than mine. However, since he is in the thick fog, that's my advantage. Menzi, who was hiding in the thick fog, marveled at the power of the masked man's spiritual incarnation, but at the same time he was worried about this. The masked man was delighted by choosing to stay in the thick fog. The body is getting more and more wrong, it seems that I can't stay in this thick fog any longer. King of Crimson. Dolo. Kazuki deleted seconds, allowing him to run to the edge of the fog. This guy? What's going on? Menzi's eyes widened due to the sudden situation. He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Obviously, a masked person who was still in the thick fog, he just ran into the thick fog by accident. The fog is over. Menzi didn't dare to slack off, she activated her ability again, and the thick fog spread instantly. But at the same time, it has become sparse, and although it still affects the line of sight, you can already see the surrounding things clearly. The mist has spread, but it has become sparser. Her abilities are related to the mist, and exposure to this mist for too long seems to have an effect on the body. Ichiki analyzed. Konkayumu launched the epitaph, thinking about predicting the person's next actions, but he didn't expect that his prediction would see something incredible. I saw the picture displayed in the epitaph. 5 seconds later, the avatar of a crow's head would touch his shadow. Touch my shadow. It seems to be the substitute messenger of the Shadow Man. Let's keep your distance. Then the King of Crimson appeared, and the time was deleted again. Dolo. Huh. Camellia hid in the dark, watching everything in front of her. The masked man who was still in that place actually disappeared in the next moment. And his high-speed fright also stood there in a daze. Hey! Damn it! Go and meet Menzi first. Then Shan-cha set off towards the depths of the fog. 2 people, it seems a little difficult to deal with. Kazuki hid behind the wall, watching Camellia walk into the fog. Camellia was walking in the fog. Suddenly, a knife struck. Camellia was chopped off on the shoulder, and instantly made him kneel on the ground. He covered the wound in pain and shouted, "Who is it?" Camellia. Menzi, who was hiding in the fog, asked suspiciously. Menzi? Why are you attacking me? Shan-cha shouted to Menzi, who was hiding in the fog with a grim face. Menzi did not respond to Shan-cha, but asked abruptly, "Call out your spiritual incarnation." What do you mean? Shan-cha was a little annoyed, she was clearly attacking her for no reason, and now she is still ordering herself in this tone? How could he bear this? Do it if you want to live. Menzi shouted angrily. Shan-cha was shocked by this sudden shock. What happened to this woman today? Although she was very upset in her heart, her body did as she did, and Shan-cha called out high-speed horror, and Yumko breathed a sigh of relief after confirming it in every possible way. I said, what the hell are you crazy about? Shan-cha said angrily. Xia was killed. Menzi said to Shan-cha with a gloomy face. What? Shan-cha's face was full of shock and confusion. Killed by a guy with a white mask, just now. The masked man, it must be the masked man again. I also met him. He is very strong and has cracked my ability. His transformation technique is very strong. He just turned into a Harayu, and I also Xia didn't notice any problems with his appearance at all. But when Xia saw through him in his behavior, he didn't know what method he used. Without us even realizing it, he jumped in front of Kazumi and killed Kazumi. Do you really want what Uehara Yuyuki said? He has the ability to control time. Shansha thought to himself, and then he said to Menzi, where is he now? I was still at war with me just now, but I disappeared in the blink of an eye. He must still be around here. The two of us stay together. Otherwise he will definitely use his weird abilities to attack us separately. Then the two formed a back-to-back formation, and their eyes kept scanning the surroundings, observing the movements of Ichiki. Those two people should have gathered together. It will be troublesome to deal with them next, and it is not good for me if I stay in this fog, and I have already figured out the effect of this fog. Just watch those ice sculptures that arrived should be caused by the fog, and if you stay in the fog for a long time, your body will freeze. At this time, Konkayuma found a scattered scroll on the ground. Konkayuma picked it up and tried to open it, but a lot of kunao popped out. It seems that this is a scroll that pretends to be kunao, Yes. Konkayuma moved, then picked up the kunao on the ground and walked towards the fog. Menzi, can't you detect the location of the mister? Shansha asked. That's in the dense fog mode. Although the current light fog mode can make the fog range wider, it also increases the freezing time and cannot use constant temperature detection. Menzi replied helplessly. Hey. That would be troublesome, and under the current circumstances, if you rush to narrow the range of the fog, it is very possible that the other party can directly determine our position and use a wide range of attacks. I have a way to draw him out. In what way? The two whispered. The fog has shrunk. It has turned into a dense fog. It's the same as when I first came into contact with it. Konkayuma looked at the shrinking fog in front of him, and murmured in his heart that he was already moving towards the depths of the fog. Now, the fog has shrunk for him directly, which makes Kazuki a little surprised. As the area of the fog shrank, the figure of Izumi Konkaiu also appeared, and Izuki called out King of Crimson and activated his ability. Dulu. Time enters chaos. Isn't it more convenient to carry out my attack by narrowing the range of the dense fog? How could there be such a coincidence? Could it be a fraud? There are two figures in the fog. Let's try it first. Konkayuma didn't know what to do, but maybe this is the case, and he couldn't miss it. Then he took out a lot of kunao that he had just picked up, and the King of Crimson also appeared. During the erasing time, I can see the after images of people and things around me. Therefore, I can use the position of others to attack. Diablo's blood blindfolded eyes are throwing blood in front of the target's after images. After the time cut ends, it will make contact with the target's eyes to block the line of sight. That being the case, by the same token, as long as you throw dozens of kunao around the target's after image, the kunao will come into contact with the target after the time period is over. That's right. I am restoring DIOS time-stopping knife in a time-deleted way. Take it. 2. Afterwards, Kazuki began to throw kunao around the two of them. Although there was still a distance of about 15 meters, Kazuki was the one who let King Crimson throw the kunao. With the power of the King of Crimson, even across such a long distance, it is enough to throw kunao to death. Look at the results. Then time flows again. Shhhhhhh. Dozens of kunao flew into the thick fog, and the sound of collision was heard in an instant. It seems to have succeeded. And it seems that the fog is gradually dissipating. It should be the reason why the enemy has already died, so the power of the stand-in has also been touched. Although Konkayuma thought so, he was still very cautious. Walked into the thick fog for a while, and pulled the distance to 0 meters again. Be careful at this time to make the ship of 10,000 years. Unfortunately, I used the technique of measuring and sealing to seal the chakra to prevent others from being perceived, otherwise I will definitely make another fire. Konkayuma looked at the gradually dissipating concentration fog, and gradually saw the people inside. He suddenly widened his eyes. Call out. At this moment, a sound of breaking air came from behind Konkayumu. Konkayumu hurriedly called out King of Crimson to take the punch. Since you used ice sculptures to deceive me. It's quite clever. Looking at the woman in front of him, Ichiki praised. It's a pity, you didn't fall for it. Menzi said coldly. This is the prudence brought by my greedy nature. Konkayumu also responded coldly. Humph. Menzi raised the corners of her mouth for no reason at this moment, and then stepped back suddenly. Yeah. Not good. There must be a ghost. Seeing this, Konkayumu hurriedly activated the King of Crimson. In an instant, the erasing chaos of time entered. At the time of being eliminated, Ichiki breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that it was the shadow manufacturing stand-in who just came out of the ground and wanted to touch his shadow. Only then did Ichiki understand their true purpose. I must kill one first. Ichiki showed a gloomy look, and time was about to flow again. Chapter 19 Konoha's Rebellion, 5. Time flows again. Shansha, who failed the sneak attack, had a shocked expression on his face, and he was very puzzled. How is it possible? How could he avoid this attack? Could it be? Could it really be? Shansha's breathing began to get a little short. What are you in a daze? Camellia. He has run away. Menzi yelled at Camellia anxiously. Camellia, who had recovered, hurriedly retreated to Menzi's side, her face full of astonishment. What are you doing in a daze? Menzi scolded as she grabbed the collar of Camellia's clothes. Am I really wrong? Could it be that Uehara Yuzuki's idea is correct? Time. There will really be someone who can have such an ability. This. Shansha ignored Yunko's scolding and still looked after himself. Murmured to himself. Hey. You. Menzi saw that Shansha had been ignoring him, and was about to wake him up, but before he finished speaking, Shansha's next sentence surprised Menzi. Menzi, go. Let's go. We can't fight him. Shansha said dejectedly. Why? Menzi wondered. I seem to have discovered the weirdness of his ability. But I still have that 1 in 10,000 hope in my heart. I hope I'm overthinking. Say it. What did you find? Time. He seems to be using his ability to control time. That's why our coordinated attack just now failed. Time. Menzi murmured. But he only seems to be in control for a short period of time, but that's not something we can deal with either. Then let's go tell Big Brother. Menzi was shocked by Shansha's words. I have already looked for the boss with Uehara Yuyu before. The boss is dispatched, and he is now staying with Uehara Yuyu to find the whereabouts of this white mask. So now we have to leave quickly. Go to the boss. Only by finding the boss, only we have the chance to defeat this guy. Shansha said decisively. Menzi nodded in agreement. Konkayumu's face was gloomy and cold, and he slowly walked towards the two of them. Deng, deng, deng. The footsteps kept coming, and the startled Shansha and Menzi did not dare to move. Looking at the nervous two people, Konkayumu began to talk to himself. Man's growth is accompanied by countless trials, and each trial is fading away his past. Some trials are accompanied by creation. Some trials are accompanied by death. If you fear these trials, that person will not be able to complete his growth. Before coming here, I had already made up my mind. I won't let anyone who would threaten me, you two, please understand. What you are about to meet, is the passing of life. Before the two could answer, Konkayumu had already released the King of Crimson. Menzi. Run. Find the boss. Shansha pushed Menzi away and faced Konkayumu alone. They seemed to be really stupid. Ha 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 ha. They actually took the initiative to reduce the number of people who fight with me. Kankayuma couldn't help but shouted hello when he saw the scenes of life and death in front of him. If two people cooperated with each other and restrained each other, Ichiki would still have a headache, but now they actually choose to leave one person to face him alone? Isn't that just looking for death? Before Ichiki could continue to think about it, Shansha had already summoned a double to approach him. Izuki was about to eliminate the time and then punch him, but at this moment, Snow Girl's iron fist suddenly swung over. Kankyu Izuki dodged, and then saw the woman named Menzi standing on the body of Camellia again. Beside. What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to find the boss? Shansha said angrily. How long do you think you can deal with him? My spiritual incarnation at least has heroic power, and I won't suffer in close combat. In comparison, your ability is very important to us. You must never be sacrificed like this. Menzi said righteously. Don't mind your own business. You shouldn't mind your own business. This is the area I'm in charge of. There's nothing you need to do. And having said that, Menzi's face was a little ugly. If you don't leave, we may not be able to survive either. Now. You. Enough to say goodbye? This woman is right. You are no longer able to escape. Next, I will kill the two of you together. Kankayuma spoke. Menzi, you want to live? Shansha's tone was full of helplessness. Yeah. Menzi just nodded in response. Don't think about it. None of you can leave. King of Crimson. Dulu. Suddenly I feel that I am the guilty party. Kankayuma murmured during the time that was cut off, but I'm still sorry, your death is a condition for me to complete this trial, goodbye. Walking in front of the two of them, King Crimson raised his right and was about to slash down with a knife, but Yumu suddenly saw that the woman named Menzi in the afterimage used a stand-in to grab Shansha's shoulder, and then a throwing Camellia out of the intelligence department. I really underestimated you guys, and one really ran away. Forget it, you can't be too cruel when dealing with women. Then time flowed again. As soon as Menzi reacted, Kankayumu asked the King of Crimson to throw an iron fist. Yumko hurriedly fought back, and Snow Girl's iron fist met the fist of Crimson King. Cough. It was silent for a while, and then there was a cracking sound, and many cracks appeared on Snow Girl's fist. Damn, my. Menzi was clutching her left side, the pain from the fracture of the toe and metacarpal bones made her face grim. Heroic power. Kankayumu Xian complained, and then he called out Whitesnake and slashed it with another palm. Menzi saw the situation was not good, she forcibly held back the pain and ran, but now she is the right of Whitesnake. Menzi just felt her eyelids sink, her consciousness gradually disappearing. Is it over? Damn it! I haven't seen my brother yet. Why, it's over. Menzi collapsed to the ground, her consciousness disappeared, and two discs appeared on her face. Disc was successfully recovered. Only the icy cold voice of Whitesnake was left at the scene. Individually, I have already solved it. Of the remaining four, one has already understood his abilities. The other has already roughly understood. As for the remaining two, it is estimated that it is not easy to deal with. Kankayuma walked over in front of the collapsed Menzi, she took away two of her discs. The man named Shansha, his stand-in can create shadow people, and the stand-in who can control other people's consciousness. The two of them should be the key to causing the chaos in Konoha. My task is to stop the rebellion launched by the stand-in team, so next, it's time to deal with these two people. But, if they are dealt with, will my existence be exposed when Konoha's people come over? Kankayuma pondered. At this time, an ice sculpture on the side began to shatter, and those ninjas from the intelligence department who were frozen into ice sculptures gradually returned to normal. It seems that the ability of Snow Girl has begun to be released. It is not too late, let's take a step by step. Then Kankai-Yumu activated the King of Crimson and left. Later, the ninjas who woke up from the intelligence department also found Kazumi's body and Yumko, who was in a state of suspended animation. Konoha Street. Sure enough, there is still a war here. Soldiers who were still fighting. Kankai-Yumu, who was hiding by the wall, was a little overwhelmed. How could he find the substitute messenger when there were so many people? Obviously, it's not very good. Right now, Kankai-Yumu is thinking about how to draw out that substitute messenger. At this moment, Kazuki Saraki noticed Yasuke Hayaga, who was also being controlled like a soldier. Maybe you can find a way to get Yasuke out of control, and then let him draw out the body. Just do what you say. Kankai-Yumu waits by the wall. Yasuke. Yongchuan Mistagi, who was dealing with the soldiers, said in surprise, why is his student also under the control of the enemy? That's right, after fighting for so long, Konoha's ninjas are not fools. It can be seen that these companions are controlled by others, but they will never think of being controlled by substitutes. At most they just think they were controlled by some kind of illusion. You can't let others hurt Yasuke, first lure him away, then knock him out. Yongchuan Mistagi thought to himself. Then Nagagawa Katsuki went to Yasuke's discovery. Yasuke Hayaga, who was under control, also saw that he came to Yongchuan Mistagi. He seemed to have nothing to say, and he couldn't make any expression on his face, but his body unconsciously attacked Yongchuan Mistagi. Deng. The sound of fists and palms came. Yongchuan Katsuki and Hayaga Yasuke were in a wrestling state. Yongchuan Katsuki was useless to his full strength. Of course, Hayaga Yasuke also has very good strength. After all, he was a student in Kakashi. Among them, Yasuke Hayaga's performance is in the top 10, and Yongchuan Mistagi also took some effort. Call out. Yongchuan Mistagi looked on time and pushed Yasuke Hayaga with a knee. Yasuke Hayaga hurriedly stood on his heels, but still rubbed some distance from the ground. It should be fine, Yongchuan Mistagi thought to himself, and then he tried to step back. Really? At this time, Yasuke Hayaga had already targeted him, and he also attacked towards Yongchuan Mistagi. Yongchuan Mistagi opened the distance again and started to run towards the place with few people. He looked back at Yasuke Hayaga, and he followed. Very good. Yongchuan mustered Muksan secretly said. It's great. Teacher Mistagi. I must thank you when I look back. Seeing Yongchuan Mistagi's actions, Tsukio Kazuki madly praised Yongchuan Mistagi in his heart. He even wanted to put coins into Yongchuan mustard wood. Afterwards, Kazuki also activated King of Crimson and followed quietly. Chapter 20 Konoha's Rebellion, 6. Leaving the fighting area, Yongchuan Mistagi came to a barbecue shop. Now the villagers are either hiding at home or shelter, or fighting, so this street is basically empty. Only a few ninjas will go elsewhere on this road. Calm down. Yasuke. I'm Mistagi-sensei. Yongchuan Mistagi looked at Yasuke Hayaga, who was chasing after him. He threw away the kunao in it and asked Yasuke with concern whether he was awake. Of course I know, you're Mistagi-sensei, I'm Yasuke Hayaga, I'm conscious, but I'm telling you. Anyone who wants to disobey the king orders, I'll get rid of them. This is my role as soldier's responsibility. Hayaga Yasuke looked at Nagagawa Katsuki coldly, and his eyes opened at this moment. Yasuke. Wake up. You are not a soldier. You are being controlled by the enemy's illusions. Don't resist. The teacher will help you get rid of the illusions now. Nagagawa Katsuki slowly walked towards Hayaga Yasuke. He was not turned off at all. Yasuke Hayaga was terrified, and now he just wanted to help his students out of the enemy's control. No one can disobey the orders of the king. Hayaga Yasuke's eyes suddenly became fierce. The double condensed chakra and launched an attack. Its soft fist. Yang Chuan mustered mooks and secretly said, "Call." Yasuke rushed over like a gust of wind. But Yang Chuan Atsuji is not a vegetarian. I saw him dodge the attack of the soft fist sideways, then grab Yasuke Hayaga's right and fold back. Yasuke Hayaga also responded quickly. He responded in the next instant, only to see that he used one foot as a fulcrum. Taking advantage of the meeting that Yang Chuan Mistake had not yet stood firm, he quickly rotated his body and gradually formed a chakra hemisphere. It's back to heaven. Not good. Yang Chuan mustered mooks and secretly said that it was not good. Then he released it, and added a backflip to widen the distance from Yasuke. At the same time, his double was not idle, and began to form a seal. Escape. Earth Spear. In an instant, many earth guns suddenly popped out of the ground around Yasuke Hayaga. But unfortunately, with Huishin's defense, these earth guns were shattered by Huishin in the blink of an eye. But it also ended with it. Call out. Hayaga Yasuke put on a soft fist posture at the end of returning to the sky to prepare to attack. Available in the next moment. He found something wrong. Because Yang Chuan Mistage's Earth Escape ninjutsu has been shattered by Huishin. There was a lot of gravel dust all around. The dust got into Yasuke's eyes. Well. Not good. Hayaga Yasuke's eyes closed subconsciously, although for the Hayaga clan with white eyes, closing their eyes does not have much effect, but because Hayaga Yasuke's subconscious choice is to close their eyes. Therefore, the attack that should have been launched at the end of Huishin was delayed. In other words, his movements are slow. This. Exactly the purpose of Yang Chuan Atsuji. Call out. Yang Chuan Mistake has used the instant body technique to come to Yasuke, and punch him in the face. Yasuke Hayaga was at a disadvantage at this moment. Damn. We must not let the king down. Yasuke Hayaga gritted his teeth, endured the pain on his face, and kicked Yang Chuan Mustardy. Yasuke, if it was a real battle, you wouldn't have kicked this kick, said Yang Chuan Mistake, and then he grabbed Yasuke Hayaga's flying kick and threw him out. Puff. Yasuke Hayaga was thrown to the ground, and there was a lot of friction with the ground, and the clothes on his body had rotted in several places. The clothes I bought at the discount. Sigh, I didn't have a lot of clothes to wear. Konkayumu, who was hiding not far away to watch, said distressedly, but he was more concerned about what method Yang Chuan Akimu would use than the clothes. Let Yasuke Hayaga get rid of his control. If Nagagawa Katsuki can handle it directly, then maybe he can get out without letting himself out. What is that? Could it be caused by the enemy's ninjutsu? Because Yasuke Hayaga's clothes were torn and his chest was exposed, Nagagawa Mistake noticed that there was something like a sarcoid on Yasuke Hayaga's chest, which made Yasuke Hayaga's chest look like a tumor. Nagagawa Katsuki discovered heresy. Yasuke Hayaga directly shredded his shirt and launched another attack with a soft fist posture. This time, Nagagawa Katsuki did not choose to fight back, but kept avoiding Yasuke's attack, and kept observing the sarcoma on Yasuke Hayaga's chest. The growth trend of this sarcoma is not the kind that starts from the surface of the skin, it seems more like it grows from the inside of the body, just like growing vegetables, burying seeds in the soil, the seeds will grow in the soil. It grows slowly, and then gradually takes root and sprouts. If this is the case, then inside Yasuke's body, the sarcoma may be. Yang Chuan Katsuki didn't dare to think about it any longer. He began to think, perhaps the reason why the enemy can control others is this. What the hell is the sarcoma? Maybe removing the sarcoma will wake up Yasuke. Hayaga Yasuke's attack speed began to slow down, and his body was already exhausted. Very good. It's now. Nagagawa Katsuki punched Yasuke Hayaga on the chin on time, forcing Yasuke Hayaga's offensive to stagnate, and then Nagakawa Katsuki slapped Yasuke Hayaga on the shoulder with another knife. Yasuke Hayaga fainted because of this. Yongchuan Mustaji hugged Yasuke Hayaga, who had fainted, and then found an unoccupied room in the place he ordered in front of him and entered. Yasuke, I'm sorry. The teacher is too heavy, but this is helpless. After all, if you want to get rid of the sarcoma, you must first calm you down. Yongchuan Mustaji said apologetically to the fainted Hayaga Yasuke, and then Yongchuan Mustard Tree took out kunao, trying to see if it could be removed directly. Just as Yongchuan Katsuki approached Yasuke Hayaga's chest and was about to use kunao to dig up the sarcoid seemed to be conscious. Suddenly, 2 touches were born and tied the neck of Nagagawa Katsuki. What's going on? Yongchuan Mustashiki showed a painful look on his face. One of him was struggling to pull the touch, and the other was holding Kiwu, trying to cut the touch, but the touch was extremely hard. In addition, Yongchuan Mustardwood was tied around the neck and it was difficult to use force, and he finally failed to break free. Damn. Could it be? Yongchuan Mustaki finally lost consciousness and passed out, but just before the coma, Yongchuan Mustaki seemed to see a figure. One arm of the King of Crimson stopped in the air, and a man in black casual clothes with a white sneering mask on his face stood beside the fainted Yongchuan Mustaji. At this moment, Yongchuan Mustaji was still wrapped around his neck. The sarcoma touched, but it had been cut off, and the sarcoma also retracted the unbroken part. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, Mustaji-sensei would be in danger, but I still have to thank you. Mustaji-sensei. Let me find the weakness of the enemy. Kankayumu under the mask faced the fainted. The teacher smiled, and then looked at the sarcoid on Yasuke Hayaga's chest. To deal with the attack of the avatar, you still have to use the avatar to solve it. It seems that the avatar you just obtained is also useful. Then Kazuki Sara called out Stalker to let it enter Yasuke Hayaga's body. If you try to cut it from the outside, the sarcoid will attack others, so I'll try to destroy it from the inside. Kankayuma quietly waited for the Stalker's situation, and suddenly, the sarcoid started to squirm. After that, he stretched out many touches, and Kankayuma retreated, realizing that he was not meant to attack him. At this time, an arm pierced the sarcoma from the inside. Stalker, it was successful. The sarcoma was already dead. It grabbed the disgusting sarcoma out of Yasuke's body, and then threw it on the ground, but there was also a hole in Yasuke's chest because of the sarcoma, and blood gushed instantly. Out. Golden experience. Kazuki Sukiya withdrew Stalker and called out golden experience, letting him take a cup on the table and activate his ability, and then the cup became the part of the chest that Yasuke was missing. The chest part of the same size allows golden experience to fill the gap for Yasuke and fill it with blood. Yasuke. Wake up. Kankayuki took off his mask and swayed Yasuke Hayaga. After a while, Yasuke Hayaga's eyelids moved, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Are you alright? Kankayumu asked. One would. Hayaga Yasuke said a few words weakly. Has consciousness returned? Well. I just feel like I don't know why. I'm clearly awake, but my thoughts and consciousness will obey the will of the substitute messenger. I can't defy it at all. This is the ability of the enemy, but it's okay, I have relieved it for you. Thank you. Now is not the time to thank me. I ask you, since you were conscious just now, do you know the true face of that enemy? I don't know what to say to you, that is, I know he exists because he will give me orders. Those of us who are controlled know that he is by our side, and his words are that the soldier has to be protected the king, but for some reason, we can't see him. I know he's in the controlled world, but I just can't find him. It's like, he doesn't exist same. I knew he was there, but I didn't notice him at all. It's like there is no sense of existence. Does his stand, in still have this ability? Sarcoma. Kankayuki slowly stood up and said to Yasuke, take care of Mustaji-sensei, after he wakes up, he will find a reason to make him believe that you have regained consciousness, and I will deal with that guy. But how did you find him? You should understand what I just said. Of course I know that even if I can't find him, as long as he exists, there will definitely be a chance to find him. Kankayumu said. Then he picked up the piece of sarcoma. This piece of sarcoma has died, which means that it has become a simple object. And the ability of Golden Experience is to give life to objects. With the ability of Golden Experience launched, the sarcoid turned into a flesh-colored pigeon, and then the pigeon flew out. It seems that my thinking is right, this is not Yasuke's flesh and blood, but belongs to the enemy. Golden Experience. If you give life to other people's objects, the living body will find its master. Kankayumu Xin said. Remember to do as I say. After saying that, Kazuki Sara put on his mask, activated King of Crimson, and then Kazuki Sara disappeared in front of Yasuke Hyuga. I'm in a hurry. This guy. Then Yasuke Hyuga looked at Nagagawa Katsuki, who had fainted again. I'm sorry Katsuki-sensei. I made you worry. Author's digression, sorry, I have been forgetting to update. Chapter 21_Konoha's Rebellion, 7. The flesh-colored pigeon returned to a flower shop not far from the fighting area. The street was destroyed by some ninja and shadow men fighting not long ago, but for some reason, this flower shop is like that. In comparison it was intact, but there were a lot of flowers scattered on the ground in that shop, and the pigeon was just wandering in front of the flower shop. It seems that the person is here, even as Yasuke said, this guy is a person with a very low sense of presence, so low that we can't notice his type, but what belongs to him is blessed by the ability of Golden Experience. I will definitely find his place next time. Squatting on the eaves, Kankayumu looked at the flower shop in front of him. Huh? How can there be such a strange pigeon? At this moment, a man in black casual clothes suddenly appeared at the door of the flower shop. It was Ishikawa. The sudden appearance of Ishikawa made Tsukio Kazuki stunned and hurriedly hid. When did this man appear? Just now I kept staring at the flower shop but I didn't notice this man's existence at all. Could it be that he has been there all the time? Kankayumu's eyes widened. Who? Ishikawa Yuki suddenly looked in the direction of Ichiki, and then a Ri sword was swung out. Ichiki subconsciously hid, but the sound of the sword shooting at the eaves made Ichiki understand that he had been discovered. Dulu. Kankayumu deleted the time and came to the man when the time flowed again. At this time, the two were still separated by a distance of about 20 meters. Who are you? Ishikawa asked Kankayumu with sharp eyes. Kankayumu was silent, just walked forward slowly. Ishikawa's eyes became sharper, and then two figures appeared in front of him, blocking Ichiki's direction. Is this your soldier? Kankayumu said coldly. You know my secret. Ishikawa was a little surprised. Seeing my outfit, you should already understand something, right? Kankayumu asked rhetorically. Could this person be the dangerous person Nasiakiro and I were talking about? Ishikawa thought, and then he thought, and the two soldiers standing in front of him immediately attacked Ichiki. It's useless. Kankayumu looked at the two who were attacking and sighed in his heart, and then Crimson King launched. The attack of the two fell into the air, and Kankayumu circled around the two figures and hit them directly. The two were stunned, and then the mask's weird smile turned towards Ishikawa at the door of the flower shop. At this time, the two still had a distance of about 14 meters. What's the matter? Two soldiers were knocked down in an instant. What kind of ability is it? Ishikawa Yuki raised some questions in his mind at this moment. It's you next. Tsukio Kazuki pointed to Ishikawa, who was still stunned. Bastard. Ishikawa had no choice but to scold, but then he put it into his pocket. The Crimson King. The next moment, Kankayumu directly activated King of Crimson, not planning to leave him any meeting. The next moment, in the time of being eliminated, Kankayumu discovered something was wrong. He didn't see Ishikawa line. What's the matter? Impossible. Could it be that you escaped my range the moment I activated my ability? Impossible. Ichiki was still a little suspicious, and then he launched Epitaph to predict the future in seconds. And in the end, there is still no sign of Ishikawa line. Did it really escape my range? Kankayumu was full of doubts, but he had to delete it at the end. After the time deletion ended, Kankayumu glanced around and confirmed that Ishikawa was no longer at the scene, and then he thought of leaving, but as soon as he turned around, Yumu suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then he turned back suddenly, but saw an amazing scene. The disappearing Ishikawa actually appeared behind him. And at this moment, Ishikawa is holding a kunao wrapped by Lei-dun chakra. Straight up and stabbed towards Ichiki's back. Kankai Izuki called out the King of Crimson in an instant, resisting Ishikawa's attack with his astonishing speed, and then leveraged his strength to throw Ishikawa to a wall, and suddenly a hole was dented in the wall. Smoke and dust were also scattered. It's so dangerous. Kankayumu sighed about the rest of his life, but his eyes kept staring in the direction of Ishikawa. The smoke dissipated, and Kankayumu could see the sunken wall clearly, but the figure of Ishikawa line disappeared again. Seeing this, Kankayumu did not dare to neglect, and launched the epitaph again to predict his future. In the predicted future, Kankayumu saw himself attacking a certain corner in the southwest. Why did I attack in that direction? Was it kidnapped? Or is that person there? Kankayumu Xin was a little uncertain. When there were more than 10 seconds before the predicted picture, Kankayumu swallowed nervously and slowly walked towards the southwest. Without using time deletion, the future predicted by epitaph will definitely happen. But the epitaph only tells me a certain result, not the process. Kankayumu stared at the southwest with his eyes fixed. Call out. Suddenly, Uljian came from the southwest. Kankayumu hurriedly flashed, but unfortunately his calf was still scratched, but Kankayumu was not in a hurry. I saw that he quickly called out King of Crimson. Because at this moment is the scene predicted by the epitaph. Go to hell. King Crimson threw a punch and attacked in the direction he predicted. Boom. This punch directly smashed the wall of a house, but Kankayumu's face was not in a happy mood. Because, this punch was thrown again and again. Why didn't you strike? It's obvious that the Eurygean flew out from here? Huh. No. There is another possibility. Before he finished speaking, Kankayumu was suddenly entangled in many thin threads. The thin line is very sharp, and there are scars on Kankayumu's arm and calf, and blood drips straight down. In terms of combat, you're still a baby. At this moment, Ishikawa Yuki's cold voice came from behind Kazuki Kankayu. It seems that my idea is correct. He didn't shoot the ribeye from the southwest, but tied the rib with a thin wire in advance, and threw it in the southwest before the smoke cleared, and then in the opposite direction. When I pulled hard in the direction of the rib cage, I thought that this Uljian was thrown from the southwest. But he actually threw it from another location. Kankayumu Xin secretly said. After observation, I can understand that your spiritual incarnation is very powerful, but unfortunately the range is very short, which allows me to play. Next, prepare for my execution. Kankayumu's heart beat faster. Because he feels that something bad will happen next. Take it. Ishikawa grabbed the end of the thin line, and then an electric arc quickly approached Ichiki along the thin line. Ah! Kankayumu let out a painful wailing. His body was also numb the next moment, and he couldn't use his strength in an instant. He rolled his eyes and fell down. Is this a dangerous person? It's nothing. Ishikawa walked towards the fainted Kazuki with a contemptuous expression on his face. Hey! It's so useless. Ishikawa stepped on Kazuki's back and ravaged it hard. Ha 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 ha. Ishikawa seeing raised his head and laughed. Well. At this time, Kankayuma's finger moved. You're not dead yet? Then I'll make another shot. My blood has been separated from me for a long time, which shows that they have become pure objects. Golden experience. Kankayuma said these words weakly. Huh. Ishikawa was stunned by the sentence, but the next moment, he let out a painful cry, ah 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 ah. Looking at his feet again, several poisonous scorpions and poisonous snakes were biting his ankles and calves. You bastard! Ishikawa growled. Pay attention to the top. You little baby. Kankayuma said coldly. Ishikawa's eyes looked upwards, a flesh-colored pigeon hangs above his head. Kankayuma struggled to prop up his body, staring at him with a sneering mask, and then Kankayuma snapped his fingers. Boom! That flesh-colored pigeon turned back into a disgusting sarcoma. He smashed hard on Ishikawa's face. This is... Ishikawa Yuki's tone was full of shock. You think this is over? No. It's not enough. My fire isn't over yet. Tsukio Kazuki pointed at Ishikawa, and then Golden Experience appeared and attacked Ishikawa. It's useless. Golden Experience first, he punched Ishikawa, and then clenched his fists again and waved it at Ishikawa. Would big would big would big would big. With the Golden Experience consecutive fights, Ishikawa was beaten until blood splattered from his nose and mouth. Boom! Golden Experience the last kick kicked Ishikawa, who flew out, smashed a window, and then fell in front of the broken glass. Kankayuma stepped forward to check his life and death, only to see pieces of broken glass, and a large pool of blood flowed out. When he looked at Ishikawa, his stamina was pierced by a large piece of broken glass, and his breathing and heartbeat were also affected. Gradually stopped. Tisk, then my breathing and heartbeat stopped, but I still have to be cautious, Kankayuma thought about it, he took out a handful of kunao from Ishikawa's pocket, and then took Ishikawa's body he turned it over and cut off his stamina with kiwu. It's a bit of a bad smell. But if there's still no movement, it looks like it's really dead. Next, there is someone else to deal with. Kankayuma threw away the kunao and said with a toss. Looking at the sun, the club head is gradually rising. Time waits for no one, let's rest while looking for someone. Author's digression, because there are too many woods to pass the trial, I can only change it. Chapter 22_Konoha's Rebellion, 8. Because of Ishikawa's death in the Konoha war zone, the ability of the leader was also released, and the ninjas whose consciousness was manipulated returned to normal one after another, and the uncontrolled Konoha ninjas who fought with them also breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd began to clean the battlefield and rescue the wounded, while some jonin began to ask for clues about the enemy who controlled everyone's consciousness, but to no avail. Because of Ishikawa's death, Konoha was able to free up more combat power to support those companions who fought with the Shadow People, but the characteristics of the helpless Shadow People, after having been with the Shadow People for so long, the people of Konoha also understood, they can't try to kill the Shadow Man with brute force, otherwise their companions will be injured, but unfortunately they didn't know the same plan to deal with the Shadow Man as Ichiki, so they had to deal with it. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The rebellion lasted for about 5 hours. Most of Konoha's combat power was dealing with the Shadow People, but at the same time, a large number of troops were dispatched to investigate the clues of the rebels. At this moment, there are only people left in the stand-in team. In an alley. Big brother. It seems that Ishikawa is also dead. Uehara Yuzuki said to the famous Siakiro with a gloomy expression, and after that, he sighed. Well. Xia and Menzi have not been able to get in touch so far, and it seems that something unexpected happened. Chenichiro also had a gloomy face. Het. It seems to be over, this gorgeous revolution. Alas, why does this world allow so many unbeautiful things to exist? Uehara looked at the sky helplessly, clearly wrinkled. He frowned, but there was still a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Siakiro closed his eyes, then took a long sigh, and said, "No. Camellia isn't dead yet. I've observed, there are still many people entangled with the Shadow Man just now. Our hope is here, as long as Camellia is still alive, we still have a meeting. Big brother. It's really time to end, let's go. We leave Konoha, and then recharge our batteries. While waiting, if we continue to fight at this time, we may all die." Uehara finally stopped standing. His arrogant and gorgeous posture was gone, and at this moment he just wanted to persuade Siakiro Shimo to escape from Konoha. I know, but... Having said this, Joichiro punched the wall with all his might. I'm so unwilling. Why? Why is God helping this drugless man? A salvageable village. I just want to see a village that no longer has a cruel reality. At this point, Koichiro started to choke up. Brother, I know your family's death has hurt you a lot, but... Uehara wanted to say something, but before he could finish, Chenichiro said first, "Don't say it, Yu, I understand." "What do you mean? Let's go with Camellia." "What about you? I know our plan has failed, but I can't ignore the death of my companion. I will go find the white mask and kill him, and if I can live, I will go to you." "Brother. Yu, I know, you don't want me to be in any danger, but I've made up my mind, don't persuade me. Later, I'll go to Shancha and take him safely. You bring this arrow and return it." "Yes, bring Zinmei and leave Konoha." Joichiro took out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to Uehara Yuzuki. Uehara Yuzuki held the scroll for storing arrows and remained silent. "That's it, you go to Zinmei, I'll go to Camellia, and you gather outside the village." After that, Chenichiro was about to leave. "Big brother." At this time, Uehara Yuzuki called to Chenichiro. Chenichiro turned his head and looked at Uehara Yuzuki. Uehara threw the scroll back to Siakiro in a dashing manner, and then put on his arrogant and gorgeous appearance again. Uehara as a flawless man, how could I let my eldest brother face danger? What about running away timidly?" Siakiro took the scroll, was silent for a while, and then said, "This trip may be the road to hell. Even if I am in hell, I will stick to my noble attitude, and even if I am facing death, I will face everything with a gorgeous face. This is the path I have chosen." Het. Chenichiro heard this, smiled bitterly, and then said, "Thank you, but... I'm worried about being careful about beauty. Just let the guy from Camellia take care of it." "Doesn't that guy really like characters like his sister?" Uehara Yuzuki teased. Chenichiro was silent, and then he just said, "Let's find Camellia together. Just let me find that guy, big brother, let's go and see the beauty. I'm not a qualified father. But you are a qualified boss, big brother." Uehara Yuzuki smiled at Joichiro and said softly, "Well, be careful. Also, look for the bodies of your comrades. By the way, Ishikawa still has a badge that can use my abilities, you can find it and use it." "Got it?" "Long-winded," Uehara said with a smile, and then left on her own. Seeing the figure of Uehara leaving, Siakiro was silent for a moment, then tears appeared in the corners of his eyes, and he choked up, "I'm sorry, everyone. I hurt you. I shouldn't let you participate in this action. Really. I'm so sorry. The Konoha people are basically entangled with the Shadow people, and the rest is to find that guy. Ichima Kankyu pondered while observing the direct battle between the Konoha ninjas and the shadow people. There are still people, one ability is already known, the other two are estimated to be the toughest two, but let's find a way to lead out the substitute messenger who made the shadow man. Huh. At this time, Kankyu would seem to have thought of something. Boss. Uehara Yuzuki. Now, we should be the only ones. Camellia, who was hiding in the corner, said with a gloomy expression, "It seems that fate is on Konoha's side." Shansha looked up at the sky, the sun's rays stinging his eyes, and he stretched out to block the light in front of his eyes, which made his eyes feel much better. "I really don't know when death will appear. Heh, this sudden fog seems to be mourning for me." Huh. Fog. Feeling the surrounding fog, Camellia suddenly shuddered. Could it be, is it Yumko? She's not dead? Camellia hurried towards Wuxin, the warehouse area of Konoha civilian area. Although it is said to be a warehouse area, it is really a waste recycling area. There is a lot of waste that is not used by villagers. Only a small number of warehouses are used to store useful things, and few people come back here. Only there is basically no one except those who regularly deposit and dispose of waste and those who store personal belongings. In addition, Konoha is dealing with these shadow people now. Who has the time to come here? But it was a coincidence that a figure rushed here quickly. It was Camellia, and he kept moving in the direction of the thick fog until he came here. Menzi. Is that you? Came to a warehouse, because the thick fog filled the entire warehouse, which made it impossible for Shansha to see whether there was anyone in the fog. Deng, deng, deng. The footsteps gradually approached Shansha, and Shansha gradually felt that something was wrong, and then he stopped talking and slowly retreated towards the exit. The gloomy and oppressive atmosphere filled the entire warehouse. It was still daytime, but Shansha was shocked by the sound of footsteps in the fog. Sudden. The thick fog began to dissipate for some reason, and the sound of footsteps no longer came for some reason. Not good. I was fooled. Thinking of this, Shansha hurried to the exit. At this time, the sound of blood splashing came, and when I looked again, Camellia had collapsed to the ground, and the legs and knees were full of blood. At this moment, there is a person standing beside him. It is Kankyu with a white mask. There is no Menzi here, but Xuenu does. After saying that, Kankyu called out the substitute that belonged to Menzi, Xuenu. You bastard! What did you do to Yumko? Shansha's fingers were almost embedded in the floor, showing his anger at this time. She can be said to be dead, but it's useless to die completely. Kankyu answered him slightly. How could you have her, Snow Girl? Shansha asked again. Kankyu looked at the ferocious Camellia, squatted down slowly, the sneering face on the mask stared at the Camellia, and then, Kankyu replied in a playful tone. Why not? This thing is the embodiment of a kind of spiritual power. It can also be said to be a kind of energy. If you can store this energy in a certain container, and then transfer the energy in the container to yourself, then, can't I use it? You. Okay, it's time to deal with you. After saying that, Kankyu raised the right arm of the King of Crimson attached. Shansha looked at the scene in front of him in a daze, and then lowered his head. It seems, it's really over. Kankyu waved vigorously. This knife is about to split the back of Camellia. But at this critical moment, behind Kankyu came the sound of rushing water. Water escape? Water rush. Kankyu hurriedly turned his head and found that he had seen that guy before, who looked very arrogant. Unfortunately, his water escape was about to attack him, so he had to give up killing Camellia first, and Kankyu hurriedly activated King of Crimson at the last moment. Dulu. Kankyu dodged the attack by erasing the time, and when he looked at the direction of Camellia, there was no one left. It looks like the guy rescued him. You can't let them run away. Saying that, Kankayumu hurriedly chased out. Cough. Uehara-yu. I didn't expect it to be you. Because her legs were broken by Kankayumu, she could only let Uehara-yu carry her on her back. Don't talk so much. You must make up for me when you come back. How can you let me, a guy with cleanliness, carry a bloody guy on his back? Uehara-yu said irritably. At this time, Uehara-Yuzuki's feet suddenly slipped, and both fell from the eaves. What's going on? Uehara-yu said in surprise, then he looked behind him and saw a green body substitute looking straight at him. Green Emperor. Kankayumu also chased after him. Camellia, can you move alone? Uehara-Yuzuki asked. Anything except the legs. Shansha said weakly. Go away. It's better to crawl. I'll buy you enough time. It's very close to the eldest brother's residence. You can go to him. Right now. I can't take you with me. You have to try your best to keep it. My own life. Uehara said with a solemn expression. You. Uehara-yu's actions made Shansha's eyes widen. Hurry up when you hear it. Uehara-yu shouted. You want to live. By the way, and. Camellia asked Uehara-yu to come over, and said a few words in his ear. After speaking, Camellia scrambled away. The touching part is over, and then, are you going to die in place of your companion? Kankayumu jumped down from the eaves. Ah, ha 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 ha. Who will desperately for this unmanage? People just want to see your magical power. Shanghao rainy moon look. Then, let's have a good look at it. After that, Kankayumu walked towards Uehara-yu. Uehara-yu showed a wicked smile, and then, his stand-in appeared. Chapter 23 Kanaha's Rebellion, 9. I saw a light blue human-shaped figure appearing beside Uehara-yu. His face had a pattern like a tennis ball, no eyes, only a grinning stitched mouth, and his arms and palms were densely packed. Something like fluff. Mr. How, this is my spiritual incarnation. Uehara-Yuzuki politely touched her shoulder and bowed slightly to Ichiki. It doesn't seem weak. Kankayumu teased. You need to experience this before you know it. Saying that, Uehara-Yuzuki began to approach Kankayumu. Has the death of your companions not inspired you yet? Do you dare to approach me now? Kankayumu asked suspiciously. Ha ha ha, that's their stupidity. Naturally I have my own thoughts when I approach you. Uehara-yu smiled disdainfully. This guy. Kankayumu's heart is full of doubts, but his mouth is still calm. Since you are so capable, let me try it. Oh, it's better to be respectful than to obey. Mr. White Mask. Uehara-yu's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his stand-in suddenly appeared in front of Ichiki and stretched out his arm. I saw that the fine hairs on the arm were fired like bullets, but the originally soft fluff turned into fine needles after breaking away from its substitute arm. The Crimson King. Seeing this, Kankayumu called out the Crimson King and activated his abilities. Dulu. During the time of being eliminated, these fine needles went straight through Kankayumu's body, but Kankayumu didn't show any signs of injury. After King Crimson activates his ability, everything in the world except me will skip that period of time, and the process that belongs to that period of time will no longer exist. And only I can experience the time that I cut off, and everything else just goes its own way. That is, the needles were following their orbits, but at the moment when I was about to kill me, I chose to cut time, so the process that the needles were supposed to hit me didn't exist. Just leaving this result of it flying over my body. After deleting a second, Kankayumu stood unharmed, and Uehara-Yuzuki also had an unbelievable look on his face at this time. There can be no mistake. It seems that my plan has succeeded a little. This guy just controlled the time, so he avoided these attacks. The fluff on my Mr. Good will turn into fine needles that activate my ability after leaving the body, and it will take some time to regrow fluff in the places where the fluff has been fired. It only takes a second or two to calculate the amount. And I just finished firing the fine needle, but the fluff was restored the next moment. And he behaved as if he easily escaped my attack. Therefore, he must have controlled that period of time. As for which method of controlling time? Controlling the time and easily dodging the attack, but after that, the fluff of Mr. Good directly skipped the recovery time and reappeared on the arm. It was like, skipping the recovery process, going straight to that one result is average. Could it be that, this is his ability? Uehara thought about this, and her face was already ugly. Let a certain period of time, skip, leap, or, let this period of time cease to exist. Uehara Yuzuki stepped back suddenly, letting the stand-in assume a defensive stance, watching Kazuki's movements. This guy. Was he testing my abilities just now? Or did I think too much? This man seems to be difficult to deal with. Kazuki Konkai was also thinking about Uehara Yuzuki's behavior at this time. One of its abilities should be to skip a certain period of time, and during that period of time, no one but him should have the memory and experience of that period of time, and his range should be very short, otherwise he can skip directly. The stupor period after a certain period of time killed me directly. As for how long he can skip at one time, it should not be tested. Uehara frowned, and a drop of sweat could not help but drip from his face. Passing, he also felt the sweat running across his cheeks. Since he hasn't had time to activate his ability, then I'll go first. King of Crimson. Konkayuki activated King of Crimson. This time, he deleted 5 seconds, because he and Uehara the distance of Yu is a little far, and after coming behind Uehara, time will soon flow again. Konkayuma coldly looked at the afterimage of the man in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder, is it really that easy? But time no longer gave him more imaginative meetings, and the time flowed again, and Konkayuma had to let the King of Crimson punch Uehara. Boom! At this time, it was not the blood that Uehara flew out of, but the elbow of his stand-in. What? Konkayuma was shocked by the scene in front of him. Uehara was also full of incredulity at the moment, because sweat suddenly appeared on his clothes from his face just now, which made him instantly react that Konkayuma had activated his ability, plus the useless figure in front of him. Uehara immediately understood that Konkayuma must be attacking from behind him. There is a way to calculate his ability. The inspiration of sweat made Uehara think of something, and hurriedly opened the distance from Konkayuma, and then saw that he quickly bit his finger and smashed the other one. Put his back under the bleeding finger. Blood timing method. If he can discover this method, it shows a fact. He has already discovered the truth of my Crimson King ability. Damn it, when was it exposed? Understand that Uehara already knows his abilities, but just in case, Konkayuma asked tentatively, do you seem to understand? What? Uehara pretended to be at a loss, but in his heart he realized one more thing, it seems that it cannot be activated continuously, and there is an interval between two abilities' activation. As for the interval, it should be just a few breaths. Did he really not find out, or was he pretending to be at a loss? Konkayuma looked a little big, and he knew it. If he didn't have these powerful stand-ins to support him, he would really be compared to these old fritters. It's not a star and a half. Although I've made up my mind to wipe out this avatar team, the more difficult it is to get to the back. Since he already knows the blood drop timing method, he can't just activate his abilities, and don't wait for the gains to outweigh the losses. Konkayuma pondered. He sees that I have this way to deal with it. That's why he doesn't choose to activate the ability now. I can't wait for him to attack like this. I have to find the ability to activate me. The two faced off like this, and neither dared to act rashly, but both sides wanted to find a way to attack. At this time, Kankayuma first moved, and he ran towards Ueharayu, which made Ueharayu hurriedly look at the blood drop. Normal. It's useless to activate the ability to jump time. Then, Uehara looked at the empty hill in front of Kazuki at this time, and saw that standing behind him was a stand-in that he had never seen before. The King of Speed. Kankayumu let the King of Speed throw a lot of kunao. Huh. Uehara just wanted to let the stand-in block this attack, but then she thought, no. It's definitely not that simple. It's better to avoid these attacks. After all, Uehara is still a ninja in Naruto world. His physical quality is not ordinary, and I saw him hiding from these attacks twice. What a fast body. Uehara body can't help but make Kankayuma greatly admire. If there is no rule that only a stand-in can defeat a stand-in, then it would be very dangerous for me to survive in the Naruto world with a stand-in. Unless I'm not a human being. SHHHHHH. Just when Kankayuma was amazed by Ueharayu's perfect action, Ueharayu had already let the stand-in attack, and hundreds of thin needles attacked. Kankayuma knew that he was not Ueharayu. The movement method definitely can't dodge these attacks, so I have to activate King of Crimson. Dulu. Kankayu Kazuki once again stood in front of Ueharayu intact, and Ueharayu also looked at his back, realizing that he had just skipped the time to be attacked, so he was able to avoid the attacks of these thin needles. Just when Uehara was thinking about Ichiki's ability, Kankayu Izuki called out bombing space and used his ability to cut the air between him and Uehara, so that its thrust shortened the distance between him and Uehara. The distance, and then Kankayuma withdrew the bombing space and then called out the King of Crimson. Because it will take a while to activate the time deletion, so I have to let the Crimson King punch it first. Uehara hurriedly defended, and let the stand-in folded his arms to resist the fist of the King of Crimson. Dulu. The next moment, Kankayuma and the Crimson King disappeared. Uehara hurriedly looked behind her. No one was there. What happened? Where did he go? Uehara wondered. Just in case, Uehara cautiously looked at the number of blood droplets. Dulu. Sudden. The blood droplets increased in an instant. Uehara just raised her head, and the hideous face of King Crimson was already reflected in front of him. At this time, the fist of King Crimson had been swung out, and Uehara hurriedly let the stand in defense, but, it's still a step behind. Yet, although the substitute was able to defend against the attack in time, the injury was not fatal this time, but his left shoulder was still fractured. Everything just now is to make you take your eyes away from the blood drop, and then activate a time deletion to let you turn your attention to the blood drop again. At the moment when your eyes make contact, I activate the ability to delete the time again. I will give you the final blow in front of you. Because your eyes are on your back looking at the blood drop, so even if you react, it will be too late, but I really underestimate you. So fast to prevent death. Kankayuma said to Uehara, who showed pain on his face. Everything just now was calculated by Kankayuma, which made Yumu a little arrogant. Stand up. Humph, hum hum hum. At this moment, Uehara, who was clutching his left shoulder with a painful expression on his face, suddenly chuckled. Afterwards, Uehara showed a crazy and enchanting expression, and his whole body was immediately wrapped in light blue flames. What a pity. Then he snapped his fingers. In that instant, Kankayuma suddenly clutched his heart and fell to the ground in excruciating pain. Hey! Ah! Ha 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 ha. At this time, the original rain month has been completely left. Mr. Goodness. Activate. Chapter 24 _ Konoha's Rebellion, 10. This is, What's the matter? Heart, lung, body. It's so uncomfortable. Kankayuma clutched his chest and gasped with an ugly face. What's the matter? Mr. White Mask? Uehara sneered and stepped on Kankayuma's body. Don't you really want to see and learn? How? How did you do it? Kankayuma squeezed out these words with difficulty. Aren't you surprised? Do you really think that everything is in your calculations? Uehara's smile became weird, and he pointed at himself with his thumb. It's me, Uehara, who really calculated all this. Kankayuma just gasped, ignoring his proud expression. Uehara Yuzuki stared at Sarakazuki with the attitude of a winner, and recalled what Camellia said when she left. He is different from us. He can use more than one ability. Zaya used his ability to gain insight into a small part of his memory at the moment before he died. When I escaped from the intelligence department, I discovered the last piece left by Xia. Bamboo Dragonfly. I know the truth that he can use more than one spiritual avatar, and I also know his true face. He is a child. And he is quite famous, the one who blew up the Kamubi Bridge not long ago. Chiyumu's little devil. I only know so much. Xia's last bamboo dragonfly dissipated not long after that. You can make good use of this information. Kankayumu. I didn't expect to be such a deeply hidden character, But after all, he is a child, his way of thinking, combat awareness, and experience are still a little worse. Uehara hummed a little at this time, and then said, it should be when you just deleted the time. I let Mr. Hahao attach short thin needles on the surface of my body, and there is no with very dense discharge, so you didn't notice when you just attacked me. Then I pretended to be overwhelmed and turned my eyes away, making you think that you might be able to sneak attack, but that's not the case. I've been on the defensive, and as you said, you chose to delete the time to attack when I saw the blood eye. But unfortunately, you underestimated me. I am very sensitive to this kind of blood. Maybe it's because it's closely related to my ability. I can clearly notice a few drops of blood in my body. So, I defended the moment you attacked me, and you. But the thin needle, that is the key to activating my ability. Uehara Ozuki pointed at the empty hill and a tree. Next, enjoy the big gift I have prepared for you. What's going on? The body is so uncomfortable, the lungs are like a balloon that keeps expanding. It's so troublesome to even breathe. And, the body can't use strength, it feels very stiff. What's going on? It's a thing. Kankayuma's face was pale, and cold sweat poured down his face. Let you understand your situation a little bit. My ability can affect blood. Your current situation is caused by the solidification of blood by me. Forgive me for being extravagant to spread knowledge to you. The function of blood is to transport oxygen to the whole body, and to send the carbon dioxide produced by the body out of the body. Do you feel your lungs are full now? This is because the blood does not send carbon dioxide out of the body in time, causing it to stay in the alveoli, which will cause you to breathe poorly, and your chest will feel tight. Oh, by the way, other than these, what other symptoms seem to happen? Uehara Ozuki pretended to be thinking. Kankayuma's face was full of shock. Blood coagulation, Not good. If I go on like this, there will be a big problem in my body. Solve him first. The fist results in Uehara Yuzuki. But Uehara was not in a hurry, and dodged the attack of the King of Crimson with one dodge. The spiritual power of the main body will affect the spiritual incarnation. How can you attack me when you are like this? Oh yes, you still have that strange ability. Uehara used the blood drop timing method to prevent Ichiki start time deleted. Uehara is right, mental power will affect the power of the substitute. Kankayumu is very difficult to breathe at this moment, not to mention the various conditions in his body now, and his consciousness is starting to be a little blurred now. No. It seems that now I can only hurry up and run. Thinking, Kankyumu activates King of Crimson. Dulu. During the time of deletion, Kankyumu struggled to get up, but as soon as he got up, his legs felt sore. I get cramps when I want to stand up and walk. How much medical knowledge is there? Even though his legs cramped, Kankyumu still gritted his teeth and walked away, because he couldn't drag it any longer. At the end of the time deletion, Uehara noticed the activation of the ability of the Crimson King, and immediately scattered the thin needles arranged on her body, but they were all empty. Did you run away? Humph. Forget it, you dare not run. The body's condition is much better. It seems that it should be out of the range. It's dangerous. Feeling that the body's condition was starting to normalize, Kankyumu breathed a sigh of relief. You can't approach him so casually anymore, you have to think of a way. Thinking about how to launch a counter-attack against Uehara, he looked around. Some of these warehouses are made of wood and some of them are made of stone. Maybe you can use the terrain. What? At this time, I don't know what liquid dripped onto Ichiki's shoes. Ichiki looked down subconsciously. Huh? Blood? How could it be? Kankyumu felt the heat flow from his mouth and nose at this moment. The next moment, blood flowed out from the gaps in Ichiki's mouth, nostrils, ears, and eyes. There is no intention of stopping. This is Before Kankyumu could say anything, a mouthful of blood poured out of his mouth. Blood is unceasingly flowing out. It's his abilities that make the hell. Kankyumu and secretly said that it was not good. He hurriedly turned around and approached in the direction of Uehara Yuzuki. Uehara also didn't want to wait in place, and he was also looking around at the trace of Kankyumu. He came to the door of a stone warehouse, stopped, touched his chin and said, "It should have been a seizure. If he finds something wrong, he should turn around and come to me. Now. I'm right in front of you now." At this time, the voice of Kankyumu came from not far ahead, and Uehara Yuzuki looked at a masked man whose whole body was stained with blood and stood 10 meters in front of him. At this distance, he seemed to have discovered something and asked, "Do you seem to understand? It's just a matter of distance. It's not difficult to find out. I have just understood one of the secrets of your ability. When I get close to you, blood coagulation will start, and the closer it is to you, the more complete the blood coagulation. When I am far away from you, my blood will be lost due to the influence of your ability. Now I am in the safest position, a position where I can maintain my normal physical condition." Although Kankyumu is weak, breathing heavily, but still maintaining a fierce momentum. "Oh yes? Got it, so what?" Uehara showed a wicked smile. "I will knock you down from this safe distance. Just because of you, little bastard." Huh? Kankyumu was a little puzzled. "Are you still deliberately disguising yourself? The little hero Kankyumu-kun? What? When was he?" Kankyumu's eyes widened instantly, and his heart was full of doubts and confusion. "I already got the information, it's hidden very deeply. I haven't paid attention to a character like you for a long time. I didn't expect to see it today, and it really surprised me." Uehara eyes became sharp. Kankyumu was silent for a moment, then pulled off the mask and threw it aside, revealing his tender but fierce face. I don't know how you got the information, but I know you will never survive today." Ha 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 ha, I am quite confident. Let me see you." Kankyumu no longer paid attention to him, and stretched out a handle from his pouch and threw it towards Uehara. Uehara's face was full of disdain, easily dodging the attack of Kunwu, and he even turned his head in a dashing manner, letting a handle of Kunwu pass by his ear. Oh. Is this your strength?" Kankyumu silently forged a few seals. The art of quantity sealing? Solution. Uehara Yuzuki was a little puzzled. Kankayumu rushed towards Uehara Yu at the next moment, and at the same time kept forming seals. Ninjutsu. Humph, pediatrics. Uehara Yuzuki also began to seal at that moment. It seems that the empty hill is getting closer, and Uehara Yu smiled, and then used the stand-in and ninjutsu, water escape. Dulu. The next moment, a large storm appeared directly in front of Uehara Yu. Wind escape? Big breakthrough. What? Uehara Yu's face was full of shock, and she just clearly, By the way, this guy can also delete time. Uehara Yu was too late to defend, and was swept away by the wind and waves, and crashed into the stone warehouse. Kankayumu endured the discomfort of his body and formed the seal again. Fire escape? The art of fireball. After Uehara Yu found out that something was wrong, she immediately followed Yuyin. Water escape? Water rush. Puo. The collision of water and fire erodes the stone warehouse. This guy? Obviously the body can't hold it anymore. How can there be such a strong outbreak? Uehara Yu thought secretly. But in the end, the water still restrained the fire. Although the eruption of the empty hill gave Yu Uehara a shock, this time the ninjutsu battle was leveled. Kankyu Kazuki couldn't support his body any longer, and immediately collapsed to the ground after finishing the ninjutsu. One move short of chess. The final result is my Uehara Yu victory. Uehara Yu slowly walked towards the empty hill Izuki, who collapsed to the ground. Hum hum hum. Ha 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 ha. Kankayumu laughed out loud at this moment. He slowly raised his head, and then forced himself to one knee. He took out his kunao and showed a crazy and weird smile, and then he used his kunao to stab his thighs ruthlessly. What is he doing? Uehara Yu was just wondering, but the next moment, there was a sharp pain in his thigh. He looked at the source of pain, his own thigh. Actually, the blood is flowing like Kankayumu at the moment. What's the matter? Ha 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 ha. Come on. This is a suicide party. Kankayumu's smile gradually went crazy. He looked at his arm, his smile even more frightening. Next moment, blood spills out. Kankayumu actually cut off his own arm straight. Looking at Uehara Yu's side again, his arm actually broke at this moment. He whimpered and covered his broken arm, then looked at Kankayumu viciously. Hell Highway. Kankayumu read out these words. Chapter 25 Konoha's Rebellion, 11. Hell Road. When I was fighting ninjutsu with you just now, a lot of steam was generated due to the mutual impact of the fire and the water, and I made it sneak into your body. It can force you to die the same way I did. You should also understand my physical condition now. Without timely treatment, there is only one dead end. Coupled with my self-mutilation. So the conditions for my ability to activate are met. With the blessing of the Hell Highway ability, your body will also experience the same experience as mine. Final death. Kankyu Kazuki's eyes sharply looked at Uehara Yuzuki, who was covering the broken part in front of him with a grim expression. This guy still has this ability. He's a complete lunatic. At this moment, Yu Uehara understood how crazy this 12-year-old kid was. At this moment, Uehara Yu's body is also experiencing the same way of death as Kankayumu. He can now realize how much pain people who are killed by his own ability will experience. Now Uehara Yuzuki wants to change this result. It seems that the only way is to remove the ability. Kankayumu saw Uehara Yu's hesitation, and he forcibly dragged his body back again. With this retreat, the ability of Mr. Hahao was also activated, and the blood in Kankayumu's body began to drain again. Yet, because of the ability of Hell Highway, the blood in Uehara Yuzuki's body is also draining. This guy? Is it really going to die? Uehara could hardly breathe at the moment. He felt that if this continued, he might die in a minute or two. If Kankayumu still steps back, maybe he will die in a few seconds. Kankayumu is also having difficulty breathing at this moment, and his body is on the verge of collapse. You still refuse to make a decision? Then I'll add another fire. Kankayumu Xin made a decision. All this is his gamble. He is betting that Uehara does not want to die. Kankayumu used one of his strong feet to forcefully kick back. No. Uehara shouted piercingly. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The gleam in the eyes of Kankayumu, who is still in the air, has gradually dissipated. He recalled a lot of the experience of his previous life, the tragic childhood he was most unwilling to recall. He recalled the bits and pieces of coming to this world again. He remembered the first encounter with Chisa, a quirky girl in childhood. Met Yongchuan Mistake, the teacher who was also his brother and father. Met Yasuke Hyuga, a trusted friend. Did you fail? It's such a pity. Ha! I really want to continue living. In Kankayumu's blurred consciousness, he vaguely heard a few people calling him Ichiki. It's a wonderful thing to be alive. Because I trust you. Idiot Ichiki, will you stay with me all the time? Teacher. Yasuke. Chisa. I will definitely live. I will definitely live well. At this time, Kankayumu's consciousness that had gradually disappeared was restored. He was shocked to find himself in front of the warehouse door. The speed of blood loss has slowed down. This shows that. Kankayumu showed a hearty smile that he had not seen for a long time. He hurriedly retracted the Hell Road, and then instantly summoned the Golden Experience to make the missing arm and put it on himself. Although the process was a bit painful, it was nothing. Then he hurriedly looked at Uehara. At this moment, he was kneeling in that warehouse and weeping bitterly, as if he was repenting for something. Kankayumu still has no fighting power, so he has to let Golden Experience create the missing body tissue for himself, place it on himself, and replenish himself with blood. It seems to be a real success. The body is also strong. I really don't want to bleed so much in the future. Kankayumu sighed. Next, it's time to deal with him. Sorry, bro. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a piece of shit. I don't even dare to face death. I've been deceiving myself. I'm not a flawless man at all. I'm just a narcissist. That's right, just at the last moment of life and death, the nature of human nature made him choose life. At the critical moment, he couldn't restrain his desire for life and disarmed his ability. As a result, the power of Kazuki's suicide was weakened, and Yuzuki Uehara and Kazuki got the chance to live at the same time. But unlike the Empty Hill Izuki who has the Golden Experience, Uehara Yuzuki is still in a weak state with a broken arm and excessive blood loss. Uehara Yuzuki is now crying like a newborn baby. He has been insulting himself, and he has clearly made plans to face death. Why, at the last moment, was he afraid? This is the biggest unwillingness in his life. Den, the footsteps of Kankayumu gradually approached. Uehara also heard it. He stopped crying, and then said, "It's now, I can't say anything more, move." Kankayumu did not move at the first moment, but approached Uehara Yuzuki. I once didn't believe in the word luck goddess, I thought she was too illusory. Why would she surprise you when you didn't expect it? At the time, I thought it was impossible, but today, I saw her existence. Kankayumu looked at Uehara coldly, but he kept talking. Tell me this just to show off your victory. Uehara Yuzuki replied flatly. Sorry, it's all too thrilling, and I can't help but feel a little proud of this victory. As Kankayumu said, the King of Crimson had already appeared behind him. Humph, boring. Uehara said with disdain. This time, you can't choose between life and death. After saying that, King Crimson raised his fist and swung it over. Why are you not so afraid after knowing that you can't choose? Ha! What a ridiculous reality. Uehara sighed. Rainy moon. Run away. Yeah. This sudden voice woke Uehara. He was stunned for a moment, and then took a closer look. The fist of the Crimson King was not penetrated by his body, but a half of a crow's head. Humanoid avatars. Mountain, T. Uehara said these words tremblingly. The other party's support is here? It's really troublesome, the body hasn't fully recovered yet. Konkyu Kazuki asked King Crimson to withdraw his fist and then retreated to prevent the enemy's sneak attack. Didn't I let you go? What are you doing back here? Uehara said angrily. How far do you think a person with crippled legs can climb in such a short period of time? High-Speed Fright, who fell to the ground, spit out these words slowly. Then why did you come to save me? Didn't I ask you to find Big Brother? I used my ability to create my own Shadow Man and let him go. The boss is already on his way. Then High-Speed Fright stretched out Uehara's sleeve and said weakly, let's go. The boss is coming, that's all I can do. Don't pay attention to the corpse I am lying on the side of the road. You go. This time, just treat it as me, repay. The body of High-Speed Horror began to dissipate. Uehara just widened her eyes and wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Run. 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 Uehara only had this word in mind at the moment, and then he forced his body to run towards the other exit of the warehouse. I won't let you go again. Seeing this, Konkyu instantly formed a seal. Fire escape? The art of fireball. And this flamboyant fireball didn't come to Uehara, but hit the ceiling of the warehouse. Because this warehouse was originally an old warehouse, and because of the previous ninjutsu match between Kyukyu and Uehara, it was on the verge of collapse at this moment, and coupled with the attack of Kyukyu's fireball, at this moment, this warehouse is already on the verge of collapse. Began to shatter and began to gradually collapse. Konkyu jumped out of the warehouse with ease, and Uehara, because of her unbearable body, was in danger at the moment. Hurry up! Be sure to catch up! Naze Siakiro quickly ran towards the warehouse where Uehara was. At this time, a corpse on the side of the road caught his attention. Camellia. Chenichiro stared blankly at the corpse of Camellia lying on the ground. In just a split second, he understood everything. Camellia. I will avenge you. He didn't say anything more, but Joichiro's pace couldn't help speeding up a bit. Boom. A bloody stone fell to the ground, and Uehara was smashed to the ground, feeling the blood flowing from her forehead, without saying a word. Rumble rumble. The entire warehouse had begun to collapse, and many large and small stones hit Uehara. He didn't cry out in pain, but just stared at the exit. Then, he tore off his clothes, and a double appeared behind him. It's here. It's here. It's just ahead. I'll come to save you right away. Chenichiro couldn't contain his anxiety, he ran there with all his strength, in order to rescue his companions as quickly as possible. After passing through the last warehouse, he finally came to the place where Uehara was. But, the scene in front of him made him stunned there. I saw in front of me a stone warehouse that had begun to collapse, and Uehara was inside. It's just, he didn't succeed in running out. Uehara also saw Siakiro standing not far away, tears flowed out for some reason, he showed a bitter smile, and shouted with the last strength. Big brother! This is the last thing I can do. You accept it dash. Rumble rumble. The ceiling of the warehouse fell. Uehara Uzuki finally failed to escape the warehouse. He was left there. The stones crushed his body. A piece of bloody cloth slowly fell, and finally landed at the feet of Nagase Akiro. He picked it up and saw that it was the information written by Uehara Uzuki with his only blood. His name is Kankyu Yumuo, he has multiple spiritual incarnations, one of his abilities is the deletion time, and the process during that period of time after the ability is activated will no longer exist, but the blood drop can be used to calculate the time of his deletion, and a green spiritual incarnation can launch an attack similar to Emerald's, and another can attach to the opponent to make the opponent suffer the same death method as himself. This is a time bomb. I just lost to this ability. Brother. Do NT blame. Siakiro looked at Uehara Uzuki's last information. He stared blankly for a while. Afterwards, he could no longer contain the grief in his heart, and shouted loudly. Rainbow. Kankyu found Joichiro not far away, he should be the last person. Finally, it's over. Then set off towards it. Author's digression, I'm finally finishing this chapter. Chapter 26_Kanaha's Rebellion, 12. Seeing the approaching Kankyu, Chenichiro asked with a dark face, is it Kankyu? Why did you stop us? Looking at the strong man who was nearly 1.95 meters in front of him, Kankyu stopped walking and said plainly, I received an ulterior mission, but you made me curious, why did you destroy this peaceful village? The village? Now is the time to recuperate, you are wasting your rare stand-in power. Substitute. Is that what you call this kind of power? It's a very useful name. As for you saying that this village is peaceful? I don't agree. A substitute emerges. The avatar was wearing a ninja black tights, with a black bandage wrapped around his head, and his body was 2 meters in size. What you call peace is just a word used by this ugly village to disguise itself. You haven't seen the darkness hidden in it. So, you want to rebuild this ninja village with the power of a substitute? Kankyu frowned. Siakiro didn't respond to Ichiki, just walked towards him. Maybe you guys have indeed experienced a lot of darkness. I won't laugh at your experience, but I'm sorry, I have my own purpose. I have to solve you. Tell your name. Kankyu said coldly. Nay Siakiro. The name is a little invincible. Kankyu flashed this thought in his mind and smiled bitterly. When some thoughts flashed in Kankyu's mind, Chenichiro had come to a place about a meter away from Yumuo, and then his substitute attacked. One punch. Whoosh. His stand-in also made such a striking sound. It's a pity that it's a step slower, and the empty hill is the first to come. King of Crimson, a whip kick kicked the avatar's calf. In an instant, Siakiro's preparation was also injured, his pants were ripped, and the pain made his right leg startled slightly. Too slow, too slow. It seems that your stand-in is not as strong or fast as my Crimson King. I don't know why, Kankyu wanted to perform like this, showing a disdain look. It seems that it is the same type of stand-in as my ninja group. Although the range is not far, its strength and speed are unparalleled. Didn't the attack just now let you see the difference? Attack? Are you saying that this can't even be considered an attack, that's just a touch? Why are the people in your team so unwilling to admit defeat? Humph. Okay, I've done enough performances, it's time to deal with you next. Then the King of Crimson appeared again behind Kankyu, and then activated his ability. Siakiro also noticed that the opponent was about to activate his ability, and immediately bit his finger. Dulu. At the end of the time deletion, Chenichiro found that there was a lot of blood. Immediately reacted, Kankyu was behind him. Then called out the ninja group to block the fatal blow of the Crimson King. It seems that they have already told Siakiro how to deal with the King of Crimson. However, the power of his stand-in is really strong, and he can resist the punch of King of Crimson. Not to mention that he is still a ninja, and he is such a tall and strong man, I will definitely lose compared to the main body. Kankayuma withdrew the King of Crimson, and then kicked his calf, widening the distance from Chenichiro. But as soon as he landed, Kankayuma suddenly discovered that Chen Yulang, who was not far away, had disappeared. The big living person who was in front of his eyes a second ago disappeared in that instant. This scene, Tsukiyoizuki suddenly recalled the battle with Ishikawa. At that time, Tsukiyoizuki clearly knew his abilities, but the other party didn't know what method he used to make Kankaiuichiki couldn't even notice him. Caused myself to slump for a while. Is the ability stealth? That's not good. Seeing this, Kankayuma hurriedly activated the epitaph to predict his future. My arm was chopped off by him. 12 seconds into the future. Seeing this, Kankayuma hurriedly looked around, trying to find the trace of Chenichiro. In fact, he can directly delete the 10 seconds of time, but if there is no winner after that, the ability to delete time can only be used after a while, so it is easy to reveal flaws to the opponent. There was silence all around. Kankayuma held his breath and looked for the trace of Chenichiro. It's the 11th second. Kankayuma finally couldn't hold it any longer, and activated King of Crimson to delete a second of time. During the time of deletion, Kankayuma watched to see if there were any afterimages of the target around him, but in the end he found nothing, so he had no choice but to leave this position first. The time deletion ended, and the scene in front of him surprised Kankayuma. Joichiro, who hadn't even found a trace in the time it was deleted, actually appeared directly where Ichiki was standing. In front of him, the ninja group used a knife, but it was empty. It looks like he deleted the time just now, but how did he know that I would attack at that time? It's like knowing it in advance. Plus his main ability is to delete time, and there is more than one substitute, then it is possible to say that he has the ability to help him use time deletion more perfectly. Know in advance. Could it be? Chenichiro thought. Yasuke explained at the time that he knew that the other party was there, but he didn't find him. And I also know that that person's ability is to use that kind of sarcoma to control the consciousness of others. A stand-in can only have one ability, and even if he has other abilities or other forms, it is a derivative of his main ability. Except for Requiem level avatars, it is impossible for any avatar to have two unrelated abilities. That is to say, in fact, the person who suddenly disappeared and appeared suddenly at that time was the ghost of Joichiro's stand-in. Judging from the process just now, it should not be stealth. Otherwise, I won't be released from stealth at the moment of attacking me. I can't feel his presence, but he is here. This may be the key to solving the mystery. Tsukiokazuki was also thinking about Joichiro's abilities. The two sides confronted each other like this, and neither of them wanted to move first. The eyes of both sides became sharp in the next moment, because they both thought of the answer to a certain question. That ability is. The thoughts of the two were synchronized at this moment. Kankayuma was the first to attack. Summon Green Emperor and launch Emerald Splash. Seeing this, Joichiro didn't panic, he attached both arms to his stand-in, and used his own strength and speed to knock all the emerald splashes that were launched into the air. Attached to the avatar's arm, just to touch the avatar's attack. So strong. This was the first word that flashed in Kankayuma's mind. Seikiro Naze is a powerful ninja himself. If there is no rule that only the avatar can defeat the avatar, this battle, no. It was this mission, and he was sure to die. Your ability is to hide your existence, right? Kankayuma's eyes were sharp, staring at Chenichiro. You can find out my abilities in one transaction. You really have the ability. But what you said is not comprehensive. It's just a vague idea. Chenichiro looked at Kankayuma with a solemn expression. My ability is to eliminate the sense of existence. Anything touched by my substitute finger, their sense of existence will be eliminated. I can freely control the degree to which they are eliminated. Koichiro said. Unfortunately, when you are about to launch an attack, your sense of presence will return to normal. Kankayumu interrupted at this time. It seems that your IQ is not low. But don't think that you are the only one who solved the mystery. I also just understood it. You also have the ability to predict the future. Through this ability and time deletion, in order to achieve the most perfect effect. But the future that can be predicted shouldn't be long. I'm afraid it can only predict the future within a few dozen seconds. Joichiro's eyes couldn't help but sharpen a bit. Because of the information about the deletion of time, can you infer the ability to predict the future after handing over? It's a thorny, right? It seems that the substitute messenger who uses the sarcoid to control the consciousness of others also uses Joichiro's ability to eliminate the sense of existence, and achieve the purpose of making him invisible to others. It is not that his substitute has any other abilities. The reason Yasuke can feel the existence of that person may be because the soldier knows the existence of the king. It was only because of Siakiro's ability that he couldn't find him, so he said I knew where he was but I couldn't see him. And I'm not his soldier so I can't feel that person's presence for the first time. Kankayumu also smacked his lips at this time. Then Kankayumu jumped sharply and ran towards Chenichiro, since that's the case. But I can't give you any more breath. King of Crimson. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chenichiro hurriedly poured out the blood drop timing method. Dulu. During the time of being eliminated, Kankayumu saw Joichiro who had not had time to eliminate his sense of existence, and then the corner of his mouth rose, took out a dozen kunao from his pocket and threw it at Joichiro, and then he came back behind Joichiro. King of Crimson, raise your arms. Which one would you choose to defend first? Time flies again. Siakiro was shocked when he saw kunao in front of him. Then he saw the increase of blood droplets again, and judged that Kankayumu was preparing to attack behind him. Chenichiro had no choice but to turn back to defend Kankayumu, and said angrily, because my stand-in has no vision, I must rely on my eyes to fight back. And if I choose to turn back and deal with Kankayumu, I can only let myself first. I've been stabbed by Kiwu. That's enough, yeah, thief. Chenichiro turned around in an instant to receive Kankayumu's attack, but he had no choice but to attack, and his back was stabbed by 5 Kiwu stabs. The legs have a total of 4 kunao. The others were because Joichiro moved his position in time and did not order Joichiro. Although Siakiro was in pain, he still let the ninja group throw a punch at Suki Uizuki, and while the opponent was dodging, he also opened the distance from Suki Uizuki. Having pulled out the kunao on his back, Siakiro gritted his teeth and looked at Kazuki Kankyu. I have to find a way, the current situation is not good for me. But if I want to fight back, I can do it in an instant. I have to find a way to find it. That moment. Just now, a little hurt. When his stand-in turned around and took the Crimson King's fist. Kankayumu really didn't expect the opponent's stand-in power to continue to grow stronger. Chenichiro suddenly ran towards Kangui at this time. What is he doing? No. Even if I don't know his purpose, I have to chase him. Otherwise, if he really runs away, I will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Kankayumu no longer hesitated and set off to chase after him. Chapter 27 Kanaha's Rebellion, End. Chinji Long rushed towards a wooden warehouse, seeing Kankayumu chasing him closely behind him. Chinji Long smiled knowingly, and then ran into the wooden warehouse. Seeing Siakiro hiding in the warehouse, Kankayumu hurriedly stopped and thought, in the dark environment with narrow and many obstacles, his ability can be maximized. He is trying to lead me to the favorable terrain that belongs to him. Kankayumu frowned, and then Yuyan launched a ninjutsu. Fire escape? Dragon fire technique. A faucet flame then spewed out from the wooden mouth of the empty hill and rushed towards the wooden warehouse. However, Siakiro of Kangura also started ninjutsu at this moment. Fire escape? 2 fires swept through the wooden warehouse, igniting the warehouse almost instantly. Why did he follow up with ninjutsu? And it's still fire escape? Isn't he hiding in a place that is beneficial to him? Why did he destroy this warehouse? Kankai-Yumu said suspiciously. Although his heart is full of doubts, Kankai-Yumu can't let go of Joichiro, who knows his identity. Regardless of whether he has a conspiracy or not, Kankai-Yumu must solve him before the people of Konoha find out. With doubts in his heart, Kankai-Yumu walked towards the burning warehouse. The warehouse has been set on fire. Konoha's people will find this place sooner or later. It must be fast. In the warehouse, sparks were scattered, and the fire was scattered and ignited. The extremely high temperature made Kankai-Yumu's forehead sweat, but at the moment he had no time to take care of it. At this moment, he held his breath and a small face of epitaph appeared on his forehead. I walked into the warehouse shortly after it was set on fire, and he probably didn't have time to leave. At this time, he must have discovered me. And he may have been around me. The environment in the warehouse is not human. He can stay for a long time. If he wants to kill me, he definitely won't wait that long. Maybe, in a few seconds. Kankai-Yumu thought. Don't wait any longer. Kankai-Yumu launches epitaph to predict the future. In the foreseeable future, half a minute later, Siakiro's stand-in appeared behind Kankai-Izuki and raised his iron fist. He has discovered that I have the ability to predict the future. It is impossible not to know that I will use it. He can only guess when I will use it, use the interval after the ability is activated, and then launch an attack. The epitaph tells me that the future is only the posture he is ready to attack. It's not a picture of hurting me, it might be his feint. Maybe you can use this to fight back. Half a minute later, Siakiro really launched the attack as predicted by the epitaph, but Kankai-Yuki was already prepared, turned around and let King Crimson take his attack, and then launched the time to delete it in an instant. Dulu. At the moment when the time flowed again, the Crimson King threw an iron fist. However, Joichiro also seemed to be prepared to turn around and let the ninja group wave his fist to catch the attack of Tsukiokazuki. Without using the blood drop timing method, I can react in an instant that I activated my ability. How did he do it? Kankai-Yumu couldn't help but have such a question, and he had a bad premonition. After receiving the attack, Joichiro did not give Kankai a rest, and the ninja group suddenly began to fight for a while. Ha ha ha. Although the ninja group's offensive was very fierce, the Crimson King took over the attack without much effort. However, the ninja group suddenly burst out with even greater strength, knocking back the King of Crimson with one punch, and Kankai-Yumu was also beaten back several steps. Crack. At this moment, the sound of wood breaking came from above Kankai-Yumu's head. Yeah. Kankai-Yumu suddenly widened his eyes and looked overhead. A beam as thick as a person's waist was broken due to the burning flame, and at this moment it fell towards Kankai-Yumu's position. I understand that you have the ability to predict the future. So you won't do those meaningless attacks. The first attack just now was just a feint of mine. It is to force your time to delete and predict the future. Then calculate your relationship with the wood. The position of the beam and pillar, let ninja group exert its strength properly. Repel you to this position. You just used time to delete, so it shouldn't take time to delete it. How will you face my second round of offensive? At this time, Shinjishiro's eyes became sharp, and he pointed at Kankai-Yumu and shouted angrily, and then he ran towards Kankai-Yumu, and the ninja group appeared behind him. This guy. He actually counted me. Kankai-Yumu said angrily, but he had no choice but to deal with this wooden beam first. Unfortunately, I just used the time to delete it, and it takes a few breaths before it can be used again. Seeing that the wooden beams and pillars were about to hit him, Kankayumu hurriedly let the King of Crimson punch him. But the danger is not only this wooden beam. In front of me is Siakiro, who is constantly advancing. Noticing that there was a burning wooden container behind him, Kankayumu asked King Crimson to stretch it out, and his powerful finger force directly cut out 5 small holes in the container. Then King of Crimson grabbed the container and smashed it at Joichiro. Chenichiro was unmoved, and let the ninja group go to fight back. Ninja group clenched fists and punched the incoming container violently. Cough cough. The container was smashed in the blink of an eye, and the fist wind caused by the continuous punching of the ninja group actually blew Kankayumu's hair. Just when Kankayumu was still shocked by Quan Feng, the ninja group had already killed him. Not good. Kankayumu didn't even have time to take the attack, so he had to let the Crimson King's arms cross to defend. Ha 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 ha. With the continuous beating of the ninja group, Kankayumu actually felt the sharp pain in his arms. This shows King Crimson can't stand it anymore. Ninja group actually broke through the defense of the Crimson King with brute force. How is that possible? His stand-in actually. Just when Suki Okazuki was astonished by its power, the ninja group had already threw a punch. Whoops. This punch is right in the face of King Crimson. Kankayumu was also injured because of this. Instantly was beaten and vomited blood. At the same time, because the strength of the ninja group was too great, Kankayumu was directly knocked out of the warehouse and fell on the edge of a manhole cover. Damn. Even the King of Crimson can't resist the power of his stand-in. As expected, he is the leader of this squad, and now I can't fight him head to head. Find a way to deal with it, and then fight back. Then Kankayumu slowly opened the manhole cover, thinking about hiding in the ground and waiting to launch an attack. But the next scene made Kankayumu feel absolute fear. I saw the manhole cover slowly opened, but there were already people waiting inside. It's full. You can't escape. Ah. Kankayumu really felt the fear at this moment. Siakiro slowly floated up from the sewer. Give it up. Kankayumu. Kankayumu dragged his body back, his face twitching all the time, because he was all too familiar with the situation at this moment. The two faced each other like this, both watching who came out first. In the next instant, Kazuki Kankyu immediately propped up his body and called out the King of Crimson at the same time. The Crimson. Whoosh. The ability has not been activated yet, but the ninja group has come first. One punch smashed behind King Crimson, but fortunately Kankayumu put him in a defensive posture in time, so as to avoid too much damage, but the power of the fist is still strong, and once again Kankayumu was sent flying back to the burning warehouse. Yeah. Kankayumu slammed his head into a beam, but before he could breathe a few breaths, the ninja group killed him again. The Crimson King. Dulu. Crack. The time was deleted, and Joichiro's attack came to nothing. Delete time, that's enough. However, this will be the last time you delete it. I've already. Before Saikiro could finish his words, the sawdust falling from his head shocked him. Looking up, I saw Kankayumu grabbing the ceiling of the warehouse roof, and his arms were attached to the arms of the King of Crimson, and I saw that he yanked hard, and the large thick ceiling was just like this. He took it down and attacked Joichiro. Eat my ceiling. Chenichiro felt bad, and when he called out ninja group, he punched the oncoming ceiling. It's useless. This time you will never be able to return it again. But I saw an epitaph appearing on Ichiki's forehead. The future has told me that you will be crushed by this blow. No one can change the future that is destined to happen. Rumble rumble. Dust was scattered, the only sound of flames was all around. Finally, it's over. Kankayumu stood on the collapsed warehouse, lamenting how difficult this battle was. Looking at the ruins under his feet, Kankai-Yumu said, "I may not be as good as you in terms of IQ or awareness during the battle. But unfortunately, you lost to the destined future. Okay, now it's time to deal with the aftermath of this rebellion." Just when Kankai-Yumu turned back and was about to leave here, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around suddenly, but the ninja group was standing directly behind him. At this moment, the ninja group sword had been swung out, and Kankai-Yumu had no time to defend, and was slashed straight in the flank. Immediately blood splattered. Kankai-Yumu was knocked to the ground in that instant. Kyukyu-Yumu. It's already 2 seconds into the future. It seems that you didn't find out at all. Chen Yulang appeared in front of Kankai-Yumu at this moment. What? Kankai-Yumu, who collapsed to the ground, looked at what was happening in front of him in disbelief. I deleted the time, at the moment when the ceiling was about to crush me. I escaped because of this. That's enough. Then Chenichiro adjusted his state slightly, pointed at Kankai-Yumu, and shouted angrily, "Next, kill it. I don't need even a second." Chenichiro. How does it feel? With the ability to delete time, you were defeated by delete time? How did you do it? Kankai-Yumu was really puzzled. After learning about your ability, I began to gradually realize that I could feel that you activated the ability just before the normal flow of time. I am also trying hard. Try to attack when you activate your abilities. But unfortunately it didn't work. But this gave me another takeaway. I found out that I too can start influencing the time of the world. You must have noticed it too. You activated your ability after the first attack at Kangxi, and I reacted without using the blood drop timer. It was at that time that I completely felt the time of this world was deleted by me. My stand-in seems to have evolved. Eliminate the sense of existence. If this ability is applied to time, to eliminate the sense of existence of a certain period of time, you will not be able to perceive that period of time, and only I can feel that period of time. Is this the prototype of deletion time? After knocking you out of the warehouse for the first time, I have already discovered that my ability to eliminate the sense of presence can't be used. That's when my stand-in has completely evolved. The original ability to eliminate the sense of presence disappeared. Instead, delete the time. Okay. You have now figured it out? Next, you can hit the road with no doubts? This guy, is he really invincible? He even taught me the deletion time. If Chenji Shilang was not the enemy of Kankai-Yumu, then Kankai-Yumu would applaud him at this time, but unfortunately, good luck makes people. Kankai-Yumu's eyes became sharp at this moment, and he seemed to have made up his mind. But at this time, he suddenly said something to Siakairo. Once a great villain said, "Oh no. He can't be human." He said, "I have only one simple thought, the only one. Victory, and then everything. That's what makes me feel satisfied. As for how the process is going, what method is used, the devil is in charge." In an instant, Kankai-Yumu's whole body was surrounded by golden firelight, and the blood on his flank also splashed towards Chenichiro at this time. The sudden attack made Siakairo unresponsive, and his eyes were splashed with blood. Try this trick to cover your eyes with blood. This is the moment. Then Kankai-Yumu called out another substitute, let it use it as a spear, and stabbed Siakairo. At this moment, Siakairo is blinded by blood and the substitute has no vision, so he can only let the arm of the ninja group attach to his own arm, and use his own body perception to meet the enemy's attack. Otherwise, if he directly lets the substitute attack himself, it may be you will endanger your own life because you don't hit. One spear and one punch, just like that. Click. At this moment, the sound of a cracked finger bone sounded. It's empty hills and trees. Because the power of ninja group is too strong. directly smashed the stand-in summoned by Kankayumu to pieces. Kankayumu also directly scrapped one. Drop! 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 The sound of the flames burning was mixed with the sound of blood droplets, and then came the sound of objects falling. What the hell is going on? Hot blood was pouring out of Siakiro's mouth, nose, and ears. He couldn't believe it. He was only one step away. It's a victory. Where did he lose? The king of speed. It can increase the temperature of the object touched by the finger. In the fight just now, I made the king of speed use the spear to face the oncoming fist, so it touched your body. Immediately activate your abilities. Heat your blood. Burst your veins and die. Kankayumu had no intention of caring about his abolished arm at this moment, and just looked at Siakiro, who fell to the ground coldly, for fear that he would come up with some Jedi counterattack. It turns out, that's it, it caught the weakness of my stand-in's lack of vision. This day, all of us, have completely lost to you. Chenichiro said weakly. You are very strong. I will not deny it. I am still afraid of you even now. I can only win because I am so despicable. The winner, no need to laugh at yourself. I'm just sad, this dark village. In the end, I still can't change. At this moment, Naze Siakiro, closed his eyes forever. Siakiro Naze, confirmed death. Chapter 28 After Anavanzide treated himself with golden experience, the voice of Kazuki's stand-in also appeared in his mind. Congratulations to Master for completing this task. Kankayumu did not have any joy of victory at all at this moment. His body has reached the limit at this moment. This day, he has been using the stand-in continuously, and the mental power consumed has already reached his limit. Fortunately, the mission is finally completed. Kankayumu lay on the ground beside the ruins, lamenting the hardships of this mission. Master, you have done a great job in this mission. You will be rewarded for opening a big gift box. The voice of the avatar appeared again. The big gift box, what is that? Kankayumu was a little puzzled. He had never heard of a big gift box using the avatar system. Master, the big gift box is an item that can be rewarded only after completing the difficult task. After opening the big gift box, you can get 5 kinds of prizes. The stand-in explained in his mind. Does it need to be summoned just like when a substitute was drawn? Kazuki asked. Of course you need to call me out if you want to draw a substitute, but you don't have to do it with a big gift box. You can open it directly through conscious manipulation, and the reward will be automatically stored on me. Okay. Then you can open the big gift box now? Okay. It's opening, please wait for the master. Taking advantage of the time when the big gift box was opened, Kankayumu got up and came to the warehouse where Yuzuki Uehara died, and found the dusty white mocking mask. About this rebellion, there are still a lot of follow-up things to deal with. I have no energy to do those trivial things anymore. Next, I will ask you. Remember, don't reveal my identity. Kankayumu murmured to himself, then he bent down and picked up the mask. I see. Then you can rest well. At this time, Kankayumu's mouth made a sound that did not belong to him. That voice that had always appeared in Kankayumu's mind before. The voice sounded like an 18-year-old boy, with a low-pitched voice and some magnetism. If you just listen to the sound, it's hard to imagine that this is what Kankayumu, a boy who looks only 12 years old, can make it. At this time, Kankayumu's body is also changing, and his body size and height are actually growing rapidly. When he stood up completely, his height actually reached 16 centimeters. Although the body is still thin, it is still much bigger than Kankayu's 12-year-old body. The clothes on his body were too small to make him uncomfortable at the moment. Kankayumu let out a long sigh of relief, and his face has also changed greatly at this moment. This face is very similar to Kankyu Yumu, but it looks more serious and fierce. I haven't seen this look for a long time. Although maintaining this look will consume my physical strength and energy, but in order to hide people's eyes and ears, it is inevitable. Then he showed a wicked smile and slowly put on the mask. Welcome to the second empty hill, Anazide. This is the biggest secret that Kankyu Yumu is even less known than a stand-in. Kankyu Yumu is actually a dual personality. Why Kankyu Yumu is a dual personality, he himself has no clear statement. He thinks it is the split personality caused by the domestic violence of his adoptive parents in his childhood in his previous life, but Anazide said that he has always been Ichiki side. Because of this, they often bicker. The souls of the two sense each other, and even if the two souls are in different places, they can feel each other's existence. For example, after Lulai used his stand-in ability to exchange souls with Kankyu Yumu, why was Yumu able to discover Lulai's location in a short period of time? It's because the road has only replaced the soul of Kankyu Yumu, and Anazide is still in that body. The two can be said to be one body, so they both have a substitute together, so they can freely use the substitute they have, but because they usually only exist in one body, they cannot be called at the same time. Two stand-ins. If the two are in different bodies, then it can be done like killing Lulai at that time. One person will torture, and the other will activate the ability to kill each other. The appearance of the body is related to the appearance of the soul. The appearance of Anazide at this moment is the appearance of Kankyu Yumu's previous life. Because of the death of Kankyu Yumu in the previous life, Anazide was also taken with him to die. After Kankyu Yumu passed through, Anazide also followed Kankyu Yumu. Because Kankyu Yumu became a baby through transmigration, although his memory is still there, the appearance of his soul has been changed, so Kankyu Yumu cannot restore his previous appearance. But Anazide is different. His soul is still in the shape of the previous life, so he can restore the body to the previous life by taking over the dominance of the body. Unlike Diablo and Tobio, they coexisted and grew together in the same body. The body had already adapted to the souls of the two at the same time, so the body could complete the change of appearance without pressure. But Kankyu Yumu and Anazide are different. Although they have existed in the same body for many years, Kankyu Yumu's soul grows from the form of a baby, while Anazide's soul is in the form of a young man. There is a gap between the soul forms of the two from the very beginning. Therefore, this body cannot complete the change of body appearance without loss, and it still has to consume one's own physical and mental strength to maintain the change of appearance. Physical strength naturally consumes the physical strength of this body, and mental strength consumes Anazide. Drop, drop, drop. A drop of water fell on Anazide, and in an instant it started to rain heavily. Dip. Master, the big gift box has been opened, and the reward is a substitute, silver chariot, steel chain fingers, artwork, rainbow catcher and an iron ball of the same style as Jiro Zebulin. Good luck. It just happened to be raining again. Then try this romantic stand-in for part 1. Anazide said. Rainbow Catcher is a stand-in for Braquemo, one of the characters in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Wild Horse. The shape of the stand-in is a mask, and its ability is to fix the raindrops it touches in the air, so that it can walk on the rain and even move at high speed. The fixed raindrops are sharp and pointed, which can cut the enemy. The presence of rain in the stand-in messenger is the existence of offense and defense. For example, rain can be used to block wounds. In addition, the stand-in also has the ability to disintegrate and attack, that is, use rain to penetrate its body and reach long distances. Control. But if the rain stops or there is no rain, the ability of the stand-in cannot be activated, and it also has considerable limitations. But because of Brakmar's super high IQ and reasoning ability, he perfectly brought the double's ability to the extreme. Achieved invincible existence in the rain. He has also won the love of a large number of fans because of his outstanding performance. Let Rainbow Catcher be attached to his sneering mask, and an Azide just stepped on the raindrops and shuttled through the rain. The Uchiha clan station. Several Uchiha clan members chattered around the body of the chubby man Ian who attacked the Uchiha station. This person is the bastard who attacked the Uchiha clan. What should I do with his body? Chief Fuyu? Uchiha clan asked. He killed so many of our comrades, we must find out his identity. Maybe there is an organization behind him. Another Uchiha tribesman followed. Uchiha Fuyu closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, he opened his eyes. Let's leave it to the top of the village. Now the enemy attack in the village seems to have stopped, although I don't know who stopped this sudden incident. Patriarch, you. Before the words fell, one person interrupted the conversation of several people. Shion, what's the matter with you? Uchiha Fuyu asked. Uchiha Shijishi is a small sub-commander of the security department. Behind him is a mother and daughter, who are Uchiha Chisa and her mother and the spring that Chisa's mother is pregnant with. Sorry for disturbing you. I do have something to report. Then he stood up and let Kincha's mother and daughter enter Fuyu's line of sight. They are my wife and 2 daughters. I came here after hearing from my wife that there was important information to report. Really? What is the important information? Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly. Chisa's mother bowed before walking, and then said, when this man attacked the Uchiha station a few hours ago, my little daughter and I were trapped under the ruins and unable to move. It was a mysterious man with a white mask. Someone saved our mother and daughter. At that time, I also noticed that the person who attacked the Uchiha station fell not far away. I asked his name, but he only said, his name is Shirai. He seems to be only 1.6 meters tall, and his body shape skinny. Uchiha Chisa was listening to her mother reporting the information, but her mind is not here now. She was rescued by others inexplicably at the time, which made her wonder who rescued her, but she thought of it again at this time. Empty hills and one with them. I really don't know what happened to Ichiki and the others. Those idiots must not be in trouble. Is that so? Okay. Uchiha Fuyu nodded, indicating that the Kinsa family can retire first. Just as the Chisa family turned around and left, the voice of the Uchiha ninja behind them caught their attention. Looking back, I saw a black-haired man wearing a black suit and a white sneering mask standing straight above them. An Azide ignored the people of the Uchiha clan under his feet, and directly used his ability to untie his arm, allowing his arm to shuttle in the rain, and the next moment grabbed the body of the short and fat man Ian, together with his torn-off body. Pulling his face back to his side, fixing some rain, an Azide put Ian's corpse on it, and then stared at the ninjas of the Uchiha clan under his feet, with a sense of oppression of the gods coming to the earth to judge. Who are you? An Uchiha ninja shouted angrily, then threw a Riken, but it was blocked by an Azide's fixed rain. My name is White Noodles. Chapter 29-Trouble. White face. Uchiha Fuyu murmured, he couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Kinsa's family. At this moment, Kinsa's family was full of shocked expressions. I just grabbed something from our Uchiha, are you tired of the goods? A Uchiha ninja next to Fuyu scolded. It really is the legendary arrogant and unruly Uchiha clan, but I want to ask you, what can you do with me? An Azide provoked. Bastard. The Uchiha ninja scolded, and then started ninjutsu. Fire escape? The art of fireball. Call out. An Azide took Ian's body and shuttled to the other side in an instant, avoiding the How fireball, which was blocked by the fixed rain, but soon because the rain was evaporated by the flames, the defense was immediately broken. Even if it is fixed by the rain, the essence will not change. It will still be evaporated by the fire. An Azide murmured. Don't run away if you can, the Uchiha ninja scolded. An Azide smiled disdainfully and turned around and said, I'm not in the mood right now. Being disturbed by counterfeiters will make me very angry. I don't have time to care about you. Then he grabbed Ian's body and activated his ability to leave. Before leaving, Anazide glanced at Uchiha Chisa, and Chisa was also watching him at this time. Why does he have a familiar feeling? Uchiha Chisa was puzzled. After Anazide left, everyone looked at Uchiha Fuyu, and the Uchiha ninja asks Yang Fuyu anxiously, "Patriarch, what should we do?" Fake. The characteristics of this white face just now are exactly the same as the one described by Xian's wife, only the body shape is very different. Could it be that this white face is the planner of the attack on Konoha? And what Xian's wife said is the white noodles a counterfeit? Uchiha Fuyu pondered for a while and said, "Go to Hokage-sama." According to what he said, only the chubby man who died in the Uchiha station and the 2 women who died in the intelligence department need to be dealt with. As for the rest, they either died on the street or were buried in the rubble. Anyone who is discovered will only think that he is a victim of this rebellion and will not investigate. Anazide recalled what Kankayumu said to him before he fell asleep. I really don't know how those Uchihas will think about what I said before I leave. Although it's not a subtle lie, what is needed now is to interfere with Konoha's investigation of this rebellion, and I need to lead their investigation into a wrong one. Direction. This way, I can feel a little more at ease, but the Uchiha clan and the ninjas of the intelligence department should have already remembered the appearance of this person. Once they report it to the senior management of Konoha, with their ability and paragraphs, they will definitely be able to find this out. People's past and relationships. Although the intersection between Kankayumu and them is only today's battle, it is still necessary to prevent accidents from appearing. What a mess was left for me, and I have to make an alibi for you. Then Anazide cursed, but his body was still very honest, but it was not a problem to run around with Ian's body. Found a sewer at the entrance of the alley, and seeing no one around, Anazide used the golden experience, because Ian had died, and his corpse had no life force and became a pure object, so the golden experience, the ability to experience, can be activated. Ian's body was turned into a rat and thrown into the sewer. As for the torn face, Anazide threw it into the sewer as food for the rat. After that, Anazide rushed to the intelligence department without stopping. Konoha Intelligence Department. What should I do with these 2 dead ninjas? Said a ninja from the intelligence department. A person suspected of being the Minister of Intelligence shook his head and said, "Let's talk about it when Minato Jounin arrives." Call out. The next moment, a yellow figure came to the crowd instantly. It was Namikaze Minato. It's not too late, sorry, there are too many things to deal with just now. Minato said apologetically to everyone. Minato Jounin, you're here just in time, the person suspected of being the Minister of Intelligence replied. Well, tell me about the situation here, said Watergate. I have already sent the damage report from the intelligence department to Hokage-sama. Now I will tell you about the 2 corpses. We don't know this ninja with a slit in the neck, it seems to be an ordinary ninja, and the other one is a bit strange. There is no major injury to the body, and there is no sign of death at all, but he just can't wake up. As a result, we can only first determine that she is in a coma. Then who is she? Remember when a person assassinated Shikara Junin in public before? She is that person's elder sister, and she has been complaining about her brother before, but it seems to be useless. Minato held his chin alone, pondered for a moment, and said, Then I see, her name seems to be Yozaki Yuko, and her brother's name seems to be Kazuki Iki, who is now in prison. It's not that simple. Shikara Kamijin has the support of most civilian ninjas in Konoha and a small number of ninja families. Dare to assassinate him in public, the result will be different. Kazuki Iki is now sentenced to life imprisonment. At the time, I guessed it was on the battlefield, and I didn't know what happened next, but the important thing now is why these 2 people died here. Watergate said. It's hard to answer for a while. Minato-jounin. Please pay attention to your surroundings. Minato heard the words and hurriedly looked around, only to find that the intelligence department was filled with fog again at this time. The sight of everyone was blocked by the thick fog in an instant. Thick fog, a dark shadow moves fast. Minato sensed someone passing by him, and immediately threw the flying thunder god Kunao in the direction that person was moving. Directly activate the technique of flying thunder god at the next moment. Appeared behind the man in an instant, and then kicked him away with a kick. Anazide was shocked by Minato's speed, and exclaimed that it was indeed the golden flash of Konoha. But Anazide also caught Yozaki Wazaki, who was in suspended animation at the same time, and immediately activated the time deletion. The thick fog dissipated, and everyone found that Yozaki Kazaka was taken away by a person wearing a white mask. Right now at the door of the intelligence department. Minato reacted very quickly, and immediately threw out the flying thunder god Kunao, and launched the flying thunder god technique when Kunao reached the gate of the intelligence department. Anazide also activated Rainbow Catcher at that moment. The two briefly confronted each other with fists and feet, and then Anazide ran into the air with Yunko. Who are you? What was the purpose of taking her? Watergate shouted to the empty Anazide. My name is Baimian. This person has someone's important information that can be obtained. If you get that information, some things will be easier to do. Please send me out the door yourself. She's dead. You won't get any information if you take her away. This is not a problem. Although I was delayed by some guys for a while, I couldn't take this woman away in the first time, but fortunately you didn't transfer her position, so I can take advantage of it here. Seeing this, Minato wanted to try again, and instantly threw out Felicien Kunao, thinking of grabbing Anazide in an instant. But Anazide didn't give him this meeting at all, and when he saw Watergate making a move, he activated his ability and left. Before leaving, he left a sentence, "Next time, our new organization will come. Please be prepared." Twilight Organization. Minato murmured. Looks like the plan was a success, said Anazide, who was zipping through the rain. The actions just now were decided after overhearing the conversations of several people at Watergate. Because I learned that Yunko Wazaki had a conflict with the popular man named Shikara Nora, I came up with the idea of taking Yunko Wazaki alone. What Anazide needs to do is to disrupt Konoha's investigation into this sudden rebellion. And the Twilight Organization that Anazide just mentioned is one of his plans to disrupt Konoha's investigation. Sometimes it's the best way to tell someone a little bit and let them think for themselves, rather than just making up a complete lie to deceive others. When taking away Ian's body, Anazide, who was temporarily white-faced, said something intriguing about someone impersonating him. According to Uchiha Fueaki's character, he will definitely report this time to Konoha. Judging from the behavior of Dai Hokage and other senior Konoha executives, people will definitely investigate the identity of this person Ian. But the direction of the investigation is bound to deviate. Because Anazide told Minato from the intelligence department that there was someone on Yozaki Yukoko and the Twilight Organization, an empty shell organization. Minato will also report it to the senior executives of Konoha. At that time, the clues that Dai Hokage and others learned from these two pieces of information will be the following. 1. The existence of a person named Whiteface. 2. Someone pretended to be the self-proclaimed white-faced person to interfere with his actions. Yunko Wazaki has important information about someone, and the information can make the next actions of the white-face smoother. 4. Baimian belongs to an organization called Twilight. 5. There will be actions after the Twilight Organization. And because of the arrival of these clues and what happened today, they will have several questions. 1. What caused this emergency today? 2. Who is White Noodle? Who is pretending to be the white face? 4. Ian's identity. Why did Baimian take his body in the Uchiha station? 5. Whose information does Yozaki Yunko have? 6. What kind of organization is Twilight Organization? What will the Twilight Organization do next? Anazide did not give them the answers to the above questions, but just revealed a few false information at will. Just to let them guess for themselves. Combining clues with questions, they will guess some information that they think is true, and these guessed information is the key to Anazide's biasing their thoughts. They'll think Ian is connected to the Twilight Organization. Immediately investigate Ian's identity, past, and people he has come into contact with. Also investigate the identity of Whiteface and the organization Twilight. Although we will do our best to investigate, but nothing will come out of the investigation. Because the words Whiteface and Twilight Organization were made up on a whim by Kazuki and Anazide. They will think that there is a big conflict between Yumko Wazaki and Norishikara. Therefore, what by Mian said can obtain information against someone from Yumko, and it is likely to be the information against Shikara Nora. In other words, information that could threaten Norishikara. Therefore, they will unequal Wazaki Yumko and the suspicious person who launched this rebellion. Because in their eyes, Yumko Wazaki is just a tool for Shirai to gain information against Ryo Kakura. Will die in the intelligence department, or it may just be because of the white face. As for Kazumi, it's probably just a poor person who was brought in because of Yuzaki Yuko. Because Kazumi's identity is just an ordinary ninja. They won't investigate anything. And most importantly, this rebellion. Because of Anazide's thought-provoking words, they will definitely equate the riots that happened today with the Twilight Organization. So what happened today? In the end, Kanaha's investigation line will only go further and further towards the false clues fabricated by Anazide. Konkayumu's identity and secrets will never be discovered. As for Konkayumu, you only need to let Whitesnake prepare a few phantom discs for a few lucky villagers and yourself, so that you can prove that you participated in this battle as an ordinary person. If you are really asked where you were when the rebellion happened, you can say it without any hesitation. Next, this woman doesn't need to be kept. Anazide said to himself, and then quietly returned to Ichiki's house with Yozaki Kazaki, who had suspended animation. Because there were many Umbu and guard ninjas patrolling outside at this time, it would be more troublesome to execute her outside. Taking off the mask, Anazide looked at Yozaki Yuko with a gloomy expression, and then Stalker appeared, ready to kill her from inside her body. In this way, there will be no bloodstains left in the empty Chiyumu's home. But at this moment, a compact disc fell out of Anazide's pocket. I don't know what the pockets of this dress are torn. The disc fell straight onto Kazaki Yumko's face. This is her memory disc. As the disc merged into Yozaki Wazaki's body, she gradually woke up. Chapter 30 Shikara Nora. Am I dead? Here. With the gradual awakening of consciousness, Kazaki Yumko gradually opened his eyes, and his vision gradually became clearer. Feeling the beating of her heart, she tried to move her fingers, and she was able to move. This made her blurred eyes gradually shine. After slowly getting used to it, she slowly propped up her body, because the sudden rise made her head feel very heavy, and she couldn't help pressing her forehead. After feeling a lot better, Menzi began to look around. It was an unfamiliar room, with rudimentary furnishings and only the most basic furniture. If this was a home for one person, it would be a bit shabby. Yumko stood up and started walking around the room, trying to find out where she was. She found a box of cherries lying on the table, apparently bought this morning. Just as she was looking for clues in this room, a deep voice came from behind her. It seems that your consciousness has fully recovered. Yeah. Menzi's heart was startled by the sudden voice. She turned around suddenly and found a black-haired man with a white mask sitting on a chair. She flipped through her mind, trying to find the man's memory, and finally, she got the answer. It's you. Menzi's face suddenly became extremely angry. Snow Girl. She shouted, thinking of calling her stand-in to fight, but, after several seconds, her stand-in still didn't appear. Don't shout so loudly. It will attract attention later. Your avatar is here. Anazide took out the avatar disc with the image of Snow Girl printed on it. How did you take it away? An anxious look appeared on Menzies' face. Now is not the time for you to ask questions. I also have my purpose to wake you up smoothly. Otherwise, you won't even wake up this time. Anazide said angrily to Menzie. What do you want to do? What did you do to the others? Menzie showed a vigilant look. Don't be nervous. I'm just curious. I wonder why you guys are acting against Konoha. As for the others, they are already dead. The moment she heard the sentence, Yumko's face became hideous. Don't move. If you move now, you won't even survive. Anazide advised. Yumko finally stopped the raised fist and ignored Anazide. Tell me the reason for your rebellion. I didn't tell you the reason. Really? That's such a pity, Yumko Kazaki. Since you don't want to say it, I can only kill you. It's a pity that your brother Kazaki Iki is still in Konoha's prison. For life. Tisk tisk tisk, one's life is gone. What did you do to Zayawai? Anazide swayed and said, calm down, I just heard about these things. You can only hear this because of accident, but it seems that you really don't want to tell me. Tell you, what good can I do? Anyway, I will die after satisfying your curiosity. Menzie closed her eyes. Whether it's good or not depends on my mood. Oh, by the way, do you know Norishikura? Kazaki Yumko suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Anazide viciously. Well, it looks like you know this person very well. Silent for a while, Menzie lowered his head and said with a dark face, more than just knowing. The reason why I have come this far is thanks to him. I would like to know the details of Shikara Nora, can you tell me? Anazide said to Yumko in a gentle voice. One of the reasons why he didn't kill Yumko was because of curiosity and wanted to know why they launched a rebellion against Konoha. As for the second reason, it was because of Shikara Nora. A character who has never heard of the original book, but is a celebrity in the Naruto world where he lives, which makes Anazide a little curious. The reason my brother is in jail is because of him. Don't say these meaningless words, of course I know these superficial things, what I want to know, is his origin. She closed her eyes again, but there was still anger between her brows. Anazide saw what she wanted and said with a chuckle, tell me everything you know, maybe I can help you see the younger brother you may never see again in your life before you die. His tone was very calm, but every word poked into Menzie's heart. She clenched her fists tightly, her index finger was squeezed out of blood by the fingernail of her thumb, she bowed her head and was silent for a long time. After a while, she made a decision, only to hear a plop. She knelt in front of Anazide with tears in her eyes can't help dripping on the floor. Menzie choked up, and said to Anazide in a pleading tone. I'll tell you what you want to know. So, I beg you, no. I beg you. Help me get my brother out of there after you get the information you want to know. She raised her head, her thin eyebrows were trembling, she seemed to want to stop the tears, but no matter how she adjusted, the tears kept falling. Anazide saw her look like this, although he couldn't bear it, his heart still wouldn't be moved by this pitiful look. It doesn't seem like an equivalent exchange. He just said this briefly. After another inexplicable silence, Yumko, who was on her knees, spoke again. What else do you need to do? I can do anything for you as long as you fulfill my request. The words seemed to carry a trace of resentment, and the tone was very peaceful, but this was not ordinary peace, as if someone calmly said who they wanted to kill today. Ha ha ha. It's quite determined. Then I'll give you a meeting. If the information you give is useful enough, I will agree to your request. Hearing this sentence, Menzie was stunned for a while, and then a trace of thanks flashed on her face, but she was quickly adjusted by her She changed from kneeling on the ground to sitting on the ground, and then asked calmly, "Where do you want to know first?" After thinking for a while, Anazide said, "What is the purpose of your rebellion? Change this dark village and create a beautiful and flawless village." Hearing this sentence, Anazide hummed and laughed, "Aha, then why do you do what?" "Because we have all been hurt by the dark side of the village, there is a longing in our hearts, and with the call of the boss of Nas, we are gathered together like this." After a short pause, Yumko said again, "The boss has given us a spiritual incarnation, allowing us to use this power to change Konoha." "Oh? How did he give you this power?" "It seems to be an arrow." Under the mask, Anazide's eyes widened. Then he asked in a tentative tone, "Is he supposed to carry the arrow with him?" "I don't know that." "That's a pity." "Forget it, tell me what you know about Shikarinora." Hearing this name, Menzi's face was filled with anger, but she said calmly, "He was originally a little-known person who was wounded in a battle and was sent back to Konoha. After that, he began to be active in the village's political arena, made friends, and gradually gained some power of his own, but more than that, because of his brilliant way of life and stance, he won a large number of civilian ninjas and some small clans. Support. Become one of the most influential figures in the village. I know this way, after all, even if I don't know about it, I will hear it in other people's small talk." Anazide said. "I know more than that. I have used various paragraphs to investigate him. I even asked Xia to help me investigate his intelligence. In the end, I got a scary result. Huh. On the surface, he is gentle and kind, but behind his back is a disgusting scum. Konoha has received a large number of missing children. But there was no result. I learned through various paragraphs that he was one of the masterminds of those missing children. Under his orders, the infants and young children he obtained were sold to others through abduction, deception, stealing, etc. He is also the manipulator of a loan company. By lending usury, and then using violence to collect debts, a huge amount of wealth has been accumulated. In addition to that, he personally killed how many girls who disobeyed his orders, including my brother's girlfriend. That's why my brother made the stupid act of assassinating him in public. Originally, my brother wanted to report his murder, but I don't know what methods he can use to make my brother fail to report him. That's why I kept going to plead for my brother, but he can used his connections to suppress the matter. He even threatened me. If he dared to report on him, my brother's life would be lost. That's why I've endured it until now." Anazide scratched his head, because he really couldn't listen to Shikarinora's actions. "Really a disgusting scum. I can understand why you get angry when you mention this name. Anything else to ask?" "You mean you still know some information about him?" "No, that's all I know." "That's not it?" Then Anazide stood up, walked to Menzi, and took out 2 CDs. "What are these?" "Something that can save your brother." Menzi was dumbfounded. Anazide explained, "This one is a stand-in named Steel Chain Finger, and it is very convenient to have its ability to save a person from a prison. As for this one, consider it as one of my heart. It's an order that will make you follow the order I set. There is a subordinate of the branch in the prison guarding over there. I once tried to use Snow Girl to save my brother, but he stopped me. At that time, my identity was almost exposed. Don't worry, the ability of Steel Chain Finger is very suitable for this. Because I think there are some things to do, I can only ask your sister to save my brother one more time. But as compensation, I will help your siblings leave Konoha when the time comes. Of course, I will also leave an instruction for you when the time comes to prevent you from leaking secrets." After all, Anazide put the disc of Steel Chain Fingers on Yumko and the order disc carefully designed by Anazide. After understanding the ability of Steel Chain Finger, Kazaki Yumko thanked him, and then used his ability to prepare to enter the underground. Can you tell me your real name? Menzi asked before leaving. Anazide pondered for a while and said, empty hills and trees. Chapter 31 Inventory of the original characters so far in order of appearance. Standby Messenger, Li Chig. Alias, Queen Bee, Keen Bee. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, C Speed, A Range, E Sustainability, D Precision, B Growth Value, E Standalone Ability. The wound caused by the spikes of the queen bee will continue to expand, and finally the injured part will break apart. The same can be applied to other things. However, once the target leaves the range of 2 meters, the ability will automatically be disabled. Standby Messenger, Luli. Substitute name, I think, therefore I am, Ithn, SIA. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, D Speed, D Range, A Sustainability, A Precision, B Growth Value, D Substitute Ability. When the substitute is attached to the back of the target's head, the target will exchange souls with the main body. If the target dies during the soul swap phase, it cannot return to its own body. Standby Messenger, Ishikawa Line. Alias, Leader, Leader. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, S Speed, C Range Range, A Sustainability, A Precision, B Growth Value, D Substitute Ability. Extract a certain amount of blood from the main body, and then the substitute will spend some time making sarcoma virus, which will spread around the body after it is done. The air in a radius of 500 meters lasts for 1 minute, and the virus will disappear automatically after 1 minute. People who inhale the virus will grow sarcomas on their chests, and those who have sarcomas will obey the body, respect the body as a king, and be a soldier who becomes a king. Standby Messenger, Camellia Inu. Substitute name, High Speed Fright, Speed Thrill. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, No Speed, B Range, A Sustainability, A Precision, A Growth Value, B Substitute Ability. Substitute can sneak into shadowy places, and then create a shadow man exactly like him by touching other people's shadows. Shadow people are consistent with their goals in terms of strength and appearance, but they can't speak. The shadow man will act according to the instructions set by Camellia, and because the shadow man is the shadow of everyone's heart, if he attacks his own shadow man, he will also be injured. The shadow man is not afraid of the dark, and can be like high-speed horror, like diving into shadowy places. The only way to defeat a shadow man is for the shadow man's body to destroy the light source behind his own spirit. The light source will recover when the shadow returns to itself. Standby Messenger, Ian Hanja. Substitute name, Quagmire Scorpion, Asratan. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, A Speed, D Range, No Sustainability, B Precision, D Growth Value, A Substitute Ability. Substitutes can only be attached to the body, and can continue to increase by absorbing nutrients from others. After reaching a certain number, the body can be wrapped into a swamp man, and the body can also throw out a small part of the swamp to achieve the effect of long-range attack. Standby Messenger, Yozaki Yunko. Substitute name, Snow Girl, Yana. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, A Speed, B Range Range, C Sustainability, D Precision, B Growth Value, A Substitute Ability. Substitute can create various degrees of fog. People stay in this fog for a long time will become ice cubes. The time of the ice cubes increases as the fog concentration increases, and conversely, it slows down as the fog concentration decreases. In addition, the fog created by the stand-in also has a distance problem. The lighter fog has a larger range, and the thicker fog has a shorter range. The stand-in can also sense the temperature of life forms in dense fog mode, called thermostatic awareness. Standby Messenger, Uechwangzia. Alias, Bamboo Dragonfly, Badranfly. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, S Speed, B Range Range, A Sustainability, C. Precision, D. Growth value, D. Substitutability, plural avatars, a total of 50. The memory of the target's mind can be probed by touching the target. Also, because of its long range, it can release a stand-in to scout the terrain. Standard Messenger, Uehara Yuzuki. Alias, Mr. Good, Elsr. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, B. Speed, A range, C. Excluding ability range, Sustainability, B. Precision, B. Growth value, D. Substitutability. After the fine needles fired from the department hit the target, the ability will be activated immediately, and the ability is to control blood. If the target is close to the avatar, his blood will gather and solidify. If the target is far away from the avatar, his blood will be scattered and lost. Uehara Yu's appearance can refer to Yu Shangzi in So and So Ghoul. Standby Messenger, Siakairo Nays. Alias, Ninja Group, Nja Group. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, A. Speed, A. Range, B. Sustainability, A. Precision, B. Growth value, A. Substitutability. You can remove the presence of the touched target by touching. When the presence is 0, you are standing in front of others, they can't find your presence. The stand-in also has a badge that can be used to remove the presence ability, which can be used by others. After the substitute grows up. Alternate Panel. Destructive Power, A. Speed, A. Range, B. Sustainability, A. Precision, B. Growth value, C. Substitutability. Deleted in the same time as Crimson King, it can be deleted in about seconds. Everyone should know the target that Nays Siakairo's appearance can refer to. This chapter is to introduce the stand-in ability of my original characters, in order to make it easier for everyone to watch the stories I wrote. If you have any questions when reading the book, you can say it in the comment area, and I will adjust the plot reasonably. Chapter 32 _ Almost after Menzi left, Anazide began to communicate with Kankayumu in his consciousness. You've been resting for so long, it's time to play. Let me rest for a while. Don't you like seeing the outside world? I'll let you see enough this time. Kankayumu's lazy voice sounded in his mind. You're really good at playing. Dirty, tiring, and mental work, let me experience it all at once. You're very good at talking. What did you do other than chat with me in my head in those battles before? This time I really couldn't stand it before letting you play. Forget it, I won't tell you this. Did you hear the information just now? I heard, but now is not the time to take care of that Chikara Nora. Hurry up and look for Joichiro's body and see if he has any arrows on him. I'm sorry, the current situation is not suitable for me to play. There are ninjas from the security department and Umbu outside. You should also know what to do. I'm sorry. I got it. Anazide's body began to change. After a few seconds, the body returned to the appearance of a hollow hill and a tree, and the pupils changed from the dark purple of Anazide to the golden yellow of the hollow hill. After changing his clothes, Kankayuma felt that it was not right, and let Stalker get some injuries on his body, and then ripped his clothes. Although he is very distressed about his clothes, Kankayuma has no other choice, otherwise, how can he look like a person who has just fought? After adjusting the state, Kankayumu activated the King of Crimson and left the house quietly. The rainstorm gradually subsided. In the warehouse area of the Konoha civilian area, some ninjas gathered here. Because some warehouses collapsed, the ninjas began to clean up the collapsed warehouses. Captain. A body was found here. Captain. Here too. The two ninjas carried the exhumed body to a jounin. This corpse is estimated to be 1.8 meters tall, and the gender is male, but unfortunately the body was squashed by the ruins, and the appearance is already indistinguishable. This corpse is over 1.9 meters tall. It is also a male. Although it has not been crushed by the ruins, it has a large number of burn marks, and its appearance is also indistinguishable. Has anything been found on the two bodies? No, the two ninjas said in unison. The name Jinan sighed. It is estimated that they were killed by those clones or those who were controlled. Alas! I have found more than 10 such victims here. Transport the remains away. Yes. Yes. In the crowd not far away, Kazuki Tsukiya looked sharply at Sakiro Neza's body. Because there are a lot of ninjas gathered here, the existence of Konkyu Izuki is not abrupt. I didn't find anything on him. Then where did he put it? Konkyu Yuma pondered. Yuki. At this time, Konkyu Yuma heard someone calling him from behind, and when he looked back, it was Yongchuan Mustaji. Seeing Konkyu Yuma, who still had many injuries on his face, Yongchuan Mustaji came over and asked worriedly, "Where have you been? I've been looking for you and can't find it. Also, is your injury serious? I'll send it to you. You go to the medical ninja." Konkyu Yuma adjusted his state in an instant, and said in a weak tone, "Master Mustard. I met a person who looked exactly like me, and he and I were in the abandoned house near my house. Fighting. He has the same strength as me and can't tell the difference for a while, but I found that he can sneak into the shadows. Therefore, his trick was knocked out. When I woke up, I found that the person had disappeared, so I got up and left. When I was looking for my way home, I found that there were ninjas gathered here. I thought that it would be safer if I had a companion, so I followed. As for the injury on the body, it really doesn't feel good." Hearing this, Yongchuan Mustachi immediately squatted on the ground and said to Ichiki, "Let's go. I'll carry you over." "No need. Mustaji-sensei. I can still go." "That won't work. As a teacher, it's dereliction of duty if you fail to protect your students. I can't let you have any more accidents." Konkyu Yuma felt a burst of warmth in his heart, and he chuckled lightly, "Then thank you, teacher." Then he let Yongchuan Katsuki carry it on his back, and after carrying Yuki, Yongchuan Katsuki went non-stop to find the medical ninja. On the way, Konkyu Yuma pretended to ask, "Muzaki-sensei, Yasuke, and Chisa, do they have anything to do? I'm so glad that nothing happened to them. Go see them when you're healed, and report safe?" A temporary medical station was found near the Konoha hospital. Because he had to give priority to the treatment of the seriously injured, Tsukiyuki also waited for a while before the medical ninja came to treat him. After that, Yongchuan Mustaji said that he would go to other places to help clean up the battlefield and rescue the wounded, and let Tsukiya Kazuki go to the place where he usually trains to find Chisa and Yasuke. When they arrived at the usual training venue, Yasuke Hayaga and Chisa Uchiha had already been here for a meeting. Seeing Kazuki Tsukiya arrived, the two hurried up to inquire about his injury. "Idiot Yuma! Where have you been? I'm worried to death. Are you injured?" Chisa asked about Kazuki's situation with concern like a mother. The girl's eyes are sincere and moving, and the worry between her eyebrows makes her particularly cute at this time. Looking at the girl in front of him, the corners of Ichiki's mouth rose slightly. He touched Kincha's head, smiled and said to her, "Sorry for worrying you again." Kincha's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head, not wanting to be seen by Ichiki, but she shyly said, "No, it's nothing." Yasuke Hayaga, who was on the side, really couldn't eat it. Oh no, he couldn't stand it anymore, so he interrupted the two of them, "You didn't get hurt a lot, Ichiki." Because of Yasuke's opening, Konkyu Yuma could no longer maintain such a state with Kincha, so he let go and replied, "It's a bit of a pain, but it doesn't matter, as long as the person is still alive." Yangsuke understood and nodded slightly. At this time, he felt a dangerous aura. Turning his head to look, Uchiha Chisa is squinting at herself with a gloomy smile. This smile, not simple. This terrifying smile could not help scare Yasuke away half a step. Konkyu Yuma saw this, and smiled bitterly. who made you interrupt so badly? But your situation is much better, compared to my misunderstanding yesterday. In order to ease the current embarrassment, Kazuki Tsukio asks Yang and the two, how is the situation at the base of Hinata and Uchiha? Hearing this, Chisa ignored Yasuke Hyuga, turned her head to Kazuki and said, Uchiha's situation is terrible after all. We were attacked by a swamp giant, and a lot of houses in the clan were destroyed, and a lot of clansmen died. Hyuga's situation is better, but there are still many casualties. By the way, I didn't gain anything in this battle. Kincha brought her face closer to Konkayumu, and then her pupils became scarlet in the next moment. Konkayumu didn't dodge the girl's eyes. If someone else showed a will eye in front of him, he would definitely avoid it subconsciously. However, facing this girl, he didn't know why he didn't want to dodge. Guyu? It's really yours. It's amazing. That. I'll go back first. Yasuke Hyuga interjected at this time. The next second, Chisa's scarlet Guyu riding round eyes stared straight at Yasuke Hyuga. Yasuke was so frightened that he hurriedly covered his mouth. It really doesn't suit him like this. Ichiki teased. After Yasuke returned to Ho, Chisa said mysteriously to Ichiki, I tell you, when the swamp man attacked Uchiha, I went to fight the swamp man to protect my mother and Koizumi, but I was defeated, saw that I was about to die, but when I woke up, I found myself in a safe and sound environment. Rescue? Kazuki asked pretendingly. Yeah. I don't know either. My consciousness was already passed out. But when I woke up again, the battle was over. Dragon's life really knows how to choose the auspicious position. Konkayumu smiled bitterly, and then he said to Kincha, then you want me to help you find who rescued you. You're so stupid to be able to find it, but I seem to have the answer. Oh. After I woke up, I found my mother and father, and then my father took us to find the patriarch, and told him that a man with a white mask killed the swamp man who attacked Uchiha. At this time, in the rainstorm, a black-haired man in black tights and a white mask appeared. Speaking of this, Kincha's eyes seemed to show a little admiration, and her tone seemed to be depicting a prince. You don't mean to say that this masked man saved you? Kazuki's tone was a little helpless. I just have this feeling, because at that time, the masked man glanced at me, and I happened to look at him. I seem to have seen him, and he makes me feel familiar. Has women's intuition always been so magical? Konkayumu thought about it. That familiar feeling, like, Chiensha then held her chin, trying to think in her mind, her two thin eyebrows became inverted characters. Suddenly, Chisa turned to look at Kazuki. No words, just staring like this. There was no expression on Kazuki's face, but his heart was communicating with an eyes. Can you really guess me? Kazuki said. Should, not. It's like. At this moment, Kincha murmured, her face closer to the wood. 1. The girl's voice was getting closer and closer to the answer. I'm going to tell her the secret of the substitute later. Yimuksen had already confirmed that Kinsa had guessed the answer, and was thinking about whether to tell the secret of Kinsa's substitute. Kinsa. It's time to go home. At this time, Kincha's father came to the training ground and shouted to Kincha. The girl's thoughts were interrupted in this moment. She hurriedly grabbed her head. I can think of it right away. It is really. Forget, idiot, one would, change again I told you. Uncle, great work. Yimuksen gave Uchiha Shijishi a compliment. That's right. Kinsa, who was about to leave, turned around and looked at Ichiki. Have you forgotten what day next week is? Ichiki was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized, it's your birthday so soon. Yeah. Remember to prepare gifts. After that, he left with Uchiha Shijishi. Ichiki was bored in the training ground alone, and left after a while. On the way, Ichiki saw many ninjas in front of them chatting around each other. Seeing the person's appearance clearly, Kankayuma's heart was vigilant. The man's face looked like Victor from Yuri on Ice, and he was nearly 1.8 meters tall. And he is one of the big celebrities in Konoha now. The leader of civilian ninjas, Shikara Nora. Chapter 33 After deciding to kill the commoner ninjas who asked him questions, Nora Shikara left the crowd with his troop. At this moment, he noticed Kankayuma walking straight towards him. Shikara Yeliang was a little puzzled about why the child came to him, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, it would only be a topic of worship, and Shikara Yeliang had already figured out how to deal with it. But the strange thing is that Kankayuma was walking straight towards him, but he suddenly avoided himself when he was approaching, which made Shikara Nora a little puzzled. His eyes looked at this black-haired boy slightly, with a rigid expression, golden pupils, and a haircut with some natural curls. Although his appearance was outstanding, he was an ordinary person no matter how he looked at it. But for some reason, it was such a guy who was like a passerby that made Zhikang feel so vigilant. Sarahil is also looking at Shikara Nora. With a handsome face and outstanding temperament, he is a person with a high rate of turning back just walking on the road, not to mention that he is one of the big reds in Konoha now. But it is such a gentle and elegant person, but he seems so despicable in Menzukao. Will he be an enemy? Forget it, if I haven't touched my own interests, I'd better ignore him. If such a guy goes to report him before there is conclusive evidence, maybe it will give him a chance to breathe. So that he can find an army who will turn against me. This is not worth the loss. Kankayuma thought to himself, indeed, given his current status as Shikara Nora, if he was really an enemy, it would be much harder for him to deal with him than to deal with Joichiro and the others. The two just passed by. Dip. Master, discover a new mission. Follow Nora Shikara to his office building. Just a few steps away, the voice of the substitute sounded in his mind. Why doesn't it know it's tired? Although Kankayuma complained about his stand-in, he still accepted the mission. Under a building in a civilian area. Shikara Nora brought him down to this place, which was his own office building. He previously claimed that he needed a place to handle official business and speeches. After obtaining the consent of Hokage on behalf of Hokage, Shikara Nora chose an open space in a civilian area and began to raise funds for construction. On the surface, it is fundraising to build a house, but in fact, the warehouse has the financial resources to support it until the building is completed. But in order to disguise, he still chose to build a house with several people. After the building was completed, it became Shikara Nora's office building. Although it was said on the surface that everyone was free to come to this building to find themselves if they had something to do, but there were as many as 4 or 5 people in Shikaran Wayako who arranged downstairs. Who knows how many guards there are in the building? Standing downstairs in the office building, Shikara Nora suddenly turned his head to look somewhere. Mr. Shikara, what's the matter? Asked a subordinate beside him. Looking at a certain place, Zhikang replied absent-mindedly, it's nothing, let's go. Then several people stepped into the office building. In the corner, Kankayuma frowned. He seems to have spotted me. Should I keep following? But this building doesn't look easy. He poked his head out a little and looked at the building. At this time, the door of the building was opened, and a person who had just seen it walked out. Good meeting. After about 5 minutes, the subordinate returned to the building. After nodding to the guard at the door, he entered the building. When I came to Shikara Nora's office, I knocked on the door and went in. Why did you go for so long, Yoshida? Shikara asked unhappily. There are just a lot of people buying cigarettes. Yoshida looked a little nervous. Okay, I don't blame you. Zhikang said. Thank you Mr. Shikara for your forgiveness. Yashida bowed. Okay, it's time to get down to business. How is the investigation of the riot that happened today? Maintaining a bowing posture, Yashida said, I haven't been able to investigate the details, but I heard from the Uchiha clan that it was planned by a person named Shirai and the organization behind it. What organization can have such strength? Zhikang wondered. It's an organization called Twilight, and Whiteface is a member of it. They also said that they will definitely visit Konoha again in the future. Well, is there anything else? The person who attacked the residence of the Uchiha family has been identified. It is a person named Ian Hanja. I went to investigate. This person is usually an alcoholic. I heard that I used to run a pharmacy, but then it was because of you, Mr. Shikara. His pharmacy closed. Since then, I have been using alcohol to relieve my worries, and people seem to be a little crazy. Apart from these, I haven't found any information. Who? His. Does he have a pretty sister? Zhikang thought for a while and said. Yes, but then disappeared. Ha 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 ha, that's right. That pharmacy was closed down and he deserved it? Who made him so ignorant of current affairs? Shikara Nora's face became gloomy and depressed in an instant. Yashida dared not speak. Since there is no more information, let's step back first. Shikara's face became relaxed and happy again in the next instant. Yes. Mr. Shikara. After speaking, Yashida left the room. Shikara Nora glanced at the ninjas who were cleaning the battlefield outside the window, and his eyes became fierce and ruthless. A bunch of lowly poor ghosts. Yashida left the building and came to a place where no one was there, and his body began to change. In the next instant, Yashida turned into the appearance of Kazuki. It was not discovered by Zhikang, which made Konkayumu, who was tense in the building just now, relieved. I saw Yashida walking out of the building and Kazuki Kangokayu followed him. I was sure that I would knock Yashida unconscious. I used White Snake to read his memory and then used Number God to change into Yashida's appearance and go back. Building. Dip. Congratulations, Master, for completing the task. A lucky draw will be awarded. Would you like to use it immediately? No. Konkayumo communicated with the substitute with consciousness. Back home, Konkayumo hurriedly closed the doors and windows and drew the curtains, then called out his stand-in and began to draw rewards. As a burst of light dissipated, a new disc appeared in the stand-in, and Konkayumo took a look. Frost Traveler. Konkayumo murmured. Cream Traveler is the stand-in for hut pans in the first Burning Horse. Manipulating the consciousness of the main body can suffocate the enemy with a thin film, and can also heal wounds and disguise. If disguised, a person's voice and body odor can become that person. Very practical stand-in. Konkayumu said so. He inserted Cream Traveler into his avatar, and then his avatar was retracted, and a uniquely shaped spray appeared himself. While staring at the spray, a zipper suddenly appeared on the floor of the house. Looks like he's back. Konkayumu thought to himself. As the zipper was opened, Kazaki Yunko got out from the inside, followed by a young man in prison uniform who looked to be in his 20s. It is Yunko's younger brother, Kazuki Iki. The moment the young man came out, Konkayumu asked White Snake to insert a command disc into his face door. What is it? Disc quickly entered his body, and Kazaki Iki felt unwell, as if he was restrained by something. Zaya, why? Menzi hurriedly supported Kazaki Iki and called him with concern. It looks like you're going well. But please both of you keep your voice down, it's very dangerous outside now. Konkayumu calmed down. Are you Mr. Konkayumu? Menzi asked. Exactly. Kazuki said. But why is the figure different from the person I saw not long ago? Menzi showed a puzzled look. If you're laughing at my height, I'll cut off your head to cut the gap between us. Kankayuki made a joke at this moment. Iki stood in front of his elder sister and said angrily towards Ichiki, "Little devil. What do you want to do to my elder sister?" "Zaiwai. Don't be rude," Menzi shouted to her brother. "Sister." Iki was a little confused. Yunko walked towards Ichiki, and then the disc of steel chain finger popped out of her face. After taking the disc, Kankayumu said, "Very good, since you have rescued your brother, then my promise is half completed. Next, I will help your sister and brother leave Konoha." "Thank you so much." Yunko bowed to Ichiki. "Oh yes." Took out a avatar disc, which belonged to Yunko's avatar, Snow Girl. "You are." Menzi felt very strange. "Killing everyone in your team is purely because of the mission, I can't help it. I apologize to you here." Kankayumu bowed to Menzi. I couldn't see the expression on Menzi's face, I just heard her say, "Everything will be in the past. Anyway, thank you for your help. I will keep it in my heart." Then she turned around and turned her back to Kankayumu. Alas! Kankayumu also sighed helplessly, and then said, "Get ready, I will take you out of Konoha." "Yeah." Menzi replied, and then said to his younger brother, "Zaiwai, let's go." "Sister, I don't want to leave yet," Kazaki-iki said. Yunko looked a little annoyed at this time, maybe she was suppressing the grief of her companion's death just now, and now it was revealed because of Iki's disobedience. "Still thinking about killing that Chikuranora? I know Zyokioki's death is a big blow to you, but now you can't make a fool of yourself. Listen to my sister, leave Konoha. Start your life again. It's not important to live again. I just want to avenge Xiaoqi, and then go to accompany her," Iki said with a sad face. Menzi clenched his fists angrily at Yuhui's words, and Kankayumu was also a little helpless. What kind of love can make him say such mindless words? Even if you want to take revenge, you have to look at your own strength. Think about your current self, have you dealt with Zikang? Menzi's tone was a little restless, but what was hidden inside was concern for the younger brother. Kazaki-iki was stopped by Yunko's words, but he was silent for a while, and suddenly knelt in front of Kankai Izuki. "Please lend me the strength enough to take revenge, Mr. Izaki. I will promise to kill Shikura before I kill him. Norigo will return her power to you. And I promise I will never reveal anything about you while I am alive. Please grant my request. As expected of my sister and brother. You have a firm grasp of it when you kneel," Kankayumu said with a bitter smile in his heart. Originally, Kazuki Sukiya wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, maybe I can use this Kazuki. So, Ichiki squatted down and said with a wicked smile, "If you want the power to get revenge, you can't get it by kneeling and begging for someone. Besides, I'm not worried about you revealing things about me. Putting instructions on you. Then how can I get you to agree to my request?" Iki Kankai didn't answer Kazaki-iki immediately, but got up and turned his head to look at Menzi. "Your brother chose to stay, how about you?" Menzi gritted his teeth and said, "I will help my brother." After getting the answer he wanted, Kankayumu showed a wicked smile. "Very good." Chapter 34 Cohabiting Guests. Your purpose is to kill Shikuranora to take revenge for Shuiren, but he is not so easy to kill. He is one of the most influential people in Konoha. Even if you have the evidence, the masses will not be able to do so in a short time. Believe the facts you state. Doing this will not only prevent Chikuranora's reputation from collapsing, but may also give him a chance to fight back against you. In that case, it's better to hold on tight. I'm not going to help you kill Shikuranora, but I'll give you advice. You can decide for yourself. Now it's best for you to let one person collect enough evidence, while the other person is dormant in Konoha to monitor the move of the branch warehouse. What you need to do is to gradually disintegrate the civilian ninja group established by Shikara, and put his reputation in danger. Lose the right to speak in the masses. In this way, it will be easier for them to believe when you reveal the true face of Zhikang. What about the little families who support him? Kazaki Iki was a little puzzled and asked suspiciously. Kankayuma was not asked, but started his long speech. There are countless ninja families in Konoha village, but only a few are famous when you think about it. As for the other families, most of them are in a disadvantaged position. They support Zhikang because they see that Zhikang is a commoner of Konoha. The identity of the leader of the ninja. Konoha's most are not those family ninjas, but civilian ninjas. If Shikara can really gather all the commoners one day, then the influence of his every move will be comparable to that of Uchiha and Hinata, the two strongest Konoha families. What if you add these weak families? Then the influence he brings is enough to surpass Uchiha and Hinata. The support of the small family to the branch warehouse can bring great help to the branch warehouse, and the influence brought by the branch warehouse can also help those small families to improve their reputation. But if one day the reputation of the branch collapses and the support of the lost civilians is lost, will those small families still help this scum? Kazuki Kazaka woke up with Kazuki's words, stood up, and he also started his own explanation. According to what you said, if you start to gradually disintegrate the character and reputation he has established in the masses after this, then not only will it be much easier to kill him, but you can also wake up those who were kept in the dark by him. Well, this is just my suggestion. If you are really vengeful, you can also find and kill him directly. Kankayumu shrugged. No. I want him to die completely. I want him to live to be punished after he dies. Only then will the hatred in my heart be relieved. Kazaki Iki clenched his fist and said. At this time, Menzi, who had been silent, said, then let me go outside the village to collect evidence of his crimes. Sister. Iki couldn't bear to put his sister in danger. Zayawai, let me help you with this. Menzi said with a serious face. Sister, let me go outside the village. After all, I'm a prisoner on the run, so it's not a problem to stay in the village. Looking at the sensational scene between the sister and brother, although Kankayumu didn't want to interrupt, he still interjected, I have a solution. Kazuki's words caught the attention of the two of them. Do you know Uehara-yu? Kankayumu asks Yang Menzi. He's a narcissist. Menzi replied unkindly. I can see it. I'm asking you if you don't know his home address, lifestyle, and his relatives and friends. Kankayumu rolled his eyes in anger. His family lives near Shanhuadayan, and he doesn't know much about his lifestyle, but he doesn't have any relatives and friends, and he has always lived alone. He had only his father as a relative since he was a child. He and his father went to the battlefield together the year before last, but as a result, his father's teammates left their companions to escape alone in a mission, resulting in his father's death. The incident hit him hard, and after returning to the village, he seemed to be a different person. After meeting the boss of Nagas, he seemed to see hope, and was very loyal to the boss. Although he was usually a fool, he did not deny that he was a reliable guy. Can it be reliable? It almost killed me. Kankayumu Xin secretly complained. Well, that's fine. That, Sukiya Kazuki looked at Kazaka Kazuki, your sister also has her own reasons not to stay in Konoha, you just listen to her, I can help you stay here without any worries. What way? Kazaki Iki was a little puzzled. Kankai Kazuki calmly took out the cream traveler and aimed it at Kazaki Iki's face. You and Uehara-yu are about the same height and body shape. His body is now squashed, and he can't tell what he looks like. You can replace him, become Uehara-yu. As the flesh mist of cream traveler sprayed out, a layer of flesh was piled up on Kazaki Iki's face. After a little modification, Kazuki Sara successfully made a face of Yuzuki Uehara for Kazuki. It looks like it? Konkayumu said with satisfaction. Remember, you are now a person named Uehara Yuzuki, and his character is quite arrogant and narcissistic. Make good use of this identity and do the revenge you want to accomplish. Konkayumu instructed. After that, Kazuki Konkai used his steel chain finger to pull away the ground, and took the sister and brother Kazaki Yunko through the ground. When he came to Uehara Yuzuki's house, Sukiya Kazuki first asked the disguised Wazaki Iki to go to Uehara Yuzuki's house to stand by, and then took Yozaki and went underground to the outside of Konoha village. I'll open the zipper to the ground for you next. Once you're up, run. Wait a minute. Menzi took out a scroll and opened it. Please sign the contract on it. This is my psychic beast. After you sign the psychic contract, we can use this as a way of contact. Huh? You think more thoughtfully than I do, okay. Then Konkayumu bit the psychic contract signed on this scroll with his finger. After sending Menzi away, Konkayumu stepped up and returned home from the ground. Hey, I'm really tired, I just wanted to keep Kazuki Iki for the first time, and if this branch is really an enemy, I can use Iki Wazaka to kill him. I didn't expect to do so many things. Only then did Konkayumu reveal his purpose, to help two people who didn't understand it for free, which is very difficult for Konkayumu to do. But think of the inhumane things Shikara Nora did. Konkai wanted to slap him in pain. That's why Konkayuki just pushed the boat along the way, and came up with an idea that would not expose himself, but also allow Kazaki Iki to take revenge. For these, he can be considered busy, he is really tired all day today. It will start at 8 o'clock in the morning and now it will be at night. Konkayumu really did a great villain on this day. Murder and set fire, burn and bury, plot against others, defraud others, etc. It's really an extremely easy crime. Konkayumu said with a wry smile. Because I was really tired, I fell asleep shortly after Konkayumu lay on the ground. In the afternoon of the next day, Konkayumu woke up from sleep, and this time was the most comfortable sleep he had ever slept in. This pleasant feeling is like putting on the newly bought underwear to welcome the sunrise of the new year, ahem. Run away. Just as I was about to go out to eat something, the knock on the door rang first. When he opened the door, he saw an unknown ninja, and behind him stood a little girl about the size of Konkayumu. You're Kazuki, right? The ninja asked. Well, what's the matter? Kazuki was a little puzzled. It's like this, because Konoha was attacked by a mysterious organization yesterday, some children lost their families. In order to solve this problem, Shikarajunin proposed a co-living policy this morning. It is to foster these children in families who live alone, which can firstly solve the problem of homelessness for the children, and secondly, it can slightly make up for the children's loss of relatives and emotional vacancies. According to the situation, we know that you have been living alone since you left the orphanage when you were 8 years old. It happened that this child is about the same age as you, so we decided to foster her in your home. But I can't get enough to eat by myself. I'm afraid she will suffer with me. Konkayumu was thinking about how to politely refuse. We regularly find some grants for these co-living families every month. So don't worry. Replied the ninja. It's a bit rude, I want to ask how much the subsidy is. When Konkayumu heard the word subsidy, his eyes widened slightly. Considering that it is a co-living family, the living expenses may be higher, so we decided to give these co-living families 15,000 taels of living expenses per month. What? When Konkayumu heard the number, his eyes lit up, he opened the door completely, and said to the girl excitedly, Konkayumu's home will always welcome you. 15,000 taels per month, although it can be earned by completing D-level tasks once, Konkayumu is not the kind of person who has time to do tasks all the time, and most of the living expenses have to be depended on his usual savings. Although it is said that the two will live together in the future, there will be a lot of inconvenience, but if you spend 15,000 taels a month for expenses, you can still have extra. Thinking that Naruto had only 100 taels left after he was drained of his wallet by Jiraiya, Naruto could literally eat a whole street with 100 taels. Kankayumu is not such a heroic guy. He will cook his own meals, wash his clothes himself, fix things that are broken, and repair things at home himself. These can completely save him a lot of money. As for this girl's expenses, Kankayumu will also help her arrange it reasonably, and she will never let her be too extravagant and wasteful. 15,000 taels per month, just think about it and earn it. As for what to do with your own secrets in the future? That's not a problem. I have a utility room in my house. After a while, he will clean up and move there to sleep. When he wants to take out a double, just close the door of the room. After I communicate with an azide, I just need to communicate with consciousness, which is what I usually do anyway. If it really doesn't work, then give this girl a command disk. Since you are so welcome, then I can rest assured. Be careful, you go in. He will be your family in the future. You can treat him like a brother. The girl didn't seem to like talking, so she simply replied. After instructing him again, the ninja left. Come in. Kankayumu said to the girl. But the girl ignored Kankayumu and walked into the house with her belongings. Seeing that the girl doesn't seem to like to talk, Kankayumu didn't want to say anything, but he had to ask, "What's your name? Did you not listen to that person just now?" The girl showed a look of disgust. It always feels strange that it doesn't come out of the client's mouth. The girl took a deep breath. Nace Zinmei. Author's digression: I got a novel cover on the internet, but it never passed the trial. Embarrassing me. Chapter 35 _ Take the test. Nace Zinmei, 11 years old. She just graduated from the ninja school not long ago and is now a genin. My life habit is very simple. I go to bed before 10 o'clock every night and wake up at the same time the next day. Before going to bed, I like to drink a glass of hot milk and do aerobic exercise for 20 minutes, so that I will be very comfortable and sleep until the next day without leaving tiredness. My favorite food is vegetable salad, but I hate spicy food. I like people who keep their promises, and hate people who talk too much. After a long speech, the girl looked at Kankayumu with the eyes of garbage again. Do you need to know anything more? Kankayumu's face is expressionless, but his heart is mocking. Your self-introduction isn't enough. No need, then, that. Be careful, take a seat in the living room, and I'll tidy up the room. Kankayumu tried his best to use a gentle tone. Don't call me that. I hate it. The yellow-haired girl's immature face once again showed a look of disgust. Then what should I call you? Kankayumu asked. I don't want you to call me. The girl spit out these words slowly. Kankayumu sighed and said helplessly, I understand. Then he ignored the girl and went to tidy up the room by himself. Seeing Kankayumu go to clean up the room, the yellow-haired girl's face turned gloomy, and she gritted her teeth. In her pocket, a photo was revealed. After moving everything in his room to the utility room, Kankayumu took the girl to his room. This room will be for you in the future. The light here is good, and there will be no mosquitoes flying around in summer. Maintaining a gentle tone, Kankayumu was about to help the girl move her things into the room. Unexpectedly, the girl slapped him away and said in a tone of extreme disgust, I don't want to live in the room you slept in. I'll go to that room. After saying that, I picked up my things and walked to the utility room. Feeling a strange feeling, the yellow-haired girl turned her head slightly and found that Kankayumu was holding her own. That room is messy and dirty, I'll have to clean it up later. Letting you live as a girl will only make you suffer. The girl's eyes widened a little, but she quickly adjusted, throwing away Kankyumu's, reluctantly walking towards the room that Kankyumu had arranged for herself. I'll help you put things away. Kankyumu was still thinking about what to do, but soon, he was rejected by the girl behind closed doors. Why is such a grumpy little girl? Kankyumu was also a little helpless in his heart. I guess this is the arrangement of fate. Then he looked at the utility room where he was going to live. It's really dirty. Some are busy. After a full hour of dusty flying, the dusty empty Hyumu finally walked out of the utility room. Cough. Cough. Really, busy enough. Kankyumu said ashamed. Since his body was so dirty, Kankyumu went to take a shower. Sure enough, taking a hot bath really makes you feel good. After taking a shower, Kankyumu wrapped his lower body in a towel and walked out. But as soon as I walked out, an embarrassing thing happened. Zinmei was in the living room, and she seemed to be out of the room to take a drink. Seeing the appearance of Suki Okazuki, Nas Zinmei once again showed a look of disgust. Disgusting. Kankyumu stood there dumbfounded, the corners of his mouth twitching. I'm so used to living alone at home. Mistakes. In the room, Kankyumu held his forehead with an embarrassed look on his face. After that scene just now, he wanted to explain to Zinmei, but the girl didn't want to pay attention to him at all, and walked straight back to the room. After that, he also tried to improve his relationship with Zinmei by inviting him to dinner, but what he got was an answer that was rejected. Helpless, after giving up thinking for a period of time, Kankyumu chose to leave the house because he was hungry and the team had a gathering activity. On the street, Kankyumu thought about finding a dumpling restaurant for breakfast, but the crowd gathered in front caught his attention. It took some effort to squeeze into the front position, and Kankyumu found out that it was an article published by the top officials of Konoha on the bulletin board about the mysterious organization attacking Konoha yesterday. After watching this announcement carefully, Kankyumu showed a smug smile, which was like when he was playing around with others. Sure enough, everything is going according to expectations, although there are still some deviations in the results. For example, they claim that the existence of this Twilight organization needs to be investigated, which shows that they did not follow my ideas completely, but we can't underestimate those you old fritters. Just when he was thinking about how to mislead the high-level people's investigation ideas, a Junin squeezed into the bulletin board and posted a new bulletin on it. In order to cultivate available talents to deal with emergencies, the senior officials of Konoha have decided to hold a Jonin examination. Any ninja who has reached the ninja level can participate. As he whispered the contents of the notice, Kankyumu raised a lot of doubts. Junin assessment is held at this time. Oh. Could there be some bad factors in it? Or is there a risk of exposing my identity? Ichiki-kun. At this moment, Kazuki's thoughts were interrupted by a female voice beside him. Sister Fuya? You, wake up very early. Feeling a little embarrassed, Kankyumu didn't want to say anything more to her. Hey Ichiki-kun, do you want to take the Jounin exam? I don't want to, I don't think I'm strong enough now to get to that level. Huh? That's a pity, you see. After saying that, Fuya pointed to the bottom of the notice on the Jounin exam. The top 5 people in the Jounin exam can propose to Naruto to learn ninjutsu. Any ninjutsu you want. Huh? Kankyumu looked in the direction Fuya pointed. If it was as she said, the top 5 people in the Jounin exam can propose to learn any ninjutsu. It's really a generous reward. Kankyumu replied. So. Fuya will be resting on a wooden shoulder, with shining cross stars in his pupils. He will say with a look of anticipation and a tone of voice, go to participate. Ichiki-kun. Our girls will cheer for you. Aren't you supposed to cheer for Kakashi and others? I'm not strong enough. Kakashi-kun is too cold, every time he tries to talk to him, he is ignored, but Ichiki-kun, you are quite hospitable. It's not important to have strength, it's about participation. I believe in you very much. Ichiki-kun. The girl's tone was slightly angry at first, and then gradually turned excited after talking about Ichiki. Looking at the girl's reddish cheeks, her big starry eyes, and the small cherry mouth that raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Kankayumu really wants to. Would love to. Sorry, Sister Fuya, I want to go eat something, I will consider what you said. After speaking, he left the crowd without any further words. Hey. Fuya wanted to reach out to keep it, but the speed of the stalking people was too fast, and he didn't stop at all. Don't think about chatting for a while. She puffed up her face, a little helpless and annoyed on her face. In a dumpling restaurant, Kankayuma was cleaning the plates of steamed dumplings on the table. Fortunately, go fast, or you'll be starving. After filling his stomach, Suki Okazuki began to think about the Junin exam. I dare to ask the top 5 people to choose any ninjutsu in the ninjutsu after just one Jounin exam. The water of this exam is definitely deep. Taking it rashly will probably expose myself. Thinking about it, a gloomy look appeared on Kankayuma's face. Perhaps this is simply a trap they set. They do this to attract some people who hide their strength. So, this exam, no matter how lucrative the benefits are, I will never go into this muddy water. Say nothing. Dip. Master. I found a new mission. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, I prefer to walk in the mountains. This is the courage a man should have. 5 good grades. Kankayuma's face went black in the next moment. He was so angry that he wanted to flip the table, and at the same time he wanted to pinch himself, the ghost double. What are you doing? As soon as I set a flag, I came out like this. Is this ghost stand-in just waiting for my words to release the task? I want to give up this mission. Using consciousness to communicate with the substitute, I really don't want to be slapped in the face. Really? The voice of the stand-in came to mind. Yes. No regrets. Even if I starve to death, I will not accept your dog mission this time. All right then, Master, but if you give up the mission, you will delete an existing stand-in right away. The mischievous voice of the substitute sounded again. Then I'll accept it? Delete an existing avatar? Joke. He can't play it. If King of Crimson is deleted, then he must not cry to death? When he came to the usual training venue, Kankayuma was the first to arrive, playing with stones in a boring way. Fortunately, I didn't wait for a long time this time. After a while, Nagagawa Katsuki came to the training ground with Chisa and Yasuke. Yo. Ichiki. I thought you would stay with Kinsa. I didn't expect you to come so early. Yongchuan Mistage, I said. Teacher Mustard would. Kinsha called out angrily. Ha 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 ha. All right, I'll invite you to eat later. By the way, let's talk about it first. Ichiki, do you know about the Junin exam? Yeah. Kankayumu nodded. Do you want to participate? Yongchuan Mistage asked. Kinsa, Yasuke, what are your plans? Kankayuki didn't answer Yongchuan Mistake's question, but asked Kinsa and Yasuke first. Well, I'll still participate. Although I don't think I can get any rankings, I can also train myself. Kinsa said. I will also participate, in order to fight for a good ranking. Yasuke said. The two of them expressed their desire to participate on the way here. What do you plan to do? Asked Yongchuan Mistage. Kankayumu sighed helplessly. I participate. Chapter 36_New Discoveries while training. I didn't expect you, Ichiki, to take such a troublesome exam. Is it because the rewards are so generous that you're excited? With a playful and cute tone, Chisa looked left and right at Ichiki like a curious baby. Constantly avoiding the girl's curious eyes, Ichiki explained, I think the reward is pretty good, so I want to try it out, but I don't have the confidence to win. Kankayumu scratched the back of his head awkwardly, watching the reaction of the person in front of him. Yeah. This reason fits your personality, Ichiki. Yongchuan Mustaji laughed and teased. After that, the Mustardwood team started their usual training. Due to yesterday's unexpected incident, several members of the Mustardwood class were more or less injured, so Yongchuan Mustardwood cancelled today's personal battle and changed it to individual self-cultivation. Kinsa and Yasuke have no objection to this decision, but Izuki agrees with both, and practice on their own? Doesn't that mean you don't need to practice? Afterwards, Kazuki Kankai was training as a fish in front of a steak, and although both Kinsa and Yasuke were injured to varying degrees yesterday, they still chose to train hard at this time. What a bunch of hard-working guys. I can see that I have motivation. Very good. Come on. The heart was talking, and then Kankayumu took a stance and adjusted his breathing. Punch out and hit the steak. This punch. Potential like a broken bamboo. This is Kankayumu's full blow. It is conceivable that when this punch hits the steak must be. Nothing happens. Yongchuan Mistaki on the side suppressed his laughter when he saw it, but he was still heard by Kankayumu. With a dark face at the moment, Ichiki began to subconsciously find a hole. Why is this place so flat? After several seconds of non-still images, Kankayumu couldn't bear it any longer, and the arm and punch of the King of Crimson attached to the stake again. Die. Click. This time, the stake was completely shattered, and Kankayumu had regained some face. It's still useful as a stand-in. Kankayumu smiled bitterly in his heart. Not bad. Ichiki, I seem to have figured out how you will pass the Shangnan exam. At this time, Yongchuan Mustang came over. Huh. Kazuki's doubtful tone had an embarrassing tone. Let you be beaten by potential stocks once before the exam, and then you can make up your mind and work hard. Then surpass those who beat you. How about it? Yongchuan Mustachi may not know, at this time he looks like a monkey in Ichiki's eyes. Huh, ah. Kankayumu twitched the corner of his mouth in embarrassment. Cough cough. Ichiki. Seriously, you have to work hard. Chisa and Yasuke are both working hard to become stronger. As a man, you can't be lazy. Yongchuan Mustang suddenly changed his style of painting. Started to persuade Kazuki. That's what a teacher looks like. Kankayumu thought to himself. Understood, Mustachi-sensei, I have never been lazy. Haha, that's good. But, Kazuki, you can't lose yourself for the sake of power. Power is important, but compared to the power that exists on the surface, the inner power is the most important. Teacher, what is inner strength? Yongchuan Mustaji raised his head to the sky, and his turquoise pupils flashed a light. A little strength in the heart is awareness. Awareness of battle, awareness of protection, awareness of life. These are rare hearts. Power. They will help you to elevate yourself and overcome fate. The teacher just looked like a child. Kazuki teased. Without chatting with Nagakawa Mustaji, Sukiya Kazuki went to Chisa and Yasuke to accompany them to practice. Yasuke, I see you've been standing in front of the stake for a while, why didn't you practice? Kankayumu was a little curious. I'm feeling the flow of chakra in my body because I'm trying to increase the power of Bagwazang. My idea is to distribute the chakras more evenly in the palm, which may improve the offensive and defensive power of Bagwa. That seems troublesome. Chisa also interjected at this time. Kankayuki scratched his forehead lazily. Suddenly, he thought of something, turned his head to Yasuke and said, if it is difficult to directly distribute the chakra evenly, then you can start small. You can try even breathing first. Let the blood circulate evenly, and then let the chakra output evenly. Finally try a uniform distribution of chakras. Although Yasuke was very confused, he also caught his key words. Breathe evenly. Then let the blood circulate evenly in the body to gradually find the feeling of evenly distributing chakra. After extracting this information, Yasuke Hyuga immediately started action. Slowly adjusting the breathing rhythm, Yasuke Hyuga just stood there still. At this moment, Qian-sha put her mouth to a wooden ear and whispered, where did you hear about this method? How come I never knew about it? Feeling the girl's curious eyes, Kankayumu also responded in a low voice, there's still more you don't know. Actually, I saw this from the comics. Aren't you playing him again? Chisa asked suspiciously, but kept her voice low so as not to disturb Yasuke Hyuga. In order not to interfere with Yasuke Hyuga, Kazuki Tsukio also responded in a low voice, how do you know if you don't try it? What if this manga is based on real events? I really want to see what this guy looks like when he knows he's been tricked. Don't worry. It's just a few glances. You have such a big heart. My big place is more than my heart. What do you mean? Don't know that. If you don't say it, don't say it. Are you eating at home alone at night again? At home, but not alone. Is anyone visiting your house? I came to my house, but not as a guest. What's that? To be a tenant. You. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Yasuke's side, interrupting Chisa who was about to go on. I saw Yasuke Hyuga condensed chakra, he closed his eyes lightly, his breathing rhythm was even and not chaotic, and the palm that condensed chakra slammed towards the stake. Snapped. The stake was punched with a big dent by Yasuke. Not bad, this guy. Is it possible that he tried it out with that method? The boss of Kincha's mouth is open, as if he can squeeze a fist. On the other hand, Ichiki widened his eyes, his expression sluggish. Because just now, he saw something incredible. At the moment when Yasuke swung the palm, maybe Kinsa didn't pay attention to that detail. And Kankayuma was very focused because he was confirming something. At the moment when Yasuke swung his palm, a faint golden light appeared on his palm with chakra. There are also layers of fluctuations on the golden light. That's right. It can't be wrong. It's true. Kankayumu's heart was full of shock. I didn't expect that the ripple power that stimulates cells to generate energy through breathing actually exists in the Naruto world where I live. Looking at Yasuke Hyuga with an unbelievable look, Ichigo Tsukio couldn't help but exclaim, you can actually reach the threshold of the ripples just through my vague introduction. This guy Yasuke is really a sad genius. Ichiki, your method is quite effective. I can feel it, the attack just now is very good. Chakra can really be evenly distributed on my palm. A faint smile appeared on Yasuke's face. Really? Pretty good. Kankayuma responded, thinking secretly, perhaps it is because of the existence of ripples that his chakra is more evenly distributed on his palm. That's why the blow just now? It seems that Yasuke has accomplished something remarkable. Yongchuan Mustaji came over at this moment. Chisa, on the other hand, was surprised by what she just told Nagagawa Katsuki. I see. You are a genius, Yasuke. Yongchuan Mustaji praised. The crowd laughed. The feeling of being complimented by my companions. So that's what it is. This is Yasuke Hyuga's inner monologue, this is what a person who has been closed to himself for many years looks like when he feels the warmth of the outside world. Yasuke Hyuga's heart was touched by this scene, he smiled and looked at the sky, admiring the blue sky and white clouds. The training lasted until the afternoon, when Kankayuma saw him, he retired early. I thought that I wouldn't have time to cook dinner when I went back now. I thought about buying some fast food to eat at home, and by the way, I bought something to eat for the girl with a bad temper. But as a result, when Kankai Yumu just said that he was going back, Kinsha followed and said that he was going to eat at Yumu's house. This sudden guest cut off Yumu's plan. Helpless, he had to buy some ingredients to go home. On the way home after buying the ingredients, Kankai Yumu couldn't help but ask, "Why do you suddenly want to come to my house? I want you to cook for me. Why this time? It's already so late. I'm afraid I forgot." Kankai Yumu didn't believe this was her reason at all, but could only be silent. When he got home, Kankai Yumu was unusual and shouted abruptly, "I'm back." Walking through the hallway and into the living room, I saw Zyokseome lying on the table at this time, as if she was asleep. The girl looked very sweet when she fell asleep, and she was not picky about the surrounding environment. She fell asleep like this, the slight snoring melted into the air, and strands of fine hair scattered on her delicate face. Seemingly feeling the arrival of someone, the girl slowly broke free from sleep and stood up, her gentle voice mixed with excitement, "I'm back." The girl's face was full of sweetness when she just woke up, but when she saw that it was Kankai Yumu, she was stunned for a moment, then seemed to react, and once again turned into the kind of garbage. Looking at the empty hill, Kazuki added what he hadn't said yet. "Disgusting guy." Kankai Izuki didn't feel anything at all. Anyway, he was used to the girl's attitude, but the appearance of her when she woke up just now made Izuki feel a little strange. At this moment, Chisa put on Ichiki's shoulder, and said to Ichiki with a kind smile, "Is she the tenant of Ichiki-kun?" Feeling the killing intent of the girl's words, Kankai Yuki hurriedly explained, "This is because of the cohabitation policy proposed by Konoha for the residents who came to my house. It doesn't matter. Yeah. He's just an exhibitionist." Nas Zinmei, this girl started to do a disservice. Exposed, crazy. Seeing Kinsha's eyes gradually losing its radiance, Kankai Yumu only felt something went wrong. Chapter 37 _ the news of the Jounin exam. That, I can explain. Kankai Yumu's mood at the moment is like when you go to the toilet without paper and someone with paper next to you asks you to pay for it. Once you can't deal with the price, he will turn his face and leave. What more do you need to explain? Seeing Xiaoqinsha's face gradually becoming gloomy and terrifying, Kankai Yumu was sweating coldly. Seeing that the situation is not good, he hastily resorted to a trick. I saw him kneeling in front of Kinsha with a plop, and then began to explain patiently. After more than 10 minutes of patient explanation and Nas Zinmei's cooperative attitude, Tsukio Izuki escaped the catastrophe. But Kinsha's face was still obviously dubious, and Kankai Yumu didn't dare to wait any longer, and hurriedly went to the fire to cook. Chisa, who was sitting in the living room with Shinmei Naze, was a little bored while Kazuki Saro was cooking. Looking at the girl who was quietly reading a book, she couldn't help but started talking. "What book did you read?" Kinsha's tone had a hint of arrogance, but Kinsha really wanted to chat with her happily. "Only for that day by Hiyu of the headquarters." Zinmei's answer was very bland, as if she didn't want to talk at all. "What's the story?" Chisa didn't give up and continued to talk. Zinmei didn't answer immediately, but slowly closed the book and put it on the table, let out a deep breath, and said, "It tells the story of a single-parent family after a disaster. The protagonist of the book chooses to avenge his father for many years after his father was murdered by a wicked man. Although the story is a bit deliberately delayed, I think it suits my appetite." Kinsha was stunned to hear this, because she hadn't learned about these academic works at all. But at this moment, in order not to lose face, he said in an unnatural tone, Well, just hearing you say it makes me feel like a touching story." "Ahaha." Nagas Zinmei looked at Chisa indifferently, and said in a relaxed tone, It's not a touching story, it's a dark story. The protagonist of the book failed to take revenge in the end, but was killed by the wicked and thrown off the cliff. Ah, that's really a tragedy. Kincha looked very embarrassed at this time. It's also an ending that I don't want to accept, and would really like to rewrite the outcome if I could. After that, the two fell into silence for a long time. It wasn't until Kankayuma cooked the meal that this embarrassing situation changed. Putting a plate full of vegetables in front of Zinmei, Kankayuma said, "Eat it." Careful Beauty looked a little suspicious. "You said you like green salads, so I tried to make some," Kankayuma explained. Looking at the vegetable salad in front of her, Nagase Zinmei didn't know what to feel in her heart, but from the faintly heard thank you in her mouth, it could be seen that she was still a little happy. Click. At this time, the sound of wood products breaking came from the side of Kankayuma. When he turned his head and looked, Kincha, who was in anger, directly broke the chopsticks. Having anticipated the situation at this time, Kankayuma had already prepared it. Then, he took out a pot of super hearty fish soup from the kitchen. "Come on, Kincha, this is your favorite fish soup. I made it for you when I knew you were coming today. Specially made for me." Kincha was stunned for a while, then she smiled happily, and after serving a bowl of fish broth, she shouted to Ichiki happily, "Thank you." After a thrilling dinner, Kincha also returned home, and Kankayuma also told her to walk slowly on the road, but did not send her off. Who knows, Qiansha left in a huff without knowing why. This made Ichiki a little confused. After cleaning up the tableware, Kazuki Saraki saw Nasu Shinmai's meeting room, and sat up in the living room, thinking about the Junin exam. It will be next Monday in 2 days, and the Shangnan exam will also be held on that day. Although I have asked Mustaji Sensei to help me register, I still have to go and see the exam subjects. Although it is said that the substitute has been pitted, it is not all bad. If this is not a high-level strategy, then this time the Shangnan exam is the welfare bureau of the strong. But obviously not likely. Namikaze Minato only learns and improves the technique of flying thunder gods after he has been appreciated by Dai. An ordinary Jounin exam, how could there be such a good benefit? Unless the senior officials of Konoha are really a group of angels. But they can't underestimate those old fritters. They can definitely think that someone will think about the conspiracy. Under such circumstances, they dare to give out such a big reward. In the case of ruling out that they are a bunch of big smarts, there are only a few possibilities. 1. They want to increase the fighting spirit of the Konoha villagers who have just experienced the terrorist attack. Let the ninjas in the village get out of yesterday's events faster. Rekindle the blood. 2. They want to spread such news outside the village, so that more people can see Konoha's closeness to the people. To expand your influence. They want to lure out dangerous people who may be hiding in the village with the temptation of huge benefits. 4. The high level may want to use a Shangnan exam to resolve some disputes of interests. In addition to these, Kankayuma can't think of anything else, and Kankayuma also mocked himself that his IQ is less than 10 UN, please recharge in time. With his heart puzzled, Kazuki finally had no need to think about it, and chose to sleep. Early the next morning, Izuki Kankai got up to wash up, and found that Nagase Zinmei was still in the room and hadn't come out. I don't know if she was still awake, but she had no choice but to go out by herself, so she had to cook some food and cover it on the table, leaving a note to tell Zinmei to be hot after getting up. After doing all this, Kankayuma went out sweating profusely. When I came to the usual training venue, the team did not gather for activities today, but Kankayuma came by himself. He didn't come to wait for someone. He came here early in the morning because he saw Yasuke Hyuga make a bunch of ripples yesterday and knew that he could practice ripples in this Naruto world. Adjusting his breathing, Kankayuma tries to feel the blood flow in his body. Ripple work is to adjust the flow of blood through breathing, so that blood stimulates cells to generate wonderful energy. This energy fluctuates at the same frequency as the sun. So the energy it produces is the same as the energy of the sun. Therefore, it can cause damage to vampires, but the ultraviolet equipment made by the Second German Army can also cause damage to vampires, so it can be seen that the real harmful to vampires should be ultraviolet rays. And the power contained in the ripples is more than ultraviolet rays. If the ripples are cultivated to the extreme, the damage it can cause is comparable to being directly burned by the sun. Moreover, the ripple is not only a function of dealing with vampires, it can also delay aging, strengthen the body, control the living body, and attach to the upper feet to freely walk on the wall or water. Although the existence of chakra in Naruto world can also allow ninjas to walk freely on the water, chakra is easy to consume after all, such as Kankyu, which has neither a fast body like the wind nor an unparalleled amount of chakra. For human beings, it is still very useful to practice ripples. JoJo elements in this Naruto world, there must be a stone ghost face. In case one day encounters a guy who is not a human being, it can be easily dealt with. Constantly adjusting the breathing rhythm to keep his body in a stable state, Kankyu tried to make the blood rhythm. Ichiki-kun. At this moment, a cold and surprised voice came to Ymure. Looking back angrily, he found that it was a silver-haired boy. Kakashi-senpai, and Rin-senpai. How did you guys come here? Hiding his displeasure, Kankyu pretended to be surprised. Ichiki-kun. It's been a long time since I saw you. Lin also said hello to Yumua, but Kankyu could see that she was not in a happy mood, maybe she still had grief over the death of her companion. But Kankyu knew that Obito was not dead. And he will witness Lin's death with his own eyes after almost a year and open the kaleidoscope writing wheel. Yeah. Senior Lin. Long time no see. Kankyu Kazuki also pretended to respond enthusiastically. It's like this, I signed up for the Jounin exam, and was thinking of finding a training ground to practice, but found that most of the places were occupied by other ninjas who were training, so we had to find other places. Lin explained politely. Is that so? Then you can train with me. My team doesn't have a rally today, so I'm here alone. I'm really bothering you. Rin gave a double smile, exactly the same expression she made to Obito when Kakashi was announced as joinin. After that, Kakashi and Rin started their training here. Finding Lin to train alone, Kankyu walked to Kakashi's side and said softly, Senior Kakashi, you have become a Jounin before, so what subjects are there in this Jounin exam? The subject is more and more difficult than the ninja exam. There are exams, physical exams, interviews, one-on-one battles, and the most difficult Forest of Death. The time is 5 days. And I heard that there will be detailed rules. The difference? Kakashi said. 5 days. Then it shouldn't be as simple as grabbing a scroll. Kazuki asked tentatively. I don't know that, but... Ichiki-kun, if you take the Jounin exam, you'd better do some preparation. Why? Kazuki asked in a slightly puzzled tone. I received an order from the upper echelons, and they made me one of the rescuers in the Forest of Death this time. It's just rescuers, nothing strange, right? No. I just found out that there are a lot of unknown faces among the rescuers. I've never seen them before. I heard some news from Mr. Watergate later, you'd better not talk about it everywhere. What news? The real person in charge of the Forest of Death this time is Danzo-sama of the Root. Those raw faces are also members of the Root. What? Chapter 38 After the soldiers selected by the war ended their communication with Kakashi, Kazuki Kankyu began to cultivate ripples himself. It's just that he has been absent-minded since the information he learned from Kakashi. The Forest of Death. Danzo. It seems that this time in the Jonin exam is a must. Kakashi-kun told me the information only because I helped him, then if I want him to help him do something I'm afraid it's difficult. After 5 days of survival in the forest of death, how many guys do those old fritters want to get rid of? Even if Danzo alone wants to get rid of some people, he must have been given the nod for generations to become the person in charge of the forest of death. Dai and Danzang have been old friends for many years after all. What Danzang wants to do, Daiguan can probably tell just by looking at his face. But they have a relationship similar to competition with each other, and Dai is definitely not worried about handing over the entire forest of death to Danzo. This is why Kakashi can become one of the rescuers in the forest of death, because Minato belongs to the generation lineage. In the case where Minato cannot be dispatched directly, it is most appropriate for Kakashi to do this. If it were me alone, I would be able to pass the 5-day exam in the forest of death with the power of a stand-in, but Chisa and Yasuke, although their strength is not too bad, compared to those at the root, they are still too bad. If they accidentally witnessed the execution of someone by the root, they would definitely be hunted down too. The exams in the forest of death must be completed while keeping them safe and not exposing themselves. Alas, you must be motivated. And, there are not only people at the root in this exam, there may be some people hidden among those students who take the exam. On the surface, in the eyes of others, I'm just an ordinary ninja. It's okay to say that in a place like the Forest of Death, if I show strengths that don't match my identity in a one-on-one battle, I might be suspicious. Still have to finish to become the top 5 people. Kankayumu sighed sadly. Without thinking about these things, he concentrated on practicing the ripples. But after a whole day of focused training, Kankayumu still failed to make even the slightest ripple. At dusk, on the way home, Kankayumu's heart was as uncomfortable as a stone was pressed against him. I haven't been able to comprehend the ripples after a whole day of high-level training. It seems that my aptitude is indeed inferior to those of Yasuke and Chisa. It is difficult for me to practice the ripples alone. What should I do with the golden gyration energy after that? Thinking of this, Kankayumu couldn't help sighing. His physical aptitude is really only the level of an ordinary person. The only advantage is that he is a transmigrator and has a double-layered personality. His mental power is naturally several times that of an ordinary person. With subsequent growth, his mental power has long been far away. Superordinary people. This is also the only place where Kankayumu is stronger than others. It is precisely because of this spiritual power that is far superior to others that he can continue to use different substitutes. And this powerful spiritual force also made him much more resistant to illusions than others. Don't think too much about it. At this moment, Anazide's voice came to Ichiki's mind. What do you want to say again? Kankayumu responded impatiently. If you were to choose one of ninjutsu to learn, what would you choose? There is no definite goal yet, but if there is no suspicion, I will choose the technique of spiritualization. Oh. Looks like you forgot. Spiritualization can call your soul out of your body, you can use it to sneak into other people's consciousness to get information, and you can control other people's physical actions. Can kill the invisible. I remembered what you said. It was the ninjutsu that Kato-dan used. But this technique seems to be S-rank, are you confident? If you say so, I'm a little unsure of myself. It seems that my language is very counterproductive. Learning this ninjutsu also takes into account the special circumstances of the two of us. Since we can call out our souls, the we who share a body are the most suitable people for this ninjutsu. Yeah, even if you call me out or your soul is out of the body, there is still a soul in the body, which can ensure that the body will not be killed. But these are all things later, I'm thinking about Ripple and the Jounin exam. Why are you so worried about Ripple? If one day you complete a quest and reward a Ripple technique mastery, wouldn't you be sloppy? I know my luck, it's not going to be that good. It seems that luck is up to me. Remembering that I just took over the control of my body before, isn't everything that comes out of the big gift box all good things? You really dare to say it? If I wasn't too tired, if I was still there, the system would definitely give me a platinum star, Made in Heaven, D4C Love Train, Silver Chariot Town Soul Song. Kankayuma began to talk nonsense, saying all the super doubles. Che, I just said that you were unlucky, why did you change your mind immediately? Besides, you seem to be out of your mind. Made in Heaven doesn't have to be obtained by drawing substitute rewards. Have you forgotten DIO's way to heaven? You now have the white snake, and maybe you can awaken Made in Heaven through the same process as the priest. In addition, the love train is an ability that can be obtained after collecting all the saints' remains, and the love train ability has also reappeared after Rich and I stole all the saints' remains in the 8th volume. This means that you don't have to have D4C to awaken the love train. I didn't forget these, but I just said that I was anxious, but these are estimated to be things in the future. After all, if I have Made in Heaven or D4C love train, I guess in this Naruto world I can go sideways. That's right. Chatting with an Azide, Kankayuma felt a lot more relaxed, and soon Kankayuma returned home. I'm back. Skilled to open the door, but unskilled to say hello. Xiao Xiaomei was sitting alone in the living room again, but this time, instead of falling asleep, she was reading a book quietly. Seeing Kankayuma coming back, the little girl didn't respond, just glanced at him slightly. Have you eaten the food in the lid? Ignoring Naze Zinmiai's impoliteness, Suki Okazuki chatted with her patiently. It's delicious, but the thought of it being made from you makes me feel dull. The girl responded coldly to Kazuki. I'm just curious. Kazuki sat on the other side of the table naturally, and asked in a lazy and gentle tone. What the hell do you hate about me? Every point. What stands out the most? It's all outstanding. Why don't you like me? You are a man. Kankayumu's smiling face showed a few violent blue veins. This little girl is really good at people. Kankayumu really wanted to take out the stone ghost face to teach this little girl a lesson, but unfortunately he couldn't take out anything. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you hate me, after all, I am half your guardian now, and I will take care of you. Kankayumu didn't want to chat with the little girl any longer, so he got up to cook. Hello. At this time, Naze Zinmiai called Suki Okazuki for some unknown reason. Huh. Kankayumu turned his head indifferently, looking at the little girl's spiritual eyes. Do you hate war? The little girl asked coldly. After thinking for a while, Kankayumu replied. I'm disgusted but can't deny it. Why? The existence of war can indeed make this society progress in many places, but these advances are also accompanied by many sacrifices. You are a ninja, I ask you, how would you feel if one day you destroyed all the happy and harmonious families because of the war? Kankayumu lowered his face, slowly moved his feet, and walked towards the famous Zinmiai Sanmiai. I don't have that so-called guilt because I'm just a soldier chosen for that war, and I may feel sorry for the people I killed, but I'm not killing them. Time to have any mercy. Because war is a game where only the strong are left, and if I can't win a game, the one who will die will be me. In order to protect my own interests, I will use the most ruthless, cruel, and crazy methods to achieve victory. This is my idea. So, you understand, be careful with beauty? Seeing this Kankayuki constantly approaching her, Naze Zinmiai didn't dare to move for some reason, for fear that she would suddenly anger this man completely. Kazuki Suki walked in front of Nagas Zinmiai, squatted down, and played with the strand of hair beside her ear with his left hand. Nagas Zinmiai opened her mouth, clearly wanting to resist Kankayuki's behavior, but she didn't dare to do anything, because at this moment the man's eyes were cold and scary. This makes Nas's heart very curious. is he really just a 12-year-old child? Putting his mouth close to Naze Shinmai's ear, Kazuki Tsukio's tone suddenly softened. I will go to take the Jounin exam from tomorrow. I may not go home for about 5 or 6 days. I will leave some money for you and take good care of myself. At this moment, Nagase Zinmei was obedient to Sara Kazuki like a docile kitten. After receiving a positive answer, Konkai Yumu's face also changed back to a smiling face. After that, Konkai Yumu went to the kitchen to make dinner. During the meal, Nagase Zinmei was always trembling, for fear that she had not done a good job and let Tsukio Kazuki return to that terrifying appearance again. After eating, Nagase Zinmei also hurriedly ran back to the room, and Kazuki Sara, who was cleaning up the tableware, looked at her room. How am I supposed to face her? Chapter 39_Jounin Exam, 1. The next morning at 12 o'clock, Konkai Yumu got up. Seeing that Nagase Zinmei's room was still closed, he sighed helplessly. After making some meals for her and leaving a note and some money, Konkai Yumu went out. Not long after Konkai Izuki went out, the door of Nagase Zinmei's room opened, and what caught his eyes were the meals placed at the door of the room, as well as the note and some money left by Konkai Izuki. Open the note from Konkai Yumu, which reads: Take this money to buy something delicious, and warm it up when it's cold. After reading the note, after being silent for a while, Nagase Zinmei clenched the note tightly. When you come back, it will be your day to die. A flame appeared in Nagase Zinmei's eyes. At this moment, there is a group photo on the small cabinet in her room. The photo above is Nagase Zinmei when she was a child. She smiled happily, very cute, and very immature. Looking at the person who smiled and hugged her next to him, it was the one who was killed by Kazuki Sara, that Seikiro Nagase. When I came to Konoha's Heart Square, although it was still early in the morning, it was already crowded. Huh? There are already so many people? It seems that the Jounin exam this time is very lively. Walking through the crowd, Konkai Yumu was looking for his team members. Ichiki. Here and here. At this time, Konkai Yumu saw Kinsha, who was beckoning to him. Passing through the crowd to Kinsha, Konkai Yumu asked, What about Mustaji Sensei and Yasuke? They are waiting for us in B5, let's go. Following Chisa to the B5 area, Kazuki Sarakai also saw Nagisa Katsuki and Yasuke Hyuga. In order to facilitate the gathering of people who come to take the test, Konoha divided the Heart Square into 10*10 areas. The vertical direction is represented by A to J, and the horizontal direction is represented by 1 to 10. After half an hour of assembly, all those who came to take the test stood in the designated area. At this time, the high-level Konoha group led by Hokage appeared on the terrace of the building in front. After clearing his throat, Dai Hokage started his speech before the Jounin exam. The speech lasted for nearly 15 minutes, and the content was all about thanking you for your support for this exam, the precautions and subjects for the exam, and the rewards for this exam, etc. In addition to the exam subjects, there are almost all useless information, which makes Konkai Yumu a little headache. It's not useful to say anything, I'm just talking polite words here. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Shangnan exam officially started. There were 500 or 600 Konoha ninjas who took the exam this time. There were more than 10 teams who took the exam as a ninja team, and the rest were individuals taking the exam. Of ninjas, everyone came to the classroom of the Ninja Academy one after another. Because of the Jounin exam, Konoha gave the children who were going to school a vacation. Assuming that a class accommodates 0 people to participate in the test, a total of 20 classrooms have been prepared. Coincidentally, the classroom that Konkai Yuki and others came to was the same classroom he used to study at the Ninja Academy. Kinsha brought her little face to a fungus. I really miss it. Yeah, remember that you used to bully me in class at that time. Kankayumu said lazily. What? It's because you didn't study hard in class. I kindly advised you. Kincha said with a puffed face. Hee. Kazuki touched the back of his head embarrassedly. According to the designated position, Kankayumu was surprised to find that the position he was assigned was actually his previous seat. It's still so familiar. Kankayumu smiled and gently stroked the familiar table. Suddenly, he touched an unknown object above the drawer of the desk. After a brief feeling, Kankayumu took out his right hand tremblingly. Nose, booger. Kankayumu-san roared angrily, he really wants to lift the table and leave, who is he? What bastard made his desk like this after he graduated? But helpless, the test has already begun. The invigilator read out the exam rules. This test adopts new rules. Your test scores will be included in your score table in the form of points, and will be judged as your starting points. The score arrangement of the test is 2 points for a multiple choice question, 6 points for a judgment question, and 10 points for a big question. Starting points are lower than 50 points will be eliminated directly. It is not possible to take subsequent exams. Becoming a jonin means that you must have the ability to stand alone, so this exam will not cause your team to be eliminated because of one person's failure. Cheating is prohibited in the exam, and once found, it will be eliminated immediately. Each person can only go to the bathroom once for the exam, and they must go one by one. The test time is limited to 60 minutes. You will have 5 minutes to mark the papers after the exam papers are handed out. The exam starts in 5 minutes. After the test papers were sent out, Kankayumu began to carefully check the questions. The test paper is naturally a bit more difficult than the level of the ninja test. There are 10 multiple choice questions, 5 true and true questions, and 5 major questions. After carefully checking all the questions, Kankayumu said very calmly. I don't know any of them. It's over, wash horses. This was the fastest thought that came to Kankayumu's heart, but after he calmed down, Kankayumu realized that he was not in a hurry at all. He is a man with a substitute. Once he cheats, who can find him cheating except the stand-in messenger? The 5-minute grading is over, and the exam begins. If it is less than 50 points, it will be eliminated directly. It is best to complete a score of 51 points so that it will not attract attention. Thinking of this, Kankayumu first tried to answer the question by himself. A minute has passed. 2 minutes have passed. Minutes have passed. Kankayumu just stood there, not moving. The Second Ninja World War started a few years ago in Konoha, his. Wait a while, I should be able to recall it. Kankayumu began to think. Trying to flip through the memories in my head, it seems that the answer is within reach. Okay. Answers, coming soon. The Emperor is me, Diablo. My position is still unshakable. At this time, the famous scene of the boss suddenly popped out in my mind. Oops, it's not this. Kankayumu cursed in his heart, and then tried his best to find the answer. Do you want my stick or a fire stick? Oh, it's not this. Keep scrolling through your mind. My name is Luffy, the man who wants to become the Pirate King. This is Hokage. Don't be on stage. Keep scrolling through your mind. Sword of promised victory. My brain, what are you doing? Continue. After flipping through his brain for 10 minutes, Kankayumu didn't even think of the answer, but he recalled a lot of famous scenes. 45 minutes left. Glancing at the person beside him, he didn't move, as if he was waiting for something. Is this guy trying to cheat in any way? Kankayumu thought. 5 minutes passed, and there were 40 minutes left. It's time to take a look at Chisa and Yasuke's test papers too. Thinking, Kankayumu called out Whitesnake. Coming to the upper left corner of the front row where Kincha was by the window, Whitesnake began to observe Kincha's test paper. Yuri almost done with the judgment questions. That's really good. Konkai Yumu learned Kincha's answer through Whitesnake, and remembered it in his heart. Yumu did not write it directly, but made a very hesitant state, and then put it down after dawdling for a long time. The current invigilators are all mobile cameras. If you write it directly after you know the answer, everyone can see that something is wrong. After diligently writing multiple choice and true-false questions, there are 5 major questions left. 2 minutes left now. If the multiple choice questions and true-false questions are correct, then I'm already safe, but I'd better be safe and write big questions. Just as he was about to move, a yell beside him interrupted Konkai Yumu. Hello. One of the invigilators grabbed the arm of the ninja next to Ichiki, and when he tried hard, the man was in pain and let go. At this moment, a crumpled note fell to the ground, and Konkai Yumu hurriedly avoided his gaze, fearing that the invigilator would convict him of cheating because he glanced at the cheat sheet, then there would be suffering. Attempt to cheat on the exam. I declare, immediately disqualify you from the exam. Get out of here! Shouted the invigilator. The ninja beside Ichiki could only walk out of the classroom unwillingly. 0 minutes left. The invigilators in the examination room seemed to be serious. In just a few minutes, 8 cheating candidates were caught. 20 people left in this class at the moment. Through the constant flow of information from Whitesnake, Konkai Yumu began to make a big deal. Another 5 minutes passed, and now there are 25 minutes left. Referring to the answers to the big questions from the people present, my predicted score is 6 points, isn't it too high? If I make a correction and make a mistake, then it will be uncomfortable to lose points and fail. Thinking about it again, Konkai Yumu still did not rewrite the answer. 20 minutes left in the exam time. There were less than 20 candidates in the class at this time. Kazuki Souchi asked Whitesnake to check on Yasuke Hayaga's situation. Yasuke Hayaga also discovered the Whitesnake who had come, and immediately understood, and clicked on a few questions that were still blank on the test paper. Whitesnake read out the answer directly. Anyway, no one present except Yasuke Hayaga and Kazuki Sukiya could hear the voice of Whitesnake. After helping Yasuke Hayaga to complete the test paper, Kazuki also took back his stand-in. He knew Kinsa's grades, and these questions probably couldn't help her, so after confirming that her companions could pass the exam, Kazuki also peace of mind. After the exam time was over, everyone left the classroom one after another after handing in the papers. The time is now after 10 o'clock in the morning. After the exam, everyone gathered in the school playground. After a little observation, there are only more than 400 people left to take the test. Nearly 200 people were eliminated just because of cheating in exams. Kazuki Konkai was amazed by this terrifying data. After everyone rested in the playground for about 10 minutes, the person who announced the results of the exam finally arrived. Posting the results of the exam on the bulletin board, a ninja stepped onto the podium. In this exam, in addition to those who have been eliminated due to cheating, a total of 29 people have been eliminated due to insufficient starting points. Ah! Hearing this sentence, everyone present hung a heart. The man signaled everyone to be quiet and continued, "Here I will read the top 10 of this exam for everyone. First place, Narakajo. 100 points. Second place, Hayaga Minghui. 99 points. Number 1, Uchiha Chisa. 98 points. Fourth place, Yamayuna. 95 points. Fifth place, Oil Girls Hishin. 9 points. Sixth place, Shianasara. 96 points. Number 1, Famous Mountains and Rivers. 94 points. The 8th place, Daisuke on the Shirt. 9 points. 9th place, Uchiha's Real Name. 91 points. 10th place, Tongshan Cliff. 90 points. After that, the ninja asked everyone to go to Konoha's duel arena at 11:30, and then left. After the staff left, everyone scrambled to check their scores. Walking out of the crowd, Konkayumu seemed a little absent-minded. 2 points, ranking 48. With some unease, Kazuki Tsukiya followed Chisa and Yasuke to the duel arena. Chapter 40_Jounin Exam, 2. Come to the open space outside the duel arena, where the remaining candidates gather. After everyone arrived, a team of ninjas began to distribute a ring-like thing to each person. After everyone got the ring, Daihokage finally showed up. Everyone must have already obtained the ring, right? This is the scientific ninja tool developed by Dr. Fuzue. Now please inject a little chakra into the ring. Daihokage shouted to the crowd. Inject a little chakra. Konkayumu did as Deo said, and after injecting a little chakra, the screen on the ring glowed brightly. After everyone completed the operation, Daihokage continued, from today to the end of this exam, there will be a total of days, and every day after that, you have to inject a little chakra into it. Why, Hokage-sama? Some students in the front row raised questions. Daihokage looked at the questioning candidates in front of him, smiled knowingly, and began to explain the real rules of this Shangnan exam. These rings are used for the first time in this exam. It's there to keep track of points. Presumably in the test just now, you also learned your starting points. Now please click on the information bar on the open loop screen, enter your name and your starting points. Do not scribble the starting points. We'll confirm your starting points later. This exam is based on points. Only those who have reached 1000 points are eligible to become Jounin. From today onwards, you can get 0 points every day, but the premise is that you must inject your own chakra into the ring every day. The highest score in the first test is only 100 points, only the Death Forest and one-on-one battles will have higher scores. The Forest of Death can get up to 0 points, and the one-on-one battle is to determine the number of people left when you see it. The detailed rules for each exam will only be announced 5 minutes before that exam begins. And from today until the end of the exam, all of you will not be allowed to go home. As for the question of room and board, we have prepared for you. We will let your families know. After each test, you must go to the scoring area set up in the test venue to collect the number of points you can get. You do not need to operate, the staff will help you. As for the question of whether there will be a lot of people queuing at that time, you don't need to worry. We have set up 10 scoring areas and will give you 24 hours to score. But if you haven't scored points at the beginning of the next exam, the points will be forfeited. Does not count towards your total score. If you score 0 in any exam, you will be eliminated directly. If the ring is damaged in subsequent exams, it must be replaced in the scoring area set up in the venue in time. If you do not inject your own chakra into the ring after more than 24 hours, it will be judged as abstention by default. All previous test points will be forfeited. And one last point. This time in the Jounin exam, the transfer of points between candidates is allowed. Just go to the scoring area with the ring between the transferer and the earner. As soon as Daihokage's voice fell, the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. In addition to being shocked by the new rules of this exam, every candidate's heart has a word that appears invariably. This time in the Jounin exam, points are allowed to be transferred between candidates. Just go to the scoring area with the ring between the transferer and the earner. There are chapters in here. You only need to hold the ring of the transferer to transfer points. This does not mean that, no matter whether the other party is willing or not, as long as he takes his ring and transfers it to the scoring area. This is tantamount to letting the candidates kill each other in disguise. You can have 0 points every day, and the sky is 210 points. If you get the highest score in the frontal exam and the Death Forest exam, it will only be 810 points. With the one-on-one battle test, it should be able to reach 1000 points. Konkayumu thought about it, but all this is too unrealistic. Who else can get full marks in the test, physical test, and interview? The exam in the Forest of Death can only get a maximum score of 00. And he didn't know the detailed rules of the exam, so how could he calculate how to get the highest score? Except for the existence of long AOTN, almost no one can score 1000 points on a normal basis. You have to win other people's points to pass the Shangnan exam. And the time to score points will definitely be in the exam in the Forest of Death. In addition, there are rude personnel in there. It seems, there is not only a dispute over the interests of Danzo alone. People big and small in Konoha village, I am afraid they will do something in it. Just thinking about it now makes me feel that the road ahead is extremely dangerous. Konkayumu thought so. 5 minutes later, Dai Hokage and others took the candidates to Konoha's big training ground. The so-called big training ground is a venue that includes all training items, and it occupies a much larger area than other training grounds. Divide the candidates into 2 groups of men and women, and the 2 groups are invigilated by several men and women. The ratio of male to female is different among the candidates. Although more than 400 people have been eliminated because of the exam, there are still more male students, a total of 86 people. There are only 5 girls there. Konkayumu's team followed the male invigilator to an open space. After everyone had arrived, the male invigilator began to explain the detailed rules of the physical exam. There are 4 items in this physical exam, which are 500 meters, 1000 meters, and 100 meters inversion within the specified time. If you finish running within the specified time, you can get 25 points, and those who are 1 step slower will be calculated in the form of 1 second minus 5 points. 2 strength test, destroy the most wooden stakes without using chakra within a limited time. Until then, destroy 10 stakes to get 25 points. Others are calculated as 1 less minus 25 points. Chakra test. Use the specified amount of chakra to kill the ninja lizard clinging to the iron gate in front of you within the specified time. Pay attention here, all your attacks must kill the iron gate. Because this iron gate is also a scientific ninja tool, after receiving an attack, it will reflect the damage value caused by the attack. If you don't have all the iron gates, you must start all over again. Whoever completes all the conditions gets 25 points. If you don't finish it, you won't get any points. For reaction test, using the method of hitting the gopher, hit the gopher 50 times within the limited time to win. But you have to pay attention, the gopher here is a gopher. It will carry a counting helmet on its head, and you will get a counting air hammer, and the air hammer will only count when the counting helmet is hit. Those who complete the challenge will get 25 points, and the others will be counted as 0.5 points for hitting a gopher. Now you're ready to warm up? Start the test in 5 minutes. Looking at the candidates who are warming up around, Konkayumu seems a little out of place. He is thinking about how many points he can get in this physical test. I shouldn't have a problem with the speed test. After all, I have practiced a little, so I don't need to worry about strength. It's trivial to break a few stakes with the power of the Crimson King. The chakra volume may be more troublesome, but it is also possible. Once you try it, the response test is not a big problem. If it doesn't work, just use the epitaph. Have you figured out what to do with this exam? At this time, Yasuke Hyuga came over to talk. Don't worry, I have a stand-in, so it's no problem to deal with these. Kazuki Tsukio's tone was so low that only Yasuke Hyuga, who was beside him, could hear it. This Junin exam is quite dangerous. Yasuke said. Well, I can't be by your side all the time, you and Kincha remember to look after yourself. I understand, but your goal should be to go to the top 5, right? As expected of Yasuke, it's easy to think of things that others can't think of, but my goal may be a little difficult. At present, plus the 0 points I get for signing in, I only have 102 points. All my points now are only 112 and I don't know how much I can get next. When necessary, I need your help. Well, anyway, my purpose is just to experience myself, you can take the points. Thank you so much. Don't worry about it. Huh? This face, aren't you Yumu? At this moment, a watermelon-headed boy in green tights came to Ichiki. Kankayumu looked up and said in surprise. Kai. Long time no see. That's right, this watermelon-headed boy is the proud blue beast of Konoha in the future, mate Kai. It's been a long time. I didn't expect that I could still think of you. Ah ha ha ha. Kankayumu smiled awkwardly. Kai said something strange. How are you? Do you have the confidence to complete the physical exam? Just barely. But Kai, don't worry about it at all. Don't say it, I thought I could get a perfect score in the physical exam, but it turned out to be a chakra test. I'm the worst at using chakra. When I graduated before, it was hard for me to be a shadow avatar. Kai, you're just a bit more partial to the subject. Take the exam with peace of mind, maybe there will be a miracle. Thanks for the encouragement. Medi gave Ichiki a thumbs up with his classic smile. After Kai left, Yasuke Hyuga smiled bitterly and said, I don't even remember the class, but I remember your junior. Kazuki also smiled bitterly and said, because I have done physical training with him on a previous mission, maybe it will be a comparison. Are you going to get his points? It depends on the situation, after all, no matter how well you plan, you can't keep up with the changes. The warm-up time is over, and the physical exam officially begins. Candidates take the test one by one in the order they are drawn. Divide 86 people into groups, 5 groups of 12 people, and 2 groups of 15 people. The first speed test, start. Following the invigilator's order, the 12 people on the track ran like a gust of wind. Author's digression, it's best to memorize the rules. Chapter 41_Jounin Exam, 3. The big training ground is divided into 2 areas for men and women, but it doesn't mean that men and women are opened, it's just separate exams. Because the large training ground does not have a special runway, the current runway is only temporarily drawn with paint. Looking at the dozen or so figures galloping on the track, Kankayumu fell into contemplation. It feels faster than me? Are you all fighting like this? Inadvertently, he noticed Yasuke Hyuga, who was absent-minded beside him, and asked out of curiosity. Did you see anyone? Then Yasuke pointed to a candidate on the runway. The candidate was from the Hyuga clan like Yasuke, and looked older than Ichiki and Yasuke. He is. Izuki frowned. Hyuga Minghui, 15 years old, a member of the clan, was dubbed Hyuga's genius when he was young. He has never been defeated in his life. When he was about the same age as us, he was able to grow up with many of Hyuga's adults. Mentide. I am afraid it will be very troublesome to meet him in this Shangnan exam. He is not only omnipotent in all aspects, but also has a thinking ability that is beyond ordinary people. He has even cultivated Bagwazang to 128 palms. He is already invincible among his peers. Invincible? That's stable. What's going on in your head? It's nothing, let's think about how to deal with the game yourself. Don't grow other people's ambitions and destroy your own prestige. The first round of the speed test ended quickly. Among them, only Hyuga Minghui and a man named Yumharayu managed to get full marks. Other than that, there were only 6 people who got points, and the remaining 4 got 0 points. Without giving the candidates any time, the next round of competition begins. After the second round of competition is over, the first round begins again. Kankayumu was still relatively calm at this time. He was in the first group and was the last to compete. But this also has a downside. The rest of their last set will not be longer than the rest of the previous set, and when the next test begins, their last set may not be in full bloom. Soon, it was the turn of Kazuki's team to play. Stand on the runway, get ready, and wait for the invigilator's instructions. Kankayumu looked at the runway in front of him with a serious expression, and the nervousness while waiting made him take a deep breath to adjust his state. His legs are. Yasuke Hayaga, who was watching from the side, suddenly found that Kazuki Sara's legs in the starting position were attached to the legs of the stand-in. That's right, it was Kankayu Kazuki who attached the legs of the King of Crimson to his own legs. As we all know, power at the start is an important part of running. This is especially important for explosiveness at the start of the sprint. And the first competition in this competition is the 500-meter sprint. Perhaps from the perspective of ordinary people, it is a bit strange to call 500 meters a sprint, but don't forget that this is Naruto world, and the ninjas with higher physical fitness than ordinary people are also participating in the running. 500 is really just a sprint for ninjas. Kankayumu and the others are going to run 500 meters in 0 seconds. This is calculated according to the above tolerance. Prepare, start. With the invigilator's order, the last group of candidates also started the speed test. Is this? At this time, the invigilator who just blew the whistle found that there was actually a pit on the starting track. Obviously, it was stepped out with foot strength. The strength of the start alone is enough to step out a small pit. Who is the candidate? Originally, he was only responsible for blowing the whistle, but now out of curiosity, the invigilator stopped and watched. The time is now around 12 noon, and the sun is gradually beginning to show his power. The invigilator narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man who was speeding up not far in front of him. That boy is Kankayumu. At this moment, he hits the finish line like a thunderbolt. Sure enough, in front of Kankayumu, who has the power of a stand-in, the first place in the 500-meter sprint has not been captured. Wrong. Suddenly, a green figure chased after Kankayumu, surpassing Kankayumu in an instant. This can't help but surprised the invigilator, and hurriedly looked at the figure, the green tights, the thick watermelon head. That person was Meti. The man who will be stronger than anyone in the future. With a confident cry from Matekai, he reached the finish line. This guy. Kankayu Kazuki, who reached the finish line in second place, couldn't help showing a bitter smile. After that, everyone just rested for a minute, and the 1000-meter test started again. This time, Kazuki Kankayu started in the same way, leading the second-placed Matekai by 10 positions on the first lap. But will this victory belong to the empty hills? Do not. No. Ichiki is just a poor little prince with a single ring. On the second lap, he was dead. Seeing that he was gradually being led by the people behind him, Kankayumu shouted helplessly, "Be considerate of me, a long-distance running scum." Although Kankayumu has also exercised, he does not exercise every day like Matekai, and his aptitude is also very ordinary. It is already very good to be able to use the strength at the start to lead others on the first lap. In the end, Kankayumu could only complete the 1000-meter run in fourth place. The 100-meter handstand run after that didn't have any bright spots. Only Kankayumu and Matekai completed the challenge. In the end, in the speed test, Kankayumu got 20 points. After giving everyone a rest for 10 minutes, the second strength competition began. Fortunately, Kankayumu was in the last group again. Kazuki watched the power competition, and except for a few seed selections, no one else could complete the challenge. When it was time for Kai's group to compete, everyone's eyes widened. Because this guy's performance is really too show. The wooden stakes were smashed with 2 strokes, just like the wooden boards. If it wasn't for the invigilators at the back to stop it, I would guess that this guy could smash the other candidates' stakes. Soon it was time for the last group that Ichiki was in to play. Looking at the rows of wooden stakes in front of him, Kankayumu smiled knowingly, and then attached the arm of the Crimson King, but at this time he seemed to think of something. It's too ostentatious to break it directly, you have to show it. Then Kankayumu pretended to punch at the stake. Snapped. The stake is safe and sound. Again. Snapped. The stake is unscathed. Again. Snapped. The stakes want to be broken by themselves. Is Yuma making a fuss? Seeing that the performance was almost over, Kankayumu showed an angry look, damn. Then the knife fell, a punch and a palm. One by one the wooden stakes shattered. Soon, Ichiki was the first to complete the challenge, in 1 minute. In addition to the 1 minute spent in the performance, the actual time spent by Kankayumu is only seconds. Faster than Matke. Just as everyone applauded for him, Kankayumu suddenly cried and covered his red and hot right, it hurts. This is naturally also the performance of Kankayumu. Sure enough. Human potential is limitless. Let me tell you, my grandfather went out to the village to perform a mission when he was young, but when he encountered a tiger, the target he was following was scared away. My grandfather was extremely angry. The next few shovels killed a tiger. A spectator was talking to his comrade about something. Ah, haha. The companion beside him responded. Then came the chakra use test. This test is not difficult for most people, so the pace is fast, one after the other. Isn't it the turn of Kankayumu soon? He was looking at the iron gate in front of him and thinking about something. Is there already such a high-tech thing in the ninja world at this time? Shouldn't it? Is it because of his arrival that something has changed? Dr. Fuzu. I will investigate this person later. It was Kankayumu's turn to play. Looking at the ninja lizard on the iron gate in front, Kankayumu took out the same iron ball of Gerald from his pocket. A little chakra was attached to it, and Kankayumu just threw it out. It wasn't just iron balls that followed. Seeing the iron ball coming, the ninja lizard immediately jumped, ready to jump out of the attack range of the iron ball. But at this time, the ninja lizard was blocked by an inexplicable force for some reason. It failed to jump out of the attack range of the iron ball in time and was knocked to the ground. Show attack power of 50, pass the level. The invigilator shouted. Well done. Guns. Kankayumu Xin cried out. Sure enough, we are still very useful. It's just that you won't ask us to come out? At this time, 6 yellow figures were sitting on Ichiki's shoulders, and their numbers were written on their foreheads, namely 1, 2, 5, 6, respectively. I will call you out when I need you. Kazuki comforted the guns. That's right, Ichiki just used the sexy gun to let the guns hinder the ninja lizard from jumping away. It is precisely because the power of the guns is not very high that they can only hinder the ninja lizard's strength, so the ninja lizard was hit by the iron ball. No problem was noticed by the invigilator. After the empty hill is Yumu, there is Matekai, and when Yumu is about to end, Matekai rushes over. Ichiki. Can you lend me the iron ball you just got? I'm afraid I won't control the amount of chakra and I will lose points. Well, good. Kazuki readily lent the iron fist to Kai. Hold a wooden iron ball and attach a little chakra to it like he just did. The next thing is to throw it away. Good. It's here. Wait. It's there again. OMG how it's running around. Because the ninja lizards kept moving around, Matekai seemed a little overwhelmed, for fear that he would be thrown astray. Hurry up. The invigilator couldn't stand it any longer and urged. Good. Urged by the invigilator, Matekai couldn't take care of it anymore, raised his wrist towards the position of the ninja lizard, and threw the iron ball. The ninja lizard noticed that he was going to attack, and jumped with force at that moment. Ah, ache. At this moment, just as the iron fist was about to come off, a bee that had just finished collecting honey passed through his nose, perhaps because the bee had pollen on it, and Maid-kai sneezed with an itchy nose. Because of this sneeze, the direction of the iron fist has changed. It's over. Maid-kai said anxiously. But this time, the scene has brought a big change. The ninja lizard had already predicted the attack route of Maid-kai, and the moment the iron ball was about to come off, it jumped to another place. But because of the sneeze just now by Maid-kai, the orbit of the iron ball was deviated. The iron ball hit the ninja lizard that was in the air because of the jump. It shows that the attack power is 10. Pass the level. This scene directly left the invigilator speechless, but helpless. People are so lucky, what else can he do? Just give it to him. After that, Maid-kai returned the iron fist to Kankayumu, and he left with a look of pride. Looking at the iron fist that Maid-kai used, Tsukiyuki showed a sluggish expression. The iron fist used by Emperor Ou. Hurry up and inhale Ouchi. Chapter 42_Jounin Exam, 4. The physical test soon ushered in the last test, the reaction test. The reaction force test uses the method of whacking the hamster, but it is not a whacking like a toy, but a real 5*5 hole, and the hamster inside is also a well-trained forbearance. Gopher, its speed is several times that of the lizard just now. It's even harder for candidates to hit it 50 times in a minute. Time's up, 0 hits, no points. Next. No, another candidate is planted in it, and currently only individual candidates can complete the challenge. Seeing that it was about to be his turn, Kankayumu began to think about countermeasures. From the observations just now, this gopher's reaction power and speed are even higher than most of the candidates present. In order to complete the challenge in this situation, it must be solved with a faster speed. Attack it with the fastest speed when it comes out of the hole. Accumulate hits with this. Time is up, 4 hits, 1 score. Next. The invigilator's voice reached Ymur, and he knew it was time for him to play. Taking over the air hammer from the examinee just now, Kankayumu waited for the invigilator to announce the start. After the invigilator determined that Kankayumu was ready, he raised it, and then waved, "Start." When Kankayumu heard the words, he immediately entered the state, and when he saw the gopher came out of the hole, he hurriedly stepped forward to swing the hammer. Call out. As a result, Ichiki's attack was easily dodged by Shinobi Gopher. No, this gopher is faster than I thought. It seems that the power of a double must be used. After the next attack was flashed by the gopher, Kankayumu finally stopped waiting and launched King of Crimson. Dulu. This time, he deleted the time of 0.5 seconds. During the time that was cut, he observed the time and direction of the gopher's burrow through the epitaph. It's now, my end hits. Time flows normally. Forbearance gopher is confident that it will not be attacked when it comes out of the hole, but reality has taught it a lesson. I saw Kankyu Kazuki with the arm of the Crimson King attached to it appeared in front of it with a hammer. Squeak. The gopher was so frightened that he wanted to hide back into the hole, but it was too late. I saw a wooden arm swinging at high speed, hammering hammer after hammer on the helmet of the gopher. After 2 consecutive seconds of rapid beating, Kankayumu's hitting count has reached the standard. In the eyes of everyone, because all this happened in an instant, they didn't find any clues, but only saw Yumu's extreme speed. 52 hits, hit the mark. Next. The invigilator is a little stupid. He is very curious about how this candidate's speed is achieved, and he wants to go back and practice to make his wife happy. The competition of the rest of the people also ended soon, and the invigilator gathered everyone after sorting out the results. After everyone gathered, an invigilator began to announce the results. In this test, the performance of all the candidates is very good, but there are also some candidates who need to be improved. Now I will read the results of the boys group in this test for everyone. First place, Matt K. Score 100. Second place, Hyaga Minghui. Score 995. Number 1, Famous Mountains and Rivers. Score 9. Fourth place, Daisuke on the Shirt. Score 96. Fifth place, Konkai Yumua. Score 95. Sixth place, Tongshan Cliff. Score 945. Number 1, Yasuke Hyaga. Score 9. Eighth place, Oil Girls Hishin. Score 925. Ninth place, Uchiha's real name. Score 905. 10th place, Nara Deer Castle. Score 90. 11th. After reading the results of all the boys, the invigilator asked everyone to go to the scoring area to collect the scores, and then go to the playground of the ninja school at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After receiving points from the points area with Yasuke Hyaga and leaving, the two met Chisa Uchiha again. "Kinsa, how did your girls' group get?" Izuki asked. "It's okay. The standard of the girls' group should be lower than that of the boys' group. I feel like I haven't performed well yet." Chisa replied with a slightly dissatisfied tone. "How many points did you get in the test?" 100. "What are you doing? Don't any of you take the 100 exam? For boys, there should be a lot of people taking the 100 exam. How many of you girls take the 100 exam?" "Just me. It's a coincidence that we only have one boy group." "Who is it?" Pointing to the complacent mate Kai not far away, Konkai Yumu smiled bitterly. "It's him." "Oh. I know. The guy who usually runs upside down in the village." "Aha." Yumu said with shame, worthy of being Kai, the first impression left on others is always so deep. "Oh. Isn't this girl Kinsha?" At this time, a sarcastic female voice passed by. Ichiki and the others looked back and saw that it was a female ninja from the mountain clan, who looked similar to Iki and the others. There were two male ninjas of the same size beside him. Judging from the clothes and hairstyles, they were from the Chiudeo clan. And a ninja from the Nara clan. Ah, it turns out to be Sister Yuna, who is only 2 days older than me. It's been a long time since I saw you. What? Do you want to show off your achievements? Chisa also replied with a mocking tone. Kazuki Suki looked at the ninja from the Nara clan, and both of them smiled bitterly. The people on the opposite side are called Nara Luken, Yamayana and Akita Tinglun, and they are students of the same class as Suki Kazuki. Yamayuna and Uchiha Chisa have been disliking each other since the ninja school, and they often quarrel because they didn't say a word well. The two peacemakers, Yumu and Luken, have persuaded them many times, but they still can't stop the noise between the two people. In this regard, Yumu and Luken have already taken it seriously, and they don't bother to care about them. "Ha! Don't you just take the first test? What's so arrogant? What's really important is at the back. You have such a high score in the test now is adding a prey label to yourself. Think hard. You flat-chested girl." "Humph. I have high marks in the test, and of course I have the ability to deal with those guys who have bad intentions, but you, a flat-ass woman, why didn't you even make it in the physical test just now? Compete with me for a run if you have the ability. I won't lose to you. Flat-chested girl. Come on. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Flat-ass girl. Okay. Whoever loses will invite each other for a week's meal. Including 1 day's meal. Humph. Come on." After arguing and arguing, the two girls ran back to the big training ground for a run, leaving Ichiki and the 4 boys in place. "Want to wait for them?" Yasuke asked. "Wait, Do Auntie wait for them to pour their anger on us? Angry women are scary. Kazuki said. I agree with that, Yumu. The two of Luken walked to Yumu's side. I'll go and bring something to eat. They won't be exhausted from running and will be hungry. Ichiki said, then he turned and walked towards the street. Hey! Let me go to buy something to eat. Dinglun next to Luken said. That's trouble. Kazuki replied. After Kyudeo Dinglun went shopping, Ichiki and Luken were also bored and started chatting, while Hyaga Yasuke was resting under a tree beside him. How can you show your strength this time? Ichiki couldn't help but be a little curious. Like himself, Narakazuo didn't want to die. Izuki only showed his strength because he had a mission, but why was Narakazuo? It's not because my eldest sister is big. She can let her go. If I don't give her a good grade in the exam this time, I won't want to eat and sleep well. I can't help it, just to live. Naralukeng said helplessly. If it wasn't for his aunt's words, he would probably have killed him like Ichiki and didn't participate. I didn't expect you to get a 90 in the physical exam when you don't usually exercise. It's so, but Ichiki, you've started to play. Don't you plan to hide? Narakajo said these words in a relaxed and flat tone at this time. Sometimes I think, how scary would it be if all the ninjas of the Nara clan were like you? Konkayumu's eyes became colder at the moment, but fortunately there was no one around. It wasn't my intention to discover your little secret, didn't I say it too? Smart people are the best at judging the situation. I promise not to tell. Besides, I don't want to cause trouble for myself. Luken touched the back of his head apologetically. Kazuki Sukiu also glanced at Narakazuo City with sharp eyes. This is what happened when they were 9 years old. In a ninja school exam, because he didn't want to repeat the grade, Kazuki used his power as a substitute to complete a certain exam, but he didn't expect that Narakazuo would come to talk to him when he went to the toilet later. At that time, Narashiro told Ichiki that his exams attracted the attention of the school teachers, reminding Ichiki that it was because his reaction when he used special powers was too obvious. Hearing the latter words, Ichiki changed his face in an instant, and was about to solve Nara's Luken, but he didn't expect this guy to help Ichiki to make plans. Afterwards, because of Luken's strategy, Ichiki successfully survived, avoiding the risk of being dragged by the school teachers to question him, and thus avoiding the exposure of his secrets. Luken is also smart. He didn't ask Yumu for a reward, but instead assured Yumu that he would not reveal the fact that Yumu was hiding his strength. And after helping Ichiki to study, so that he can graduate smoothly. After that, Ichiki also asked Luken how he saw that he was using his special power, and why he helped himself. Luken just said lazily, he calculated it with his not-so-smart brain, and then he just didn't want to miss one. It might just be a good friend. In the process of getting to know Luken, Ichiki was surprised to find that Luken is a genius with an IQ close to 100. All his previous grades in school were the result of hiding his strength. After that, Ichiki gradually understood that Luken is a person with the same personality as himself, lazy, casual, following principles, greedy for petty gain, disliking himself to be noticed, but very reliable in many cases. Perhaps this is the reason why Luken helped Ichiki. He felt that Ichiki, who had a very similar personality to himself, should become his friend. After that, the two became friends in a relationship similar to mutual help but with a little suspicion. If it is said that in this world, Izuki chooses someone other than his own team to help with one thing, Izuki will definitely choose Narakajo, because he is very smart and knows how to do things. He is indeed trustworthy and abides by the principles of the heart. But unfortunately, he can only be a collaborator after all, and he and Kazuki can only become friends through a relationship of mutual understanding. Perhaps there are still a lot of trustworthy people in this world, but I just don't want to know about it. These are the words that have been wandering in Ichiki's mind. At this time, he told Lekang. Do you think I have to try to trust people more? Otherwise, it's too much trouble to keep guessing. Ichiki frowned slightly. It's up to you to decide, that's how I am. Lekang said lazily. Then let's hear your opinion, Lekang. Heh. Lekang smiled calmly. Hey. I bought barbecued pork rice. Come and eat. At this time, Chiudeo Dinglun also came back. Kazuki and the other four just ate lunch under the tree, waiting for Chisa and Yuna. Chapter 43_Jounin Exam, 5. The four of them ate and drank, and chatted for a while. Finally, around 1:30 in the afternoon, the four of them saw Kinsa and Yuna walking over with their exhausted bodies. Heh, a week's meals. I can remember. Sports idiot. Even though she was gasping for breath, Chisa still did not forget to show off her victory. At this time, Yama Yuna was also gasping for breath, unable to speak, so she could only brace her knees and adjust her state. After finally regaining some strength, Yama Yuna said with an embarrassed expression, Hey. Yes. I expected Kinsa to win. After all, the weight of some body parts between us is completely irrelevant. On one level, there is less resistance on your side. How can you understand how difficult it is for me? Although he lost the game to Chisa, Yama Yuna was still very unwilling, and there was still a tone of sarcasm in his words, hoping to save himself some momentum. I'm trying to find a reason again, right? Even though I'm a sports idiot, I'm still stubborn. What a sports idiot, are you a child? Roar, that's right, no wonder you still look like a child. Hey. This has nothing to do with body shape. Flat hip girl. Who cares about this so much? It's you, Sister Kinsha, you are still so poor and weak, I guess no one has confessed to you yet? Give me enough. Don't you know you can't just laugh at other people's bodies? Huh? How dare you talk about me? Or, let's take care of it? Kankayuma couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing the two daughters arguing all the time, Lekang was also very helpless, and then looked at Yumua. Both of them understood. Flat-chested girl. Flat-ass girl. Flat-chested girl. Flat-ass girl. Flat-chested girl. Flat-ass girl. While Chisa and Yuna were having a friendly exchange, Kazuki suddenly pulled Chisa away from behind, and Yuna also found herself unable to move. She looked at her shadow and realized that it was Lekang's shadow imitation technique. Okay, Chisa. There will be an interview later. Let's go. Kazuki took Chisa's arm and told Kami Yasuke to walk in the direction of the ninja school. Let go of me. Ichiki. I'm going to decide the outcome with that guy today. Let's go. Yuna. Lekang said lazily, and then regardless of whether Yuna wanted to or not, he directly controlled her to leave, gave Chiudeo Dinglun a wink, and he understood, and then the pig and deer butterfly team also walked in the direction of the ninja school. On the way to ninja school. Really? Isn't it bigger? What's so amazing? I will definitely surpass her in the future. Right, Ichiki. I don't know how long I have been listening to Kinsa's complaints along the way, and Ichiki just responded helplessly. Yes. That's right. At this time, Kinsa suddenly asks Yang Yuki with a suspicious expression. What do you think of these things? I don't care about that. Really? The suspicious expression on Kinsa's face became more and more obvious. Kazuki's momentum also weakened, and he whispered softly. If you can, or, bigger is better. Ha! I knew it. Ichiki, you really are a very lustful kind. Idiot Ichiki. When Xiaoqinsha heard this, she didn't get angry. Ichiki was very confused, he was just telling the truth. But now the most important thing is to quickly coax her. Hey. Chisa, in fact, I always thought you were a potential stock. The kind with great potential. You will definitely surpass Yamayuna in the future, no. Even Tsunade-sama can surpass it. Huh? So you know Mr. Gang's size well? Good. Go to hell. B. This is the only sound left at the scene. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the remaining candidates gathered at the playground of the ninja school. It is not that no one has been eliminated in the physical examination, because there are still a small number of candidates who have scored 0 points in the physical examination. According to the rule that any subject with a 0 score will be eliminated, a total of 22 people in the physical examination were eliminated. Only 12 candidates remain. The rules of the interview are very simple, just go to meet a few interviewers, just answer the interviewers' questions, after 0 minutes the interview is over, the interviewer will tell you your score. As for the interviewer, there is more than one, but 50 interview rooms are set up, and candidates will be assigned to a certain classroom for interviews. What Kankayumu smoked was classroom 08, and there were 2 other people with him. Let the 2 go to the interview first, and wait outside. After half an hour, the first person came out and left, and then the second person went in for an interview. 10 minutes passed after the second person got in. Oh, it's really heavy. We eliminated so many people in one trial, and these prepared rings have become redundant. We have to take them to Minato Jounin. Really? Those people don't have the ability to get it themselves, what can they do? At this time, 2 ninjas carrying things passed by, and they caught the attention of Kankyu Kazuki. An hour later, the interview of the first 2 people was over, and it was the last person's turn to interview, which was Kankayumu. Opening the classroom door, Kazuki was a little surprised by the sound coming from the classroom. Hey. Ichiki, the big bag on your head doesn't matter, right? Or is it the fashion for kids these days? Yongchuan Mustaji asks Yang Kankayumu. Ah. Mustaji sensei, you don't need to worry about it, just treat it as a small decoration. Kazuki showed a bitter face. You're making Kinsha angry again. Look at you. You have to learn to be smarter in the future. Ms. Mustardwood, are you smart? That's for sure. Then why are you still alone? Yongchuan Mustachi was suddenly at a loss for words. In order to ease the embarrassment, he coughed twice and said. Ahem. Ichiki, it's interview time, I'm asking you questions. Yes, yes. Mustaji sensei. Izuku sat on the chair with a relaxed and happy expression. After trying to adjust his state, Yongchuan Mustaki originally wanted to put on a stern look, but looking at Kankayuki's face, he couldn't put on a serious face, and even laughed. In the end, Yongchuan Mustaji also gave up, and asks Yang Kankyu Kazuki with the most natural tone and appearance. Okay, Ichiki. You are lucky this time. Could it be that Mr. Mustardy wants to give me full marks directly? Oh. I'm so touched. Like performing a drama, Kankayumu said these disgusting words. Don't think about it. You still have to ask. However, a high score is definitely inevitable. In the second half of the sentence, Yongchuan Mustaji's tone lowered a little. Sure enough, Mustachi-sensei is the best teacher. Stop flattering me. Okay, I ask me, you can answer it? What do you think of the future of Konoha village? It will become better and become the strongest in the ninja world. Okay, but you can't just think about it. You have to work hard for Konoha's tomorrow. I will work hard for my tomorrow. Next, what do you think of the mysterious organization's attack on Konoha? The reason why there are fights between people is that there is something called interests between people's hearts. Once interests are allowed to run rampant, it will bring contradictions, and the contradictions will continue to sublimate, resulting in disputes of interests. Perhaps the same is true for Konoha and the mysterious organization. Well, the communication between people's hearts is a wonderful and complicated thing. Once it is not rushed, there will be disputes of interests. Interests are the fuse of all battles. Next, why did you choose to take this Jounin exam? Because this time the prize is huge. If you can, what kind of ninjutsu do you want to choose to practice? Well, the technique of spiritual transformation. Konkyumu replied after pretending to think for a while. Yongchuan Mustardy's eyes were startled, and then he smiled lightly. Mr. Duan's art is not so easy to learn. Katsuki-sensei, do you know Dankato? Well, the reason why I came to Konoha was because of Mr. Duan's help. It's really amazing, then I have to work harder. Yeah. Come on. Ichiki. After that, Yongchuan Mistoki asked several questions on the question form made by Dai Hokage and others. Sarakazuki answered like a fluent, and Yongchuan Mistaki was also very satisfied with Kazuki's performance, although he originally wanted to. Full marks to Ichiki. At the back, Yongchuan Mistagi was basically chatting with Konkyumu, and he didn't need to interview anyone anyway. By the way, Mistagi-sensei, I have a question. Huh? Say it. Konkyumu stretched out his ring, lowered his volume and said. Do you know any information on this thing? I don't know much about this. I only know that this is a scientific ninja tool made by Dr. Fuzu. Yongchuan Katsuki also lowered his voice along with Ichiki. Who is this Dr. Fuzu? It's a scientist outside the village. He didn't achieve much in his early years, but in the past 10 years, he was like a burst of inspiration. The scientific tools he made brought great benefits to the ninja world, and all ninja villages were with him. There has been cooperation. Really? Then what else does Mr. Mustardwood know? That's all I know. The detailed information on the ring seems to be in a state of secrecy except for Hokage-sama, and all that can be known is the rules of the exam. Okay. Oh yes, after the test, when you went to the physical test, Hokage-sama asked us to conduct an interview for those who were eliminated. What? How's the process? Lord Naruto wants to give them a try for a resurrection match. Let us test their vision, intelligence, and let them use ninjutsu to attack the rubber man to test their strength. Oh, well. There doesn't seem to be any information that can be learned here, at most a resurrection match information. Well, Ichiki, the interview is over, you go to the school playground now, Hokage-sama will tell you where you live tonight. Oh. Ichiki got up helplessly, just as he walked to the door. He seemed to think of something, turned and walked towards Yongchuan Mustardy. Anything else? Yongchuan Mustachi was puzzled. Teacher Mustard, do me a favor. As he spoke, he whispered a few words beside Yongchuan Mustard Fungus. After listening to Tsukio Kazuki's words, Yongchuan Kazuki instantly showed a look of surprise. Are you telling the truth? I don't know. So I want you to help me with this, teacher. Okay, I see. If it works. Please. After I finished speaking, I left. Ichiki, sometimes your thoughts are really unexpected. After Ichiki left, Yongchuan Mistagi showed a bitter smile. Then, he also got up and left, and went somewhere. Chapter 44 _Jounin Exam, 6. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the playground of the Konoha Village Ninja School, Dai Hokage finally showed up, and with him came Koharu and Mitogate. First of all, I'm very honored that everyone can successfully pass today's science exam. But our exam will last for days. Apart from the 5 days in the Forest of Death, there is also 1 day for the one-on-one dual exam today. So everyone can't go home tonight. I have arranged your accommodation tonight. It's the dormitory of the ninja school. Don't worry, it's definitely enough. I'll post the list on the bulletin board. Check it out soon. We have also arranged meals. You can go to the school cafeteria at 6 o'clock. After that, Dai Hokage talked a lot about this Jonin exam, but there was no useful information in it. Squeezed out of the crowd, Kankai-yumu looked at his dormitory. Looking down through the rows of names on the list, I finally found my own name in the back. C0. After learning about his dormitory, Kankai-yumu went to find his dormitory first. C0, That's right. Looking at the room in front of him, Kankai-yumu nodded and walked into the room. Am I alone? Let's see who's with me first. There is a list posted on the wall of the dormitory. As soon as Kankai saw no one came, he looked at the list first. There are 6 people besides me. I really don't like people. Uchiha's real name, Uchiha Clan, Trouble. Naruto Castle? This guy is here too. Daisuke Shangshan. The ranking in the exam seems to be quite high. The oil girl's Hishin is a person with a ranking like the previous one, plus the oil girl family. It is estimated that the strength is not low. Hyaga. Yasuke Hyaga. Can it be distributed like this? Hey. Boy. Are you from this dormitory? At this time, a slightly frivolous voice came, and Kankai-yumu turned his head to see that it was a man with a fierce face. He is estimated to be 1.8 meters tall, very strong, with short gray-black hair and a dark complexion. His sharp eyes and frowning eyebrows seem to be talking about his arrogance. Yes, my name is Kankai-yumu, who are you? Ichiki replied flatly. He has seen a lot of vicious-looking people, and he is not scared by any kind of guy. When the man heard this, he was instantly displeased. He held down a name on the list with his finger and shouted, "This is the name of my uncle. Can't you see it?" Looking at the words Shangshan Daisuke on the list, Kankai-yumu sneered, "I'm sorry, after all, I haven't seen Shangshan-kun before. How do you know what you look like?" Daisuke Kamiya felt that he was being laughed at by Kazuki, and instantly showed an angry expression, grabbed Kazuki's collar and scolded. "You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Shangshan-kun's temper is really bad." Kazuki just looked at Daisuke Kamiya with a smile. He didn't want to get used to this guy's temper, but if something happened at such a time, the impact might be very bad. "Knowing that I have a bad temper, you dare to provoke me? Are you trying to be uncomfortable on purpose?" There was a hint of doubt in Daisuke Kamiya's annoyed tone. "Sorry." Ichiki finally chose to apologize. Daisuke on the shirt was lying on the bed alone, with Erlang's legs crossed. And Kankai-yumu was chatting outside the dormitory with Lekeng, who came later. "Is that guy in there bad-tempered?" Lekeng asked. "It's not bad, it's just a barrel of explosives." Yumu snorted. "Then it seems that I may not be able to sleep well tonight. What do you think?" Ichiki was very puzzled. Believe it or not, before 10 o'clock tonight, he can definitely cause something? And it's in our dormitory. Probably not. Although he has a big temper, he is someone who has achieved high marks in the test, so he should have some brains. Who told you that a person with a high score must have a good brain? You said. Looking at Kankai-yumu, who was full of doubts, Lekeng just smiled and calmed down. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Ichiki and Lekeng went to the cafeteria to eat. The food in the cafeteria is quite complete. It seems that taking into account the problem of the candidates being more talkative, various types of dishes are prepared in the cafeteria. After waiting in line for a while, it was Ichiki and Lekeng's turn to order. "Why do you only have meat?" Looking at Yumuyi's plate full of meat, Lekeng regretted a little. "It doesn't cost me any money, just enjoy it. Besides, I don't like vegetarian food that much, and I just can't spare the money to buy so much meat." I prefer sweet tofu and poached fish because they don't require much chewing. Luken also began to chat about his favorite food. It really suits your character. Ichiki smiled. At this moment, the two of them are really enjoying themselves like two old friends who have known each other for a long time. If Ichiki didn't have so many secrets, he might be able to meet more trustworthy friends. The reason why I can chat with Luken is mainly because Luken's character is trustworthy, plus he is very smart. Making friends with smart people is also very beneficial. Because you can learn something smart from him. They found a seat, and the two were about to sit down when an iron plate placed them on the seat ahead of them. Sorry. Let's sit down first. The first two were two people who looked 2 years older than Ichiki. One was gentle and kind, with curly cyan hair, and the other was serious and wore a black headscarf. It's all right. After responding, Kazuki and Luken went to another seat to sit down. This seat is a table for 4. The two of them seemed very familiar just now. Ichiki said. Famous mountains and rivers and Tongshan cliffs have the top 10 results in the test, and the results in the physical test are not weak. Luken replied. I'll just say, it turned out to be these two people. Get ready. Maybe I'll see them later. As long as it's not my enemy. What you say at such a time is usually counterproductive. Ichiki. Ah. That, sorry to disturb you. At this moment, a clear female voice came from beside Ichiki. Turning to look, it was a girl who looked about the same age as him. The girl has a pair of beautiful sapphire blue eyes, and her brows seem to be naturally gentle, with the girl's smile, which highlights this gentleness, making people want to approach them unconsciously. Her short silvery white hair covered her neck like a layer of thick and soft necklaces, and with her snow blue clothes, she showed an intellectual beauty at this time. Is something wrong? Ichiki asked the girl. The girl frowned slightly, and said apologetically to Ichiki and the others. The seats here are full. I can't find a seat to sit. Excuse me. Can I sit here with you? Excuse me, are you eating with friends? Just as Ichiki was about to say something, Luken took the lead. It's just me, I eat very quietly, please don't worry. The white-haired girl replied. Okay. Then you can be next to this guy? There will be people in the seat next to me. Luken pointed to the seat beside Yumu and said. Good. The girl didn't mind anything, she came to the seat beside Ichiki and did it. Seeing the well-behaved girl eating quietly beside him, Yumu couldn't help looking at Luken. His eyes seemed to be saying, I really do have you. Luken also responded to Ichiki with a look, as if to say, trivial. The tacit understanding between men is sometimes like this. However, Ichiki is really a wooden head. The girl was almost finished eating, and Ichiki didn't even talk to her, which made Luken a little disgusted, and he started talking to the girl. Hey, what's your name? The girl put down the spoon, looked at Kazuhiro and Ichiki, and said with a smile, Shinasara. Oops. Is that Shinasarazu who finished 6th in the test? It's better to see it once you hear it. It's not that exaggerated. I just tried my best to complete the exam. In the physical exam, I did very poorly. Shinasara smiled awkwardly. There's no such thing as a perfect person, and it's normal to have their own shortcomings. Ichiki also joined the chat at this time. You speak like an adult. Shinasaraju looked at Sarakazuki. I'm just using words I might say in a few years from now. Kongling pursed his lips and smiled. Ha ha ha, that's what this guy is like, by the way. So it's fate, can we be friends with you? Luken asked. Well, yes. Oh yes. I don't know your names yet. My name is Narakajo, I'm 12 years old, but I'll be one soon. I don't know much about it, I believe in the lazy god. But more often I believe in the sleeping god. Luken hit the road. My name is Konkayumu, just like this one, I'll be one soon. I like a quiet environment, and I like to enjoy the 10 minutes after being woken up by the alarm clock in the morning, because it is really comfortable to lie down during that time. Both of you like to sleep. Okay, I know you guys, you can call me Kong Bell. However, I won't call the boys' names very cordially. I'll add a June after your names. After Shiana Sarin responded to the words of the two, she picked up the plate and left, leaving only the two in reverie. Quiet girls are really good, aren't they? Yes, but I always feel like there's something missing, which makes me a little bit out of touch. What kind of woman do you like? Luken asked with a wicked smile at this moment. I'm not going to answer you if you ask that. Then let me guess. I'm afraid you'll try to criticize me. Then tell me the answer. Curiosity will kill the cat. It was the ignorant cat that killed the wise deer. You tell me what you think first. Mature and open. So decisive? I'm not going to hand over my answer if I lie. Really, I don't mind anyone knowing anyway. Hey, I'm not like you. There's nothing you can do now, right? Ah. Ichiki showed a face, really took your helpless expression, let Luken come closer, and then whispered. As long as I think it looks good, I like it, but it's better if the important parts are plump. So terrible. Don't talk nonsense. Not long ago, Kinsa was angry because her important parts were too flat. If it gets to her ears, I'm done. But she's real, so dare to face the reality. Okay. Hey. One would, the back. Luken showed a nervous expression, and his nervousness seemed to be pitiful. What's wrong? Ichiki frowned suspiciously and looked back. I saw a young girl with a smile on her face. 1,000. Kinsha. That. Ichiki subconsciously used it to block in front of him. Hum hum hum. The girl's smile has not stopped, but her face is a little ugly. Ichiki was helpless and took a deep breath. Then. Call out. Run away, you fuel the road. Die. Asshole. Boom. Konkayumu, never get up again. No, of course not, he was just taken to the infirmary and bandaged. Chapter 45_Jounin Exam, 7. It's so beautiful to be alive. At midnight, Konkayumu returned from rest in the health room. When I came to the door of the dormitory, I was about to go in, but the next moment, the dormitory door burst open. A figure flew out from the cracked door. Ichiki frowned, the Crimson King. Dulu. After deleting the time of 01 seconds, Ichiki avoided the flying figure. Dare to laugh at Uchiha? Don't you die, bastard. Looking through the cracked door, a young man with blood-red eyes clenched his fists and looked out the door with a fierce look. If you guessed correctly, he is Uchiha's real name. A wooden heart secretly said. Boy. Are you courting death? The voice from behind caught Konkayumu's attention. Looking back, it was Daisuke with a shirt on. At this moment, a murderous expression appeared on his face. Luken is quite accurate. Daisuke Shangshan walked slowly to the door of the dormitory, then tore off the broken door and threw it out. Uchiha's real name also walked towards Daisuke Kazena. The distance between the two gradually shortened, and the two barrels of explosive seemed to be ignited. Clang. Uchiha's real name pulled out the blade he was wearing at his waist in an instant, and Daisuke's t-shirt also slashed with the blade. Call out. It didn't work out, it's boring. Konkayumu muttered in his heart, then walked into the dormitory. Hyaga Minghui. What are you doing? Are you trying to find fault? Daisuke Shangshan scolded fiercely. At this moment he was caught by Minghui Hyaga from the side, unable to move. Bug, worm. Get out of the way. Don't touch my knife. Uchiha's real name was also shocked by the insects that suddenly appeared on the blade, and he threw the blade hard to throw the insects away. I don't want to see someone fighting where I rest. Hyuga Minghui said coldly. Sorry, this is my gold bug, and I don't want to see anyone disturbing the bugs. Let the bugs come back to him, Oil Girl's Hishin said helplessly. Borrow it? Passing through several human rooms, Kankayumu returned to his bed. Bang! Let go! Daisuke Kami-shan shouted to Akira Hyuga. Although Hyuga Minghui loosened Daisuke's shirt, his eyes kept warning him. Uchiha's real name also knew that it would not go on like this, so he put away the knife. The two returned to their beds like this, but from the eyes that glared at each other from time to time, it could be seen that the matter between them was not over yet. These guys who don't know each other seem to have a lot of strength. But judging from the current situation, they will all be enemies. Lying on his bed on the top bunk, Kankayumu looked lazily at his roommate below. I said everyone, since you are so destined. Let's play cards together. At this time, in order to ease the awkward atmosphere in the dormitory, Lekeng took out the cards he secretly brought. Okay, as long as some rude people don't come, I'll be fine with the others. Uchiha's real name lay on his bed and shouted. As long as some arrogant idiot doesn't come, I don't care. Daisuke Kami-shan also shouted. You chimpanzee! Say a few words to me. Don't reveal your true nature. Are you courting death? Smelly salted fish. Obviously your score in the exam is not as high as mine, but you are pretending to be arrogant. Are you trying to say that you are stronger than me? Do you want to try it? Just try it. After saying that, Uchiha's real name picked up the long sword beside him. Enough. If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Hyuga Minghui roared. Shut up. Hyuga Minghui. You really thought I would give you face? Don't provoke the noble Uchiha just because you are a mere Hinata genius. I've long disliked you. Uchiha's real name growled with a tired expression. Do you want to die? Hyuga Minghui's eyes became fierce. It should be me who said that. After speaking, Uchiha's real name pointed to the two people in front of him with the hilt. Let's go together. Don't say I won't give you a meeting. There were many blue veins on Daisuke's face, and he couldn't hold back his anger at this guy any longer, and was about to rush up and beat him. It was as if he was immobilized. Daisuke on the shirt couldn't move at the moment. He looked down with trembling eyes, but found that it was the shadow imitation of Narakajo. If everyone can get together, it means fate, don't make it so unhappy. Although Lekeng still used a relaxed and flat tone, his face was a little ugly. Obviously he really didn't want to see someone fighting here. I heard no chimpanzees. Fighting is bad. So. I choose to kill you. That's not a fight, ahahahaha. Uchiha's real name showed a crazy expression. He was about to pull out his long knife to kill this annoying chimpanzee, but the next moment, he felt unbelievable. Pull the knife hard. Useless. Power up. Useless. Do your best. Useless. Why? My knife, why can't I pull it out? Although Uchiha's real name used all his strength, his long sword remained motionless. Mr. Minghui, forget it. Hyuga Yasuke said to Hyuga Minghui at this time. Understood. Accepting Yasuke's suggestion, Akira Hyuga returned to his bed, leaving only Daisuke, who couldn't move, and was incompetent and furious, and the real name of Uchiha, who couldn't even pull out a knife, was humiliating. The oil girl's Hishin, who has been silent for a long time, will look closely at the farce in front of her tomorrow, but will look at the empty hill Ichiki lying on the top of Hyuga Minghui. Whether this person was in the dormitory for the first time at night or now, I have never seen him go out even once. And he can maintain a sleeping posture under such circumstances, it seems that he is a guy with deep water. Oil Girl's Hishin's heart couldn't help but be wary of Ichiki. On the side of Izuki, he was also in a fake sleep. In fact, he was already laughing in his heart. Ha ha ha. Isn't that a dignified Uchiha? You can't even pull out a knife? Thinking of this, then a figure also returned to Ichiki's body. It was artwork. Just now, Ichiki used artwork to fix the scabbard of Uchiha's real name, so that the scabbard is firmly fixed on the blade. Even if Uchiha's real name is powerful, it is impossible to use brute force to break free from artwork fixed something. Yasuke Hyuga also saw the feat made by Ichiki, so he went to persuade Minghui Hyuga to stop making trouble. This farce ended with the patient persuasion of Naraluken in the end, and everyone went to bed after bathing one after another. But tonight, it is destined to be extraordinary. Root base. A root ninja kneels in front of a man half wrapped in bandages. Danzo-sama. Everything is ready? It's fine. Do you know what to do when you're done? Danzo didn't even open his eyes, he just said this coldly. Of course I do. After dealing with the target, put the blame on Chikuranora. It's good to know, I want the newcomer to know, don't think that if you lead a few civilian ninjas, you can run wild. Yes. Did the people sent in by various departments investigate clearly? We haven't heard from the people we sent in yet. Well, go down. Yes. After the root ninja left, Danzo slowly opened his eyes. Sarutobi, what are you hiding in the rules? Shortcut for this exam? Thinking of this, Danzo also left the root base. Konoha civilian area, branch warehouse building. Mr. Shikura, our people have sent information. He has already learned about the candidates sent by the major forces to the Shangnan exam. In front of the desk, Shikura's servant respectfully said to Shikuranora. Really? That's pretty cool. Looking at the charming night view outside the window, Shikuranora smiled. Is there anything I need to tell him? Asked under that name. Don't be nervous. Just let him play by himself. There's no need for him to win the exam anyway. I just want him to get some unfavorable information during the exam. Yes, this guy Danzo has been suppressing us recently. Hey. An old fox. Get rid of him sooner or later. Well. Do we need to add some people? No need. Yes. Empty Hill's home. Dad. Suddenly awakened by a nightmare, Naze Zinmei jumped up from the bed in fright. Wiping the cold sweat on her forehead, she glanced at the time. It was 9:15 in the evening. She walked out of the room and poured herself a glass of water. When pouring the water, she unintentionally looked at Kazuki's room, seems to be thinking a little. Drop 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 drop. It wasn't until the water cup was filled with water that the water overflowed, and a drop of water fell on her feet, that she realized that she had just lost her mind. Why, are you in a daze? Nace Zinmei couldn't help thinking. However, she shook her head quickly, so that she would not have so many distracting thoughts, and then she took out a photo, which was a picture of two people fighting in a burning ruins, but after a careful look, incredible. Although the photo was taken from a distance, it can still be seen clearly that the two people in the photo are Kazuki Tsukio and Siakiro Naze. Dad. Naze Zinmei bit her lip, and she forcibly held back the tears that appeared in the corners of her eyes, because she didn't want to, or she didn't want to. She didn't want to cry at Kankayuma's house, because Kankayuma was the one who killed her father. The sadness in her eyes gradually turned into anger, and behind her, a white figure appeared. The time of the night passed quickly, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. After everyone washed up, they went to the playground to gather at 8 o'clock. Dai Hokage also brought a group of high-level executives to the podium. After another bunch of boring polite words, he took the remaining candidates to the forest of death. Walking in the crowd, Kankayuma couldn't help but feel a little clueless. The front, is the most dangerous place in this exam. It is also the key to whether you can get 1,000 points. Every step is accompanied by danger. Chapter 46_Jounin Exam, 8. Dead Forest Border. Everyone, you must have a certain strength if you have successfully survived until now, but please pay attention, the next exam is extremely dangerous, and I will let everyone sign a life and death certificate first. After signing the life and death certificate, then you can take the test. I will also explain the detailed rules to the remaining candidates. Of course, you can also choose not to sign, but if you choose not to sign, you will not be able to participate in this exam, including the one-on-one finals that follow, but the points you have earned before can be retained and used as your final points. But if you choose to sign the life and death certificate, then Konoha will not be responsible for the death of the candidate. Everyone, please decide for yourself. After saying these words, Dai Hokage left the candidates some time to think. The word death is a fear for most people. Under the erosion of fear, most people will choose to escape, but there are also people who are willing to risk their lives for some benefits. After 10 minutes of thinking, one candidate chose to withdraw from the exam. 114 remaining candidates at the moment. After the remaining candidates signed the life and death certificate, Dai Hokage smiled lightly and began to explain the detailed rules of the Forest of Death exam. This test lasts for 5 days and 4 nights. We will give each person a small backpack. Candidates can put what they need into the backpack, and everyone must use their own survival skills and rational use of resources to get through these days. Sky. 12 o'clock on the 5th day, everyone needs to appear at the tower in the heart of the Forest of Death. If there are still people who do not arrive at 12:30, the timeout will be automatically eliminated. There are many points maps set up in the examination room. You can get a credit coin by following the directions on the map. The points represented by the points coins are copper coins worth 6 points, silver coins worth 6 points, and gold coins worth 10 points. Of course, you don't have to go through the map to get the points coins. If you are lucky, you can directly find the points coins somewhere. The map just makes it easier for you to get points. Each person can only accumulate 0 points at most. The accumulated points coins can be exchanged for points in the scoring area. This exam allows candidates to fight each other to get each other's rings. If any candidates want to give up during the test, they can call the rescue personnel in the test room through the call button on the ring, but once they give up the test, they will give up directly in front of you. All points earned before are cleared, then eliminated. Don't imagine getting help from rescuers during the exam, they won't care about the exam unless you press the call button. This test will also test the teamwork ability of the candidates, so we will also organize you into a team and take the test as a group. Many people are directly grouped together. Next, please make a group assignment. He took out a numbered ball from the box where the numbers were taken, Kankayumu said. Why such an old-fashioned distribution method? Although he was a little puzzled, Dai Hokage said that this was to convince the candidates that Konoha did not maliciously assign the group, so Suki Okazuki accepted it with half-belief. Caution. Looking at the number ball inside, Kankayumu murmured. Just as Kankayumu was thinking about things with the number ball, a shadow bumped into Kankayumu. Ah, sorry. I was thinking about something just now, so I didn't look carefully at the road. A gentle and crisp female voice reached Kankayumu. Looking away from the number ball, Kankayumu looked for the source of the sound and went over. The two sides looked at each other with surprised expressions on their faces. Kankayumu. Empty bell. That's right, the girl in front of her is Shiina Sarazu, whom Kazuki Saraki met yesterday. What a coincidence, are you looking for your teammates? Sara asked in a suspicious tone. Well, looking for someone whose number ball is Jiashin. Kankayumu replied indifferently. Huh. Hearing Ichiki's words, Kong Ling's face showed a stunned expression, and then she slowly took out her number ball, and it was written on it, Jiashan. Aha, what a wonderful fate. Kong Kyumu smiled and joked. Well, then, please take care of me. Kong Kyumu-kun. The girl's tone was a little shy. Obviously, she didn't seem to be used to teaming up with boys. Then let's find the remaining teammate together. Kong Kyumu said. The girl nodded obediently, and then followed Kong Kyumu to find the remaining teammates. After a period of searching, they finally found the last teammate. I didn't expect it to be you in the same dormitory. Kong Kyumu looked at the tall and cold boy with sunglasses in front of him. Well, Ichiki-kun, please give me more advice. The oil girl's Hishin said. After another 10 minutes, Dai Hokage asked each group of candidates to enter the Forest of Death from different directions in batches. With the entry of the last group of candidates, the Forest of Death exam officially begins. I don't know who Yasuke and Chisa are teaming up with, but we have to meet safely, you guys. Kong Kyumu thought to himself. Hey, Kong Kyumu-kun, are you familiar with survival in the wild? Shianasara asked. She seemed to be more willing to talk to Kazuki than the oily girl Shisari, who seemed to be idle. It's okay, it's just that it's not just us here. I'm more afraid of his group's attack. Kong Kyumu said flatly. Actually, I don't know anything about field survival and teamwork. I'm afraid I'll hurt you, so please point out what I didn't do well. Please. The girl's eyes became firm, and she could see that she really didn't want to harm the people in the group because of her own fault. Don't worry. I'm very good. Yumu said. Yumu-kun, we can actually assign tasks according to our specialties. For example, I can use bugs to conduct reconnaissance. So, you can give me the task of scouting the terrain and the movements of his group. At this time, the oily girl's Hishin said. Who? That's right. I've learned some medical ninjutsu, and I can cook too. You can leave this to me. If the empty bell was awakened, she echoed excitedly from the side, but she seemed to be a little nervous, and her words were a little unnatural. Well, leave the rest to me. Although I can't say that I am very proficient in wild survival, I have also been on the battlefield twice, and I still know some skills. By the way, let me take a look at the tools you bring. Kong Kyumu looked at the two of them. When Kong Ling heard the words, she immediately took out the tools in her backpack. A box of medical equipment, a pair of sets, 10 smoke bombs, this scroll, some kunao, riken, and a water filter cup. Seeing that Shianasara took the initiative to take out the equipment in her backpack, the oil girl's Hishin also took out the equipment in her backpack. A small bottle contains some bugs, some silver items, which seem to be food for the bugs, some military ration pills, 50 detonating charms, and 5 scrolls. There is a limit to what each person can carry, and if you stay with too many bulky things, it will become a burden, so most people choose to bring something that can make them useful. Take another look at the tools in Kong Kyumu's backpack. 20 detonating charms, 10 smoke bombs, a bundle of steel wire, a bundle of fishing line, this scroll, some plastic wrapped charcoal, 12 iron sticks, and some military ration pills. It seems that I'm the only one who brought things for cooking. Kong Kyumu scratched the back of his head. If you bring something you won't use, it will become a burden. The oil girl's Hishin said aside. The size of our backpack doesn't seem to allow us to bring pots and pans, ahaha. Kong Ling joked aside. It doesn't matter, we can spend these 5 days with reasonable use of the resources we have. And Kong Kyumu paused for a while, then continued, if any of us are sick or injured, please don't hide anything. Don't risk your life just because of a Jounin exam, even if you miss it this time, there will be another time, next time, as long as our lives are still there, there will be. Do you understand? Understood. Kankayuma really looks like a little adult. Shianasara pursed her lips and smiled. Aha! Hey! I said Dinglun. Why do you bring all these things to eat? Do you know that you have to deal with unknown enemies in this exam? What's the use of bringing these? Yama-yuna said angrily. I'm sorry, Yuna, I'm really afraid of starvation, and I'm not allowed to carry it. Chiudeo Dinglun squatted on the ground like a child, his two index fingers were constantly touching each other. How dare you talk back? Okay Yuna. Now is not the time to worry about these things, by the way. I haven't looked at your backpack yet. Naraluken looked at Yama-yuna and said. I just brought some normal things, so don't look at it. Hearing this, Yama-yuna's expression seemed a little unnatural. Naraluken's eyes became suspicious, and then he seemed to understand something and smiled bitterly. Don't you bring those useless skincare products again. Lukeng's words seemed to irritate Yama-yuna, who said angrily, what skincare products are there? Do you know how important these are for a girl? Saying that, she took out a can of mosquito repellent spray from her backpack. Do you know what it's like to have mosquitoes flying around your ears while you sleep? Then he took out another box of ointment. Do you know what it's like to be bag after bag by mosquitoes? Then he took out a box of masks. You know how important a face is to a girl. Okay. I'm afraid of you. I don't know how long I have been listening to the introduction of skincare products. Lukeng felt that his head was big. He was really curious. How did girls remember the names and detailed functions of these skincare products? And why can they choose the one they need among the many cosmetics at a glance? In the end, it was very helpless, only Lukeng brought normal utensils. The beginning of the pig and deer butterflies is very bad. Chapter 47 Jounin Exam, 9. Somewhere in the forest of death. The guy who keeps bed bugs dares to offend us? This time I have to give him a little slap. I know we're not easy to mess with. A man with a scar on his face from the center of his eyebrows to the corner of his mouth growled. But eldest brother. After all, the oil girl is also a big family, and we can't deal with the family behind him alone. A green-haired man next to the scarred man was embarrassed. Big brother didn't think about breaking up with the oil girl clan directly, didn't you know that? The son of the oil girl G Falcon is here now? The last man without eyebrows laughed viciously. That's right. If we can't deal with the oil girl G Falcon, then we can still deal with his son. The scarred man laughed. Then what if we killed his son and it was found out later? The green-haired man wondered. Idiot. We are supported by Mr. Zhikang. He told us. Afterwards, all the blame will be planted to the people at the root. He will help us deal with the rest. The scarred man patted the green-haired man on the head. Okay. Humph. Let's go, Bumiya, Ping-chan. The scarred man said. Yes. The two said in unison. After the people left, a figure walked out of the grass. A bunch of idiots. Do you really think Mr. Shikuro will help you? Whimsical. The man showed a treacherous smile, then turned and walked towards the shadows, his upper, holding two bloody rings. Kankayuma group is here. After everyone injected chakra into the ring, the oil girl's Hishin took the initiative to carry out the reconnaissance mission. Hishin. Don't shout if you have information, just let the gold-eating insects spread the news. Understood. After communicating with Hishin, the oil girl who was hiding in the tree, seeing that Hishin had no problem, Kankayuma stopped paying attention there. Hey, Kankayuma-kun, is this mushroom edible? I don't seem to have seen it in a popular science book. At this moment, Shianasara asked while looking at a pair of mushrooms on the ground. No, most of the mushrooms in the forest of death are not suitable for use. I heard my teacher say that if it is in the forest of death, it is best to choose to hunt animals to eat. After all, animals are also discerning. Yes, they don't take the initiative to eat poisonous things, so it's safer to eat their meat. Konkayumu explained. So it is. The empty bell is like being woken up. Let's think more about points coins. I will consider these little things. I'm wondering if the maps that Hokage-sama mentioned were randomly placed, or was there some pattern that we didn't notice? It's hard to say, after all, we haven't found a single map right now. Kongchiu, how many points do you have now? At this moment, Kong Ling suddenly asked. Why do you ask this? Konkayumu frowned slightly. Just a little curious, let's talk about it? Shianasara's eyes widened and she gave a cute look. Looking at the girl in front of him with suspicious eyes, after thinking about it, Konkayumu still said his points, 2 points. Oh. Konkayumu-kun, you are amazing, I only have 15 points now. As if to dispel the suspicion of Kazuki-Sara, Shiana took the initiative to tell her points after hearing the answer. Not bad. Tsukio Kazuki replied, but in his heart, for some reason, he was wary of the girl Shiana-Sara. Buzzing. At this time, a golden insect flew to the empty hill of a fungus. Zhishin's gold-eating bug. Immediately aware that this was a reminder from Oil Girl's Zhishin, Tsukio Kazuki hurriedly grabbed Shiana-Sara, pulled her to hide behind a tree, and observed the surrounding situation with a slight probe. Kongchiu, what's wrong? Shiana-Saraju was a little overwhelmed by Kazuki's sudden behavior, and she asked Kazuki beside her suspiciously. Someone. Huh. With a simple answer, the girl instantly understood the meaning of Ichimoku's words, followed by a fighting stance. Konkayumu noticed Kong Bell's movements, and he gestured for Kong Bell not to act indiscriminately. You just stay here and don't move. I'll deal with these people. On the tree, the Oil Girl's Zhishin carefully watched the two figures galloping forward. There are only 2 people. After excluding the situation that someone in their group gets separated, there is only. The Oil Girl's Zhishin murmured. Suddenly, a shrill voice came from behind, and he turned his head. It was a man with a scar on his face. That's right. There is only one person left in the dark with an answer. The scarred man smiled evilly. Ding. After a brief exchange with Kunao, Zhishin, the Oil Girl, distanced herself from the scarred man. At this time, the scarred man shouted to the 2 people running under the tree. Go and deal with the 2 behind the tree over there. The scar man's idea is very clear. He wants to kill the Oil Girl's Zhishin, but the 2 people who are in the same group with the Oil Girl's Zhishin are likely to hinder his good deeds. So he asked his team members to catch Oil Girl's Zhishin's companion, so that he could deal with Oil Girl's Zhishin without any worries. At the same time, the Oily Girl's Zhishin may also be unable to let go because she is worried about her companions, so that the scarred man can relax. The current situation is right. If they are all fighting in the same place, it is very likely that he will be attacked by his companions or catch Ichiki so that I can't let go. The best thing to do is for me to set up one myself and let Kazuki and Kong Ling cooperate with each other to deal with the remaining 2. This scarred man seems to be their leader, just let him go. Kazuki is a person who hides his strength, maybe he just doesn't want to be noticed by others. I can also let him play better by spending a person. That's it? Because he didn't know that the enemy was coming to deal with him, Oil Girl's Zhishin came up with a tactic of spending one person. The Oil Girl's Zhishin was in Konkayumu's field of vision at the moment. Zhishin used a gesture behind his back. Konkayumu saw it and understood what Zhishin meant. Let me hold those 2 people? Okay. Heart murmured. Konkayumu asked Kong Ling to call him in danger, and then he ran towards the green-haired man and the eyebrowless man. Ji-sung and the scarred man are here. It was another brief physical battle, and the scarred man smiled. Not bad. He has his own skills, but it's not over yet. The scarred man then threw out a few Riken swords, and at the same time, he double nodded and launched ninjutsu in the other direction. Thunder escape? Thunderball. If I dodge Jian, I have only one direction to dodge, which is the other thick branch on the left. And what he looks like now seems to be using ninjutsu, which means that he will use ninjutsu in the direction of the thick branch on the left. If I dodge Rika, then I'll be hit by his ninjutsu. Considering it all, I can only take Jian. Thinking of this, the oily girl's Hishin hurriedly called out a large number of gold-eating insects. Shhhhhhh. Buzzing. Seeing Li Jian flying, the gold-eating insects were so excited that they rushed forward. Bang bang bang. The gold-eating worms gathered and wrapped the sword in an instant, and then dispersed in the next instant. Looking at the sword there, it had long since disappeared. And Lei Dun of the scarred man also fluttered in the air. Whoa, damn it! The scarred man smacked his lips. Oil girl Ji prejudice plan is feasible, and hurriedly ran away to other places. Did you run away alone? Good luck. Then the scarred man looked at his team members. What's the matter? Being held back by a stinky brat? At this moment, Konkai Yuma was dragging the scarred man's team members with one's strength, which made the scarred man a little angry, so he shouted to his team members. Never mind that kid. Follow me. Later, because he was afraid that the oil girl's Hishin would run away, the scarred man went to chase him first. Konkai Yuma is here. Because of the power of a stand-in, Konkai Yuma can dodge or take the attack of the two without being noticed, but unfortunately his body is still inferior, so he is already out of breath at this moment. When the green-haired man and the eyebrowless man heard the scar man's words, they immediately understood, throwing off the melee attack of Konkai Yuma, and the two were planning to catch up with the scar man. Good meeting. When Konkai saw this, the time has come. Green Emperor. In an instant, the Green Emperor found next to Konkai Yuma, catching up with the slightly slower green-haired man at the fastest speed. Call out. One of the green-haired man's foot was entangled by the French Emperor, and he fell from the tree because of this. Without giving the green-haired man a breather, Konkai Yuma had already come to his side. He pierced his heart with the back of the green-haired man who had no way of doing it, and instantly blood spurted out and stained on Konkai Yuma's clothes. The green-haired man also died with doubts. Ya. When the eyebrowless man saw the green-haired man dead, he was instantly furious. Instead of chasing the scarred man, he chose to stay and deal with Konkai Yuma. Konkai Yuma looked at the eyebrowless man with cold eyes, which made the eyebrowless man shudder. What's the matter? Why are you scared by the stinky brat? Damn it! The eyebrowless man immediately made a seal. Water escape? Water rush. Dulu. Using the ability of the King of Crimson, Konkai Yuma dodged his attack in the blink of an eye, and his position with the eyebrowless man was also much closer. Damn! The browless man was not reconciled, and immediately threw out several Li swords. Seeing Li Jian flying, Konkai Yuma smiled faintly, and then bombing space appeared. Boom! With one air swing, bombing space cut the space in front of you, and those Jian were also in these spaces, so they were also cut off, and at the same time, the thrust formed by cutting the air, the empty hill and the Wookiee the eyebrows are getting closer again. Not good. Seeing that Konkai Yuma didn't know what kind of ninjutsu he used, the eyebrowless man's heart showed the fear of death. That's right. Suddenly, the eyebrowless man realized that behind the tree there was a companion with an empty hill and a tree, so he hurried towards the tree. As long as you hold that person hostage, this guy won't dare to act rashly on me. With this thought in mind, the browless man ran towards Shianasara. Shianasara, who was about to watch the battle just now, saw the scene in front of her. A browless man was running towards her. Want to take hostages? Damn it! Seeing that the eyebrowless man was about to attack Shinosara, Suki Okazuki hurriedly chased after him, and kept using bombing space to shave off the air. Not good. How come he is getting closer and closer? Don't talk about taking hostages like this, I have to die myself. Since that's the case, then I'll take someone to die with me. Then the browless man clenched his kunao and stabbed towards Shinosara. Seeing this, Kong Ling hurriedly got up and fled, but the next moment, she suddenly failed to step on her feet and fell. In battle, then a single mistake can be a big mistake. At this moment, because of Kong Ling's sudden fall, the browless man's Kyu is getting closer and closer to her. The girl's eyes finally showed fear, she was afraid that she would be dead in the next moment. But at this moment, what Konkayumu said to herself appeared in her mind. If there is danger, call my name and I will be there soon. At this moment, she couldn't manage so much anymore, and shouted with all her strength. Konkayumu! Drop! 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 The blood-stained Kyu stopped just a millimeter away from the center of his eyebrows. Shinosara nervously looked at the extremely sharp kunao in front of her, and the back that was pierced by kunao. Just now, at the critical moment, Konkayumu successfully arrived by taking a shortcut, but because of the shortcut, he couldn't kill the Wumei man directly, so he had to block the Kyu that the Wumei man stabbed first. At this moment, Konkayumu used his pierced right to tightly hold the eyebrowless man and hold kunao's, preventing him from escaping. At this time, Kazuki Sukiyo turned his back to Shinosara, and said to her in a calm tone, Kaoru, close your eyes. But listen. The girl wanted to say something, but Konkayumu didn't give her the meeting, so he interrupted and ordered. Seeing this, Kong Ling stopped talking and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 48_Jounin Exam, 10. Call out. Call out. The two figures quickly shuttled between the trees. Lei done? Lei Qianben. The scarred man performs ninjutsu again. One after another, thunder and lightning like thin needles were launched from his mouth. Dodging the scar man's attack again, Ji Chengjian did not choose to retreat after he had already pulled away a lot. Finally, don't plan to run away. The scarred man hummed. Run? I didn't think about it from the beginning, I just wanted to spare you. Oil Girl's Hishin replied coldly. Ha 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 ha. How stupid. It seems that you haven't discovered our purpose. Huh. Hishin frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Come out. The scarred man shouted. Hishin heard the words and understood that there were still enemies, so he assumed a fighting stance. But just like that, 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds later, the scarred man's aid has not come. Damn. Those two guys, are they being held back by that kid again? Damn it. The scarred man scolded angrily. It seems that I don't need to worry about the battle situation on Ichiki-kun's side. Next, just deal with him. Humph. Forget it, I can kill you alone. The scarred man said, and immediately rushed towards Hishin. Gold eaters. Hishin called out his gold-eating worms, and the worms got Hishin's instructions and immediately gathered together to block the scarred man. A bunch of goddamn bugs. Then the scarred man quickly formed the seal. Thunder escape? Lightning ball. Balls of light formed by lightning spewed out of the scarred man's mouth and flew towards the gathered gold-eating insects. Disperse. After receiving Hishin's order, the gold-eating insects quickly dispersed, and Lei Dun, the scarred man, also fluttered. No fight again. Damn it. Just when the scarred man was angry and attacked again, the gold-eating bugs had already come behind him. The scarred man saw that something was wrong, he hurriedly threw out a few Ri swords, and then jumped off to the right. Bang bang bang. Effulgian are food in the eyes of the gold-eating insects, and they are eaten clean in the blink of an eye. A light flashed on Zhishan's sunglasses, and then he said slowly, in front of my gold-eating worm, anything containing iron will be decomposed and eaten by it. This is the ability of the oil girl's Zhishan. In the oil girl family, there are all kinds of bugs, and they have all kinds of abilities. And Zhishan's gold-eating worm, its ability is to decompose all iron into iron elements and eat it. It can also convert iron into chakra and feed it back to the host, which means that only the more iron the gold-eating insects eat, the more chakra reserves of Zhishan will increase. Seeing that the gold-eating insects were still entangled in him, the scarred man couldn't bear it anymore, and threw out a few detonating charms and then detonated them. Boom! There was an explosion, and a lot of dust and smoke appeared. In the current situation, he is likely to hide in the smoke and wait to attack. It is difficult for the gold-eating worm to find the target in this situation, so I can only rely on myself. Thinking of this, Zhishan also took out his kunao, always vigilant against the scar man's attack. Suddenly, there was a strange noise behind Zhishan, and knowing that the scarred man was probably behind him at the moment, Zhishan immediately ordered the gold-eating bug to fly behind him. In the battle between ninjas, any unnecessary movement will lead to death. Looking at where the scarred man might be hiding, Zhishan said coldly. Yeah. But there's one more thing. Any pointless offense is giving the pair a chance. At this time, behind the smoke hit. It's the scarred man. How come? The gold bugs have failed? Incredible. He clearly let the gold eater attack the scarred man, but why? Why can the scarred man appear unharmed? Taking a closer look, Zhishan suddenly realized it. At this moment, a layer of Lei-dun chakra is attached to the scarred man's clothes. After the gold-eating bugs touched the scarred man, they were electrocuted by the Lei-dun chakra on the scarred man's clothes. It was his rash attack just now that allowed the scarred man to find a way to attack at this moment. Not good. Seeing that the scarred man is getting closer and closer to him, Zhishan secretly thinks that it is not good. Go to hell. The scarred man showed a crazy smile, victory was already within reach. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and a fallen figure and a standing figure gradually became clearly visible. Scarred man, 1. Do not. Wrong. That standing figure, is the oil girl's Zhishan. How is it possible? The scarred man said weakly. Obviously he has won. How come? Confused, aren't you? Let me tell you. Standing in front of the scarred man, the oily girl's Zhishan said plainly. In nature, there is a rule that the weak can eat the strong. Powerful insects can rely on their own strength to get more food. Such a life often makes them frivolous, while those thin insects can only survive carefully, so they will be extremely cautious. This phenomenon exists among my gold-eating insects. Those skinny gold-eating insects are only a little bigger than ants, so their fighting power is also very weak. But it is because they are poor and weak that they become extra cautious. Will complete the command in the safest way possible. They just took advantage of their size, mixed with smoke and dust so you didn't notice. They follow the smoke from your respiratory tract into your body. The human body contains iron element, although not much, but without iron element, one cannot live. These skinny gold-eating bugs are eating up your iron in your body. Now you are not far from death. No. The scarred man growled. Zhishan ignored the dying man with scars, just took his ring, and turned to leave. Konkyumu is here. After Shianasara closed his eyes, Suki Ukazuki started the execution of the eyebrowless man. Behind Konkyumu, Whitesnake appeared. The eyebrowless man let out a low growl, his neck seemed to be strangled by something, very uncomfortable. That invisible force just grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. Konkyumu also loosened the pierced one at this moment. What's going on? The eyebrowless man's heart was full of fear and doubt at the moment. There was a dent on his neck that was pinched by the palm, but no matter how the eyebrowless man touched it, he just couldn't touch the obvious existence but couldn't see it. Arm. Call out. Ah. He punched the eyebrowless man quickly and violently. The eyebrowless man was in pain at this time, but because he was controlled by Whitesnake, he couldn't resist, so he had to let Kankayuma beat him. After being beaten like a punching bag, the eyebrowless man also became bruised and swollen at the moment. Are you attacking us for points or is there another purpose? Kankayuma's icy voice reached the eyebrowless man's ears. Because his throat was strangled, the eyebrowless man couldn't speak clearly at the moment. Seeing the appearance of the eyebrowless man who couldn't even speak, Kankayuma first let Whitesnake reduce some of his strength. Think clearly to answer. Tsukio Izuki reminded that because Shiina Saraju was by his side, Tsukio Izuki himself had to speak carefully, otherwise it would be bad if she heard something she shouldn't have heard. At this time, Kankayuma was like a god of death in the eyes of a browless man. If he made a mistake in his words, he would kill himself in an instant. After going through some ideological struggle, the eyebrowless man finally chose to answer frankly. Our purpose is to kill the oily girl because his father had a holiday with us. Behind Heishin is a family of oily women. Didn't you think of this? Thinking about it, but we are not afraid because someone is behind us. Having captured this key information, Izuki Tsukio wanted to inquire immediately, but since Sarashina was still by his side, Izuki Tsukio had to let Whitesnake activate his abilities. I don't care if anyone supports you, you just wanted to kill my companion, I'm very angry, so. After Kankayuma took the memory disk of the eyebrowless man, he took out the kunao and killed him. Empty bell, you can open your eyes now. Kankayuki regained his gentle voice again. As soon as Shiina Sara opened her eyes, she was taken aback by the death of the man in front of her, and she hesitantly said to Ichiki. Kankayuma, are you alright? It's just a little tired and pierced, which is more troublesome. Kankayuma helplessly looked at his wounded. I'm sorry, it's because of me and yours that you're hurt? Let me bandage you. The girl's face was full of apology and worry at this time, her eyebrows were wrinkled into the word 8, her lips were slightly open, and a pair of slender little men stretched out to Kankayuma's injured palm. No need, I'll wrap it up myself later. Kankayuma swayed. No way. Shiina Sara's eyes became firm, and she placed her right on her chest. It's because you protected me that you got hurt. It makes me feel very guilty, and I have to do what I can do. I can't be protected by others all the time, and I'm useless. Well, then you wait a minute. Seeing that the girl was so persistent, Kankayuma no longer refused, just let the girl wait for a while. Going to the eyebrowless man's body, Kankayuma gave him a cold look, then took off his ring, and came to the green-haired man's body. Similarly, Kankayuma also took him down. The ring. After all, these are real points, you can't forget them. Okay, but you have to be gentle with me. Back in front of Kongling, Kankayuma stretched out the injured one. Well, absolutely. The girl smiled slightly. Let Kankayuma lean against the tree, and Kongling herself kneels on one knee to heal her wounds. Maybe the girl Kongling really has the talent of medical ninja. Kankayuma feels that the empty bell at the moment is like an old doctor, skilled in applying medicine and dressing herself, and the bandages are like flying around her. The silk scarf is average. Soon, this simple dressing was completed, and then the girl used medical ninjutsu to speed up the healing of Ichiki's wound. Somewhat nasty, she ties the bandage with a bow at the end of the dressing. Why do you have to tie a bow? It looks a little strange. Kankayuma said a little embarrassedly. After the treatment, Kongling also naturally sat next to Ichiki. Hearing what he said, Kong Ling couldn't help but pursed his lips and smiled, winked at Iki and said, "I want you to remember my little doctor." Huh. Hearing this, Kankayumu began to sigh in his heart, if only someone was so gentle. It's beautiful to think about. Anazide's voice came to Ichiki's mind at this moment. "Go away and don't bother me." Immediately ending the chat with Anazide, Sukiwaizuki looked at Sara beside him. "Of course I'll remember. Remember the way you shouted my name." Kankayumu smirked. "Umph. Ichiki-kun, you are too much, why remember these irrelevant things?" Kongbel puffed out a small face and said angrily. "What did you just call me? Ichiki-kun. Why is it different from the name I remember?" "Oh? Would it be weird? I just thought it would make him unhappy to call a reliable person like Ichiki-kun by his full name, so I changed it. But, if you don't mind, can I call you Ichiki just like you call me Kongbel?" With Shui Ling's eyes wide open, Shiana Kongling hugged her knees, leaning her head on her knees like this, quietly looking at Kankaiuizuki. Avoiding the girl's eyes, Kankayumu said, "As you like." "Okay, Ichiki." Kongling replied with a smile, and she specially extended the pronunciation and tone of the word Yumu. Chapter 49_Jounin Exam, 11. After chatting with Kongling for a while, the oil girl's Hishin also returned to them. "How's it going?" Ichiki asked. "I left him after I incapacitated him, but he should have died as a result." Hishin replied. "Well, he should have taken his ring, right? It's a point after all." Hishin took out the scarred man's ring and showed it in front of the two of them. "Okay, you can see it on my side, now let's go and transfer these points to us." "Okay, how about the empty bell?" He turned to look at the empty bell beside him. "Listen to you, Ichiki." Sara replied with a smile. "Huh." Hishin seemed to realize that something was wrong, but in the end he didn't think much about it. The current location of the Kazuki group is in the southwest area of the Forest of Death, and the closest scoring area to them is at the edge of the Forest of Death, 2 kilometers southwest. So at this moment, the purpose of the Ichiki group is very clear. Before the points in these rings expire, they should quickly transfer them to them. Ignoring the bodies of the two green-haired men, Ichiki Gumi left after rectifying a little. After Yumu's group left, a figure came out of Shulin. The figure came to the corpse of the green-haired man, glanced at it for a moment, and then spit out a mouthful of phlegm. "He's doing me a favor." Kankayumu? He actually has a substitute? Looking up from his feet, we can also see what the man looks like. 15 in height, with dark red shoulder-length hair, dark skin, a pair of red eyes, and his disdainful and suspicious look at the moment, which further highlighted his arrogance. There is no way to contact Mr. Shikara now. If I had known that I would not be so arrogant, let him give me a contact method. The man scratched his head and said regretfully. However, after being slightly annoyed, the man smiled evilly again. Looks like a guy who doesn't want to attract attention? That doesn't matter. In front of my abilities, you can't stand out if you want to. Then I saw him snap his fingers, and a figure appeared behind him. A figure with bloody bandages wrapped around its body. The bandages on its body looked yellow and scattered in various places. Its whole body was wrapped, only the left eye was exposed, and one was glowing. Red eyes. Angry ghost. What's wrong with Ichiki? Kankayumu's sudden stop made Kongling and Hishin a little puzzled. He was rushing on the road, why did he stop suddenly? Ah, it's okay. After making some adjustments, Kankayumu continued on his way again, but his tone just now was a little impatient. After a few people ran for about 4 or 5 minutes, they finally saw the scoring area in the southwest. When they arrived, people were surprised to find that a group of people had already come to redeem the points. What surprised Ichi even more was that Uchiha Chisa was there, and she was teaming up with two other peers. Ichiki. Suddenly seeing the arrival of Ichiki, Kincha Xin was very happy. Ignoring the conversation of points, the little girl Kincha hurried to Ichiki. It's great to see you're alright. How's it going? How many points have you found? With a little curiosity, Chisa's big eyes stared at Izuki's somewhat unnatural face. How can you see that I'm alright? Impatiently reaching out the injured one, Kazuki replied. What's the matter with you? Chisa grabbed Kazuki and asked, hurt? That Ichiki was injured to protect me. At this time, Shiina Saraja replied. Huh. The empty bell's words seemed to be a fire, which directly ignited the explosive called Shura Field. After loosening the injured one, Kincha walked to Kongling with a strange look, and looked at the girl carefully. Shiina Saraju. With a somewhat unhappy attitude, Chisa asked. Still smiling, Sara replied. Seeing Kincha's little face keep getting close to Kongling, this made Kongling feel a little uncomfortable. Are you Chisa? Thinking of breaking the subject, Shiina Sara asked Chisa's name. On the other hand, Kincha ignored him, just pulled Ichiki beside him, and asked with a puffed face. Am I cute or is she cute? The oily girl's Hishin looked at the two women and one man in front of her, and murmured in her heart, this seems to be the proposition that Dad often said. But the strange thing is that Konkayumu, who was supposed to be obedient, had something wrong with his expression. He looked impatient, or rather annoyed at the moment. Then he directly ignored Kinsa's question and asked Kazhigaling and Hishin to walk towards the scoring office. Kincha just stayed aside, she was surprised, is this the Konkayumu she knew? But for some reason, she was not angry at this time, but asked Konkayumu a little worriedly. Yuki, you. It's so noisy. Are you bothered, you stinky bitch? Konkayumu turned back angrily and cursed. Kincha was immediately scolded by the sentence. She couldn't believe that this was something that Konkayumu could say to her. She couldn't believe that this was something that the usual sloppy Konkayumu could say. She was so sluggish in place, her mouth was open, but she couldn't say a word. Ichiki, it's not very good for you. We still have to survive here for 5 days, and we will make enemies by doing so. The empty bell on the side persuaded. Konkayumu's expression at the moment has changed from annoyed to a state of struggle between anger and madness. His wide eyes are about to squeeze out the eyeballs. Crying frantically. What is the Junin exam? What points are obtained? These are just high-level conspiracies. Isn't it just killing others to get points? Then I will kill them all by myself. As he said that, he also punched the big tree beside him, attaching the arm of the King of Crimson, and that punch directly made a big dent in the thick tree. Everyone present had already seen that Izuki's emotions were wrong, and Kinsa and Hishin had already noticed that Izuki was probably someone else's illusion. Kill you all. All of you. At this moment, Kazuki seemed to be on fire, holding his head and shaking his upper body like a madman. Ichiki. Kongling worriedly reached out and wanted to touch Ichiki, but was stopped by the oil girl's Hishin, looked at Hishin suspiciously, and saw that he shook his head lightly. Shasha. At this time, beside Shiina Sara, Uchiha Chisa passed by her and walked straight towards Ichiki. Ichiki. After Ichiki, who was going mad, Kincha called him coldly. What do you want to do again? Come to disturb this uncle again and again. The voice of the second half of the sentence went from high to bottom, and finally even Kazuki's movements stopped. Looking at Kincha's eyes again, there is already a bloody light flashing at this moment. Go your right round eye? Chisa cast an illusion the moment Ichiki turned back to look at herself, forcibly controlling Ichiki, who was going mad. Ichiki must be controlled by someone else's illusion now, but I don't know why, I just failed to unlock the illusion. Chisa frowned. Maybe it's not the enemy's illusion at all, but some other ability. Zhishin also walked over to Yumu and replied. Then I'll just check his memory now to see who he has come into contact with. As she said that, Kincha's writing will I was ready to meet the dull eyes of Chiu Yumu in the sky again. Suddenly, Kazuki, who was clearly under control, suddenly stretched out and hugged Chisa, making Chisa's ear beside his mouth. With a volume that only Chisa can hear, he said. Take me away, you're alone. Chisa understood what he meant, but what made her feel a little strange was that this voice didn't sound like Kazuki's voice. Feeling the increase in the strength of the wooden palm on her shoulder, she understood that this was a urging from Ichiki, and no longer thought about it. Kincha directly lifted up the crumbling empty hill, Ichiki, and shouted to the crowd. I already understand the answer, but now the situation is urgent, I'll just go with Izuki alone. Miyuki, Chweji. You stay with Izuki's group for now? We'll find you later. Yes. Get along well. After giving these orders, Chisa left the scoring area with Izuki. Zhishin-kun, now. Seeing Kinsa and Kazuki leave, Kongling felt a little uncomfortable. But helplessly, what Kincha just said, if she blindly keeps up with it, it is likely to cause trouble, so she can only follow Kincha's arrangement first. Let's team up with the two of them first, I believe they can solve it soon. Zhishin replied. Then, are we going to stay together first? At this time, two members of the Kincha group stepped forward and asked. Well, my name is Oil Girl Zhishin, and now I'll be the captain for the time being. Looking at the two girls in front of him, a light flashed in front of Zhishin's sunglasses and said calmly. After getting away from the scoring area, Chisa finally could no longer bear it, and asked about Kazuki's condition. What the hell is wrong with you, tell me, I'm so worried about you right now. At this time, Kincha felt something was wrong again. She was clearly supporting Ichiki to move forward, but how could she walk like Ichiki with her sister? Ichiki seems to have grown taller all of a sudden. Moreover, Kinsa can find that Kazuki's body shape is also changing. Sorry. Chisa. Ichiki will tell you everything later. Ah, you're not Yumu. Realizing that the man beside him at this moment was not at all empty Chiu Yumu, Kincha immediately let go of the one who was supporting Yumu, and then pulled away and assumed a fighting stance. Dulu. In the next instant, the man in front of her disappeared, which made Kincha's face full of doubts, but just as she was about to do something, she suddenly felt her head sink, and her consciousness went into a coma. Anazide caught Chisa, who was about to fall, and quickly took her out of here. When I came to a cave in a big tree and placed the unconscious Kincha, Anazide thought in his mind. Thanks to this girl's illusion, the soul that has just been furious has fallen asleep, and I can seize the dominance of the body in time, otherwise I don't know how many things will happen. Everything just now must be the substitute ability at work. We must find that stand-in messenger. Thinking of this, Anazide looked at the fainted Chisa again. If she wants to disrupt her memory with disk like last time, then her brain may not be able to support it this time. After all, it is not so easy to disrupt her memory this time. And this time there are more people present, the timeline cannot be reasonably arranged, and the oral explanation of others is even more troublesome. It is even more impossible to successfully disrupt the memory. Can only tell her. After all, she also saw my existence, he should trust the little girl Kincha. Should be fine. Leaving her here alone, it's still too dangerous. Suddenly, Anazide seemed to have thought of something, and saw that he took out a avatar CD from his avatar, then called out White Snake, let it play on it, and then inserted the CD into it. In Chisa's head. The King of Speed was given an order to attack Kincha if someone wanted to. After all, I can't call out two doubles at the same time, and this method might be able to temporarily ensure her safety. After all, Kinsa is also a Uchiha family, and mental power should be able to control the substitute. This is the first time I try to place commands on the substitute. I don't know if it is feasible. Because of the urgency of time, Anazide couldn't think so much anymore. After taking off his coat and putting it on Kincha, Anazide left the tree hole. Next, we have to find a way to find that person. Chapter 50_Jounin Exam, 12. In the woods, a shadow shuttled through it. Now go back to the place where you just fought, there may be clues there. Anazide thought. The current situation is not optimistic. On the one hand, he has to find the unknown enemy, and on the other hand, he has to ensure that his identity is not discovered. Once discovered, he and Konkai will be in trouble. I have already understood the ability of the enemy. Fortunately, there are two souls in this body. As an observer, I can see the state of the soul of the other person. Just now, his soul was forcibly disturbed, leaving him in a state of mental disorder, which caused the situation just now. Damn it, don't let me find it. Returning to the place where Yumu had just fought, Anazide carefully observed the situation nearby to see if anyone else had come. At this time, next to the green-haired man's body, Anazide found a mouthful of phlegm and mud spots on the green-haired man's face. These mud spots, it seems that they were originally on the shoes. With the phlegm on the ground, it also means that someone has just trampled on this person's body. After searching for a long time, it seems that apart from the green-haired man's body, there are no clues available. This made Anazide a little helpless. The best way to find that person is to find an item on that person, and then use golden experience to turn the item into a creature. Then you can find him. At this time, he seemed to think of something. The activation of all avatar abilities, except for the avatars of the time system and Requiem, seems to have to fulfill a certain condition. But in most cases, the ability can only be activated after touching the target. In other words, the enemy just now probably touched a tree in some way. Let Ichiki's soul be affected by his ability. Thinking of this, Anazide's thoughts also awake, but what makes him a little confused is, if the enemy touched it with a stand-in, then how could Konkai Yumu, who has a stand-in, not be able to find it? Is it an indirect touch? So what about indirect contact? At this moment, Anazide looked at his bandaged. Could it be? Afterwards, he started to remove the bandages, and behind him, the golden experience appeared. As the bandages were dismantled layer by layer, the blood stained on the bandages also appeared in front of Anazide. The stab wound on the top has been scabbed at the moment due to Shianasara's medical ninjutsu, but Anazide ignored it. He let golden experience use the ability on these bandages. The bandages turned into a little bird. The bird chirped twice, then flew somewhere. Following the direction of the birds and steadily advancing, Anazide also thought about countermeasures. Currently in this forest, there are many rescuers, and they are hiding everywhere in the forest. Just on the way Kinsa helped me to leave, I had already used the barrier of the Green Emperor to detect the surrounding environment, and I only moved after I found that there was no one else. So you can rule out the risk of being seen at that time. When I knocked Kincha unconscious, I also controlled the strength so that she wouldn't wake up so quickly, at least 20 minutes. That's enough time for me to deal with that enemy. Even if it doesn't work, you can go back in close to 20 minutes. As for whether anyone will find Kincha who is in a coma, this is a question. But before I left, I used Whitesnake to take away her memory of that time. She can't say anything about me. So the risk on Kincha's side can also be temporarily ruled out. All that's left is the next time. Must be careful. I really want to see what happened to that kid who was tortured by my abilities. Walking leisurely on the road alone, the red-haired man smiled. Then, he looked at the 2 bloody rings on his own. Hey! With only so many points, how come no one in my group has a high score? At this moment, Shasha, a bird sprang from the tree behind him, flew to his side, and kept chirping. I'm quite popular with small animals. Then, the red-haired man showed a strange smile, and then he took out Kiwu and stabbed the bird in front of him. Hey! The bird couldn't react in time, and the chest was pierced by Kunao. Ha ha ha! Make you chatter! But what happened next caught the red-haired man by surprise. I saw that the bird that was pierced through the chest turned into a bloody bandage after a few seconds. This bandage, Finding something wrong, he immediately threw off Kiwashang's bandage, then looked around nervously, and at the same time, a double appeared behind him. Who? Come out! The red-haired man shouted. Looks right, it's you. A voice came from a tree not far away. Hearing the voice, the red-haired man was just about to check the man's appearance, but suddenly. Dulu! Ugh! Suddenly, the red-haired man let out a low roar, and his stand-in was now being strangled by the Crimson King's neck and right arm from behind. You, who are? With difficulty squeezing these words out of his mouth, the red-haired man only felt that he was about to die at this moment. To you now, I am the god of death. King Crimson replied with a cold tone. Anazide was hiding behind a tree within 2 meters behind the red-haired man. You are. Sara. Chiu. Ichiki. Ah. As soon as these words were uttered, the strength of King Crimson increased by another point. This made it difficult for the red-haired man to even breathe. Looking at the red-haired man who was struggling in front of him, the cold voice of King Crimson came again. I was going to ask something, but I don't need it now. You are a smart guy, it would be bad to keep you. But you have angered me, and there will still be some retribution. Then King of Crimson kicked the red-haired man's substitute's knee with a whip leg. Click. The red-haired man's knees cracked. Ha ha ha. The red-haired man can't even shout at the moment. Being strangled by the King of Crimson, he could only make some hoarse sounds from his mouth. Okay. Next, it's time to grab some useful information. After saying this, the Crimson King disappeared. Cough. Cough. The red-haired man lost his support and collapsed to the ground in an instant, but he was able to take a deep breath. Why, suddenly disappeared. Seeing the sudden disappearance of the King of Crimson, the red-haired man was full of doubts at the moment, but he didn't dare to think any more, dragged his body and started to escape. Snapped. Before he could drag for a while, a foot just stepped on his back. Let you be a little fortunate, how is it, surprise? Whitesnake, the cold voice like a weapon came, and the red-haired man's heart fell to a trough again at this time. Forgive me. I said nothing. The red-haired man could only beg for mercy at this moment. No, I just need you to die right now, okay? After saying that, Whitesnake slowly raised his foot, and then stepped on the red-haired man's back with force. Ah! The man was about to shout, but suddenly his eyes rolled over. Can't speak anymore. Then 2 discs popped out of his face. Whitesnake took 2 discs, and then used the kunao he was holding to pierce the red-haired man's heart, causing the red-haired man to die completely. The 2 discs to Anazide, the Whitesnake was also taken back. Next, it's time to settle the matter over Chisa. Slowly opening her eyes and looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of her, Kincha was a little overwhelmed. What were I doing? Clothes. Taking off the clothes that covered her body, Qiansha double brace her body, looking at the sunlight outside the hole in a daze. I seem to be going to accompany Ichiki to do some things, my head hurts. Covering her head in discomfort, Kincha couldn't remember the memory before she fell unconscious. Did we get attacked by someone else? With doubts, Qiansha slowly stood up and walked out of the tree hole. When she came out of the cave, the sun irritated her eyes, which made Qiansha block the light. Hey! Look who that is! At this time, there was a group of candidates lurking in the grass not far away. That seems to be the Uchiha Chisa from the Uchiha clan. She seems to have gotten very high points in the previous exams. A square-faced man said. She seems to be alone now. The long-faced man next to the square-faced man ended up talking. Then we. The buck-toothed man who started talking gave the two of them a wink. What if it's an ambush? The long-faced man said suspiciously. No matter how she looks, she is alone. And she doesn't seem to be in very good physical condition. This is a once-in-a-lifetime meeting. The buck-toothed man said. Never mind. It's a piece of fat. The square-faced man frowned. The remaining two said in unison. I remember walking with Ichiki for a while, and then, oops. Why can't I remember it? Xiaoqinsha held her head anxiously, completely unaware of the danger. Call out. Two figures jumped out of the grass, a square-faced man and a long-faced man. The sudden appearance of the two made Qinsha a little stunned. Before she could react, the two of them were already killed in front of her. She hurriedly resorted to Sharingan to meet the enemy, because she was not ready, so at the moment, Qinsha could only reluctantly cope with it. Two people to deal with me? If I'm being targeted by a group, then there's someone else. Suddenly, a strange sound came from above Qinsha. When I looked up, it was the buck-toothed man who was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, the buck-toothed man has jumped down from the tree, and Qinsha is now surrounded by square-faced men and long-faced men. The situation is not optimistic. Your points belong to us. Buck-toothed man declares victory. Click. Suddenly, from Qinsha's body, an orange figure appeared, and a punch knocked the buck-toothed man flying. Hirakawa. The square-faced man and the long-faced man looked anxiously at the buck-toothed man. What is this? Looking at the king of speed in front of her, Kinsa looked confused, and at the same time her head started to hurt again, and she covered her head in discomfort. The tactics are good, but, you picked the wrong person. Suddenly, behind the square-faced man, an Azide's figure appeared. A knife stunned the square-faced man, then quickly ran to the long-faced man's direction, and another neat knife stunned him. This is... An Azide heard Kinsa's voice not far behind, and when she looked back, she turned her back to herself and picked up a disc. Feeling that something was wrong, an Azide touched his pocket and found that the memory disc belonging to Chisa that he had just captured was gone. Did it just fall? Damn it! An Azide didn't care about this at the moment. After he found the disc fell, he immediately rushed towards Qinsha, and just wanted to reach out to block, but Qinsha suddenly jumped a distance. Don't come here! Chisa shouted. An Azide stopped, and he saw it at the moment. The disc had been inserted into Chisa's face, and then it was completely integrated into it. This shows that Qinsha has recollected the memory of that period of time just now.